Chapter 81 Dish Rotation and Egg Hatching. Because of Dorn's return, the long-closed Wishing restaurant was finally able to reopen. And once Dorn came back, he revolutionized the operation of the Wishing restaurant. The chef of the Wishing restaurant can always come up with something new for everyone. The restaurant's signature dishes are no longer limited to crab meal and lion's head, and many new dishes have been added, such as pan-fried pork ribs, mushroom soup, milky mushrooms, fried barbecue. Some of them are replicas of Dorn's previous recipes and use monster ingredients, while others are made entirely of ordinary ingredients. At the same time, Dorn also launched a new concept of operation with a rotation of signature dishes. Wishing Restaurant will rotate the signature dishes of the day. Only one signature dish will be offered for one day, and other signature dishes will be rotated the next day. In the rotating schedule, every day is a new experience. Moreover, we don't know what signature dishes the restaurant will serve until the day is up. This is a wonderful experience similar to blind box drawing. Moreover, for every signature dish that Don adds to the rotation schedule, the quality of the finished product is guaranteed to be above grade A. No matter what the diners eat, they will definitely make a profit. Speaking of which, the marketing method of dish rotation is very common in the catering business industry on Earth. However, most restaurants may not rotate dishes on a daily basis, but rotations on a monthly and quarterly basis are still common. Even milk tea shops have seasonal specials. In this way, it will not only bring fresh experience and sense of expectation to customers, but also achieve the purpose of hunger marketing. For a different world like the Land of Miracles, the concept of dish rotation is undoubtedly extremely novel and advanced. Therefore, it is no surprise that after Dorn returned, Gonzalez's Wish restaurant once again became a hot topic among people on the streets. And the topic was extremely high, not only in Eden Town itself, but also in the surrounding Wanfeng Town, Shimu Town, and even the big city of Silver Shield Harbor. You can hear people discussing the Wishing restaurant. Hey, have you heard? There is a Wishing restaurant in Eden Town. The chef there will introduce a signature dish every day. He only recommends one dish a day. If you miss the signature dish of the day, you will have to wait for a long time if you want to taste the same dish again. B. No way. No way. It's so close. Is there anyone who hasn't eaten at the Wishing restaurant? I just came back from eating the day before yesterday. The milky mushroom dish that day was so delicious that it can be eaten by your tongue. Drop down. C. What do you mean by that? The fried barbecue I had yesterday was amazing. The fresh and salty gravy burst in your mouth after one bite. I bet a finger that in our most expensive restaurant in Silver Shield Harbor, even if you pay several times the price, you may not be able to get that level of barbecue. Aren't you arguing? Milky mushrooms are the most delicious. Bah! The best barbecue in the world. Are you not convinced? What's wrong with you if you don't accept it? Person A, who raised this topic, watched his two friends blushing and arguing in a tense manner. He was furious in his heart. Fight, but also secretly made up his mind. It seems that it is necessary to go to the Wishing restaurant in Eden Town for a meal. It has been a full week since Dorn returned to Eden. The half-elf couple who escorted Dorn back also stayed in Eden Town for almost a week, took a good vacation, and then spent money to eat new signature dishes at the Wishing restaurant every day. They ate until noon yesterday before the two half-elves came to say goodbye to Dorn and went to the Adventurers Association in Silver Shield City to register and receive commissions. Unlike the half-elves who were on vacation, Dorn had been very busy this week. Reforming and operating the Wishing restaurant took up most of his time. In addition, there were other things that had not been completely dealt with. One of them is the placement of the monsters brought out from the poison swamp. This morning, while Dorn and Vivian went to the market to buy ingredients, they also called on the strong bear claws. After purchasing the ingredients for the day, Dorn selected 3 very fat old hens. Let Bear Claw carry him back to the restaurant. On the way back to the restaurant, Bear Claw walked in front, while Dawn and Vivian fell behind. As the goblin lady walked, she looked at the bear claws in front of her with great interest, and laughed as she looked at them. Ever since Dorn came back, Miss Goblin has been very interested in everything, and she always laughs when she is around Dorn. Dorn, I remember that the signature dish we are going to make today is pan-fried pork ribs. It seems we don't need so much chicken. Vivian looked again at the bear paw in front of her, and the 3 hens clucking in his arms. I always feel that Dorn's little brother looks a bit funny now. Yes, because these 3 chickens are not for eating. Dawn answered truthfully. Is it because of the 3 monster eggs you brought back? Vivian thought of something. Yeah. Dawn cast an approving look at Vivian. The fairy lady understands me very well. Vivian thought for a while, and seemed to want to say something else. But she was afraid of hurting Dorn, so she didn't say anything. After returning to the restaurant, Dorn asked Bear Claw to take today's ingredients to the kitchen, while he took the 3 hens and went to the basement of the Wishing Restaurant with Vivian. Here is a utility room. Dorn had previously spread hay on the open space in the utility room, and 3 poisonous feather eggs were placed on it. Go ahead and be a great mother. Dawn drove all 3 hens onto the haystack. It can be seen that the 3 hens were a little confused when they saw the eggs with poisonous feathers as big as ostrich eggs. Why is this egg so big? However, the hens are all old egg hatchers, and perhaps out of maternal instinct, they are all eager to try the poisonous feathered eggs. They rubbed against the poisonous feather eggs, which were almost as big as their own bodies, and began to try to climb up, and then slide down. Climb up, slide down. Dawn, do you think hens can really hatch monster eggs? Vivian asked Dawn, looking at the unoptimistic scene in front of her. Dawn, actually I don't think. But what can I do? I tried my best. I can't just squat up and hatch it. Right? Without artificial means to maintain a warm and constant temperature. Dorn really didn't know how to hatch these 3 eggs. I bought these 3 hens with the mentality of giving them a try. The hens worked hard for a while, but only one successfully climbed onto the poison-feathered egg. One of the other 2 has given up, and the remaining one is still repeating the process of climbing up and down. The successful hen squatted down while clucking to announce its victory. It's just that the poisonous feather egg is too big. It squats on the egg and cannot cover the entire egg body. Dorn stood watching for a while, then manually lifted the remaining 2 hens onto the eggs. There seems to be only so much that can be done at the moment. Dorn crossed his arms on his chest, feeling very helpless. The fairy lady looked at the funny scene of chickens hatching big eggs in front of her. She felt that she couldn't help much, so she could only say to the hens, "Come on, Dawn. Right. Come on. I hope that the 3 hens and the 3 poisonous feather eggs will have a bright future." Dawn and Vivian exited the utility room and closed the door. It is unknown what will happen to the poisonous feather eggs. But after all, the hens did not usher in the bright future that Dorn said. After much consideration, Dorn still felt that the hens only incubated 1 egg side by side, and the heating was obviously uneven, which might cause problems in hatching the eggs with poisonous feathers. So I had no choice but to send all 3 hens to the kitchen. As for the poisonous feather eggs, they are monster eggs after all, and there will definitely be no problems if they are left for a while. But the hatching problem must be solved as soon as possible. Otherwise the poison-feathered chicken will sooner or later die, and even the eggs may not be made. Chapter 82 Issues to be dealt with. The obstacles encountered in monster breeding are not only the poisonous feather eggs, but also the other 2 groups of monsters. After returning to Eden, the poison frog tadpole and the walking mushroom were locked together by Dorn in the relatively spacious basement of the new store that had just been sorted out. These 2 groups of monsters don't seem to need sunlight, and there seems to be no problem if they are kept in the basement for the time being. Among them, bullfrog tadpoles will eat insect corpses, and they only need to feed them on time every day. However, the space in the metal box they currently live in is too small, and Dorn is considering whether to customize a larger metal box for them to live in. Moreover, the current state of tadpoles is relatively easy to raise, but when they metamorphose and develop and grow limbs, it may not be okay to keep them in the basement. But what troubled Dorn the most was the walking mushroom. Dorn has already researched some of the characteristics of walking mushrooms. Although this thing has long legs, it is actually a fungus. If it has nothing to do, it can absorb the nutrients needed for survival by standing on the humus. Therefore, throwing a few rotten wood piles at them can ensure their survival. Fantastic. But the terrible thing is that walking mushrooms will emit that special sweet smell from time to time. If ordinary people smell it, it will definitely cause a big problem. No. Dorn could only seal the basement door of the new store tightly, and explain to other restaurant employees the dire consequences of this sweet taste. Then he warned everyone not to go near the basement, let alone open the door. Other than that, there seems to be no other solution for the time being. In short, it is okay to keep these 3 groups of monsters in the basement temporarily, but it is certainly not a long-term solution. Dorn needs to think of ways to relocate and breed them. After all, they are really delicious and require some loving care and attention. Apart from monster breeding, another issue that needs to be dealt with urgently in the near future is naturally the opening of a new store. In fact, After returning to Eton, Don was a little surprised when he learned from Mr. Gonzalez that preparations for a new store had begun. It can only be said that the store manager is really serious about the grand vision of building a food city. And there is no delay at all. And since Dorn had already boasted about Highcow before, he naturally had to be careful about the new store. Forget it if you don't do it. Now that it's started, Don wants to get things done. At present, the new store has been sorted out, and the bar in the lobby, tables and chairs are also equipped, and it is ready to open at any time, just waiting for Dorn to wave his hand and arrange the operation content of the new store. That night, the Wishing restaurant was closed. The restaurant's business is still very good today, and Dawn, with Vivian's help as a cook, has made countless servings of today's signature dish, pan-fried pork ribs. Now I can finally rest. Fortunately, both of them are physically stronger than ordinary people. Otherwise, such a high-intensity work would be too much for the body. It seems that the number of helpers and manpower in the kitchen has increased, and it is time to put it on the agenda. Dorn walked out of the kitchen, thinking in his mind. At present, apart from Vivian, the only one who can be considered a cook in the restaurant is little Amy. However, Amy's cooking skills can be considered as an apprentice, and there are still many things to learn. Speaking of which, Amy wanted to be an apprentice in a restaurant, so she practiced her cooking skills at home every day. In fact, before Dorn set out for Rhinetown, Captain Albert had already complained to him how things developed next. Dorn, who was busy preparing for the limited-time dungeon, didn't pay much attention to it. However, judging from the results of Amy's appearance in the restaurant to help with work after Dawn came back this time, Albert, the brother who was slightly obsessed with his sister, finally respected and obeyed his sister's choice. Actually, there is no need for Albert to worry too much about his sister. If Amy is willing to work in the restaurant, I will definitely not treat her badly. This is what Dawn thought. However, during this week, Amy did not officially enter the kitchen to help cook. Only during non-business hours in the morning and after closing time, the little girl would enter the kitchen and practice her cooking skills under Dawn's guidance. During business hours, Amy usually stays in the lobby of the restaurant, helping to receive customers. The reason for this is that, on the one hand, after the business reform of the Wishing restaurant, the customer flow is more than before, and the reception staff is indeed not enough. On the other hand, it was naturally because of Vivian. The prerequisite for Amy to enter the kitchen during business hours is that she must know Vivian's existence. But speaking of it, the current Wishing restaurant is no longer the business model it was a few months ago, with only Gonzalez and Vivian. With the increase in manpower, Hyena and Amy are now staying in the restaurant for a long time. With everyone getting along day and night, Vivian's existence will no longer be a secret sooner or later. This matter still needs to be solved. Why do you feel that after I come back, there will be a lot of problems waiting for me to solve? Dorn sighed, and then comforted himself in his heart. Forget it. We have to do things one by one. The problems must be dealt with one by one. There is no point in rushing. Dawn was standing at the door of the kitchen thinking about various issues. At this time, Gonzalez had roughly finished the external accounts and left the rest of the work to Fat Fox, and then came over. Little Dorn, are you free? I have something to discuss with you. Dorn nodded upon hearing this, and the two entered the compartment in the hall. What Gonzalez discussed with Dorn was the management of the new store and the income distribution of such new stores in the future. The Macho store manager planned to discuss it now. According to Gonzalez, although he will pay the rent for this newly opened store this year, he plans to hand over the main operating income to Dorn. To put it simply, Dorn earns the big share and Gonzalez earns the small share. Gonzalez is a shrewd businessman. He is able to distinguish the situation very well and knows that the restaurant's current exponential growth in sales is all thanks to Dorn. Even putting aside his friendship with Dorn, from a businessman's point of view, it would be unwise to compete with Dorn for interests. Dawn can understand what the store manager is thinking. The current situation is very interesting. Only if he takes more money can Gonzalez feel at ease. If he takes less money, the store manager will probably be worried about him leaving. Then what's the best way to divide it? 3-7? 4-6? Dorn answered casually, because Dawn's recent energy has been mainly focused on cooking and a series of other urgent issues. He has not paid much attention to the restaurant's operating income. So in terms of income distribution, he actually can't make any constructive suggestions. And I guess the store manager was just going through the process to show respect by consulting with him. No, little Dorn. There are too many. It shouldn't be divided like this. The store manager shook his head, and then took out a stack of accounts. Here are the ones from the month before the restaurant that little fat fox helped me calculate closed down. Revenue, as well as this week's income. Dorn took the account and flipped through it. Dorn recognized the stronger handwriting on the account book as that of the store manager. There were also some relatively childish and scrawled handwritings, which should be those of Fat Fox. Although the handwriting is ugly, Fat Fox does a good job in accounting. Revenue, expenses, and profits are all calculated clearly and clearly. Little fatty, this guy did a good job. Dorn praised silently in his heart. Inexplicably, I feel like looking at my own child's final report card. Chapter 83. Let guests cook by themselves. While Don was looking at the ledger, Gonzalez added, Little Dorn, we conservatively estimate that the Wishing Restaurant's net profit for a month is about 5 gold. After the new store opens, it should be able to reach this amount. Because the supply at the Wishing Restaurant exceeds demand every day, we don't have to worry about our 2 stores competing for customers for the time being. Dorn put down the ledger after hearing this. How many? 5 gold nuggets? No wonder I'm so tired from work lately. Then Mr. Store Manager, how do you think we should distribute the profits reasonably? Don asked after thinking for a while. Just give me 15% of the profit, and then I will do my best to manage the restaurant for you. Shall go in. If it is true as Gonzalez said, the income of the new store after opening will be the same as that of the Wishing Restaurant, reaching a monthly income of about 5 kanar. So a 15% dividend is 75 gold nails a month and 9 gold nails a year. If the new store can bring this level of revenue, the macho store manager will be very satisfied. When he ran the Wishing Restaurant by himself, he could make far less than 9 gold a year. Moreover, there is currently a Wishing Restaurant that continues to generate wealth for him. Although after Dorn returned to Eton, Gonzalez took the initiative to increase Dorn's share of the Wishing Restaurant's revenue. Dorn's previous salary plus performance revenue model is gone forever, and instead, it directly accounts for 50% of the Wishing Restaurant's revenue. In other words, the current Wishing Restaurant is considered the joint property of Gonzalez and Dorn. But even so, if the Wishing Restaurant can keep operating throughout the year, based on the current momentum, it can at least bring a full 30 gold nuggets in annual income to the macho store manager. This was something he had never dreamed of before. It is no exaggeration to say that Dorn is simply a mobile money tree. Of course, because Don, the chef of the Wishing Restaurant, is a guy who will close the business for 2 months if he gets too willful, and the Wishing Restaurant cannot do without him. So it is a bit difficult to open its doors all year round. After roughly calculating in his mind based on the reference income given by Gonzalez, Don agreed to the store manager's request for a 15% profit dividend. Speaking of which, is this a joint stock operation? Is this considered a technology investment? Dorn thought in his mind. Now that it has become like a joint stock enterprise, Don plans to make it more thorough. After discussing with Gonzalez for a while, Dorn decided to give 6% of his 85% shareholding to the 3 hyenas, and then give 6% to Vivian. Dorn didn't feel sorry for him at all when he divided his shares among the 3 hyena brothers. After all, the 3 hyenas played a big role in acquiring toxin resistance and parasite spore, 2 key skills that helped Dorn defeat the limited time dungeon. Moreover, these 3 miners were brought into the group through coaxing and trickery before. Now that their business has really started to develop, they have to show their respect to the 3 veteran-level employees, even though these 3 veterans have only joined the team for more than 2 months. After the new store opens, the monthly income of the 3 hyena brothers, including Dorn's salary and operating dividends, is conservatively estimated to be more than 75 silver. Dorn has finally fulfilled the nonsense he told them about rising space when he deceived them. I have to say that my boss is very conscientious. As for Vivian, Miss Elf doesn't seem to care about money. Coupled with her special physique, it is also very inconvenient for her to spend money. Moreover, even if Miss Goblin really needs money in the future, Dorn will definitely not be stingy with her. But even so, Don still felt that as a girl, Vivian would be better off having enough pocket money. Oh, and finally there's Amy, the little girl who just became a restaurant employee. Don had heard from Captain Albert that Amy was worried that she would work too hard in the future, so she decided to come to the restaurant to help. It can probably be regarded as a kind of repayment for the previous life-saving grace. Don has already realized this feeling. But Amy's current cooking skills are far from up to par, and she can only be a little apprentice. The current monthly salary offered to her by the restaurant is about 3 silver nana a month. It's a little less. But I'm already taking good care of this little girl. Because a normal apprentice doesn't get even half a penny of salary. As for Amy, wait until she truly grows into a qualified chef. And then give her dividends. Now that she is not good at anything, giving her too high an income in return will only dampen her enthusiasm. This is what Dawn thought of. Because Amy is a hard-working child. Dawn believes that this day is not too far away. After probably negotiating and finalizing the current salary returns for various employees in the restaurant, Dawn and Gonzalez talked for a while about other matters. Little Dawn, have you finished thinking about the business content of the new restaurant? In fact, I am still a little worried. Although I trust your ability. Little Dawn, you are currently too busy with the affairs of the Wishing Restaurant. As for the new restaurant, until now we have not started recruiting chefs. At the end of the exchange, Gonzalez expressed his doubts more tactfully. In fact, the worry of the macho store manager is not unreasonable. Dawn's cooking skills are impeccable. But after all, he is only one person and his energy is limited. In the past 2 days, the Wishing Restaurant has almost kept him busy, and he has nothing to do. Therefore, Gonzalez naturally believes that it is necessary to recruit a chef with excellent cooking skills to operate the new restaurant. The chef would then take charge of the new restaurant's kitchen after learning Dawn's special recipes. However, after hearing these words, Dawn just waved his hand and said lightly that made Gonzalez unbelievable. I have already thought about the business content of the new restaurant. The recruitment of chefs can be discussed later. As for the second restaurant, there is no need for other chefs. It's enough to find some ordinary people to train as waiters and provide warm reception services to make diners feel at home. Gonzalez was stunned. There were a few words in what Dawn said that were made up and a bit difficult to pronounce. But the store manager thought about it for a while and finally came to his senses. Little Dawn, you mean that the new restaurant doesn't need a chef? Well, I can't say it's not necessary at all. At least there are still people who can cut vegetables. But I can guarantee that even if I leave Eden again for a few months, you will still be able to run the new restaurant. Dawn's words contained a lot of information. Gonzalez hesitated for a while, but still grasped the main contradiction and continued to ask with a shocked face. But Little Dawn, there is no chef in the restaurant. So who is going to cook the dishes? To a certain extent, the guests cook it themselves. Dawn smiled. Gonzalez? Is there such a thing? Chapter 84 Winter and Hot Pot are a perfect match. After convening the first Food City shareholders meeting with Gonzalez, as usual, Dawn and Vivian went to Mrs. Majetti's bathhouse to take a bath together. Perhaps because of Dawn's guidance, the elf lady has now become obsessed with the large bathtubs and saunas in public baths. After returning to the restaurant, Vivian did not return to her room immediately, but went to Dawn's place to sit for a while. Dawn had previously purchased a set of tables and chairs and placed them in his room just to receive Vivian. Winter is about to begin. The weather is getting colder, and the wind is very strong tonight. Outside the window, the night wind roared with a strong autumn flavor. Only a few lights can be seen in Eden Town at night, and the low buildings are dimly visible. The temperature in the room was also a bit low. Vivian sat on a single chair in the room, with a pot of hot tea placed on the table in front of her. Drinking hot tea can ward off the cold. Miss Goblin narrowed her eyes slightly, first blew into the hot tea in her hand, and then drank it in small sips. Looking relaxed and comfortable, she was enjoying the rest time alone with Dawn. Even if the two of them don't speak to each other, Vivian will feel very happy as long as they are in the same space like this. Vivian, after I came back, why have you never asked me what I did in the past 10 days? Dawn, who was standing by the window looking at the bleak street scene, suddenly spoke. Did Dawn do something that can be asked? Vivian put down the teacup, because the single chair Dawn bought was a bit high. The petite elf lady sat on it without her feet touching the ground, swaying slightly. Well, of course it's something you can ask. Then what has Dawn done in the past 10 days? Dawn? Sure enough, Vivian is a little too well behaved. Right? After a moment of silence, Dawn replied. I went to a ruins. The ruins of God. Vivian, have you heard of it before? About the ruins? Of course there is. Miss Goblin blinked, as if recalling. There are terrifying monsters and rich treasures in the ruins. It seems that there are many hero-themed bards that often mention them. That's it. Dawn stared at Vivian's face for a few seconds. No wonder, Dawn. You seem to have become much stronger since you came back. And you seem to have a lot of good things in your body. After Vivian gave Dorn a look of approval, she picked up the teacup again, blew on it, and drank it in small sips with a natural expression, listening to Miss Goblin's natural tone. It seems that entering the ruins in a land of miracles is similar to the protagonist falling off a cliff in a martial arts novel. Either you will meet a legendary senior who teaches you unique skills, or you will get some magical herb, or at the worst, you can pick up a martial arts secret book, which will be a turning point, and you will reach the pinnacle of your life and become a great hero or something. However, judging from Dorn's final profit in Venomous Relic Swamp, it is very different from this cliff-falling upgrade routine. So, Vivian, after thinking briefly, Dorn asked again, have you ever entered the ruins before? Hearing this, Vivian put down the teacup in her hand again and rubbed the rim of the teacup with her slender fingers. It doesn't seem to be in my memory, but I can't confirm it. Sorry, Dorn. There are many things I don't remember. According to what Miss Goblin said before, she has been in this state of zero existence since she can remember, wandering alone in the land of miracles, trying to find someone who can see her and sense her existence. That was it until I met Dorn. As for what happened in the past, including where she came from and why she became what she is now, she couldn't remember anything. Don't worry. I'm just asking casually. Don ended the topic, but he was still a little concerned. Why did the game system on his body prohibit Vivian from going to the ruins together? It can't just be because Vivian is too strong, right? You know, Adele, whose blood volume is approaching 10,000 points, can also join the limited time dungeon as a teammate. Don always felt that the reason why Vivian was banned by the system was not that simple, and maybe it had something to do with a memory she couldn't remember. However, this has not yet been investigated. Vivian, there is one more thing. Don took a slight breath. I'm a little helpless. I feel like everything I'm going to talk to Vivian about tonight is heavy and serious. This is why Don stood by the window and looked at the street scene as soon as he came back, pretending to be deep. Don, tell me. Perhaps sensing the change in Don's tone, Vivian sat upright in her chair, inexplicably a little nervous, like a good student who is ready to listen to the teacher's teachings. Have you ever thought about letting other people know your existence? Apart from me and Gonzalez, the three of them, Hanna, and little Amy. Don pondered for a while, and finally said this. Come out. This matter will have to be resolved sooner or later. If Dorn wishes so, of course I can. Vivian sat upright on the chair, her slender legs close together, and her tone was affirmative. No, Vivian, that's not the case. Don's tone became serious when speaking to Miss Elf. This is your life. What I hope is that all your choices and decisions are yours. Hope to do. Myself? Vivian thought about Don's words, lowered her head, and her words became hesitant and unconfident. I might scare them. They are not that fragile. Don smiled, and then encouraged Miss Elf seriously. Besides, how can a cute girl like Vivian scare others? Well, Vivian didn't say anything, and held the corners of her skirt with both hands awkwardly. And even under the current context, being praised unexpectedly by Don for being cute made her cheeks feel a little inexplicably hot. It's okay, Vivian. You can consider this matter slowly, but whatever decision you make in the end, I will support you. Dorn's tone returned to its usual relaxed tone. Vivian had told him similar words before. Thank you, Dorn. Vivian nodded. If Don wanted Vivian to reveal her existence, then she would do it without saying anything. However, if she followed her heart, the elf lady would have no idea. Although before meeting Don, she also longed to live like a normal person. But being alone for a long time and having a special physique made her completely confused about how to get along with people other than Dorn. The biggest effort Miss Goblin had ever made in the past to communicate with others was to write 1 or 2 notes to kind-hearted people similar to Gonzalez. And that was it. To make changes to her current living situation, even just a little bit, would be a big challenge for Vivian. After talking about the more serious topic, Don walked from the window to sit opposite Vivian and found a lighter topic. By the way, Vivian, I have already thought about the business content of the new restaurant. It will be very interesting. Do you want to listen to it? Is it a restaurant that does not require a chef and allows guests to cook? You already know? Sorry, I heard a little bit outside when you were talking to Mr. Gonzalez. Vivian nodded. At that time, Miss Goblin was preparing to go to the bathhouse with Don, and heard the last bit of the conversation outside the cubicle. It's okay. It's not something worth keeping secret. Dorn waved his hand. But, Dawn, what kind of restaurant does it look like where guests can cook? Dorn's topic change was quite successful, and Miss Elf's curiosity was aroused. It's almost winter. Dorn didn't answer directly, but said this sentence without any beginning or end. Yeah, the weather has gotten a lot colder. Vivian nodded in agreement. You know, Vivian, winter and hot pot are a perfect match. Dorn narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he was thinking about something. Fire. Pot? Miss Elf keenly found the key words in Dorn's words. Sure enough, it's another dish name I've never heard of before. Chapter 85 Stir-Fried Ingredients and Chopsticks. Now that it was decided that the second restaurant would be a hot pot restaurant, it was natural for Dawn to start making preparations. The first is the creation of hot pot utensils. Dawn drew the drawing of the hot pot early the next morning, and also drew a matching colander. Due to the conditions in another world, hot pot must be heated over charcoal fire. Therefore, when designing, Dawn referred to the style of a copper hot pot, with 3 legs on the bottom, a handle on the abdomen to hold the charcoal brazier, and a fire cap on the top. However, Dawn's painting skills were average, so he added a lot of text annotations on the drawings, so that the craftsman who made the copper hot pot could understand them. After the drawings were completed, Dorn took advantage of the fact that the Wishing restaurant was not open in the morning, and went directly to and from the big city of Silver Shield Port. On this trip, Dorn brought the hyena with him to drive the carriage. And by the way, he also pulled a large amount of copper ore in the carriage to Silver Shield Port. How come my underage brother is so good at riding a carriage? It seems that he has to learn to ride a horse quickly. Dorn sighed in his heart along the way. In Silver Shield Harbor, Dorn found a workshop with a good reputation. After handing the drawings to the workshop owner and explaining some precautions for making a copper hot pot, Dorn also sold a cart of copper ore to the workshop. After such a deal, Dorn placed an order for 20 copper hot pots with colanders. But he didn't spend a penny, and instead earned 13 silver coins. It is estimated that this is the first time that the workshop owner has seen such customers who bring excessive amounts of raw materials to place orders. That night, after finishing the daily operations of the Wishing restaurant, Dorn took a short break and plunged into the kitchen again. He is about to start preparing another key hot pot base for opening a hot pot restaurant. As we all know, the base is the soul of hot pot. Hot pot bases, especially those made with butter, can last for a long time if sealed and stored. This is why Don dares to say that even if he leaves Eton for another few months, the hot pot restaurant will still be able to operate normally. However, Dorn will still choose to teach other chefs in the future about things like frying the base ingredients, and gradually delegate authority to other chefs. If you really want to build a food city, training and recruiting excellent chefs is a must. Dorn can't do everything by himself. Okay, let's try making a butter pan first. After preparing the required materials, Dorn began. Cinnamon, cloves, star anise, cumin, cinnamon, bay leaf, white cardamom, camphor. Dorn put all the spices he had collected so hard into the pot, and stir-fried them over low heat to remove the remaining moisture. After dry frying, these various spices become visibly crispy. At this time, mash them into powder. Add high concentration wine. Stir well and set aside. Later, Dorn brought in the dried chili peppers he had dried. These peppers were carefully selected by Dorn himself. They are large in size and red in color, and they have a lot of capsaicin. Put the dried chilies in a pot under cold water. Cook for 10 minutes. Remove and chop. The chefs in Sichuan and Sichuan call the minced chili peppers prepared by Duo and now civet chili peppers. After doing this, officially start stir-frying. Heat solid butter in a pot until it melts. Add scallions, ginger, and onions. After frying until fragrant, remove the scallions and ginger and discard. At this time, control the fire temperature to a minimum and add glutinous rice cake and pepper. The golden melted butter and the bright red glutinous rice peppers collide in the pot, turning the entire bottom of the pot into a bright color, and oil bubbles bubble up as the temperature rises. After frying for about 10 minutes, stir-fry the glutinous rice cake pepper until slightly brown, and then add the spice powder, sugar, green peppercorns, and high-concentration distilled liquor one after another. The entire stir-frying process took about half an hour. By the time Dunn finished stir-frying the ingredients, the kitchen was already filled with a unique and alluring aroma. After the base material has cooled, put it into a bowl and store it. And finally sprinkle some dried chili peppers on the surface. After the butter solidifies again, A portion of the butter pan is completed. Sneeze. After Dorn finished loading the butter pan, Vivian appeared at the door of the kitchen. Because of the pungent spicy smell in the kitchen, Miss Goblin covered her mouth and sneezed. Dorn, what are you preparing? It smells so spicy. Vivian, who finally adjusted her condition, began to look into the kitchen. The bottom of the pot will be filled with butter. It will be used for hot pot later. Dorn pointed to the big bowl in his hand. Vivian glanced at her angrily, and then withdrew her gaze. That bowl full of oily red color looks very spicy. Does hot pot exist like this? Dawn understood the look in Miss Goblin's eyes and explained. There are spicy pots and non-spicy hot pots, such as mushroom soup pot and tomato pot. I will also prepare these two kinds of pot bases later. When it comes to actually eating, it's okay. When Dorn pronounced the word yuanyang, he did not look for a substitute word from the Dona language, but directly pronounced the Chinese pronunciation with a Dona accent. After all, he always felt that if he didn't say it that way, it wouldn't be that interesting. Yuanyang? Vivian nodded as if she understood. By the way, Vivian, how did you do with the one you were asked to practice? Dorn asked after thinking of something after putting away the bottom of the butter pan. Are they those two small wooden sticks? Yeah. Chopsticks. Dawn nodded. Chopsticks. Chopsticks. Miss Fairy repeated the same thing. When Dawn talked about chopsticks, he also pronounced it as a foreign word with Chinese pronunciation. If these words can be circulated in the Dona Empire, and even the Land of Miracles, with the advent of hot pot in the future, Dawn may become the first person to export Chinese culture to other worlds. Yes, it's a bit difficult. I'm not good at using it yet, Miss Goblin answered truthfully. After closing tonight, Dorn took advantage of his break to give each of the restaurant employees a pair of chopsticks. He also informed and demonstrated the use of chopsticks and the importance of chopsticks to the upcoming hot pot restaurant. Now, except for Vivian, the other employees of the restaurant are in the lobby, picking up a pile of fried soybeans with chopsticks. However, no one has yet been able to successfully pick up soybeans with these two small wooden sticks. If Dorn could have gone to the lobby at this time, he would have seen the funny postures of the employees holding two small wooden sticks, especially Bear Claw and Fat Fox. They had tried and failed many times, and were already sweating on their foreheads. If you practice more, chopsticks are the designated utensils for eating hot pot, Dorn encouraged Vivian. However, he then thought that in the future, more and more indigenous people in the Land of Miracles might have to scratch their heads and practice how to use chopsticks. Otherwise, you might never be able to get hot food when you eat here. When he thought of this, Dorn smiled wickedly. Natives of the Land of Miracles, feel the fear of being dominated by these two magical little sticks. By the way, Dawn, I came here to tell you. Well, I've already thought about what you said last night. Vivian's words brought Dawn back to reality from his evil fantasy. Yes, Dorn responded, waiting for Miss Goblin to continue speaking. I've thought about it. I hope everyone in the restaurant can know my existence. Vivian spoke softly, and then added in a positive tone. This is my own idea. Chapter 86 Before Eating. Let me say a few words. Winter comes. On the first day of winter, perhaps in keeping with the season, it snowed in Eatontown. Snowflakes fell from the silver-gray sky all day long. The entire Eatontown is covered in snow and silver, with a sense of purity and purity everywhere. In the morning, Gonzalez also took Fat Fox, Bear Claw and Amy to build a snowman in front of the Wishing Restaurant. This was the first time Dorn saw snow in another world. To be honest, he was quite excited. It's Chushua from another world. Is there any better time to eat hot pot than today? A few days ago, the workshop at Silver Shield Port had prepared the 20 copper hot pots Dorn needed. After receiving the news, Dorn asked Hyenas to drive a carriage to bring all the copper hot pots back. Previously, Dorn also prepared sufficient hot pot base ingredients. The prerequisites for eating hot pot are already in place. That night, the restaurant employees were sitting around the big table in the hot pot restaurant that had not yet opened, chatting and talking expectantly. Dawn said, "Everyone can try the first hot pot meal today. Hot pot is a special dish with a strange name, strange utensils, and equally strange tableware. Everyone in the restaurant has heard about it, but they have never seen the true face of Lushan. During this period of preparation, the hot pot dish has been stirring everyone's hearts with the attitude of, what you can't get is always in commotion. Everyone's expectations have been raised and everyone is eager to try it. It is worth mentioning that apart from all the employees in the restaurant, among the people who tried the hot pot tonight, There was one more person. Amy's brother Albert. Albert originally came to the restaurant to pick Amy up as usual in the evening. But Dorn stayed behind on the grounds of a team-building dinner and participated in the hot pot trial as an employee's family member. In other words, under normal circumstances, this hot pot meal is for 7 people. But at this moment, 8 sets of bowls and chopsticks were placed on the big table. A space was specially left beside Dorn, and a set of bowls and chopsticks were also placed. Everyone actually noticed this extra space, and everyone had different reactions to it. Gonzalez looked clear. Fat Fox and Amy both looked thoughtful when they saw the empty seat. As for the hyena, I saw it, but it said it didn't matter. Only Xiongjiao and Ban Dao joined the meal, and Albert showed surprise and curiosity at this extra seat, but no one else was there. After scanning everyone's reactions, Dorn looked at the empty seat next to him, and then nodded, as if he was communicating with others. Clang clang. Don tapped his cup lightly with the spoon to attract everyone's attention, and then said, "Well, what about that? Before eating, let me say a few words." This is a very leadership-like beginning of a speech. Everyone fell silent, waiting for Dorn to speak. "I would like to introduce someone to you. Vivian." Don slowed down his voice, brought in emotion, and quickly entered the state of speaking. "Vivian is a very kind and lovely girl, but fate played a little joke on her. No matter what Vivian said or did, others could not hear or see her. She was burdened with the curse of zero existence. She was alone and spent a long time alone. I once asked myself, if I had such a special physique and spent such a long time, it would be difficult to guarantee that I would not do all kinds of outrageous behaviors. But Vivian has never done this. She cares about other people's feelings and ensures that her existence will not scare others, while at the same time, she lives a cautious and hard life. She would communicate with Mr. Gonzalez using notes and exchange her labor for room and board. When she was hit by someone while walking on the street, she would remind herself to pay more attention next time instead of retaliating against the other person. Vivian, she is a really good girl." Don strives to use his words to portray the image of Vivian in his heart to everyone. Dorn. Vivian, who was sitting quietly on the edge, felt some strange feelings in her heart as she listened to Don's words. She felt empty, itchy, sad, and warm at the same time. Perhaps it was Don's emotional speech that was more contagious. During the whole process of his speech, everyone around the dinner table was silent. By the time he finished speaking, Mr. Gonzalez had even started pinching tears from the corners of his eyes. "Miss Vivian is really too strong. It's not easy." At this time, everyone finally came to their senses from Dorn's speech. Among them, the blonde Albert looked at the empty seat next to Don and asked tentatively, "Mr. Don, is Miss Vivian?" "Yes, that's right." Don nodded. "Vivian is sitting next to me at the moment." After Don said this, he nodded to the side, and everyone saw that the pair of chopsticks on the empty position suddenly flew up and stopped in the air. This chopstick was made not long ago by Dorn. Vivian picked it up and everyone could still see it. Seeing the chopsticks flying suddenly, everyone's expressions changed again. Among them, Fat Fox, Amy, and Hyena's expressions did not change much, as if they had more or less noticed Vivian's presence before. The ones who were really shocked and surprised were Xiongjiao and Albert. For both Fat Fox and Hyena, Dorn once mentioned Vivian's name when they encountered a parasitic mushroom and rescued Bear Claw. There is also the mithril ring that Dorn sent Fat Fox to Silver Shield Port to buy. When it was bought back, it looked very plain and simple. But now the ring on Dorn's finger was engraved with simple and mysterious patterns. Finally, combined with the previous rumors about the wishing fairy who can cook in the wishing restaurant, hyenas are not stupid, but fat foxes are even smarter. Through the above, they can more or less guess something. Also, Mr. Albert, Amy, I haven't told you before. In fact, the rescue of Amy from the black mercenaries was mainly due to Vivian. Dorn told the blonde brother and sister. Road. Hearing this, Albert's face became even more surprised, while little Amy still maintained her previous expression. Perhaps, as someone who had personally experienced the battle in the alley, Amy had noticed something early. If I have to say it, this may only be explained by a woman's intuition. Women of any age are not easy to mess with, and little girls like Amy are no exception. But even so, Don's tall image in Amy's heart has not changed. No way. Once a strong first impression of others is buried in your heart, it may be difficult to change it later. The blonde brother and sister both stood up very quickly and solemnly bowed to where Vivian was and thanked them. Vivian said, "You're welcome." Dawn relayed Vivian's words with a smile. Next, everyone in the restaurant took turns to say hello to Vivian, and Dorn conveyed Vivian's meaning. The atmosphere was very harmonious. "Look, there's no need to worry at all. Everyone is very easy to get along with." After the conversation, Dawn said this to Vivian beside him. The goblin lady nodded obediently. Although she was communicating with everyone through Dorn just now, being cared about by so many people all of a sudden made Vivian's cheeks feel hot, and her head even felt dizzy. It's only now calming down. "Dawn!" Vivian's slender hand gently pulled Dawn's sleeve. Thank you." On the other side of the dining table, Albert seemed to have suddenly thought of something and said in surprise, "Since Miss Vivian really exists, that means, Gonzalez, what you said before about the wishing fairy in the restaurant was not made up by you. I didn't make it up in the first place, but you guys don't want to believe me." The store manager felt helpless and agreed. Chapter 87 Chushua's first hot pot meal. After Vivian's existence is officially introduced to everyone, the hot pot can begin. The copper hot pot is brought to the table, and charcoal fire is added to the bottom to heat it up. As the temperature rose, steam began to evaporate from the copper pot. The butter red pot on one side and the bottom of the tomato pot on the other began to churn. When the bottom of the pot is completely boiling, the visual impact of the soup in the butter red pot is obviously stronger. The oily red and shiny soup is rolling violently, and dark red peppers are surging in the soup. The spiciness comes out along with the heat. "It smells so spicy." Amy stared at the rolling red pot, her small nose twitching twice. Vivian next to Dorn was also a little stunned. "If you don't want the food to be too spicy, you can stir-fry the tomato pot. Many ingredients are added to the tomato soup base, which also gives it a unique flavor," Dorn introduced. On the table, all kinds of fresh ingredients prepared by Dorn have been placed. All kinds and dazzling. After all, everything can be hot pot, and the soup base and most ingredients of hot pot can be matched. Seeing everyone gathered around the hot pot, doing nothing but swallowing their saliva, Dorn took the lead and set an example. He picked up a piece of fat beef roll with chopsticks and put it into the hot pot. This fat beef roll was cut directly by Dawn after freezing the beef at low temperatures outdoors. And using his superb knife skills, it was rolled into a thin roll, and it can even be described as crystal clear. The beef itself is of good quality, red and white in color, and has a beautiful frosty texture. After being put into the red soup, the fat beef will stretch out. Within a few seconds, the stretched fat cow shrank into a wavy shape as it was soaked and heated by the hot red soup. "It's not in vain that I have worked hard to prepare for so long." Dorn looked at the transformation of the fat beef rolled in the red pot, feeling happy. After scalding the fat beef, Dorn dipped his plate into the sauce. Since there are not many seasonings to choose from, Dorn prepared a garlic dish for everyone today. Just mince garlic, drizzle with sesame oil, and sprinkle with some chopped green onion and coriander. So simple, yet so classic. When the fat beef enters your mouth, the spicy taste brought by the red pot fills your mouth. After chewing it twice, the meat juices burst out from the tender beef, mixed with the red soup soaked into it, and the garlic aftertaste wrapped in the scent of sesame oil. It was spicy, hot and fragrant. "This tastes right." Dawn nodded with satisfaction. Everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva when they saw Dorn eating the first chopstick. In fact, before, the surging red soup couldn't wait to wrap up the fat cow, which had already aroused everyone's suppressed appetite. It's just that Dorn didn't take the first bite, and everyone still didn't know how the hot pot, a dish that looked very strange and novel, should be tasted. Now, everyone can learn from it. Everyone picked up their chopsticks in unison, because under Dorn's supervision, the employees in the restaurant had worked hard to practice using chopsticks. Although everyone's way of holding chopsticks is still a bit weird at present, they can already manage to pick up food with chopsticks. The only one who struggled was Albert. Before this, the captain of the small town patrol had never seen such magical tableware as chopsticks. Seeing that everyone at the table was skillfully picking up chopsticks to wash their food, he wanted to learn how to do it. But unfortunately, the two small wooden sticks did not obey his command at all, and kept fighting in his hands. Not to mention picking up food. Albert couldn't even control the two chopsticks in his hands. Fortunately, he also has his sister Amy by his side, who can help him wash the cooked food and put it in a bowl. Otherwise, Captain Albert might have no choice but to fight with these two small wooden sticks until dawn tonight in the midst of everyone's laughter. It's so spicy! So fragrant! Delicious! Amy imitated Dorn's example, boiled a piece of fat beef, and put it in her mouth. Yeah! After eating a piece of fat beef, Vivian looked at the boiling hot pot with burning eyes and nodded. Perhaps because of Dorn's demonstration. The two girls, who didn't seem to be able to eat spicy food, also chose the red oil pan when they cooked the fattened beef. After eating a piece of fat beef, both girls picked up a glass of iced lemonade in front of them and took a hearty sip. It was not only spicy but also very refreshing. The drinks done prepared for everyone to go with the hot pot today are ice ale and ice lemonade. Because it is winter, it is not difficult to obtain ice cubes. Just leave the clean water outside for one night. Coupled with the hot atmosphere and temperature of hot pot, drinking cold drinks in winter is not a problem at all, but a kind of enjoyment. After everyone quickly finished sharing a portion of the beef roll, they began to turn their attention to other ingredients. Potatoes, lettuce, mushrooms, fish fillets, and bristle pork that has obviously been marinated. No matter which one, combined with the spicy red oil pot and garlic dish, it will feel good. And that bubbling tomato pot is worth a try too. The charm of hot pot really appeals to all men and women, old and young. Seeing everyone quickly succumb to the taste shock of hot pot, excitedly and clumsily using chopsticks to select various ingredients for the pot, Dorn was very satisfied. However, there is also a fly in the ointment. Because there are several ingredients, no one uses chopsticks. Duck intestines, tripe, and yellow throat are the three treasures of Sichuan hot pot. The three treasures of the hot pot were quietly left on their respective plates. Unwelcome. If placed in the heavenly kingdom on earth, these three ingredients would be fought over when eating Sichuan hot pot. Obviously, I put them all on the plate very nicely. Dorn felt sorry for the three dominant ingredients of Sichuan hot pot in his heart. When Don plated these three ingredients, he placed emerald green and tender lettuce leaves on the bottom of the plate for decoration, and added a mixture of ice water to ensure the freshness and tenderness of the three ingredients. This kind of plating looks attractive. Appetite. But, in the Dona Empire, except for those adventurers and mercenaries who live unruly and willful lives, the general public does not seem to be very accepting of food such as animal offal. This is disrespectful to deliciousness, Don thought, and then took the lead in picking up a piece of tripe. The tripe is put into the red pot, and only needs to be blanched for a short time before being eaten. After dipping it in the sauce, you will feel the smoothness and tenderness in your mouth instantly, and the teeth will feel crispy and elastic after exerting force. Because the tripe is big enough and thin enough. Soaked in red soup, it has a strong flavor, mixed with the unique aroma of meat, and the mouth is full of fresh and spicy pleasure. With a piece of hair in his belly, Dorn rinsed the duck intestines and yellow throat again, and finally picked up his share of ice ale and drank a big gulp happily. This taste tops. Everyone noticed that Don used his chopsticks to eat the three portions of offal. After all, Don is completely authoritative in the hot pot field, and it is difficult for his every move not to be noticed and valued by everyone. Hyena, Fat Fox, and Bear Claw looked at their elder brother's expression of enjoyment, and saliva secreted from their mouths unconsciously. The three hyena brothers were both street children and mercenaries in the past. They were not particularly picky about the ingredients themselves. In addition, they ate the charcoal grilled worms made by Don in the secret forest and tasted the uniqueness of the strange ingredients. Tasty. So the three brothers also used their chopsticks to pick up the three unique ingredients and pour them into the pot. It's delicious! Brother Dorn, this is so delicious! As the duck's intestines entered their mouth, Fat Fox and Bear Claw couldn't hold back their excitement. The hyena was speechless. He imitated Dorn and took a big sip of ice ale. However, the joyful intoxication on his face still betrayed his feelings at the moment. Following the lead of Dorn and his little brothers, others also turned their chopsticks to the hot pot three treasures that were ignored at first. This is right! Don was satisfied now. Chapter 88. Let's have some brains. A hot pot meal for 8 people can last a long time. Everyone was simmering all kinds of food in the steaming copper pot, drinking wine and chatting slightly tipsily, which greatly slowed down the meal. When the meal was almost over, Dorn went to the kitchen again and brought out a portion of fresh ingredients that had been prepared long ago. When he ate hot pot tonight, he deliberately kept his stomach open just to eat the last ingredient, like the ingredients such as Mao Du Huan Ho, This ingredient is also placed on a plate covered with green lettuce leaves, and is also mixed with ice water to keep the ingredients fresh. Brother Dorn. Hiccup. What is this? Bearclaw, the tallest man, saw the plate in Dorn's hand and asked vaguely, smelling of wine. The food on the plate was white, covered with grooves, and had bloodshot eyes. It looked very soft and tender. It looked very familiar at first glance, but the alcohol made Bearclaw's head a little dull, and he wouldn't be able to react for a while. Do you want to try the bristled pig's brain? Dorn calmly returned to his seat and sat down, and put down the plate in his hand. Brain! 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 This time it wasn't just the Bearclaws. Everyone at the table was quite surprised. Brain? Is this thing edible? Yes, but I prefer to call it brain flour. Don said this, then calmly put the brains in the copper colander and sank into the rolling red soup. Everyone looked at each other. Obviously no one dared to try. This is not surprising. After all, even in China, there are many people who are unwilling to try ingredients with a dark aura like Naohua. The reason why I chose to show this brainstorm last was because I was afraid of scaring these unsophisticated natives of another world from the beginning. As for Dorn, as a foodie on Earth, he was willing to try any food put into the diet by humans. And Naohua was no exception. After eating it several times in Sichuan, he even fell in love with the unique texture and taste of this dark ingredient. And, after visiting the Eden market several times, Dorn discovered that the Etonians, or the people of the entire Dorn Empire, did not value the internal organs and brains of animals. After the animal is slaughtered, these parts are basically discarded. Only a few ingredients, such as foie gras, are carefully cooked and served to the table. As a chef, Don deplored and condemned this. This is not fair. This is blatant discrimination against other awful ingredients. Now that they all decided to open a hot pot restaurant, Don decided to save these abandoned ingredients. They also have the right to be eaten. Moreover, on the other hand, ingredients such as duck intestines, yellow throat, and brains are so cheap here at Eden that they are basically free to purchase, which can greatly reduce operating costs. However, it's hard to say whether the prices of these items will increase after Don's hot pot restaurant is launched. The red soup in the red pot is still boiling and hot. The brains that Don put in have been boiling for almost 20 minutes. Under the infiltration and heating of the red soup, they are completely cooked and tasty. So Don used the matching copper colander to quickly fish out the brains. At this time, everyone else silently put down their chopsticks and wine glasses and looked at Dorn quietly. Leave a little bit of the brains aside and dip into a plate of dried chili peppers sprinkled with sesame seeds and crushed peanuts. Entrance. The taste of Naohua is delicate and tender, a bit like soft tofu, because it has been blanched for a long time. The spicy taste of the red soup is very delicious, which well covers the original fat taste of the brain flour, making it soft, fat but not greasy, coupled with the aroma added by the dry dish. The taste experience is actually very good. Brother Dorn, is this brain delicious? Bearclaw asked drunkenly. It's not a question of whether it tastes good or not. It's really that rare kind, a delicacy that only the brave can taste. Dorn fooled him casually. However, Dorn's brave man, deceitful rhetoric actually made the hyena's expression move. Naohua, although it is dark, it is rich in calcium, phosphorus, iron and other trace elements needed by the human body. To a certain extent, it is quite nutritious. Moreover, even if it was a brain before, now in Dorn's eyes, it is just an ingredient. Everyone was silent, only secretly admiring Dorn's courage in their hearts. Even the three hyena brothers, who thought they had made a big breakthrough in the selection of ingredients and were very avant-garde, could only sigh in their hearts. As expected of Brother Dorn, he easily accomplished what we couldn't do. The hot pot is still going on, and everyone continues to cook the last bit of food. Dorn ate this hot pot meal without adding too many monster ingredients. After all, he didn't have any suitable monsters on hand. The ones in the basement must be kept for breeding. The only bristle meat that was used in large quantities. Dorn had long since reached its upper limit of attribute points and had maxed out its skills, so it could no longer extract much value. Therefore, he ate this meal purely to enjoy the delicious food and atmosphere. It can be said that eating is not utilitarian at all. The soup base in the pot was still boiling and bubbling, exuding heat and making a gurgling sound. Everyone took advantage of this hot and tipsy atmosphere to continue eating, drinking, and chatting. Bearclaw. Brother Dorn, do you still have that idiot? What? Want to try it? Bear Claw. No. Let's do it next time. Albert. Mr. Dorn, when do you plan to open this hot pot restaurant? I will definitely bring my brothers from the patrol team to have a good meal. Probably in a week or two. But then you better teach them how to use chopsticks first. Amy. Brother. How to make the hot pot base. Can I also learn? Of course you can learn. I will teach you later. Gonzalez. Little Don. I feel that our hot pot restaurant that allows customers to cook by themselves will definitely make a lot of money. No less than the Wishing restaurant. Probably. But this is just the beginning. Once the hot pot restaurant is successful, we will open a third and fourth new store. Vivian gently pulled Don's sleeve again. After finishing the iced lemonade before taking advantage of the hot atmosphere, Vivian also drank some ice ale. At this moment, the goblin lady's cheeks were red, and she was obviously a little drunk. She looked at Don's face seriously, exhaled gently, and said, Dorn, I want to have hot pot together again in the future. With everyone. With you. The dining atmosphere created by hot pot has always been the most concentrated expression of the Chinese people's yearning for reunion and excitement. And this kind of atmosphere rarely allowed Dorn, who was living alone in a different world, to truly find a sense of belonging called home. Perhaps this is the unique charm contained in food. Snow is still falling outside the hot pot restaurant. There were no pedestrians on the street. The snow was getting thicker and thicker, and the streets were covered with a vast expanse of white. Even under the dim light of the oil lamp at the entrance of the store, one can see a gleam of white. The entire town of Eden was completely white and silent. However, it's cold outside and hot inside. Chapter 89. 42 Silver Coins. It's time for Dorn's hot pot restaurant to be ready for business. Of course, it is necessary to expand manpower before opening the business. Therefore, in the past 2 days, a very eye-catching notice titled, Recruitment Notice, has been posted at the door of the Wishing restaurant. Due to the business needs of our store, we are now recruiting employees for the following positions. There are 5 kitchen helpers, with a basic monthly salary of 5 silver in AR. Requires knowledge of kitchen work. Applicants with apprenticeship experience are preferred. Kitchen assistants need to have basic knife skills. The restaurant chef Dorn will assess the applicant's knife skills and select the best ones for admission. Restaurant waiter. Several. Basic monthly salary of 3 silver nonner. Applicants are required to be between 15 and 24 years old. Have good facial features and be approachable. Requires a sense of responsibility. Team awareness and service awareness. Note, the restaurant will provide room and board for employees, and additional subsidies will be provided to those who do not need room and board. This recruitment notice was naturally written by Don. Some of the words in it may seem a bit awkward to pronounce, but it is not difficult to understand. It is the unique style of this small town chef. Don't look at the salary offered by Dorn, which is only 3 to 5 silver. But he did preliminary research in a small town. In the relatively affluent Dona Empire, the average monthly income of residents is roughly 5 silver nonner. But since it is an average, there must be a large number of people whose income is below the average. In fact, an income of 5 silver nonner a month is enough for people to live a more decent life. For people living outside the towns, the monthly income of a family is less than 2 silver nonner, and they cannot make ends meet. There are many poor families who are struggling to support themselves. In the current era, where the mainstream of society is still feudal, the gap between the rich and the poor is such an insurmountable huge gap. Therefore, Dorn's recruitment notice naturally caused a sensation in the town of Eden and surrounding villages. Have you heard? In Eden town, the chef Dorn of the Wishing restaurant is hiring. He can get 3 to 5 silver coins a month. What else can you say? Provide. Yes. Provide food and accommodation. I knew it earlier. My little Meyer signed up as a waiter a long time ago. If he could work with Chef Dorn, he would definitely be able to get ahead. On the first day, when the recruitment notice was posted, many people came to inquire and apply for the job. The situation was great. Dorn looked at the endless stream of applicants and felt happy. I have expanded the number of jobs in Eden Town and benefited the folks. Right. A few kilometers away from Eden Town, there is an inconspicuous small village. Hanna was walking home after a long day of work. All day today, she has been loading and counting the autumn harvest crops for the nearby farmer Mr. Collin. Hanna's daily income from a day's work was 2 coppers. Yes, only 2 pieces. If she were a boy, she could earn 1 more even with the same workload, because that's what Mr. Collin stipulated. But even with such a meager income, even if she didn't do it, there would still be people in the village rushing to do it. There was thick snow on the road. The moonlight reflected brightly on it, and the snow rustled under my feet. Winter nights are always very cold. It's been winter for several days. Hanna wrapped herself in some thin old cotton and linen clothes that were washed white and let out a breath of white air. Hanna held 2 copper coins tightly in her hand, but her hands were very cold, and she could not hold the 2 copper coins warm. Hanna doesn't like winter. Winter in my memory is always accompanied by cold and hunger. Especially this winter this year. She particularly dislikes it, and is even a little afraid of it. Today is the last batch of autumn harvest crops, Hanna thought. This means that starting from tomorrow, she will no longer have a job that earns 2 copper coins a day. At night in the village, there are never any lights. With the moonlight, Hanna returned to the door of her house. A dilapidated hut measuring more than 10 square meters. This is Hanna's home. After standing at the door for a long time, Hanna took a few deep breaths before walking into the house. Her mother came back earlier than her today and sat at the simple wooden table waiting for her. My father was still lying on the bed, motionless, as if he had fallen asleep. The room was very dark because my mother was reluctant to light the oil lamp. There was not much light in the small space, which made people feel very depressed. Hanna's family of 3 all make a living by helping the farmer, Mr. Colin, do farm work. However, more than a month ago, at the last moment of the autumn harvest, my father was trampled by a frightened horse while carrying crops onto the carriage, broken his left leg. As a result, my father could no longer go out to work and lay at home recuperating from his injuries until today. Later, Mr. Colin paid 20 silver coins as compensation for his father's injury. But this money, when my father needed treatment, dressing changes, and care during this period, had already been spent long ago. Even so, his father's condition still did not improve. Hanna was anxious, but she had no choice but to work harder every day. "You're back? Let's eat," my mother said, her voice full of exhaustion and old age. Hanna sat down at the wooden table without saying a word. Today's dinner is a bowl of wheat porridge, so thin that only a few grains of wheat can be seen. Perhaps it had been on the table for a long time. The wheat porridge was very cold and not warm at all. "Hanna, there is something," Mother spoke again. Her tone was very difficult. "You also know that your father's injury may cost a lot of money. This winter, our family may not be able to do anything about it. Make more money." Hanna said nothing, just nodded. "Mr. Colin, he found me today, told me that he wants to buy you to work as a maid for him." My mother's voice became smaller and quieter. Hanna silently drank the porridge in the bowl, then raised her head, her eyes dull. "How much can he give us?" 42 pieces of silver." Hanna was silent, and the image of Colin began to appear in her mind. He was a greasy man in his 50s, with a rich body, a bald head, yellow teeth, and small inverted triangular eyes that always stared at her lewdly. Hanna knew exactly what it meant to be a maid. If it is bought, it is sold for life. During the day, she has to take care of Colin's food and daily life. And at night, she has to serve the master Colin with all her heart and satisfy any of his needs. Hanna knew that the young girls bought by Colin all ended badly. "The price of 42 silver coins is not bad. I will talk to Mr. Colin tomorrow. I think I should be worth a few more coins." Hanna said this with a very forced smile. "Just 45 silver coins. If I could get so much, I would definitely be able to heal my father's injuries and help my parents get through this difficult winter. That seems to be acceptable." Chapter 90. Let's go to the town together. It was silent inside the small, dark house. After Hanna finished speaking, her mother fell into a long silence. Then, I don't know how long it took, Hanna heard her mother's gentle sobs, and the father on the bed seemed to be sighing softly and turning over with difficulty. "It seems that my father is not asleep yet." "It doesn't matter. Mom, go to Mr. Colin's place. You will have food, clothing, and a place to live. My life will be better. Won't it?" Hanna comforted her mother, but her comfort seemed to have no effect, and her mother's sobs became heavier. "Hanna, you are a good child. Your mother and I are sorry for you." It was my father who spoke this time. He was still lying on the bed motionless. His voice was very weak when he spoke. He took several hard breaths to finish a short sentence. Hanna originally thought that she would cry in this situation, but strangely, she didn't have the slightest urge to cry. "Even though I feel really sad and miserable. More than anything, I feel numb. Isn't the final fate of a poor peasant girl with a slightly pretty appearance just to be bought by a farmer and become a maid? Others were like this. And Hanna thought she would be like this too. Why is she different from others? It's just that Mr. Colin is really not a very good master. But what can be done? Ever since her father was trampled by a horse, Hanna knew that this day would come sooner or later. It might even be better to say that her parents have persisted for a long time. But this persistence is meaningless. If this continues, their family will freeze to death and starve to death in this extremely difficult winter. Ta. I don't know how much time passed, but there was a knock on the simple door. Hanna stood up and opened the door expressionlessly. But Hanna was a little surprised by the people who came in. Elsa, Hanna's best friend since childhood. Although they live in the same village, Elsa's family situation is slightly better than Hanna's. Elsa has an uncle who works as a chef in an ordinary restaurant in Silver Shield Port. 2 years ago, through this uncle's relationship and after spending some money, Aisha was sent to the restaurant in Silver Shield Port as an apprentice. After studying for 2 years, Aisha has been helping in the kitchen of that restaurant. When you are an apprentice, you do not receive any salary, and you are only provided with basic food and accommodation. Until recently, Aisha was promoted from apprentice to assistant cook, and she could receive about 2 silver coins and 30 coppers a month. Elsa? When did you come back? Hanna asked unexpectedly. Hey, I just got home just now. How are you? Did you miss me? Elsa shook off the snowflakes on her shoulders and gave Hanna a hug. Hanna was naturally happy to reunite with her friend after a long absence. But this happiness was far from being able to dilute the sadness and numbness in her heart. If I were as capable as Elsa, would my family still be like this? Hanna thought in her mind. Elsa looked into the room and felt that the atmosphere was awkward and depressing. So she did not go further in, but stood by the door and said low to Hanna's parents. Hanna, I came to you to tell you something. Tomorrow morning, come with me to Eden. There is a wishing restaurant there. Do you know? Hanna nodded. Even she has heard people mention the wishing restaurant, which has become famous recently. It is said to be a restaurant that provides extremely delicious food, and the chef Mr. Dorn's cooking skills are comparable to any royal chef. However, this may not have any intersection with Hanna's life. Hanna felt that she would never have the chance to have a meal at a restaurant in the town. I plan to apply for a job as a cook there. If I give it a month, I can get a full 5 silver coins, Elsa said. Hanna nodded. She could see that her friend was in high spirits, and Elsa couldn't wait to share things with her as soon as she came back. She obviously valued her as a friend. So Hanna was working hard to talk to her friend. However, it's 5 pieces of silver a month. If you can earn this much in a month, you can definitely live in the town. If you can do it yourself, no, you don't need so much. Even if you can earn 2 pieces of silver a month. Then Hanna, you are going to apply for a job as a waiter, and you will get 3 silver coins a month. In the afternoon, I went to the wishing restaurant to inquire in detail whether you are a chef or a waiter. There is a possibility of promotion in the future. If you do well, you will earn more. Me? Elsa, are you talking about me? Hanna was very surprised. She originally thought that her friend just asked her to accompany her to Eden to encourage her to apply for a job as a chef. Yes, of course it's you. 3 pieces of silver a month? Aren't you excited? You can earn much more than working as a farm helper. Besides, Colin's fat pig always looks at us with a leering look. It's not a good thing. Why don't we go to town together? Elsa grew up in the village, and naturally had dealings with the farmer Colin. But I don't know anything, Hanna said hesitantly. But for some reason, her originally numb heart suddenly began to beat strongly, and she felt an inexplicable hope, like a drowning person grasping at the last straw. If there was really a way to help the family survive the winter without having to be Colin's maid. She looked back at her mother, who was still sitting at the wooden table. After hearing Elsa's words, her mother's originally sad expression seemed to change and became less dull. The father lying on the bed still didn't move, but Hanna felt that he seemed to be seriously waiting for Elsa's next reply. It's okay. I asked around in the afternoon. The waiter is responsible for receiving guests in the restaurant. He probably does things like serving dishes and pouring tea. And it seems that there is also pre-job training and so on. In short, Hanna, you're fine, Elsa replied. Pre-job training? I don't know what it means specifically. It seems like we should learn the work content together before working? Aisha scratched her head. As for the requirements for waiters in the recruitment notice, They must have good facial features and be friendly. The little girl helping the kitchen was simply ignored. After all, Hanna totally fits the bill. This good friend of mine still looks pretty good looking as long as he dresses up. In short, he looks better than me. Elsa looked Hanna up and down with the eyes that a man might have learned from Silver Shield Harbor when looking at a woman. At the age of 17, my body has almost grown. And my face, chest, waist and buttocks are all very good. But as she watched, Elsa noticed that Hanna's expression suddenly changed. Don't know why, she cried. Hanna didn't understand why she was crying either. Mingming had no intention of crying before, and he had obviously told himself to accept his fate. But Hanna hugged Elsa at this moment, buried her head in her arms, and started crying. Elsa! Elsa, woo. Suddenly, she could feel her heart beating strongly. Feel alive. Elsa was overwhelmed by this sudden change, and could only gently pat her friend's back. What's wrong? Hanna, don't you want to go to town? Or is someone bullying you? Speak up, and I'll help you teach him a lesson. Hanna didn't answer. She just cried, her thin shoulders twitching as she sobbed. Hanna's parents also sighed. When Elsa first came in, she noticed that the atmosphere in Hanna's house was not right. But she didn't know exactly what happened, because as soon as Elsa returned to the village, she happily came to see Hanna without even returning home. But she could see now that something big had happened to Hanna's family. Chapter 91. I Know Him. Her. Eatontown. Outside the Make-A-Wish restaurant. Today is a rare sunny day with no snow falling. But the snow on the streets has not yet melted. Early in the morning, the street outside the restaurant was filled with people. These people are here to participate in the recruitment. Because today is the day of the recruitment assessment at the Wishing restaurant. And Hanna and Elsa are naturally among the crowd. At about 7 a.m., the door of the restaurant opened, and a tall, strange man with heavy makeup on his face walked out. Everyone is here so early, the strange man said, and then took out a piece of paper. It's not too late. I have the list of people who signed up before. When your name is called, please come to the kitchen with me and accept Little Dorn's assessment. Does this man call Mr. Don Little Don? The name the man called included Aisha. It seemed that they were preparing to evaluate the people who would help the cook. Then I'll go in first. Hanna. Well, come on. Hanna gave her friend a hug. There were about 17 or 8 people who applied for the position of kitchen assistant. Seeing Elsa disappear into the Wishing restaurant, Hanna felt a little nervous for her. She sincerely hopes that her good friend can become one of the 5 assistant chefs at the Wishing restaurant. At this time, the shop door behind everyone also opened, and 2 boys came out. One was chubby, and the other was muscular. Hanna felt that these 2 boys were several years younger than herself. Everyone who is applying for the waiter position, please go to the store and wait patiently. The fat boy said this. Are they also the employees of the restaurant? So young. Hanna was a little confused, but she still followed the crowd and walked into the store behind her. Hanna has already learned about it before. This store is the new store that the Wishing restaurant is planning to operate. If she successfully becomes a waiter, she will probably work here in the future. This new store is very large, more than twice as big as the Wishing restaurant. Brand new tables and chairs are neatly arranged, and the store is spacious and bright. It would be great if I could work here. Hanna sat alone in a corner of the restaurant. Then, she began to look at the competitors in the store. They were all young boys and girls. About 50 of them, with energetic faces. Many of them were neatly dressed and gathered in groups, discussing something heatedly. Just by looking at the looks of these people, Hanna knew that they were all from the town. Hanna sat alone in the corner, rubbing her worn cotton and linen coat with her fingers. Seeing those young people in the town, she felt a little inferior. The waiting time was always very long, and as time passed by, Hanna felt her heart beating harder and harder. I don't know how long it took, but there was movement at the Wishing restaurant opposite. Those who had previously applied for the job as chefs began to walk out one after another. Some were dejected, while others were excited. Just by looking at it, you can tell who made the cut and who didn't. Elsa was one of the last ones to come out, with a look of joy on her face. Obviously she had successfully obtained the position. The little cook girl walked out of the Wishing restaurant, looked around the street for a while, then walked straight into the hot pot restaurant and found Hanna sitting in the corner. Hanna! Hanna! Let me tell you, I was scared to death just now. When Mr. Dorn finally announced the choice of chef, my heart almost jumped out of my chest. Fortunately, I was the last one. Hee hee. And that Mr. Dorn. I heard how powerful he was, and I thought he would be a staid old man. But it turns out he is a good-looking black-haired guy. And more. Mr. Don has a super good character. The chefs and chefs I met before all had a fierce face all day long, yelling at apprentices and assistant chefs. But Don, sir, he just kept smiling at us. Finally, Mr. Dorn praised my potato slices for being so good. Hee. The assessment that Dorn arranged for these helpers was just their knife skills, asking them to slice and shred potatoes and carrots, and asked them to cut bristles as thinly as possible. And so on. And 2 years of serious apprenticeship experience have made Aisha's knife skills completely passable. Elsa chattered without listening. But Hanna just listened the whole time, feeling her friend's joy, which made her own nervousness seem to dissipate a little. After a while, the burly man with heavy makeup walked in. Elsa stuck out her tongue. That Mr. Gonzalez is here! Hanna, come on! I'm going out first. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. Next, Little Dorn will select among you suitable people to become waiters in our restaurant. Come on, everyone, Gonzalez said. Hanna tried to calm herself down and make herself less nervous. Then, she saw another person walking in outside the door. After seeing this person, Hanna, who had rarely calmed down a little, was completely confused. Mr. Dorn is a good-looking black-haired guy. The words Elsa just said echoed in her ears. He has black hair and black eyes, a gentle and sunny smile on his face, a tall and straight figure, and capable movements. Judging from the appearance, he is indeed as beautiful as Elsa said. But this Mr. Dorn, she has seen it before. A few months ago, that strange man who verbally harassed me on the road. Was he Mr. Don? How so? When Hanna saw Dorn, she was like a rabbit seeing an eagle. With a little instinctive fear, there was nothing she could do about it. The first impression that Dorn left on her was really too deep and strong. Don walked into the hot pot restaurant and took a quick look at the young people waiting inside. Everyone is in good spirits. Don nodded with satisfaction, and then said, Everyone, thank you for coming to participate in our store's recruitment assessment. Because there are a lot of people applying for the waiter position, I have prepared a small test for you. As Dorn spoke, the bear claws and fat fox beside him began to move, and distributed pairs of chopsticks to everyone's hands. This thing is called chopsticks. It is a piece of tableware that is crucial to the opening of our new store. Next, I will show you how to use chopsticks. The one who masters the skills first will be hired. As Dorn spoke, he continued to scan the people in the restaurant with his eyes. Suddenly, he saw a somewhat familiar figure, his eyes fixed. Have you seen that girl? Wait a minute. Isn't this the NPC I first met on the road? Oh, no. It's not an NPC. It's a real person. It seems to be called Hanna? Perhaps feeling Dawn's gaze, Hanna trembled slightly and lowered her head. Dawn? Oh my god. It looks like it scared people quite a bit at first. Dawn was a little scared. But luckily she didn't have the brain to take off her pants or take off someone's skirt. Otherwise, the society would be dead now. I'm afraid I have to pack my things, leave this town, and start a new life where no one knows me. Ahem. What about that? Look carefully. This is how chopsticks are used. Don resisted the embarrassment and the urge to dig his toes on the floor, turned his attention away from Hanna, and showed everyone how to use chopsticks. Then, he left the exam questions behind and prepared to leave calmly. Before leaving the house, Don glanced at Hanna one more time. I don't know why, but I always feel that this girl named Hanna has a somewhat sad and numb look on her face. When I first met her, she didn't seem like this. She was much more energetic than she is now. Did something happen? Dorn thought in his mind, and then walked out of the hot pot restaurant. The question Don left behind was, of course, stir-fried soybeans. Whoever pinches it will be shortlisted. Gonzalez, Fat Fox and the others were watching. But it was time for Dorn to go back to the Wishing restaurant to prepare today's rotating signature dishes. Hanna looked at the chopsticks in her hands. Forced myself to put Mr. Dorn's matter aside for the time being. After all, she and her family really need this job. Put in soybeans? Hanna and 7 or 8 candidates gathered around a large table, looking at the plate of soybeans on the table. Some people started to use chopsticks in weird and clumsy gestures, even though Mr. Don said that these chopsticks are very important tableware for the new store. It always feels a bit childish to select someone who can pick up soybeans. But Hanna had no choice, because this small, inconspicuous soybean might directly change the trajectory of her life. So, Hanna tried to imitate what Dawn had demonstrated before, picked up the chopsticks, and shot at the soybeans. Chapter 92. Will Mr. Dorn be a good person? East side of Eatontown at night. This place is already close to the outermost edge of Eaton, and the houses located in this area are very old. Judging from the distribution of Eatontown, the west side of the town, where the townhouses where the Albert brothers and sisters live, is considered a gathering place for the wealthier families in the town. On the east side, people with lower economic levels live there. There is a large and conspicuous two-story brick building in this area, which is the staff dormitory rented by Dorn. Hanna held her packed clothes and luggage and walked with Elsa on the streets of the town at night. The horseshoe lanterns hanging outside the houses along the way are dim, but warm in winter. On the streets of the small town, someone specially swept the snow during the day. The snow was piled on both sides of the street, exposing the stone pavement. There was no need to worry about slipping when stepping on it. Living in the town. Hanna let out a breath and thought to herself. Elsa was happily talking to Hanna the whole time. But Hanna didn't really listen. She just nodded and repeated words like, yeah, and, indeed. There was nothing she could do. After all, she still hadn't calmed down yet. In this way, he actually became an employee of the restaurant and received the next 3 silver coins per month. Hanna was the 9th person today who successfully picked up soybeans with chopsticks. When the fat fox next to her saw it, she recorded her name and said, "Congratulations," to her in a mature tone. That's how the recruitment ended. Everything is like a dream. Moreover, there are 3 silver coins a month. A total of 3 coins. The brick building in front is the dormitory for the employees. When Hanna and Elsa walked to the building, they saw several other young men and women carrying luggage in and out. These people all looked familiar. After getting their positions, Mr. Dorn called everyone together and spoke again. Hanna, who was in a state of uncertainty at the time, couldn't quite hear what was specifically said. At the door, the familiar employees greeted Hanna and Elsa friendly. The 2 little girls also responded politely. This is how a new life begins. The entire staff dormitory is very large, with 4 rooms on the top and bottom. According to Dorn's plan for the employee dormitories, the first floor is for male employees, and the second floor is for female employees. The room is equipped with a double wooden bed with bunk beds. Dorn specially asked a carpenter in the town to make it to maximize the use of the space in the room. One room can accommodate 6 people. With the current number of 5 chefs and 18 waiters recruited by the restaurant, they are far from satisfied. Not to mention that 5 of the employees are locals in Eatontown and do not need accommodation arrangements. Instead, they receive an accommodation subsidy of 50 copper nares a month. All the doors in the dormitory rooms can be locked internally. When there are more people in the future, we will consider separate buildings for men and women. Hanna and Elsa chose the innermost room on the second floor to stay in. They shared the same bunk bed. However, due to the small number of people, only 2 of them live in this 6-person dormitory for the time being. Hanna and Elsa each packed their beds and luggage. During this period, Hanna also brought out 2 new clothes. These were issued uniformly in the restaurant in the afternoon. They were said to be called uniforms. According to what Mr. Dorn said, you must wear this uniform when working. The clothes are a dark cotton coat and trousers. Brand new, soft to the touch, and definitely warm when worn. There is also a donut character embroidered on the left chest of the coat. Hanna didn't know many characters, but she still recognized this character. 9. It seems that this number will be her waiter number from now on. I feel that Mr. Dorn's way of managing us is very novel. I have never heard of the staff dormitories, uniforms, and numbers in Silver Shield Port. Maybe he came up with it all by himself. Seeing Hanna holding her uniform in a daze, Urza said this. She also received her own kitchen uniform in the afternoon, which was a white cotton suit with a chef's hat. It was a relatively common chef attire, not that special compared to Hanna's. Hanna glanced at her friend. So these things are very novel? Hanna didn't know. After all, she had never left the village before. However, this restaurant is indeed much better than the restaurant I stayed at in Silver Shield Port. It's great that I can choose to come back. I feel that following Mr. Dorn, we will definitely make a lot of money in the future. The little girl who helped the cook, I was a little excited as I talked. Hanna just nodded. After a while, the 2 tidied up the room. I'm so tired. I'm sweating. Hanna, let's go downstairs and take a shower, Elsa suggested. Want to take a shower? Yes. Mr. Dorn said in the afternoon that a room on the first floor is not for people to live in, but is a bathroom. Hot water can be heated in it, And there is also a bathtub. We can wash clothes and take a bath there. Did you talk about this in the afternoon? Hanna was still a little confused. So Ishara took her hand and dragged her downstairs. The large room on the innermost side of the first floor is the bathroom. After Don rented the house, he immediately hired a craftsman to quickly renovate the room so that it could function as a bathroom. The current bathroom is divided into 2 separate compartments. One for men and one for women. Elsa pulled Hanna into the women's side. The hot water is boiled and poured into the tub. Steaming. The 2 little girls took off their clothes and soaked in a tub. The tub is not too big, so there will inevitably be skin-to-skin contact between 2 people. But neither of them will be embarrassed. Soaking in hot water and relying on the light of the oil lamp. Elsa looked at her friend's figure with interest. Weak-colored, healthy skin, and a plump figure that is turned from budding to blooming. Looking back at herself, she has not been exposed to farm work for a long time, and her skin color is much fairer than Hanna's. However, in terms of figure, she still looks a bit immature. I really envy Hanna. When will I be like you? Elsa sighed. Hee. I'm complimenting you. Elsa pinched Hanna's waist as if to be a prank. It felt good and made the other girl cry out softly. After playing around for a while, Elsa shook her wet short hair, thought of something, and said angrily, Colin, that disgusting fat pig, actually plans to buy you home. What a beautiful idea he has. Bah! Luckily Hanna got the job and didn't let that disgusting guy get his way. Praise Mr. Don. Hanna said nothing. When she talked about Colin, she thought of her parents again. After the recruitment ended in the afternoon, Hanna and Elsa went back to the village and told their parents the good news. Hanna's parents are sincerely happy for their daughter. However, even if Hanna now gets the job that pays $3 silver a month, she will have to wait a month before she actually gets the money. There is not much money left at home. And my father is injured. Thinking of this, Hanna couldn't help but feel worried. Wow. The water splashes. Elsa noticed the expression on her friend's face, moved closer to her friend, and then put her hand on Hanna's smooth shoulder. Hanna, I've thought about it. How about I lend you my future reward of 5 silver coins? Anyway, there is food and accommodation here, and there is nothing to spend money on. After Elsa learned about the affairs of Hanna's family before, she had already lent a few coins that she had saved as a cook to Hanna's family. As Elsa talked, she thought, however, Uncle's injury will cost a lot of money. Let me think about it. How about this? How about we find Mr. Dorn and advance part of the reward first? Advance payment? Hanna was confused. Yeah. How about asking him to pay half a year's salary in advance? Our income for 2.5 years was originally 48 silver coins. But after we work for half a year, we only need 40 silver coins. I think Mr. Dorn and Mr. Gonzalez are both good people who are easy to talk to. They should agree. Right? Hanna remained silent, took a breath, squatted down slightly, and submerged half of her face into the water, leaving only her eyes exposed. Urza's suggestion might be a good idea. However, she didn't want to drag her friend into trouble anymore. Elsa had already done a lot for her. Use your own remuneration to advance for half a year, or Mr. Don will be gracious and advance for a year. And you are willing to reduce your original income of 36 silver coins to 30 coins. With this amount of money, I should be able to ensure that my parents survive this winter and take care of my father's injuries. As for what Elsa said, Mr. Dorn is a good man. Hanna couldn't help but feel a little scared when she thought of Dorn, and almost choked on the bath water for 2 people. Could Mr. Don, who said a lot of strange things to her when they first met, really be a good person? Chapter 93. Welcome to the Light Pro Make-A-Wish restaurant. Gonzalez woke up very early today and was calculating something behind the bar early in the morning. When it was almost time for breakfast, Dorn yawned and slowly came down from the 2nd floor. Good morning, little Dorn. Gonzalez raised his head, said low, then lowered his head to continue settling accounts. Good morning, Mr. Gonzalez. You seem to have woken up very early today. Yes. We are calculating the expenses we have spent on new employees recently. It's not my fault, shouted Don. The money spent on new employees seems to be a bit too much. Can it be less? Dorn just rents the staff dormitory, and the annual rent is 65 silver. In addition, there is the need to renovate the bathroom, purchase corresponding dormitory supplies, and finally the cost of making uniforms. When all these are added up, the cost is almost 1 gold. This is a necessary initial investment. Dorn yawned again. obviously not taking it too seriously. We aim to build a high-service hot pot restaurant. If we don't let the employees live a better life, they will. How can I have the energy to entertain guests properly? Gonzalez thought for a while and finally nodded. There were several words in Don's sentence that the store manager didn't quite understand. But I always think what he said makes sense. Don returned the smile to the store manager and then went straight to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. He still had a lot of things to do today. Eat a full meal in the morning. When he reached the door of the restaurant, Don turned around and said, "By the way, Mr. Manager, remember to eat less in the morning. And tell the hyenas and the three brothers to eat less too later." Gonzalez? After breakfast, Don summoned the new employees. The chefs didn't have much for Dorn to worry about. After all, they had personally tested their knife skills. Dorn spent some time instructing them on how to handle special ingredients such as tripe, yellow throat, duck intestines, and chicken gizzards, and then left them in the kitchen to practice on their own. As for the waiters, Dorn was very busy. Dorn was going to start a training camp for them in the morning. In the hot pot restaurant, the first batch of waiters were dressed in uniforms and lined up in the lobby. Don's eyes looked around everyone, and when his eyes passed Hanna, the girl did not lower her head in fear like before. Instead, he tried to muster up courage and stood up straight. She's not afraid of me anymore? Dawn thought to herself. However, he didn't pay much attention to this small change. Okay, everyone. In the next few days, you will all undergo pre-job training. Only after you have mastered proficient business skills can you start working. Dorn began to lecture. The job of a waiter is not difficult to say. In our hot pot restaurant, it is nothing more than guiding guests to sit down, patiently waiting for them to order, then passing the menu to the kitchen, and then delivering the corresponding ingredients to the guest's table. However, it is not so easy to do such a simple thing well, because what we want to do is not an ordinary restaurant, but a unique restaurant with a high level of service awareness that allows guests to feel at home and as warm as home. The waiters looked at each other. It doesn't matter if you don't understand it now. Don smiled gently. I will demonstrate it later and provide one-on-one guidance later. The waiters started nodding. Then, Mr. Gonzalez, and the three of you, little hyena, will play the role of guests. I will receive you with the service attitude that a waiter should have. I hope everyone will watch and learn well. Dorn said. Ah? Me? The four people named were all a little confused. Don didn't say anything about this happening before. Right. But there is no way. Whatever he says will be whatever it is. Next, as Dorn said, he really started from the guest entrance, played the role of waiter, and received the four Gonzalez people. At first, the store manager and others were a little uncomfortable with it. After all, so many people were watching. But under Dorn's warm hospitality, earnest reminders, and gentle smiles that felt like a spring breeze, they gradually found their state, as if they were really guests coming to the restaurant to eat. Dorn will enthusiastically and patiently introduce various ingredients to several guests when ordering. After the ingredients are on the table, they will help you put them in the pot. And you also have to be particular about which dishes should be put in the pot first, and which dishes should be put in the pot last. After the ingredients are put in the pot, you will be reminded about how long it will take to cook the ingredients before they can be eaten. During the meal, Dorn would also take the initiative to replenish drinks and fruits for the guests from time to time. In short, Gonzalez and the others finally understood what the feeling at home, as warm as home, that Don said was really like. As for why Dorn is so skilled, of course it's because during the Earth period, when I had dinner with friends, I went to that hot pot restaurant called Hadaleo for many meals. The more you read, the more you will learn it naturally. Moreover, Don's performance is real. In other words, Gonzalez and the others really had a hot pot meal under Don's personal reception. Under Dorn's reminder before, they had saved their stomachs when eating breakfast. And suddenly they had a hot pot meal. And it seemed that they had made a profit. As for the waiters, seeing the boiling hot pot for the first time, the rich aroma, the novel eating method, and the various ingredients boiling in the soup base made them salivate. However, they did not forget that their main task was to study. In addition, they had eaten quite full in the morning, so they could barely resist the temptation of this hot pot meal. After eating and drinking, Gonzalez and the others sat down to rest with happy faces. Okay, that's basically it. Dorn finished his service performance. Do you understand? The waiter swallowed and nodded. Don't worry. As for the hot pot, We will definitely let everyone try it before it is officially opened, Dorn said. After all, he didn't want to see the waiters swallowing their saliva and looking eager to entertain the customers after the hot pot restaurant opened. Now, the new employees are excited. Is that kind of food something people like me can enjoy? Mr. Don is such a good man. Okay, now you will be divided into two groups. According to what I just demonstrated, one will act as a guest and the other as a waiter, and simulate the situation without real objects. I will watch from the side and point out the shortcomings. Don said this, and then seemed to think of something and added, by the way, let's add a little more. When guests come in, everyone who is free should shout welcome in unison. Come. Say with me, welcome Lin. The ending of Dorn's, welcome light Lin, is gentle and high-pitched. But it sounds very strange. The waiters were confused. Read it. Welcome. It's boring. You can't hear it at all. Try it again. Dorn was not satisfied. The waiters had no other choice but to suppress the shame in their hearts and imitate Don's slightly strange tone just now. Welcome light Lin. Well, very energetic. Don nodded with satisfaction. When guests come in from now on, remember to say H, low like this. The waiters began to practice in groups. At this time, Gonzalez walked over and whispered to Don. Little Dorn, why do you let them talk like that? The ending sounds a bit unique. Don! Mr. Store Manager, you are the person who has the least right to say this. Right. Obviously, the ending tone of your speech is also very unique. In fact, the reason why Don taught the waiters to shout like this was entirely to satisfy his own sudden willfulness. This kind of accent can make him feel like he's back to eating in a Chinese restaurant. A bit nostalgic. However, from another perspective, shouting like this is also very recognizable. Isn't it? Don did not elaborate on the reason, but just waved his hand to the store manager. Don't ask. Asking is the corporate culture. Chapter 94. This is mental damage fee. The wishing restaurant is closed. Today's waiter training is also over. In the morning, these waiters practice service awareness under Don's on-site supervision and guidance. After Don went to work at the wishing restaurant in the afternoon, they practiced using chopsticks at the hot pot restaurant. If this continues, I believe that after a few days of training, these waiters will be able to take up their posts, and the hot pot restaurant will be officially open for business. After closing, Dorn and Gonzalez had a small chat, because after returning to Eton from Dorn, the manager and Fat Fox had just calculated the profit of the wishing restaurant in the previous month. A whole 10 gold nuggets. It's twice as much as previously estimated. Among them, 6 gold nars were business income. The remaining 4 came from tips from guests. Due to the growing reputation and influence of the wishing restaurant, many wealthy people from Silver Shield Harbor have come to Eton recently to have a meal. After tasting Don's craftsmanship, most of these wealthy people would leave rewards in a high-profile or low-profile manner. The high-profile ones will go directly to the bar and reward them with money, while the low-key ones will put a few silver coins under the plate after finishing their meal. Because the fees at wishing restaurants are basically not too high, a large number of wealthy people will use this method to show their uniqueness. Of course, there are also some people who sincerely express their appreciation and affirmation of Don's cooking skills. Anyway, regardless of their original intentions, Don was not disgusted by this behavior. You're a bastard who doesn't make money. In the restaurant kitchen, Don is taking Vivian and Amy to demonstrate several methods of frying hot pot base ingredients. Currently, Vivian and Amy are considered Dorn's direct disciples in terms of cooking. Among them, Miss Goblin's talent in cooking is quite high. Don believes that if she is properly cultivated, she might have the opportunity to grow into a unique chef in cooking. As for little Amy, the situation is not so optimistic. This little girl's talent and comprehension in cooking are mediocre. However, considering that Amy's original intention of coming to the restaurant to help was to relieve her own stress, and she is an extremely hardworking and serious child, as long as she still wants to learn, Don doesn't mind teaching her well. In the future, Dorn also plans to recruit some talented chefs from the kitchen staff or attract and train them from other places. After all, if you really want to build a unique food city, the participation of excellent chefs is indispensable. After finishing a tomato pot soup base, both Vivian and Amy recorded what they should pay attention to during the process. At this time, there was a knock on the kitchen door. Come in. Dorn turned around. The person who opened the door and came in, to Don's surprise, was Hanna. Didn't today's waiter training end early? Why didn't she go back to the dormitory? At the same time, Dawn noticed that the girl's hair was a little wet, as if it had just been washed. Mr. Dawn, Mr. Gonzalez said. I can knock on the door and come in to find you. Hanna's tone was timid. She glanced at Dawn and then glanced at the ground. Cautiously, I'm disturbing you. Did you? No. Dawn shook his head. It seems that the little girl Hanna is still very afraid of herself. If you can look directly at yourself during the day, when there are many people, you probably have done your best. When I first arrived in the different world, I couldn't understand the situation, said a lot of strange things, and scared you, leaving you with a certain psychological shadow. I'm really sorry. Dawn silently apologized to Hanna. But how to express these apology words? Dawn has not yet thought of it. It is estimated that it will take the right time and create the right context to reflect sincerity. Mr. Dorn, I have something to ask you, Hanna said in a confused tone. Dawn nodded when he heard this, then bent down and patted Amy's head gently. Let's learn here tonight. Amy will go to Mr. Gonzalez's place to rest for a while. I guess your brother will come to pick you up soon. Oh. Amy nodded obediently. After giving Hanna a suspicious look, he obediently closed the kitchen door for Dawn and left. As for Vivian, she still stayed in the kitchen. Anyway, Hanna didn't know her existence and couldn't see her. And the other party didn't say that the two of them had to communicate alone. Hanna looked at the closed door behind her and took a deep breath. Mr. Dorn, can you advance part of my future remuneration? What happened? Dawn thought of the first time she met Hanna and how she had changed now. That's it. My family. Hanna told Dawn everything that happened in her family from beginning to end. Dawn did not interrupt her and listened quietly. From the way she spoke, it didn't look like those things were made up. At the end, Dawn and Vivian looked at each other. Judging from Miss Goblin's expression, she seems to be very sympathetic to Hanna's experience. I understand. Let's do this. I'll give you 1 year's salary in advance. And I'll tell Mr. Gonzalez later. Dawn thought briefly for a while and said, Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dorn. Hanna was very excited. I didn't expect the other party to agree to my request so easily. Maybe as Elsa said, this Mr. Dorn is actually a very kind and good man. At the same time, she was ready to speak again, proposing that she only wanted 30 silver coins. There must be some price to pay for letting the other party advance a year's salary for no reason. Even Hanna understands this very well. But before she could speak, she heard Dawn's voice continuing. I'll give you 45 silver coins. Hanna was stunned. It was clear that she had received a year's salary in advance. Didn't the amount of money that Mr. Dorn gave her increase instead of decrease? And there are so many more. Mr. Dorn, I only need 1 year's salary. Hanna repeated her request. I know. You don't need to pay back the extra 9 coins. Just deduct them from my money. Dorn waved his hand. In fact, these extra 9 coins are compensation for scaring you before. It's considered mental damages. Dawn did not say this sincerely. Speaking of which, Dawn and this girl named Hanna are quite destined. After all, the first person he met after coming to the Land of Miracles was Hanna. It was also through his conversation with Hanna that he had the idea to verify whether this world was a game or real. Therefore, since something happened to this girl's family, Dorn would still help if he could. Besides, it was only 45 pieces of silver. For Dorn, who was currently making a lot of money, it was just a drop in the bucket. What's more, Hanna said that most of the money was paid in advance and had to be paid back slowly by working part-time. Hanna looked shocked, but speechless. Originally, Dorn could advance her 30 silver coins as her salary for the next year, which would have made this peasant girl burst into tears of gratitude. But Dorn gave more money, and according to his wishes, the extra money did not even need to be paid back. Mr. Don, why did he do this? After dealing with people like Farmer Colin for a long time, Hanna understood the truth early on that no one would be nice to herself without any reason. Of course, friends like Aisha are another matter. After all, the help between the two is based on a close and solid friendship. But although this Mr. Dorn is his employer, the two of them are just strangers who have never met each other. If Mr. Don achieves this level, he must pay a price that satisfies him. Right? Hanna was a little flustered and nervous. Chapter 95 Cross-Server Chat. Hanna remained silent though. But Don continued. You said your father was seriously injured. Right. Considering that the weather is getting colder and colder, your father needs a warmer environment and adequate nutrition to recuperate. Right. Well, let's bring your father to Eton tomorrow. I'm quite familiar with Mr. Fleming at the clinic. We can arrange for your father to live there and get better care. If 45 silver coins are not enough, you can talk to me later and I will help you advance the payment. If you want to pay it back, you can pay it back slowly in the future. Mr. Fleming was acquainted by Don when he was injured in a bear claw. At that time, Sean also brought him a mushroom soup to express his gratitude for taking care of his little brother. The doctor, who looked a bit old-fashioned, fell in love on the spot after drinking the soup. He looked like he wanted to fight with Dorn. After Don thought about what else he could do, he added, "If your mother wants to come and take care of her, she can stay in the staff dormitory for the time being. The place is definitely not full anyway." In fact, Don took such good care of Hanna and felt that he was destined to this girl. In addition, the things Don said seemed to be a lot, but it hardly took much energy and time for him to do them. It's nothing more than arranging for hyenas and bear claws to run errands, and then spending some money to get it done. Just a few sentences. Finally, after all, Hanna is already a restaurant employee. If the employees have difficulties in life, Don will still try to help them. In this way, employees can gain loyalty and a sense of belonging, and they will definitely be more dedicated in the future, and strive to contribute to the development of the restaurant and shine. What could make Dorn, the boss, happier than this? So, when it comes to employee management, Dorn is very good at it. Hanna lowered her head the whole time as she listened to Don's words. Her breathing could be heard very clearly, as if she was using this method to control and calm her current emotions. Along with the frequency of her breathing, her body was also twitching slightly. Don? Is this girl so moved? After Don finished speaking, Hanna's downcast face was once again filled with fear in addition to nervousness. Just like when I first met Dorn. Like a helpless lamb thrown to the ground by a hungry wolf. The help Don was willing to provide was very thorough and considerate to Hanna, which was great. It was so good that she couldn't believe that this was really just a kind and selfless help. What's more, the first impression Don left on this girl was really not a good one. Hanna still can't forget the strange harassing words Don said to her that day, as well as the look in his eyes that day. From top to bottom. Look at every part of your body inch by inch. That look makes Hanna shudder when she thinks about it now. This Mr. Dorn really doesn't seem like a selfless good man. What does he want to achieve this for himself? What can I give him? Hanna somewhat had the answer in her mind. Mr. Dorn, what do you need me to do for you? Trying not to let her voice tremble, Hanna asked with the last trace of luck. As long as you work hard here, it will be fine. Dorn replied matter-of-factly. As long as you are willing to work hard. As the boss, I will have a better future. Work? Hanna doubted her ears. Is it just like this? No. Not possible. Following her original train of thought and speculation about Dorn, Hanna quickly figured it out. In the village, when talking about the girls bought by Colin occasionally, someone would also mention the maid's night job, the maid's special job, and so on to refer to those things. This Mr. Don means the same thing. Right? But, here? Hanna looked awkwardly at the kitchen where she thought there were only 2 people, but there were actually 3 people, and confirmed with Don. Oh? Yes. Here. Dorn was a little confused and didn't react very well, but he still nodded. Where would you like to be if you weren't working in a restaurant? However, something seems weird. I always feel like Hanna is talking about something that has nothing to do with her own thoughts. What's going on? I understand. Hanna nodded. I will do it. Hanna had heard about the experiences of girls who had been bought by Colin. That Colin would be on a running carriage in a wheat field, forcing those girls to do many things they didn't want to do. He would humiliate them viciously, in all kinds of horrific ways. These rich people always have some hobbies and bad tastes that she can't understand. The Mr. Dorn in front of him, apart from being good-looking, is indeed no different from the farmer Colin. I don't know why, but after Hanna received Dorn's confirmation, her mood became calmer. Or in other words, she became numb. All the complicated expressions on her face disappeared, and her eyes became hollow, like a lifeless puppet being manipulated by strings. Sure enough, it still has to be like this, but at the very least, the conditions offered by Mr. Dorn are much better than Colin's. The price to pay may also be much smaller. Mr. Dorn, I took a good bath before coming here. I hope you don't mind it. Also, I have no experience. If you can, please be gentle. Thank you for your generous help to me and my family. Spend this winter, Hanna said. In fact, she had already prepared for the worst before coming. Dawn? What the HL? Are we really chatting in the same channel? There is also, have a good bath. Be gentle. These words are wrong. Very wrong. Dawn didn't wait for a complete reaction. Hanna started to unbutton the buttons on her uniform. 1, 2. The girl exposed her smooth, wheat-colored neck, as well as her thin shoulders and collarbones. Hanna was ready to continue. At this time, Dawn had already stepped in front of her and held the girl's hand on her chest. In order to stop Hanna, in order to prevent the situation from developing in a strange direction, Dawn even used dexterity just now. Hanna's hand was cold, and she was trembling slightly when she was held by Dawn. What are you doing? Dawn was shocked beyond measure. I have nothing else to repay Mr. Dorn for. That's not the case. It's not like, but you just said, let me work well for you here. Hanna looked at Dorn blankly. Huh? Dawn finally understood the series of unnatural reactions Hanna had when she was talking to him just now. But? The word work sounds so rich to you. Why would you think that way? And this is the kitchen. Right. Do you people from another world play such a big game? Chapter 96 Hot Pot Restaurant Opening. Work. Work. What I'm talking about is a normal job at a restaurant. Doing a good job as a waiter. Being optimistic, healthy, and positive. Dawn calmed down a little and explained. What just happened had a really big impact on him. Why does this happen? Obviously, the two pleasant things of helping others and gaining the loyalty of employees should be added together. And we should get double the happiness. Why does it become like this? Just working in a restaurant. Hanna's expression began to look astonished. It's really just work. Nothing else. Duo-In felt very tired. You. The expression on Hanna's face finally no longer looked like a puppet. After realizing that things were not what she thought before, her expression became extremely flustered and vivid. Then, Dawn saw a magical scene that he would never forget for a long time. The girl in front of her, whose clothes were slightly messy, started from her exposed collarbone and neck, as if hot steam was rising up, and the crimson color rose all the way until her entire face was red. The few small and lively freckles on both sides of the nose decorate the red face, which looks very strange. This was the first time that Dawn had seen someone blush so quickly, so completely, and so layeredly. I said, how about you first? Before Dawn could say anything, Hanna was seen moving. I'm so sorry. Mr. Dorn. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. 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 She apologized and bowed desperately. Dawn could only look away angrily. Please be careful. Can you arrange your collar first when bowing? Later. It took Dawn a long time to calm down Hanna's emotions. Moreover, he called Gonzalez and gave Hanna the 45 silver coins he promised to advance directly to her. The matter of bringing Hanna's father to the town to recover from his injuries was also planned to be arranged by the hyenas tomorrow. Hanna left after thanking her profusely, until the moment she stepped out of the door of the Wishing Restaurant. Her face was still crimson, but her panicked look at the end was just as energetic as when I first saw her. Dawn thought in her heart. After finally finishing tonight's mess, Dawn returned to the kitchen. Vivian, who had just silently watched the entire interaction between Dawn and Hanna in the kitchen, was quietly cleaning up the kitchen utensils left at the bottom of the tomato pot as if nothing had happened. Vivian, I really don't know why this happened. You don't need to explain to me. Dorn, Miss Goblin said calmly, but did not look back. Dawn! What is this thing called? Dawn sighed and stepped forward to help, while the two were cleaning up the kitchen. After a while, Vivian quietly raised her head and glanced at Dorn. In fact, Miss Goblin was not angry with Dorn. What do I want from Dorn? After looking at Dorn, Vivian suddenly asked herself in her heart. When she first met Dorn, Miss Goblin had very little aspirations. As she said herself, she just wanted to be friends with Dawn, and she hoped that Dawn could accompany her occasionally, and she would be very satisfied. But it doesn't seem to be like this anymore. What was originally a small wish has grown unconsciously. Vivian wants to see Dawn every day, wants to see him cooking seriously, and wants to be with him all the time. Since when did my thoughts become like this? Vivian herself couldn't tell. Dawn is a gentle person and treats everyone very gently, Miss Goblin thought in her heart. Especially after seeing what happened between Dorn and the girl named Hanna. She became even more convinced of this idea in her heart. This gave Vivian some inexplicable sense of crisis. and she began to become uneasy. Tonight, several people are destined to have trouble falling asleep. 5 days passed in a blink of an eye. After this period of hard pre-job training, the waiters have basically mastered the use of chopsticks, and have also gained a preliminary understanding of how to receive and serve guests enthusiastically and like spring breeze. For the rest, let them continue to strengthen and improve in subsequent actual combat. So, on an ordinary winter day, the whole town of Eden was boiling. Have you heard? Have you heard? There is a notice posted at the Wishing restaurant. Brother Dorn's Hot Pot restaurant will officially open tomorrow. I knew it earlier. Our captain, Albert, was invited by Mr. Dorn to have hot pot before. The captain said it was a wonderful taste that he had never experienced before. He also said that he would treat us all to a hot pot meal tomorrow night. My little Meyer works as a waiter at Mr. Dorn's place, and he also had hot pot a few days ago. When he came back, little Meyer said that it was a rare delicacy in the world. Dorn's Hot Pot restaurant did little publicity, and the townspeople spontaneously laid an excellent foundation of public opinion for him. The day the Hot Pot restaurant opened, the street where the restaurant is located can be said to be crowded with people. People lined up on the street early. Welcome Lynn. In the neat and distinctive greetings of the waiters, the diners began to enter the Hot Pot restaurant. As soon as you enter the door, a waiter will greet you warmly and ask about your needs. After arranging seats, they will also take the initiative to explain the characteristics of various ingredients on the menu. The earnest inquiries and care, the warm smiles, and the patient and proactive service attitude made the first batch of diners who walked in feel a little dizzy. Do these people owe themselves money? Why are you so attentive? This is the first thought in the minds of many diners. However, despite confusion, this kind of home away from home dining experience advocated by Don still makes these diners very happy. After the hot pot and ingredients were served, the guests began to struggle with chopsticks, a brand new kitchen utensil. However, it doesn't matter. The waiter on the side will help the guests prepare their food with the service chopsticks on the table with a newly acquired professional smile. This is also the reason why Don repeatedly emphasized the importance of chopsticks during his previous training. While helping guests scald the food, the waiter will also explain how long it takes to scald various ingredients, how to eat them more deliciously, and how to use chopsticks. The boiling pot bottom, the fiery and harmonious atmosphere, the novel and unique eating methods, and the delicious or spicy food all combine with the environment of this early winter season. The hearts of the customers were completely captured. The hot pot that suddenly emerged has an unstoppable momentum and quickly occupies an excellent position in the food rankings in the minds of diners who have tasted it. The food city that Don and others are determined to build has taken a solid and powerful second step with the support of Hot Pot. Chapter 97: The Rattling Sound on the Roof. As winter deepens, the weather in Eden begins to get colder and colder. Fortunately, the emergence of Hot Pot restaurants has added a touch of beauty to this ordinary town that has never been seen in previous winters. Because of the cold weather, Dorn now wakes up about 40 minutes later than before. In winter, you should still wrap yourself in a quilt and sleep in. Walking downstairs, Dorn saw the store manager as usual, calculating something against the account book behind the bar. I have to say that Gonzalez is really very diligent in his work. Little Don, do you know how much money our Hot Pot restaurant makes in 1 week of operation? Gonzalez looked up and saw that Don didn't even say hello, and his rough and gorgeous face was full of excitement. I don't know, but looking at the long queues at the Hot Pot restaurant every day, it shouldn't be less than the Wishing restaurant. Dorn shrugged. Yes, it's only been a week. Taking into account the income and tips from customers, the profit of the Hot Pot restaurant is already 3 gold nuggets. Gonzalez smiled so happily that his flowers trembled. Don nodded. Earning 3 gold net in 1 week is indeed a lot. To have such an income, the new batch of waiters are indispensable. The Hot Pot restaurant has just opened, and the business pressure is still quite high. We have been able to create such results despite the pressure. So why don't we have a team-building dinner tonight to reward everyone? Don thought this way. That night, Don treated the restaurant employees to a hot pot meal. However, because the new employees didn't know Vivian's existence yet, the place where they gathered for dinner was a hot pot restaurant. As for Dorn and his direct employees, they ate at the Wishing restaurant. During the dinner, Don also took Gonzalez to the hot pot restaurant to send warm encouragement and blessings to the new employees. In addition to affirming everyone's recent efforts, he also expressed his good wishes for the future. After some drawing, The enthusiasm of the new employees have increased significantly. After the pleasant dinner, it was getting late, and the employees helped clean up the restaurant and left in groups. The dozen or so people living in the dormitory gathered together, reminiscing about the wonderful taste experience of tonight's hot pot. While returning to the dormitory in a lively manner in the snowy night, the few young people in the small town went back to their homes, looking a little lonely. As a child in a small town, Amy didn't go home tonight, because her brother Albert had a night patrol duty at night. He couldn't pick her up. In addition, it was already quite late after the dinner party, so there was no need for a little girl to go back to the west side of the town in the dark on a cold winter night. On the second floor of the hot pot restaurant, Don and Gonzalez arranged a room for Amy, right next to the large room of Hanna and his three brothers. Amy's small room is complete with beds, tables, chairs, and wardrobes, and she also put some clothes here. Normally, if she encountered the same situation as today, Amy would sleep here. Very convenient and very reassuring to her sister-controlling brother Albert. Good children of Amy's age usually go to bed early. After a brief wash, she returned to the room and put on a cotton nightgown. Amy climbed into the crib and fell asleep quietly in a short time. During sleep, it is impossible to judge how quickly time passes. So after I don't know how long it took, Amy had a dream. A very vivid, very real dream. Amy dreamed of a gloomy, ghostly, dilapidated old castle located deep in a dense forest. Most of the trees near the castle were dead and stood bare, like twisted palms, facing the gray sky. I always feel like I have seen this place before. Amy thought this way. Amy, who was in a dream, still couldn't recognize that she was dreaming. She was in a trance and walked into the castle for no reason. In the hall of the castle, Amy saw a horse. It should be considered a horse. This horse is fat and strong, with red fur, terrifying blood-red eyes, and a sharp and terrifying horn on its forehead. All over its body, red markings flickered on and off, and at the same time, a dark red aura visible to the naked eye lingered around it, full of a violent and evil feeling. There is no wind in the hall of the old castle, but the mane of the one-horned red horse moves automatically. Its nose snorted, and it just stood in the hall, looking at Amy, motionless. There was dead silence all around. Horse with horns! Amy unconsciously walked towards an evil red horse, inside the room of the three hyena brothers. Since the night was already deep, Fat Fox and Bear Claw had already fallen asleep, sleeping soundly and snoring loudly. The hyena was still asleep, and his bed faced the window of the room. At this time, the hyena was half leaning on the bed, looking out the window and thinking. The hyena was thinking about what happened to his three brothers recently. Since joining Brother Dorn, the lives of the three of them have been getting better and better. But as he was well fed and clothed, and his life was stable, the hyena began to think about some things that he had not thought about seriously before. Perhaps when material life is satisfied, people will always pursue some spiritual things. Recently, the hyena often recalls the time when his father was still alive, and he took his young self to hunt in the secret forest. Hunting, especially winter hunting in this season, may take several days to wander around the forest in search of prey. During this period, hunters need to eat and sleep in the open air. But every time I think back to the scenes of wading through streams, walking through dense forests, and counting the stars in the sky by the campfire when I was a child, the hyena always feels itchy. For the hyena as a child, these precious memories are not just about hunting, but about the great adventures a child embarked on with his father. Thinking about it this way, maybe I still prefer to be a hunter, the hyena whispered to himself. But it's pretty good now, with Fat Fox and Bear Claw by their side, and Brother Dorn as their guide in life. The restaurant is also booming. If you continue to live like this, it should be pretty good. The hyena's gaze fell aimlessly on the snowy night outside the window, with thoughts running through his mind. At this time, the hyena heard a slight noise in the originally silent snowy night. Ta-ta-ta-ta, like the sound of horse hooves. However, the source of the sound should not be close to the restaurant. The sound was very small, but as an excellent hunter, the hyena had excellent hearing and could barely hear it. It's so late. Is there anyone brave enough snow to enter the town? The hyena didn't pay much attention to the small sound of horse hooves. He felt a little sleepy and was about to lie down and try to fall asleep. Ta-ta-ta-ta. At this moment, he heard the sound of horse hooves again. It feels like the sound is a little closer to the restaurant. It seems like the sound of horse hooves is a little closer to us. But the sound still sounds so small. Why is it? The hyena was a little confused, sat up again, and looked out the window. But nothing was seen. Ta 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 ta. The sound of horse hooves sounded again. The sound seemed to be closer, but still just as small. However, because he was listening with full attention this time, the hyena relied on his hunting talent to keenly determine the location of the source of the sound this time. The last sound of horse hooves comes from. The hyena suddenly lost all sleep, with a look of disbelief on his face, raising his head and staring at the ceiling. He heard clearly that this time the sound of horse hooves came from above his head. That is, from the roof of the hot pot restaurant. Ta ta ta. Chapter 98 Nightmare Horse. Fat Fox. Bear Claw. Don't sleep. Get up. The hyena almost didn't think about it. Got out of bed sideways and shook his two little brothers awake. Although he didn't know what was happening now. It was better to wake up two more people than to deal with it alone. Fat Fox and Bear Claw sat up from the bed in a daze. What's wrong? Brother Hyena? Shoo. The hyena made a silencing gesture. After hesitating for a while, he opened the door to the room and looked outside. The corridor was a little dark, but the hyena still saw a figure near the corner stairs at the end. Judging from the figure, it should be Amy. Amy? What are you doing? The hyena tried to ask. No respond. At this moment, Amy was wearing a cotton nightgown and barefoot, walking along the stairs in a daze step by step. Her face was calm and soft, and her eyes were closed, as if she was immersed in a dream. The hyena didn't know what was going on, but he definitely couldn't let Amy go downstairs in such a weird way. So he quickly followed up and pulled Amy in a strange state. Fat Fox and Bear Claw, who had just woken up in the room, were still confused. But seeing the hyena running out of the room, they put on their coats and followed him out. When the Fat Fox came out of the room, he also lighted the kerosene lamp on the bedside. Brother Hyena? Why do you? Amy slowly woke up after being pulled, as if she had just woken up and rubbed her eyes. The three hyenas she saw next made her very confused. But with the light of the kerosene lamp held by the Fat Fox, Amy could see the surrounding environment clearly. At this time, she was standing barefoot on the wooden steps of the hot pot restaurant. Why, am I here? Am I not sleeping in the room? Amy wondered. Judging from Amy's reaction, it was obvious that she didn't know what was happening. The second floor of the Wishing Restaurant. Dorn was still sleeping when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. I got up from the bed in a daze, and heard besides the knocking at the door, someone kept shouting, Brother Dorn, open the door quickly. The three hyenas? Dorn shook his head and looked at the window of the room. It was pitch dark outside, probably still early in the morning. The Fat Fox had spare keys to the doors of the two restaurants, so the hyenas and the others were able to re-enter the Wishing Restaurant after locking the door at night. But why are they here in the middle of the night? What happened? After putting on a thick coat hastily, Dawn opened the door. At the door were three hyena brothers and Amy. The four of them were all wearing thick coats, and none of them looked too good. After the hyena woke up Amy, the four people ran from the hot pot restaurant to the Wishing Restaurant opposite to find Dorn. When you encounter problems, you can always go to your elder brother to solve them. Brother Dorn, listen to me. Listen to me. Dorn's younger brothers were all talking and noisy. The continuous noise from Dorn's side woke up Vivian and Gonzalez, who were sleeping in their respective rooms. And they all opened the door and came out to check the situation. So everyone simply entered Dorn's room together. A kerosene lamp was lit, and the dim light emitted could barely illuminate Dawn's room. The person responsible for narrating the strange things that happened tonight is the hyena brother sitting on the carpet in the room. Dawn and Vivian sat on two single benches and acted as listeners throughout the whole process without interrupting much. Gonzalez sat quietly on the edge of Dawn's bed with Amy. After listening to the hyena's story, Dawn understood that the strange thing tonight was probably Amy, who was sleepwalking. However, the tapping sound of horse hooves emphasized by the hyena is also worth noting. The sound of horse hooves on the roof. Dorn thought for a moment and had no idea. It just feels like a village ghost story. So, Dawn turned to look at Amy. Amy, have you ever sleepwalked before? Amy didn't speak, just shook her head slightly. This little girl always had a hint of fear on her face. She was obviously frightened by what happened tonight. Did anything else unusual happen tonight? Dawn asked again. I seem to have had a dream. Amy took a breath and recalled it carefully. Then, Amy described the eerie castle, and the evil and terrifying one-horned red horse that she saw in the dream. Finally, she added, "It seems this is not the first time I have had such a dream. I also dreamed about it twice last week." This is not the first time Amy has had a similar dream. This is also the source of the inexplicable familiarity she had in dreams before. Dawn. Twice. Are the contents exactly the same? Amy shook her head. There's something different. I only dreamed about the castle in the previous 2 times. But I didn't see the red horse with long horns in my dream. A red horse with horns. Dorn touched his chin. It matches what the hyena said just now. Hearing the sound of horse hooves on the roof. It seems that what Amy experienced tonight is by no means as simple as sleepwalking. Are there any monsters that meet this characteristic? Dorn looked at Vivian beside him. After Miss Goblin thought for a while. She seemed to have really thought of something and nodded. I seem to have heard the story about the nightmare horse in a tavern in a certain city before. The nightmare in the story is red all over and has horns on its head. It can pull people into dreams. It is an extremely evil and cruel horse. Monster. Nightmare horse? Dorn tapped his finger on the table. It seems that the image of this monster in the story is quite consistent with what Amy and the hyena encountered tonight. In other words, Amy was targeted by a nightmare horse. After Dorn and the others calmed down the children. It was around 2 o'clock in the morning. It's definitely not easy to go back to the hot pot restaurant. Therefore, the 3 hyena brothers simply went to Gonzalez's big room to build a floor. As for Amy, when the little girl became sleepy and couldn't hold on any longer, she slept directly on Dawn's bed. Dorn and Vivian were guarding her. After Amy fell asleep, Dawn whispered to the elf lady, as if she had thought of something. Vivian, can the nightmare horse you mentioned be eaten? I don't know this either. That's it. Let's just assume it can be eaten. Dorn became excited. After Dorn returned to Eden from the poison swamp, he has been busy with the opening of the hot pot restaurant. It has been a while since he had a good taste of the monster ingredient dishes. The only monsters he has eaten recently that are helpful in improving his strength are the monster bugs from the secret forest. Because Dorn still has a few skills that he got from monster bugs that have not reached level 5. Therefore, he occasionally arranges hyenas to go to the secret forest recently to find bugs with corresponding skills. Roast or explode them, and then increase their skill levels. Although it is winter now, these monster bugs are monsters after all. And their lifespans are longer than ordinary bugs. Most are hibernating in their own way. Only experienced hunters, like hyenas, can find their hidden traces in the forest. Speaking of which, I'm really tired of eating bugs recently. If that nightmare horse can eat it, it will be a good change. After all, even the boss bullfrog with more than 20,000 HP has been eaten. Don believed that as long as he could eat this nightmare with unknown strength and give full play to his subjective initiative, he would be able to eat it. Nightmare horse. Since you are targeting people on my side, you must be prepared to be cooked. Looking at Amy's peaceful sleeping face on the bed, Dawn's thoughts surged. Chapter 99 New ingredients have appeared. Early the next morning, Dawn went to find Albert and truthfully told him what happened last night. Nightmare horse? The small town patrol captain became extremely emotional after listening to what Dawn said. Amy, this is not the first time you have had such a dream? Why didn't you tell me before? Because it's just a dream. Amy felt aggrieved and at a loss. Dawn patted Amy's head gently, and then looked at Albert. Albert, do you know something about the nightmare horse? I thought the nightmare thing was just a story. Albert seemed to have calmed down a bit, and sat back slumped in his chair. Albert and Amy's last name is Hurtado. A long time ago, Hurtado was still a noble surname. During the most prosperous period of the family, there were 1 viscount and 2 baron titles. However, as time passed, the Hurtado family began to decline. By the time of Albert's great-great-grandfather's generation, there was only 1 baron in the family. By the time Albert's grandfather arrived, all the Hurtados had become civilians and were living scattered throughout the Dona Empire. But even so, Albert's grandfather and father still left a relatively generous family fortune to the 2 siblings. This is also the reason why the 2 brothers and sisters can live in a wealthy area of the town. And their home furnishings are much more elegant than those of ordinary people. When my grandfather was still alive, I once heard from him that the nightmare horse is the nightmare that haunts every generation of Hurtado. Albert frowned, seeming to be trying to remember. Grandpa said that the nightmare horse would kidnap the girls from the Alta family and imprison them in the abandoned family castle. Those teams that were organized to rescue the girl and conquer the nightmare. Basically, no one survived after encountering the nightmare horse in the castle. Even if occasionally someone can successfully bring the girl out of the castle. As long as the nightmare is not dead, it will come back soon and kidnap the girl it likes again. It won't start looking for the next girl from the Erded family to target until the girl dies helpless and painfully in the castle. When I heard this story when I was a kid, I just thought it was a bedtime story used by adults to coax children. Albert's face looked a little painful. But I didn't know that there would really be a nightmare horse targeting Amy. Albert would think this way. And it was understandable that he had not paid much attention to the story of the nightmare horse before, because his grandfather's sister seemed to have never encountered a nightmare horse. The two ants living in Silver Shield Harbor had always been safe. Don listened quietly to Albert's story, nodding from time to time. This story sounds like a centuries-old historical entanglement between the monster nightmare horse and the Hurtado family. Albert, why did that nightmare horse harm the girls of the Hurtado family? Dorn asked a key point that was not mentioned in the story. Albert shook his head. He didn't know about this. Not even his grandfather, who told him the story. Amy next to her turned a little pale after listening to her brother's story. She didn't want to be captured by the red scary wildebeest and imprisoned in the castle. Amy will be fine. Your brother, me, and Sister Vivian will protect you. Don rubbed the little girl's head again to comfort her. Then he looked at Albert and asked seriously, "Is there any other information you can add about the nightmare horse?" "Know yourself and the enemy, and you can fight 100 battles without danger." Albert braced himself, thought for a while, and asked Amy as if he had thought of something. "Amy, you just said, how many times have you dreamed about nightmares?" "The third time." "Maybe. But the first 2 times I only saw the castle, not the red horse," Amy answered truthfully. Albert had a sad look on his face. "Girls from the Alta family will dream about the family castle for the first and second time, and will see nightmares for the third and fourth time, and will start sleepwalking at the same time. The fifth time you dream, you will be taken away by the nightmare." Don touched his chin. Why does it feel like this nightmare horse has a sense of ritual? However, according to this statement, Amy should not be taken away by the nightmare immediately, because the 3 dreams Amy had were not within 3 days in a row, but 2 weeks apart. But even so, it is estimated that it will not be too long before Amy has her 5th dream. And there is not much time left for Dorn. No matter how you think about it, the best way to solve what happened to Amy is to get rid of the nightmare horse itself. Right. Don habitually tapped the table with his fingers and thought for a moment. "Mr. Don, what are you talking about?" Albert, who was a little slumped next to him, heard Don's muttering to himself, but he couldn't quite hear what he said specifically. "Albert, you said that the team rescuing the girl has a high chance of encountering the nightmare horse in your family's abandoned castle." "Right." Dorn looked at the captain of the small town patrol team. "Yes, it is. Then, tell me the location of your family castle." Dorn looked calm. "Mr. Dorn? Big brother?" The blonde brother and sister were a little stunned when they learned that Dorn planned to go to Hurtado Castle, even though they were very grateful. The Albert brothers refused. None of them wanted to see Dorn in danger. Don't worry. I'm not going alone. I will go with Vivian." "Amy, haven't you seen how powerful Vivian is? Those black mercenaries. She can easily packed away. Besides, don't look at me like this. I'm actually pretty good. Besides, if we don't get rid of that nightmare horse, Amy will be in danger at any time." After Dorn persuaded the siblings, they finally became shaken. Originally, Albert had planned to lead the way together, but considering that Amy still needed someone to take care of her when she stayed in Eaton Town, otherwise there might be an embarrassing situation where the nightmare horse stole her home, Don finally persuaded Albert to stay at Eaton to take care of Amy. As for the person to lead the way, he became Albert's cousin in a compromise. He is the son of Aunt Albert in Silver Shield Harbor. The 2 aunts from the Alta family were very concerned after hearing about Amy's encounter with the nightmare horse. In this way, the once prosperous Wishing restaurant will once again face a situation where the chef is out and forced to close down. Fortunately, the hot pot restaurant has already opened, and Dunn has prepared a lot of hot pot base ingredients. While Dorn is away, he can still produce decent profits. However, Dorn didn't pay much attention to these fluctuations in income. After all, dealing with the nightmare horse is obviously more important than making money. On the one hand, if this nightmare is not solved, Amy, the restaurant's group pet and mascot, will be in danger. On the other hand, new ingredients have emerged, So how can they remain stagnant? Chapter 100 Hurtado Castle. That morning, Albert went to Silver Shield Harbor and brought his cousin Val to Eaton Town. Val is a very young and energetic guy with a blonde slick back hair. The descendants of the Altad family, who live around Silver Shield Port, still know the general location of the family castle. But no one has ever been there. Therefore, there is actually no essential difference between letting Val lead the way and letting Albert lead the way. To go to the Hurtado family castle, you must first go to a small town called Fingma Town. The distance between Fingma Town and Eaton Town would probably take a whole day by driving a carriage. Therefore, without further ado, Dorn immediately took his large bags of ingredients and seasonings, threw them on the carriage, and prepared to set off.
Brother, I'm sorry. It's all because of Amy. Brother.
Before parting, Amy took the initiative to hug Dorn. This little blonde girl feels very uncomfortable whenever she thinks about her elder brother going into danger for her own sake. However, she resisted the urge to shed tears.
There's no need to apologize. Amy, you did nothing wrong.
Don gently rubbed Amy's head as usual.
Brother Dorn, be careful on the road.
Hyena and the others also said goodbye to Dorn. Among them, the hyena's sharper eyes contained some other emotions besides separation, somewhat like expectations. Don could tell that his little brother seemed to be in a state of eagerness to take action since the incident with the nightmare horse last night.
This kid has a heart that wants to be an adventurer.
This is how he commented about the hyena in his mind. However, even if the hyena showed some thoughts, it was impossible for Dorn to actually take him to defeat the nightmare horse. The hyena is not objectively strong, and Dorn has to be responsible for the safety of his little brother.
Little hyena, take good care of the house. Protect everyone for me when I'm not around.
Dorn smiled and rubbed the hyena's messy, dirty red hair.
Tisk!
The hyena bared his teeth, but he had no choice but to listen to Dorn.
Come back soon, Brother Dorn.
After saying goodbye to everyone briefly, Dorn and Vivian got into the carriage together, with Val in charge of driving. The horses exerted their strength and their hooves moved, and the carriage disappeared from everyone's sight in a short time.
Go back. It's a little cold outside. Little Dorn will definitely come back early.
Gonzalez greeted everyone back to the restaurant. During the days when Don is away, Amy will still stay in the restaurant, because there are so many people here. If something goes wrong, it will be easier to be discovered. As for Albert, he has also taken leave from the patrol team, and he will temporarily stay at the restaurant. In the next few days, he would only take a nap during the day and stay at his sister's bedside all night. Fingma Town. It is also a small town located in the southern part of the Dona Empire, about the same size as Eaton. Fingma Town's main industry is the cultivation of cereal crops. Outside the town, you can see grain mills with windmills everywhere. But it is winter now, and most of the mills are covered with white snowflakes and are out of operation. Occasionally, the windmill would be blown by the winter wind and spin a few times at will, shaking off the snow on top. At the entrance of the town, the carriage stopped, and the goblin lady holding a thick ebony staff jumped out of the carriage first. Huh? Vivian took a breath of cold fresh air with a little greed.
I haven't been out for a long time since I moved into Eaton Town. Are you bored after staying in the restaurant for a long time?
Dorn also got off the carriage. Vivian looked at Dawn and blinked. In fact, if Dawn is around, the elf lady will not feel bored no matter where she is. However, Vivian would be shy if she suddenly said this so bluntly, so she just shook her head slightly without speaking, and a strand of long silver hair trembled gently in her ears with the frequency of her shaking head.
Mr. Dorn, are you sure you don't need me to lead the way and accompany you to Hurtado Castle?
Val, who was in front of the carriage, also jumped out and trotted to Dorn's side. Don smiled and shook his head.
I can go alone. And haven't you ever really been to the castle? I haven't been there, but I heard my mother say.
Val scratched the back of his golden head.
Nightmares are very scary monsters. But Mr. Dorn, you are only one person.
Don first looked at Vivian next to him, then patted his chest and spoke again.
Even though I'm only one person, I'm very powerful. I can definitely save your cousin from the threat of monsters. If you say so, Mr. Dorn, then I will wait for your good news in Fingma Town.
Val did not insist anymore. The blond young man took out a yellowed notebook from his arms and handed it to Don. This notebook records all the Hurtados in Silver Shield Port. The major events that have happened over the years are probably remembered from Albert's great-grandfather's generation. It is actually nothing special in itself. Interspersed among them was a yellowed hand-drawn paper. which was the route map from Fingma Town to Hurtado Castle. After handing the road map to Dorn, Val drove the carriage into Fingma Town. As for the Hurtado Castle, it had been abandoned for a long time, and there was no road that could carry a carriage. Dorn could only carry his own luggage and go there with Vivian on foot. However, because of the existence of Dorn's luggage this time was reduced by a lot of kitchen utensils, and the pressure was relieved a lot.
Let's go! Vivian! Let's go meet that nightmare horse for a while. Yeah!
Miss Goblin clenched the ebony staff in her hand enthusiastically. Hurtado Castle. The abandoned castle is located in a deserted forest. Those dead trees were bare, ferocious, and twisted. Looking at it for a while always gives people the illusion of being full of ghosts. In this dead forest, you can see some ruins, which seem to be some damaged earth walls or brick walls.
It feels like this area was once a large residential area. With the abandonment of the castle, was the settlement also abandoned?
Dorn made a guess in his mind while watching. It took him and Vivian a lot of time to find this place. Originally, the castle was quite far away from Fingma Town, and I don't know when the hand-drawn map was produced. Many of the road signs depicted on it no longer exist. Dorn and Vivian trudged hard in the uninhabited snow, making marks as they walked. By the time they found the castle, the sun had already set for a long time. The air on winter nights seems a little heavy. The dilapidated castle was lifeless, with only a few crows perched on the walls with their heads hanging down. Under the pale moonlight, the deserted castle, the desolate snowfield, and the dead and twisted trees, coupled with a few desolate, croaking crows, are fascinating to watch.
Dorn, do we want to go in?
Vivian held her heavy staff and looked around the castle up and down.
Go in.
Dorn nodded. He had no choice but to stand outside the castle all night. Chapter 101 Those Girls. The inside of the castle is very dilapidated because it has been abandoned for a long time. Dorn first put his backpack of ingredients and seasonings in the hall, and then searched several rooms on the first and second floors with Vivian, but found almost nothing of value. So the two returned to the first floor.
Albert said that Nightmare Horse will lock the captured girls in the castle. Whether it is the hall on the first floor or the rooms on the second floor, there are many broken windows, almost semi-open spaces. Obviously, these places cannot close people. Following Albert's story, will this castle have a confined space such as a basement?
Dawn analyzed this. The elf lady hugged her ebony staff and just nodded to support Dorn. In a room that may have been the castle's kitchen. After searching again, the two made new discoveries. When Vivian tapped the ground lightly with the bottom of her staff, there was a dull echo.
Dawn! It should be empty down there. It could be a cellar, basement, or something like that. Your analysis is right,
Vivian said, after moving away some rubbish that was so dusty that it was impossible to tell what it was. Dorn found the entrance to the cellar. It was so dark below that you couldn't see the bottom, and you could only smell an old, decaying smell.
We will go in after the air has circulated down there,
Dorn said. Vivian nodded obediently. After waiting for a long time, the two lit the torch and carefully descended into the cellar. This cellar is not large. It is about 30 square meters in size, and the walls are made of large bricks and stones. For Dorn and Vivian who lit the torch, the scene in the cellar was unobstructed.
Dorn!
Vivian gently pulled the corner of Dorn's clothes. Her voice was small and dull. In this small cellar, by the light of torches, the two of them saw 9 human skeletons scattered everywhere. Among them, several skeletons are so old that they seem to turn into powder if touched lightly. They have obviously been there for a long time.
Are these the girls in Ultad's family who have been kidnapped by nightmares for a long time?
Dorn murmured. After glancing around, Dorn saw a piece of yellowed parchment next to a relatively less old skeleton. He bent down to pick it up and read it by the firelight. The parchment was written in Dona script. The handwriting was quite elegant at the beginning, but as it went down, the handwriting became more scrawled and even more crazy. I had that dream for the 5th time, and when I woke up, I was already here. Is the story passed down in the family true? There are 8 corpses in this basement. I'm so scared. Please help me. I saw the monster that appeared in the dream, with red fur and horns on its head. It just stood there, looking at me motionless. What did it want? Why do this? The monster brought me fruit. Does it want to trap me? I don't want to be trapped here. I want to go out. I would rather go home. It doesn't matter if I continue to suffer from my stepmother's glare. It doesn't matter if I marry that disgusting lumber dealer. I want to go out. Why? Why did I come back here when I woke up today even though I had escaped? Why? 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 The monster is back. Why is it doing this to me? Isn't my life miserable enough? Why treat me like this? Why? Is it because I have the blood of the Hurtado family in my body? What did Hurtado do to it? Why does it want to take revenge on us like this? Monster! 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 Help me! Save! Don't want to die. I want to go out. Help! Monster! Save! Looking at the back of the parchment. There were only some crazy words in fluent language. Even if the person who wrote it was not crazy at that time. He probably collapsed due to strong mental pressure. Dorn looked at the skeletons on the ground with sympathy and silently put down the parchment.
We must not let that nightmare horse imprison Amy here like this,
Dorn thought in his heart. Although I don't know what the Hurtado family did to this nightmare. Is this monster too angry? Judging from the appearance of the most decayed skeletons, this must have been a revenge that spanned hundreds of years. And even so, this nightmare's revenge on the Hurtado tribe does not seem to have stopped. Just when Don was thinking about it, suddenly, he seemed to hear some small noise. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Vivian let go of Dorn's clothes and tightened the staff in her hand.
Is it coming?
Dorn asked. The goblin lady just nodded.
Get out of the cellar first. It's too small here for us to use it.
The two of them quickly left the cellar and returned to the first floor of the castle. Ta-ta-ta-ta. In the kitchen that is suspected to be an old castle. The tiny sound of horse hooves is still there, as if it follows them like a shadow. Dorn took out Rui and turned into pale Justice, looking around vigilantly, but found nothing.
Where is that nightmare hiding?
Dorn was confused. At this moment, there was a shout, and a strong wind sound came from Dorn's ears. Too late to have any ideas. Dorn, who had some actual combat experience, reacted almost instinctively. Dexterity level 4, activate. Hardening level 3, activate. Dorn activated 2 recently upgraded skills, and at the same time channeled his magic power into the mithril ring, and activated a guard protection. While trying to avoid it, he was also prepared to defend himself against being beaten. Call. The wall of wind condensed by the air was suddenly shattered by the blunt weapon swung over. Boom. Although with his dexterous dodge, Dorn was not hit on his head and chest, but with a muffled sound. Dorn still felt a heavy blow on his shoulder and flew sideways. The world was spinning for a while, and after landing on the ground, I felt as if my entire left arm had lost control. However, due to the blessing of 2 defensive skills, Dorn can barely stand up again. At this time, he could already see clearly who had just attacked him. Vivian, the silver-haired elf lady whom Dorn trusts the most.
Vivian?
Dawn was sweating on her forehead, not understanding what was happening now. Vivian did not reply, but pointed at Dorn with the ebony staff in her hand, as if she was ready to launch the next attack at any time.
Vivian? Go to HL.
Only then did Vivian glance at Dorn. Her fair and delicate face was full of indifference, and her blue eyes were full of contempt and disdain. At this moment, Vivian looked at Dorn as if she were looking at the garbage on the ground.
Calm down. Vivian. It's me. Go to HL.
Miss Goblin waved her staff and charged forward again. Dorn had no choice but to activate the Pig Rush skill again and prepare to dodge. But at the same time, he thought of a question. Although I don't know why Vivian attacked me, but since the fight has started, why are the heads of both of them empty now? With no health bars? Boom! The ebony staff hit the ground hard, and crumbs of masonry flew everywhere. Dorn endured the severe pain in his left shoulder and rolled over to barely avoid the blow. After standing up quickly, he pressed his right hand on the scale pendant on his chest, and the magic power was transmitted. But the sense of clarity that should have swept through his body did not appear.
I seem to understand a little bit what's going on now.
Although strange things happened one after another, Dorn really had some idea of the current situation. The nightmare horse in the story is red all over and has horns on its head. It can pull people into dreams. It is an extremely evil and cruel monster. The words Vivian said appeared in Dawn's mind. Vivian attacked her for no reason. The health bar during combat did not appear. The sobering scale pendant cannot be used.
With so many anomalies added up, there is only one explanation that can explain it. It is very possible that I was pulled into its dream by that nightmare from unknown moment on.
Right. Dawn came to this conclusion.
Go to HL.
At this time, the elf lady opposite spoke again with indifference, turning her staff and pointing it at Dorn.
Hey, although I now think it's almost impossible for you to be Vivian herself, But don't say such hurtful words to me repeatedly, with such a cold expression on her cute face.
Chapter 102 hit him on the head. Dorn and the one, Vivian, who attacked him didn't tangle for too long. However, during this period, he still dumped a few skills and did some tests. For example, he prescribed sweet taste. If he is really in the dream created by the nightmare horse now, and all weird things are dominated by nightmares, then Dawn believes that the sweetness skill must be ineffective against this Vivian. After all, nightmares probably don't want to see people dreaming of nightmares like that. Moreover, as a test, the priority of the sweetness skill must be higher than using toxins and parasite spores. If the situation in front of him is different from what Dorn guessed, if what he faces is not a dream, but Vivian who is in an abnormal state, whether it is poison or parasitism, it will bring some substance to Vivian. Hurtful. But sweetness has no such problem. Therefore, the reason why Dawn chose to start this skill test is so upright and just. The test results were similar to what Dorn had expected. Vivian, who looked at Dorn with a cold expression and looked at trash, was not affected by the sweet taste at all.
It feels like this place is probably a dream. Go to HL.
Vivian rushed over again. Dorn is going to use Pig Rush and Dexterity to dodge again. But at this time, he unexpectedly discovered that he couldn't activate any skills.
The nightmare banned all my skills in the dream? Isn't that too shameful? How could I have any chance of winning in its dream?
Dorn was furious.
However, it may not matter whether you win or lose in the dream. You have to find a way to get out of this dream and return to reality.
Facing Vivian, who was charging towards him again, Dorn, who could no longer use his skills, simply chose to stay put, since he couldn't hide anyway.
Smash me to death.
Just a second before the ebony staff approached Dorn's head, all the scenes in front of me, including the indifferent Vivian, were like a mirror shattered by a punch. Shattered into countless pieces and collapsed. The nightmare dream was shattered. Dorn was able to break free from the dream created by the nightmare horse. But it wasn't actually because of himself, but Vivian in the real world. When Miss Goblin came out of the cellar with Dorn and walked to the door of the room that was suspected to be the kitchen, she saw a nightmare with a red body, horns on its head, and an evil black aura coming from the direction of the hall and down the corridor. At the same time, at the moment when the nightmare appears, Dorn's state became very strange. He stood there, confused, with his eyes closed tightly, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep.
Dorn?
Miss Goblin wanted to wake Dorn up, but at this time, the nightmare horse had already raised its head and charged towards the standing Dorn with its sharp and terrifying horns. Vivian could only hold the ebony staff in front of Dorn, who fell into a dream. Boom! The base of the staff touched the ground lightly.
Strong attack and protection.
A dazzling hot red light suddenly lit up at the top of the ebony staff.
If you're going to get involved, hit him on the head.
When Nightmare rushed to the two of them, the heavy staff in Miss Elf's hand was swung out quickly and powerfully, dragging the afterimage and hitting Nightmare on the head. Boom! Under the huge impact, the Nightmare made a shrill scream and hit the wall on one side of the corridor hard, shaking down a thick layer of dust in the entire corridor. It was precisely because of Vivian's attack that the dream the Nightmare had constructed for Dorn finally shattered. Dawn wakes up. I found myself still standing at the door of the castle room that looked like a kitchen, holding Rui that had become pale justice in my hand. Vivian stood in front of him holding an ebony staff. Confronting Miss Goblin was a red horse with horns that had just stood up slowly from the ground. At the same time, the familiar health bar can be seen again. Vivian has more than 6,500 points, showing the green color of friendly units, and still has full health. The red horse with horns originally had more than 3,000 health points, but now it only has 2,600 points left. Apparently he had just been beaten violently by the goblin lady.
Is that thing a nightmare?
Dorn quickly analyzed the situation in front of him.
Did I wake up from a dream?
He quickly checked his body. He was uninjured and full of blood. It seemed that the heavy blow on the shoulder was just a dream. So, Dorn pressed his right hand on the scale pendant on his chest, and a deep sense of wakefulness swept through his body. It should be fine. This is reality now. Dawn didn't think that this nightmare horse could wake up from a dream. In fact, it just entered the brain-burning layout of the second dream.
Dawn! Are you okay?
Vivian stared at Nightmare, but she was still distracted and asked about Dawn's situation.
Yeah, it's okay. I seem to be pulled into a dream by it just now. This thing made me very angry.
Not to mention dragging myself into a dream without even saying H. Low. He even let Vivian, in his dream, attack him. And let Vivian look at her with such indifference and contempt. This nightmare is so vicious. His heart can be killed. Dorn held the sword in his right hand and flicked his free left hand. Poison frog activates. Moo. With a loud chirping sound. A poison frog condensed from toxins quickly took shape behind Dorn. However, because the corridor was not very open and the terrain was restricted, the poisonous frog Dorn only reached a height of less than 2 meters. A weird and evil nightmare horse, with its front hooves stepping and its nose snorting. At the same time, those red eyes stared intently at Dorn. If nothing else, it should be trying to pull Dorn into the dream again. But Vivian didn't give it a second chance to succeed. The front part of the thick ebony staff once again lit up with a dazzling red light, dragging out the afterimage, and hit the nightmare horse hard on the head again. Boom! Nightmare, who had just stood up, was slammed against the wall again and fell to his knees on all fours. Then, the red horse quickly stood up and looked at Dorn and Dorn's surroundings with malicious and extremely angry eyes. This monster sensed something was wrong tonight, so it turned around suddenly, waved its strong hooves and galloped towards the hall. The nightmare is escaping. But as long as the nightmare is still alive, it will come back soon and kidnap the girl it likes again. Both Dawn and Vivian remember what Albert said very clearly. If you want Amy's safety to be permanently guaranteed, you must not let this nightmare run away. So Vivian immediately waved her staff and chased after him.
Try this new thing.
Not to be outdone, Dorn took out the horn of courage that the priests had given him previously. Woo! A tragic horn sounded. Dorn truly felt the increase in strength and the excitement in his spirit. And he was full of fighting spirit. Not only Dorn, but even the Re in Dorn's hand trembled slightly after hearing the solemn and high-spirited horn sound. I have been frustrated by being a kitchen utensil for my master for so long. Re really needs a hearty fight to vent her anger. However, after Dorn blew the horn, he did not charge with Re in his hand.
This horn doesn't feel right for me. I'm good at long-range consumption and control. Why am I so excited?
So Dorn put away the horn of courage again, and with a flash of thought, the pale justice in his hand turned into the appearance of crosses, spreader of kindness. This large cross provided Dorn with a certain increase in mental power.
Let's go!
Dorn waved the publisher of benevolence, and the poisonous frog behind him immediately flew out. As one wishes, the poisonous frog's tongue, which was condensed from toxins, flew out and grabbed the hind hooves of the escaping nightmare. The monster red horse was controlled by the poisonous frog and was in a stalemate for the next second. Vivian arrived carrying a heavy staff. Boom! The petite body wielded a huge blunt weapon. Another hard blow to the head. Chapter 103 Nightmare on Fire. System prompt. The battle is settled. The damage output is 635. And the experience point is gained 1785 points. With a blood volume of more than 3,000 points. Nightmare is actually a pretty powerful monster, coupled with its weird ability to drag people into dreams. It's no wonder that Albert said that the team organized to fight against nightmares basically never returned. But tonight, its opponents are no ordinary people. Vivian, who always struck it on the head with a heavy staff, could not be seen. Even if Nightmare later discovered that there was an invisible enemy, it would be very difficult to avoid Vivian's attack. In addition to Miss Goblin, there is also Dorn. Although his health volume is only 1500. The data panel is not outstanding, but his weird skills, whether it's consumption or control, are all very impressive. And his playing style is clumsy and extremely difficult to deal with. Blocked by such two enemies, Nightmare could not escape the end of being killed.
It's over.
Dorn waved his hand to disperse the poisonous frogs.
It doesn't seem too difficult.
For him, tonight's battle was a bit dangerous except for the initial moment when he fell into a dream. The rest of the process went fairly smoothly.
In this case, Amy will be safe.
Right. Vivian responded holding the staff. Dawn nodded. And the shaped like communist of benevolence in his hand turned into a kitchen knife as his impatient thoughts changed.
Vivian, you have been busy for so long. Are you hungry?
The elf lady nodded in agreement. Vivian knew very well about Dorn's passion for cooking monster ingredients.
Well, let's make dinner.
Through ingredients intuition, Dorn can tell that the ingredients of Nightmare Horse's meat are graded A. And it's still barely enough. Just above the A-level passing line.
It's obviously a pretty strong monster,
Dorn said with some regret, and then comforted himself.
But it's just A-level.
This Nightmare Horse is much stronger than the poison feather chickens. walking mushrooms, etc. that Dorn encountered before. But the food rating is far inferior to them.
I really miss the ruins. You can easily find S-class monster ingredients in them.
Dorn couldn't help but miss the delicious relics of God everywhere. Speaking of which, according to Cross's introduction, according to the records of the Holy See, the existence of the ruins seems to have been created by the original creator. If the monsters created by the creator himself are generally more delicious than the naturally evolved monsters on the market today, could it be that this original god is also a food lover? Dorn was thinking wildly while relying on Re to process the nightmare horse's meat. According to Dorn's knowledge during the Earth period, horse meat was considered a relatively rough-tasting ingredient. At least, that was the case in China. He had only tasted smoked horse meat made with rough techniques in Xinjiang. But it was pretty good and had a wild taste. However, the ingredients for this nightmare horse are at least grade A at the moment. And the meat quality is much more delicate, closer to the texture of donkey meat. Dorn selected a portion of the tender, high-quality tendon meat from the nightmare horse, which was fat and thin.
Dragon meat in the sky, donkey meat on the ground. It seems that the meat of this nightmare is closer to donkey meat. I might as well try making that one,
Dorn said to himself. Vivian on the side watched Don quickly get into cooking mode and did not bother him. Instead, he went out with his staff, quietly picked up some dry firewood, came back, and quietly built a bonfire. First soak the nightmare meat in clean water and soak in the blood. Dorn then took out the ordinary pot he was carrying this time. As for Re, it was not a pot this time. There were other places where it was needed. Boil water in a pot until boiling hot. Then add cooking oil to the boiling water. Dun's homemade crude sweet potato starch is used as the base. Stir it evenly with water, and then sprinkle it into the pot. The sweet potato flour condenses into a paste instantly and blends, with the golden cooking oil floating on the surface. When the aroma comes out of the pot, stir in the fresh ginger and salt and continue stirring until golden brown. After cooling out of the pan, these sweet potato pastes are crystal clear and melt in your mouth. They are delicious in color and taste. The chef in Tianchao Hejian called the paste duo and had just made donkey braised rice, which was specially prepared to be eaten with donkey meat on fire. This is also the dish that Dorn is preparing to cook now. The magically modified version of Nightmare from another world, Fire. After preparing a donkey stew, cut the nightmare tendons into pieces and prepare the sauce. When it comes to sauce making, ingredients are the soul of this cooking technique. Cloves, nutmeg, strawberries, angelica, star anise, cinnamon, cumin. Many spices are prepared according to strict proportions and then added to the pot along with the nightmare meat. Surrounded by these ingredients, the nightmare meat will fully absorb the essence, becoming full of flavor, chewy and pure in taste. The process of making the sauce was very long, so Dorn let the nightmare meat cook in the pot. Prepare the next step of the dishes by yourself. Knead the noodles and make fire. Water with specially controlled temperature is poured into the flour to bring out the spiritual power of the flour. Then, by repeatedly kneading, pulling, hammering, folding and other techniques, the hardness and toughness of the dough are controlled. And finally the dough is oiled and waited for it to rise. This is only the first step in the 12 steps of making fire. A small fire still has to go through. Kneading the dough, rolling the strips, folding the strips, pressing the strips, pulling the strips, rolling the strips, stretching the strips, laminating the sheets, pressing, and folding before it can be initially formed. In every process, the strength in the hands must be grasped just right. If it weren't for the blessing of his culinary skills in the land of miracles, Dorn really wouldn't have the confidence to perfect the above-mentioned complicated process. After making several dough ingredients that were roughly 2 to 2/8, it was Rui's turn to play its role. Don held Rui in his hand, and the thoughts in his mind changed. Turning it into a simple small oven again. Control the oven temperature above 200 degrees for baking. After it comes out of the oven, the carefully prepared fire-roasted layers are stacked on top of each other. The single layer of dough is as thin as a cicada's wing. The color is golden and attractive, and the texture is crispy on the outside and soft on the inside. Dorn is still busy here. Vivian, who was standing next to him, realized that she couldn't help much. So she sat next to the bonfire, where the nightmare meat was being cooked to keep warm. The firewood was crackling, and the pot was making a gurgling sound. From time to time, hot water vapor came out when the lid of the pot was opened, bringing with it the aroma of soft and delicious meat. Not only is the smell of meat, but at this time, there is also the smell of baked wheat flour coming from Dorn.
It smells so good. I'm a little hungry.
Miss Elf's small nose twitched slightly.
What Dawn is cooking is a magical dish that I have never seen before.
What Dawn just said was obviously for dinner. But it's almost early in the morning now. However, Vivian knew very well that Dorn was very focused on cooking. There was no need to rush him at this time. If he wanted to eat delicious food, he had to be patient and wait.
It's just that I don't know how long I have to wait before I can eat it. I have decided that I will take 2 more bites when Dorn is ready. Okay.
Chapter 104. Its skills are very good. Dorn's nightmare burned, and it lasted all night. By the time it was almost done, it was already dark outside the castle. The dinner that was promised was actually made into breakfast. At this time, after several hours of cooking and sauce making, the nightmare meat finally tastes good. Take out the hot nightmare meat with the soup still flowing. At this time, the surface of the nightmare meat turns into burnt brown, with clear texture. The sauce flavor goes deep into the muscles, and the fragrance is overflowing. Chop the sauce nightmare meat into small pieces. Take a piece of golden roast that has just come out of the oven. Cut it open. Fill it with the fragrant sauce-made nightmare meat and donkey stew that melts in one sip. And finally scoop a small spoonful of broth and pour it into the roast. A nightmare fire full of color, fragrance and flavor. Complete.
Wait.
Dorn wanted to call the elf lady over. As for Vivian, who was sitting by the campfire despite being hungry and feeling sleepy, she quickly came over without waiting for Dorn to finish calling her name. Like a puppy that hears its owner knocking on the food bowl.
It's done? It's done? Really?
Vivian looked worried, but she still followed her desire for delicious food and sounded expectant.
Well, nightmare is on fire. Eat it while it's hot.
Dawn handed a fire to Vivian. Then pour out 2 bowls of broth. Take the remaining sauce nightmare meat. Cut a few thin slices. Put it into the soup. And sprinkle with a little chopped green onion and coriander. Original soup into original food.
Yeah.
Vivian took the nightmare fire and hurriedly took a bite. Hey. The extremely crispy sh. I was gently torn apart, bringing out some tiny pieces of crispy fat. The fire is crispy. The wrapped nightmare meat is tender and juicy. And the donkey braised is soft and melts in the mouth. After one bite, the aroma of wheat and meat surrounds and blends on the tip of the tongue. Taking another sip of hot horse meat soup, a warmth slid down the esophagus into the already hungry abdominal cavity. Be it hunger or cold, they were all driven away instantly after tasting the nightmare fire and horse meat soup.
Oh, I'm alive.
Miss Goblin nodded happily, her long silver hair swaying by her ears.
It's delicious.
Tasty. It was not in vain that she had waited so long. After tasting this mouthful of nightmare fire, the whole night's waiting was worth it. Don couldn't help but smile as he watched the goblin lady eating breakfast obediently and contentedly. Then he made a fire for himself, chewed it, and swallowed it. It has to be said that the nightmare fire, which is based on the Hajin donkey meat fire, has a relatively pure taste even if it is a modified version of the otherworldly devil. The tender and chewy nightmare meat, paired with the crispy fire-cooked SHL, plus the chewy donkey braised meat that melts in your mouth, is very flavorful of the Hajin region. Take another sip of hot horse meat soup. It is indeed a delicious breakfast that can fill people up with energy. This nightmare meat, which was originally grade A, was finally upgraded to grade S after Dorn's careful cooking and processing without any accidents. And it's still the top of the range as first gear.
Sure enough, the moment you eat delicious food, you will feel that the hard work and trouble in the cooking process are all worth it.
Dorn sighed after spending a whole night cooking. System prompt, the Predator effect is triggered, and the attack, agility, and mental attributes are enhanced. Nightmare, who is quite strong, gave Dorn an attribute increase of 2 points of attack, 3 points of mental power, and 3 points of agility. Not bad. Among the series of monster dishes that Dorn has eaten, this attribute is considered to be relatively high. Dorn waited patiently for a while, but no system prompt popped up again.
The synchronic stomach bag wasn't triggered?
According to Dorn's previous experience of eating monster dishes, generally, for monster dishes that reach a level, the probability of generating skills should be around 50-50. As for S-level monster dishes, triggering synchronic stomach pouch should be considered a high probability event. But there is also a possibility of triggering failure. For example, the previous S-level roasted silkworm chrysalis did not reveal its skill when I ate it in the early stages. After eating it for several days, I finally got the hardening skill. Finally, for SS-level dishes, The probability of triggering synchronic stomach pouch is still 100%.
In other words, my face looks very dark today.
Dorn felt quite regretful. This nightmare horse, whether it has the ability to drag people into dreams, or the ability to appear quietly, gaining either of them would be great for Dorn. It's a pity that I can't get it now. Dorn looked at the remaining nightmare horse meat lying on the ground inside. There will be no gains in strength if you eat any more.
Forget it. In that case, let's make full use of the horse meat from this nightmare horse and bring it back to make braised sausages. Roasted horse tripe with garlic.
Stir-fried horse meat with green onions. You could also make horse meat hot pot and cook it on the stove.
Dawn thought rather angrily.
Dorn, are you going back to Fingma Town?
The elf lady next to me suggested this after having eaten and drank enough and got enough rest. Dawn nodded. The nightmare horse matter has been solved. Although it is not perfect without getting the skills, there is no need to stay in this castle any longer. But just when he was about to stand up, he suddenly felt dizzy. Then came a strong feeling of sleepiness.
Vivian, I seem a little sleepy.
Dawn said this, her steps unsteady. The elf lady beside her hurriedly supported Dorn.
What's wrong? Is it because you didn't have a good rest last night? I don't know. I'm just so sleepy.
The originally clear vision quickly became blurry. Then, it was pitch black.
What's wrong with me?
Dorn found himself standing in endless darkness. In the entire space he was in, there was nothing but darkness.
I feel like I'm dreaming, but I'm so awake.
Unlike the previous time when he was pulled into a dream by a nightmare. At this moment Dorn seemed to be able to clearly and accurately realize that he was dreaming.
Why is this happening? Is it because of that nightmare? Because I ate its meat?
Dawn thought this way. However, Vivian also eats nightmare meat. This made Dawn a little worried, wondering how Miss Goblin was doing now.
When I think about it, something seems wrong. When I was handling the nightmare meat, the message from Ingredients Intuition was very clear. The meat is edible, and there will be no adverse reactions after eating it.
Dawn was still thinking about his current situation. There was a sudden change in this pitch-black space. Around him, visible red and black colors began to appear, and an evil and strange aura lingered around him. Even though the current background is pitch black, this red and black aura can still be clearly seen.
This aura, the one lingering on the nightmare horse?
The red and black aura began to swirl around Dorn, and then the dark space began to change. When Dorn reacted, he found himself in a deep alley. At the entrance of the alley, there were several mercenaries wearing worn-out leather armor, a panicked Amy, and Dorn himself who justly scolded the black mercenaries. This is the first time Dawn meets Amy. Dawn! The scene slowly fragmented and then condensed again. Dawn came to the kitchen of the Wishing Restaurant again. In the kitchen, Amy was cooking carefully, and Dawn stood by and patiently guided her. The scene shattered again and coalesced again. However, the protagonists in the scene are always Dawn and Amy. Amy surrounded Dawn, jumping for joy and chattering non-stop. Dawn gently stroked Amy's head and comforted the little girl. Amy held back her tears and hugged Dawn goodbye. These familiar scenes are like slides or vlogs, constantly emerging and switching.
Those red and black breasts. Reading my memories in my dream? About Amy's memories?
Dawn frowned, not knowing what was happening now. After the surrounding scenes were switched several times, the scene stopped at the smiling faces of Amy and everyone eating hot pot. It was an innocent and happy smiling face. All scenes were shattered, and everything returned to silence and darkness. The evil red-black aura circled Dorn a few times before dissipating. System prompt. Obtain skill, Dream Level 0. System prompts. The skill, Dream Level 0, increases in experience and skill level. Chapter 105 The Story of Long Ago A.
You can also see my game system in your dream?
Dorn was a little surprised. The last time he was pulled into a dream by a nightmare, Dorn couldn't even see his health bar. Dorn called out his system panel, which was successful and no different from reality. Then, in the skill column of the personal panel, Dorn saw the extra skill, Dream Level 5. Dream construction techniques from nightmares. Can enter other people's dreams, or drag a single target into a dream constructed and controlled by you. In your dreams, no one can defeat you.
It's not created through the synchronic stomach pouch, and it's still a full-level skill.
Dorn turned off the panel.
The source of this skill should be the red and black aura that lingered around him just now. What are those? The legacy of the nightmare horse? Or a death rattle? If that's the case, Why would Nightmare give herself this ability?
Besides, it feels like that Nightmare cares about Amy.
Apart from this, Dorn has no other definite information for the time being. However, Dorn has a little more awareness of this dark space. He felt that he seemed to have the ability to construct this space. Perhaps this was the power derived from dreaming.
In other words, the current owner of this dream seems to be me.
Dawn analyzed this.
In fact, I feel that after taking dream, I can exit the current dream at any time as long as I want.
Perhaps this is why he can see his system here. Because this dream has become his territory. Completely different from the one constructed by the previous nightmare. Moreover, Dorn could further feel that in this dream, there was still a trace, very weak, of power surging and operating like the setting sun. Dorn did not do anything to this weak power, or his current dream, because he felt that the power that was about to dissipate seemed to want to show something in his dream. The originally dark scene changed again. This time, Dorn saw lush woods and grasslands. There is also a winding river that glows and shines in the sunlight. After looking around, Dorn saw the corner of a castle at what seemed to be the border of the woods.
That seems to be the castle owned by Altad's family. But it's not abandoned.
Dorn squinted his eyes and looked at it. Originally, he planned to explore towards the edge of the woods to see what the old castle in the Altad family was still in ruins. However, after taking a few steps towards the woods, Dorn was hindered. It was as if there was an invisible wall towering in front of him.
It's a bit like the air wall in the game. So is that an unexplorable area?
Dawn touched his chin.
What does that nightmare want to show me?
Returning to the grass beside the river, he heard some noises.
Inging yang yo yo.
It seemed to be the wailing sound of some small animal. Dorn followed the sound and saw Nightmare behind a bush. However, it was not the fat and muscular Nightmare he had seen before, but a foal, with red fur and a not too sharp forehead. It would only reach Dorn's knees if he stood up. At this time, the Nightmare foal's hind feet were clamped by a trap, and the sharp saw teeth penetrated its flesh, making it wail in pain.
Is this the juvenile body of Nightmare?
Dorn was slightly surprised and reached out to touch the foal's head. However, there was no encounter. His hand went straight through the red pony's forehead.
Elusive,
Dorn muttered. However, Dawn felt that as the real owner of the current dream, he wanted to forcibly modify the current dream, and it was okay to touch the foal. But that doesn't make sense.
It seems like the Nightmare wants to show me what happened before.
Therefore, Dorn can just be a spectator. After waiting for a while, a figure walked in from the woods. It was a girl dressed in dirty burlap. A girl who looked a little ugly. The girl is short and thin. He has a hunched back and walks with a limp on his right foot. She has a horseshoe-shaped mouth. When she walks, she breathes heavily, revealing a set of very irregular teeth. At the same time, her right eye was closed tightly and seemed impossible to open. The ugly girl walked along the river, collecting wild flowers and holding them in her hands. Then, she seemed to hear the cry of the foal and walked towards the direction where Dorn was standing.
Bah! Bah! Bah!
The girl saw the foal.
Hey! Oh! 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 Oh!
The Nightmare pony was still wailing. The girl put down the bouquet of wild flowers in her hand, turned around and trotted away lamely. Dawn looked at the girl's leading figure and said nothing, just as a spectator, watching quietly. After a while, the girl came back with some herbs and clean cloth. The girl took off the traps on the foal's hind feet, crushed the herbs and applied them on them, then bandaged them with cloth strips. The Nightmare was very humane. It didn't move or whine the whole time. After bandaging the wound of Nightmare, the girl seemed very happy and patted Nightmare's head cheerfully. The Nightmare pony gently licked the girl's palm. The girl's palm was scratched when she just opened the animal trap. It was not serious, but there was still a lot of blood dripping from the wound. The foal gently licked the girl's hand and also licked the girl's blood. Then, the picture shattered and was recast. After everything around him became clear, Dorn found himself standing in a closed cellar.
Is this the cellar of Hurtado Castle?
Dorn looked around. There were no bones in the cellar, just a low bed covered with hay. There was some dampness in the basement, and Dorn could smell a very real musty smell. There was only one coal lamp lit inside, but the light was weak. The girl before was standing beside the bed, and in front of him stood a young man who looked to be 5 or 6 years older than the girl. There is a red birthmark on the man's right cheek.
Bah! Bah! Bah!
The girl matched her gestures, seeming to be telling the man something, but the young man looked unhappy and impatient.
That's enough. That's enough. I can't understand what you're gesticulating. And I don't want to understand.
The man interrupted the girl rudely.
Recently, there are rumors from the local people that they saw you hanging out with a monster in the woods. I don't care if this is true or not. Don't run away from me again. You are a dirty bastard who was born to a filthy maid. My father has already brought enough shame to the family by having an illegitimate daughter like you. Now,
are you still going to let those lowly people in the territory see our family's jokes? Do you know what you are called in the territory now? I will call you the lowly witch of the Altet family.
The more the man talked, the angrier he became. Looking at the girl's expression, his teeth became gritted.
Bah, bah, bah.
The girl tried to explain something with her gestures. However, the man ignored him and turned to leave.
Father is very ill now. Before I inherit his position as Baron, I don't want to see you make any more unpleasant rumors.
It seems that because she heard the word father, the girl's expression became a little excited, and she picked up a small piece of briquettes from the bedside, run up to the man and stop him. Then he wrote something crookedly on the stone wall. It was written in the Chinese character,
Donna.
But the handwriting was very ugly, brother. Daddy is sick. Me. See, Daddy? The man looked more and more angry after reading what the girl wrote. He raised his hard leather-booted foot and kicked the girl hard.
Bah! I said it. Don't call me brother. Disgusting.
The man looked at the girl with an expression of indifference and disdain, as if looking at garbage on the ground.
Father won't see you. And father doesn't want to see you either.
Then, the man left along the cellar passage. But you can still hear his rather cold words.
If you look like a human being, the Herdad family will hold their noses and recognize you as an illegitimate daughter. But you are a disgusting freak.
The girl sat on her knees on the ground and did not get up for a long time. Tears flowed from the only open eye.
Yo, yeah, yo.
The nightmare pony came out from under the small bed and licked the tears on the girl's face. Dawn! Chapter 106, The Story of Long Ago B. The picture in front of me was shattered and then reorganized. Dawn stood in an open square in front of the Hurtado castle and saw the girl from the Hurtado family again. The girl seems to have grown up compared to the previous scene. Dorn speculated that the time span between the current scene and the previous scene is about 2 to 3 years. The girl was tied to a wooden stake in the center of the square. Her expression was very tired and her breath was weak. Someone was stacking dry firewood beside her. There was a bustling crowd around her. Most of the people surrounding the square were wearing rough linen shirts. When he had only seen the girl and his brother before, Dorn didn't pay much attention. But after seeing such a large group of people, he could clearly feel that the style of clothing of these people was still different from that of the civilians in the Dona Empire.
How should I put it? Maybe more primitive?
So, this could be a story that happened hundreds of years ago?
Dorn glanced around the surroundings again. Around the castle, many low-rise residential buildings can be seen, but most of these houses are currently in a destroyed state. However, there are no traces of man-made destruction. It is more like a natural disaster.
What happened? A hurricane?
Dorn guessed. At this time, the crowd surrounding the square began to become noisy.
Burn her to death. Burn that witch to death. Bah! It's this evil-minded witch. I saw her colluding with the monsters in the woods. She summoned that hurricane and heavy rain and destroyed our home. Burn her to death.
Snapped. Someone started throwing stones at the girl. With the first piece, someone soon threw the second piece.
Ugly! My husband has been coughing since he saw you last year. It must be your curse. Because of her, my dog gave birth to a freak with only 3 legs. Just like her. A freak.
The crowd was restless and kept cursing. The more they cursed, the more excited they became. The crowd was excited.
Hey!
Because of the pain, the girl twisted her body. Her face was very frightened, as if she was begging for mercy and explanation. But it didn't help. No one understood what she was saying, and no one wanted to hear what she had to say. These people may just want someone to vent to.
Burn her to death. Burn to death this ugly witch.
People started shouting again. At this time, someone finally approached with a torch.
Lord Baron, is she still?
At the edge of the square, the young man with a red birthmark on his face stood, followed by several servants. At this time, this man has successfully become the new Baron. The new Baron Hurtado glared viciously at the servant who spoke. Then, he glanced at the square indifferently, turned around and walked back to the castle at a leisurely pace. Dawn! There was still something like an air wall at the gate of the castle, and Dorn couldn't get in. However, he saw a figure at the edge of the woods outside the square. Dawn walked toward the woods. It's the Nightmare horse. Nightmare seemed to be growing very fast at this time, and was already almost as high as Dawn's waist. In the square behind, loud cheers and cheers began to be heard. There was also the sound of the flames burning, the girls wailing, and the smell of burning. Eventually, the girls' wails grew weaker and weaker, leaving only the cheers of the crowd. The Nightmare stood in the shadow of the woods, with a drop of red liquid flowing out of his red eyes. Couldn't tell if it was tears or blood. Dawn! The picture is broken and then put back together. At this time, Dorn was standing in a bedroom. The bedroom is gorgeously furnished, clean and tidy, and bright moonlight shines in from the open balcony. But Dorn could still tell that this seemed to be a room on the second floor of Hurtado Castle. On the luxurious velvet bed, a man in his 30s slept. The man has a red birthmark on his face. This is Baron Hurtado. Based on the changes in this Baron's appearance, Dawn speculates that the time span between this scene and the previous scene is about 5 or 6 years. Baron Hurtado seemed to be having a nightmare.
No! Don't kill me! I didn't harm you! Rainies! I am your brother! I am your brother!
The Baron kept struggling in his sleep, talking and roaring in his sleep. His forehead was covered with cold sweat, but he still didn't wake up from the nightmare. Then, Dawn heard that somewhat familiar voice. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The gentle, tiny sound of horse hooves. The Nightmare walked into the Baron's bedroom quietly and grandly. At this time, Nightmare was far from being fat and strong, but standing there, he was almost as tall as Dorn. The red mane moves automatically without wind, and the whole body is surrounded by a red and black evil aura. Despair. Nightmare's front hooves thumped on the floor. The Baron, who was struggling on the bed, finally came to his senses. However, when he opened his eyes, what he saw was this evil and terrifying monster.
Who is this? Someone is coming! Someone is coming!
The Baron screamed in horror. But it was unusually quiet inside the huge castle, or dead silent. No one answered the Baron's roar. Only his own echo echoed in the void. The sharp horns on the Nightmare's head were raised, and the nose was snorting.
No! Don't come here!
And the next moment, the sharp long horn pierced the man's chest without hesitation, and the bright red blood splashed on the white velvet. Dawn! After killing the Baron, Nightmare held her head high and walked onto the open balcony of the bedroom. Dawn also followed. Looking out from the balcony, the entire Hurtado territory and this residential area were engulfed in fire and blood. The air was filled with the smell of burnt food and blood, very strong and choking. The few houses closest to the castle were completely destroyed, and Dorn could see bloody corpses exposed. Among the dead, there were old people, middle-aged people, young people, and children who were obviously less than 10 years old.
So, a few years after the illegitimate daughter of the Alta family was burned to death, you destroyed this place indiscriminately and killed everyone you could. Right.
Dawn turned his head to look at the Nightmare standing next to him. Although this Nightmare is far from mature, if it has mastered the ability to be dragged into dreams and appear silently, under the premise that this territory is not guarded by a powerful guardian with the ability to resist dreams, the Nightmare seems to be able to massacre the entire village in one night. The Nightmare horse beside him, which exuded an evil and ominous aura, did not answer Dorn's question. After all, what Dorn sees now is just a story that happened a long time ago. As a spectator, there is no way to interact with the protagonist in the story. The bright moonlight shines. The Nightmare horse just stood on the balcony, looking at the sea of fire and purgatory it had created. The pupils are red. Then, he raised his head and roared. Chapter 107: Vivian's Knee Pillow. The scene switched again, but as the controller of this dream, Dorn could feel that the remaining power of the Nightmare was about to die. This should be the last scene. Dorn returned to the cellar of the castle. This underground space was extremely dark, with only a small amount of light coming from the entrance above the passage. But it was not clear whether it was day or night. Then with this small light, Dorn could already see 8 skeletons in the cellar, as well as a living girl. This girl is only in her 20s. He didn't know how long he had been trapped in the cellar. He looked extremely haggard and withered, and a little bit crazy. The girl's hair was disheveled. She was holding a pen in her hand and writing something on a piece of parchment. Dawn came closer and saw that the somewhat crazy writing was,
"Save me!
Let me out!" and other scrawled writing. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The familiar sound of horse hooves. The Nightmare appeared in the cellar. It held some fruits in its mouth, placed them on the ground, and then put its head in front of the girl. The nightmare at this time was already the fat and muscular appearance that Dorn had seen in reality. The imprisoned girl looked up and looked at the nightmare with fear and anger in her eyes. Snapped. The girl picked up an apple on the ground and hit the nightmare hard on the head.
Monster! Monster! Get away! Let me out! Save me!
The girl yelled, cried, and became hysterical. She picked up the pen again and scrawled on the parchment, monster, monster, and the like. Nightmare just stood there, looking at the girl, motionless. Dawn, judging from the girl's mental breakdown, she wouldn't survive much longer if she was locked up in this cellar. Perhaps, even if she could get out now, she wouldn't live long. The picture shattered for the last time, and no new scene coalesced. Dorn was once again in that boundless darkness. He may have felt that the weak remaining power of the nightmare had completely dissipated.
So, is this the reason why you imprisoned those Hurtado girls?
Dorn said to himself. What is this? Protect? Dorn thought about the contents of the parchment left by the last girl again. Judging from the information revealed between the lines, it seemed that the girl was not living a satisfactory life. Perhaps, Nightmare will go to this castle with the girls from Hurtado who are tortured by life. The reason why he entered the girl's dream 5 times was to read the memory and confirm the girl's living status.
If this is the case, if Nightmare finds out that Amy is actually living a happy life, won't he take Amy away?
Dawn thought this way. Then he shook his head again. This is just a guess on his part. Who knows how this nightmare can judge whether the girls are happy or not? Besides, the last girl might be just an exception. Maybe the nightmares were indiscriminately selecting many girls from Ulta to imprison. Considering that Nightmare once slaughtered the Hurtado territory indiscriminately, killing the children as well. Also, even if the imprisoned girl collapsed and went mad to death, the Nightmare did not let her leave the castle.
I can't completely use my own way of thinking and value orientation to determine what that Nightmare will do.
Dorn sighed. Later, Dawn tried to control and construct this dream space. Dream activates. The image of the illegitimate daughter of the Altad family after they reached adulthood, and the image of the fat and muscular nightmare horse were quickly sketched. Very vivid. Dawn continued. The entire endless dark space turned into woods, grasslands, and meandering rivers could be seen, shining in the sun. The girls from Hurtado's house picked wild flowers from the meadow, and wove them into garlands to wear on Nightmare's head. Nightmare nuzzled the girl's cheek meekly.
Yo yo yo.
The sunshine is soft, and you can smell the earth and grass. After Dorn stared at the content of the dream he created for a while, he took the initiative to leave the dream. Everything disappears. Return to silence.
Dorn, are you awake?
Dorn had just opened his eyes when he heard Vivian's voice coming from directly above.
Well,
Dawn wanted to move. But something feels wrong. How should I put it? There seems to be something wrong with Comfort now. At this moment, there seemed to be something extremely soft pillowed under his head, and the familiar faint fragrance of Vivian could be smelled on the tip of his nose. Even, he could feel the warm temperature of Miss Goblin at this moment. When Dawn looked up, part of his vision was blocked. The source of the obstruction of vision is the arc outlined on the chest of the blue and white silk coat on Miss Elf's body. However, even if his vision was blocked, Dorn could still see Vivian's face. The fair and delicate face now had a hint of seductive crimson, and the lake blue eyes sparkled. Noticing Dawn's gaze, Vivian turned her face away like a panicked rabbit, glancing at Dawn from time to time with her peripheral vision.
Don't stare at me, at least not now. I'm a little shy. Sorry.
Dawn didn't know what she was apologizing for, but she still looked away from Vivian's face. It's just that I don't feel like anywhere I'm looking is suitable right now. The current situation is indeed that. Right? Is that the one?
Vivian's knee pillow,
Dawn muttered. Although I don't know why it suddenly unfolded like this. But the soft touch on the pillow on the back of his head, and the faint fragrance of the girl filling his nose gave Dorn, who was a little depressed after just watching the nightmare memory, an inexplicable sense of peace of mind. Dawn once observed Vivian's legs. Well, it's just the kind of normal observation after getting a long day and night. Miss Fairy's legs are in great shape, thin and straight. As for the thigh position, I usually don't have a chance to see it, but this time I felt it directly with the back of my head, and it was unexpectedly soft and plump.
You suddenly fell down just now. Well, I couldn't find anything for you to rest on. So,
Vivian began to explain the current situation in a panic. Her face became redder, and she spoke very quickly, but also stuttered. and had to bite her tongue several times.
Thank you, Vivian. So, do you want me to get up now? If Dawn wants to lie down for a while, it's not impossible.
Vivian blushed, glanced at Dawn's reaction after hearing this sentence, and quickly turned her face away. Dawn didn't speak, nor did he get up. The two of them kept their original actions and stayed quietly for a while, until both of them calmed down.
Dawn, you looked very sad when you fell asleep just now.
After an unknown amount of time, the elf lady spoke softly.
Vivian, I had a dream. A dream that wasn't too good.
There were gaps everywhere in the dilapidated castle, and the early morning light shone in from the hall windows that had been damaged for an unknown period of time. It's daybreak. Dorn told Vivian what he saw in his dream, about the nightmare and the illegitimate daughter of the Altat family.
So, isn't Nightmare imprisoning a girl with the blood of the Altat family out of pure revenge?
Wei Wei listened quietly before speaking.
Maybe. At least, it shouldn't be out of revenge for the girls it imprisoned. But, Dorn, we didn't do anything wrong.
Vivian said this while unconsciously stroking her slender and soft hands on Dawn's hair with gentle movements.
Those girls imprisoned by Nightmare died in pain and despair. If we can't kill Nightmare, the next one to have such an experience will probably be Amy.
Dorn nodded with his pillow against Vivian's thigh. Chapter 108 Even Your Share. Dawn and Vivian didn't leave the area around the castle until the afternoon, because throughout the morning, Dorn was digging a pit on the edge of the castle, turning Bree into the shape of a shovel. It was not difficult to dig a hole, but Dawn dug 10 holes beside the castle before he stopped. He planned to bury the 9 skeletons in the cellar, along with Nightmare's body. Here, throughout the whole process, Miss Goblin didn't speak. She silently helped Dorn and supported Dorn's sudden decision with actions. When the two of them were busy working until noon, snow began to fall from the sky. But Dawn was not affected in any way. It wasn't until the afternoon that the two of them had piled 10 graves. The skeletons in the cellar that were so rotten that they seemed to turn into powder at the slightest touch were put into the tomb as much as possible by Dorn. However, these piles piled up by Dorn are said to be tombs, but in fact they are just mounds of earth. On the top of the mound, he pressed a few more bluestones. After everything was done, Dorn stood in front of the 10 tombs and stared at them silently for a while, not knowing what he was thinking about, or maybe not thinking about anything. Vivian stood beside him and said nothing. The snow is getting heavier and heavier. After a while, Dorn focused his attention on the largest tomb. The body of the nightmare horse was buried inside.
I know you seem to attach great importance to Amy, because Amy has the same blood as that girl.
Dawn spoke softly. There was silence everywhere, and Dorn's words received no response. It was impossible for the tomb to reply.
I will take good care of Amy, in my own way. Of course. After all, I got a share of ability from you. So, I will take care of you along with it.
Dorn and Vivian finally left the castle, and went to Fingma Town to meet Vel. Silence returned to the surroundings of the castle. In the silver-gray sky, the snow was falling more and more, and the snowflakes were as big as goose feathers, dyeing the 10 tombs bright white. Val drove the carriage and sent both Dorn and Vivian back to Eden. When the young chef returned successfully, the old employees of the restaurant finally breathed a sigh of relief. Dorn roughly informed everyone about their killing of the nightmare. However, I did not mention the story of the nightmare and the illegitimate daughter of the Hurtado family 100 years ago. I simply told everyone that the nightmare incident was solved. The old employees of the restaurant who knew about this, together with Albert, were all celebrating after learning the news. The nightmare that had haunted the Hurtado family for hundreds of years ended like this.
Mr. Dorn, Miss Vivian, thank you for eliminating the nightmare. Amy and I, as well as our Altat family, don't know how to repay your kindness.
Albert bowed solemnly to Dorn and thanked him. These small town patrol captains knew about Vivian's existence, so they also deliberately mentioned that they wanted to thank her. When Albert was into Vivian, he chose to make a blind guess, and his eyes fell solemnly and sincerely on the right side of Dorn. But in fact, Miss Goblin was standing on Dorn's left side at this time. But it doesn't matter. Vivian doesn't care about this.
There's no need to be so solemn. We are all so familiar.
Dawn smiled and waved his hand.
Besides, I can't watch anything happen to Amy.
When mentioning the little girl Amy, the way Dawn looked at Albert changed slightly. At this moment, what he was thinking was, after all, he had made a promise with the monster to take good care of Amy. Albert, from now on, I will support your sister. Little Amy next to her has not spoken much since she thanked Dorn and the invisible Vivian. Her short golden hair swayed by her ears, and her hands were nervous. This is the second time that the eldest brother and sister Vivian have risked their lives to save her. And the little girl really doesn't know how to repay them.
Amy, the most important thing you have to do now is...
Dawn seemed to understand Amy's psychological activities, and stepped forward to rub the little girl's head skillfully.
Yeah.
Amy nodded her head vigorously. No matter what Big Brother says, I will work hard to complete it.
Just eat well, sleep well, and grow up quickly.
Dorn smiled.
Huh?
Amy was confused at first, but then she seemed to understand something. Anyway, what the elder brother said must be right. And only if I grow up quickly can I be able to help my big brother more in the future. After the nightmare incident, Dorn's life returned to peace. What I do every day is nothing more than running the Wishing restaurant, preparing a variety of special dishes so that diners can experience the excitement of drawing a blind box of gourmet food. Occasionally inspect the operation of the hot pot restaurant to further improve the service awareness of employees. Finally, after a hard day's work, go to the bathhouse with Vivian and take a hot bath. The life was quite pleasant. However, in this peaceful and comfortable life, Dawn has always had a lingering problem. That is, those monsters temporarily kept in the basement. Seeing that the weather is getting colder and colder, even if the restaurants on both sides have fireplaces burning all day long, the temperature in the basement has not risen much. These monsters brought out from the poison swamp are more or less a bit wilted. Not to mention those 3 poisonous feather eggs. If they are kept in the basement, they will definitely become bad guys by the time the next spring comes. Worry. Hot pot restaurant basement. Dorn led a man with a sallow complexion and a big beard and stayed inside for a long time. The man's name is Foster. Despite Foster's mediocre appearance, he has professional skills. The technology of hybridizing monster bristle pigs and domestic pigs that has emerged around Eaton Town in recent years was spread from Foster. Dorn has lived in Eaton for so long, and he also knows a lot about bristle pig hybrids. Then, he was surprised to find that this hybridization technology was somewhat similar to artificial insemination technology for domestic animals. But it's understandable if you think about it. The monster bristled pig is as big as a hill, and the domestic sow has a small body. You can't get in. You can't get in no matter how hard you try. Right? Therefore, manual intervention is necessary. Dawn once had the opportunity to see the process of crossbreeding pigs on Foster's farm. That scene was breathtaking. Anyway, all in all, according to Dorn's estimation, Foster can innovatively come up with this kind of technology similar to artificial insemination of domestic animals. And his level in the field of breeding may be ahead of his peers in the entire Dorn Empire. This is why Dorn invited Foster here. He may be the person who has the most say in monster breeding that Dorn knows.
Mr. Foster, is there really nothing we can do?
Dorn looked at the pioneer of the breeding industry next to him with a sad look on his face. Foster shook his head. To be honest, this man who could make a big bristle boar as big as a small mountain docile was really a little nervous after seeing these monsters in Dorn. Let's not talk about those 3 strange monster eggs, the tadpoles raised in the venom, and the long-legged mushrooms that can release a weird sweet taste. When he thought of this mushroom, Foster couldn't help but clench the scale pendant in his hand. This pendant was handed to him after Dorn channeled the magic power after entering the basement, and he explained it to him in an understatement. The sweet taste of this mushroom can effectively stimulate the desire of organisms to reproduce. So be sure to take this. No! These monsters look weird no matter how you look at them. Who dares to raise it?
Mr. Dorn, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I have never seen these strange monsters.
Foster smiled bitterly.
Furthermore, even the breeding of bristled pigs actually started with my grandfather and then passed through my father. Until I found a way.
Dawn nodded understandingly. Just because someone raises pigs well, doesn't mean they can raise all kinds of monsters.
What suggestions do you have?
Dawn refused to give up.
This. Mr. Dorn, I think if you really want to breed these monsters, you'd better find a scholar in monsterology first.
Forte said.
Monster scholar?
Dorn repeated the opponent's key words.
So, where can I find it? Silver Shield Port? I don't know about this, but I heard that most of the scholars who study monsters are in the Living City or the territories of some great nobles.
Foster scratched his head. After the big pig farmer left in fear, Dorn was alone looking at the monsters in the basement in a daze.
I worked so hard to bring you out of the ruins, but don't let all of you die without even leaving a son or a half of your daughter. Alas.
Chapter 109 Guests from the North. Midwinter. A horse-drawn carriage drove out from Silver Shield Harbor and galloped across the vast snowfield. The next stop for the carriage was the small town of Eaton. The carriage was driven by a silent middle-aged man with gray hair, ordinary clothes, and a sword at his waist. He seems to have a tough temperament, and his every move can give people invisible pressure. Anyone with a bit of vision can see that this man is definitely a ruthless character who is not easy to mess with. There were 3 young men and women sitting in the ornately decorated carriage. Among them were 2 red-haired ones, a pair of siblings. The surname of this pair of siblings is very interesting. Phoenix. The meaning of this surname is the immortal firebird, and their family's emblem is also the firebird totem. In the entire Dona Empire, anyone with this surname who is the worst off is a wealthy gentry. Not to mention the young siblings. They belong to the direct line of the family. Their grandfather is now Archduke Phoenix of the Empire. These 2 young firebirds. Their sister is named Veronica, and their brother is named Creek. In addition to the 2 noble children, there was also a girl wearing a silver fox fur coat and long black hair with lilac luster, sitting next to her sister Veronica. This girl is about 16 or 17 years old, but her face always has a solemn and serious look that is not consistent with her age. The girl's name is Arietta, and her surname has more origins than that of the red-haired siblings. Henrietta's surname is Dona. In this empire called Dona, one can imagine which group of people are given the national surname. Henrietta is the princess of the empire, but she is not the daughter of the current emperor, but the youngest daughter of the prince of the north and the emperor's niece.
I said, Crick, if you come out to play once in a while, don't play with your books. Besides, reading in the carriage is not good for your eyes, isn't it?
In the carriage, Veronica spoke to her brother boredly.
Mr. Collins' driving is very stable, so it doesn't matter.
Creek just shook his head and did not stop what he was doing. This red-haired aristocratic boy sat a little far away from his sister and the little princess. Next to him, there was a pile of books. There are printed books and hand-painted books. The titles of these books are roughly
Jumble Monster Atlas, Structure Analysis of Scale Monsters, Observation Guidelines for the Reproduction of Bird Monsters, Aquatic Monster Atlas.
Most of them are related to monsters. Strictly speaking, what Crick is doing now is not reading books, but revising them. He was supplementing, organizing, and correcting errors in a book called
Encyclopedia of Monster Knowledge
that had been circulated among monster scholars for several years. This encyclopedia was written several years ago by Mr. Alfonso, Crick's teacher and a leader in the field of monsterology. After so many years of observation, experimentation, and research, it is time for this encyclopedia to be updated and a second edition more accurate. Mr. Alfonso recently gave Crick the revision of the section on avian monsters in the encyclopedia. After Crick got the job assigned by the teacher, he took it very seriously. Veronica looked at her brother holding paper and pen, feeling very bored. After sighing, she lifted her right leg and placed it on her left knee. It's the middle of winter now, and it's freezing cold. But Veronica didn't wear too much. Just a red and black dress. But this is not the point. The point is that on her legs, she is wearing a strange kind of silk stockings. To put it simply, they are stockings, which are very rare in the entire Dona Empire. Yeah, and it's black stockings. Smooth and soft black silk lingered on her straight legs, showing wonderful curves. Under her red and black fluffy skirt, the top of her black stockings also outlined her plump thighs. Such an outfit, coupled with her proud figure and mature lady temperament, is simply perfect. However, good looking is good looking, and Veronica's eye-catching outfit obviously does not match the current season. But to her, it didn't matter. Being afraid of the cold is a joke to Veronica. She is not afraid of the cold, even precisely because of her presence. The carriage compartment can maintain a comfortable and pleasant warm temperature for a long time even if no heating measures are taken. Among the upper class of the empire, Veronica is called Red Lotus Witch. Originally, the title, Witch, was not really a compliment, but Veronica seemed to take advantage of it, and over time, the name was spread. Moreover, the upper class of the Dona Empire would often compare this Red Lotus Witch with the Vatican's pale sword holder, Adele. After all, these 2 people are the most powerful and potential female representatives among the new generation of the Empire and the Holy See. The future is immeasurable. Objectively speaking, Veronica does have the same strength as Adele. However, unlike the sword-wielding lady who is extremely powerful in close combat, Veronica is a mage. An upright mage. The spells she is good at include Fireball, larger fireball, an extra large fireball. Suppose at this moment, there is some dark and evil force that has no vision and wants to take advantage of this carriage. Even if an entire large group of black mercenaries came, even without the fierce combat power of Mr. Colin, the coachman in front, Veronica alone could burn all the enemies into slag while talking and laughing.
Well, I'm a little bored. Anlier, let's talk about something.
Veronica was silent for a while, then glanced at her boring brother, and finally set her sights on the little princess of the north beside her. Crick, who was sitting far away, couldn't help but pause his writing and shrink his neck slightly after hearing his sister's address to the little princess. Although we did have a good relationship when we were young, the only non-royal person who still dares to call her Royal Highness, Anlyle, is my sister. Right? It's also thanks to the fact that her Royal Highness has a good personality and never cares about her sister.
What do you want to talk about?
The little princess spoke in a dignified and appropriate tone.
Whatever. Let's talk about the Eden town we're going to next. The wishing restaurant. The hybrid pigs. Whatever the topic is. I'm almost bored to death.
Veronica changed her sitting position again. The ultimate goal of these three powerful men's trip is Golden Oak City, the capital of art. At the end of this month, the famous female artist Ms. Babashaw will hold a unique performance at the Golden Oak Opera House. They went there for this show. If you want to go to Golden Oak City, you must pass through Silver Shield Harbor. The reason why I left Silver Shield Port and went to the small town of Eden was entirely because a few months ago, the famous writer and critic Mr. Williams published such an article in Thingwusherju.
The little-known town of Eden, magical monster hybrid technology, and the amazing wishing restaurant.
Chapter 110 Nobles.
Sister, it's the technology of crossbreeding between bristled pigs and domestic pigs.
Crick did not stop what he was doing, but he casually corrected his sister.
Yes, that's it. Don't you think it's strange? The monster bristle pig is so big, but the domestic pig is so small compared to the monster. How do they reproduce?
Because of the topic, Veronica cheered up a little.
It seems that there is an introduction in Mr. Williams's review.
Little Princess Henrietta responded.
Yes. Sister, didn't you read carefully? Mr. Williams described it in quite detail.
Crick also added. Veronica, who would take a detailed look at how pigs are crossbred. Isn't it enough to finish the introduction to the wishing restaurant?
Furthermore, the way residents around Eden Town crossbreed monsters is really strange. They will use specific stimulation techniques to obtain the reproductive substances of male bristle pigs, and then inject the reproductive substances into female domestic pigs through human means, in the body.
At the mention of Edentown's livestock artificial insemination technology, Crick became more energetic, stopped what he was doing, and started describing it vividly. As a young monster scholar, Crick will definitely observe and understand the bristled pig hybridization technology during this trip to Eden. His teacher Alfonso once told his students that the wisdom and strength of the people are sometimes immeasurable. Judging from the fact that the people of Eden can come up with such a reproduction technology that no monster scholar has ever tried, the teacher's words do make sense.
Stop. Crick. There's no need to go into such details. I suddenly have no interest in knowing.
Veronica interrupted her brother.
Let's talk about the wishing restaurant.
Crick obediently stopped the topic. He didn't dare to go against the wishes of his elder sister anyway.
In the past few days in Silver Shield Port, I seem to have heard many people talking about this restaurant.
Henrietta took up the conversation.
Yes, I heard that a rotation system for signature dishes has been introduced, and a new hot pot restaurant has been opened. It seems to be completely different from the restaurant recorded by Mr. Williams.
Crick agreed.
With so many changes made in such a short period of time, in such an impetuous and fancy restaurant, will the food really taste good? Isn't that Mr. Williams exaggerating?
Veronica said casually, her hands behind her head, leaning into her position, and at the same time stretching her long legs wrapped in black stockings forward.
You can't make a conclusion until you taste it.
The little princess still sat dignifiedly, with a sense of solemnity in her tone and demeanor that was not to be toyed with. Edentown. The Phoenix siblings and the little princess arrived in this special town as the most popular children of powerful people. This group of people rarely stay in hotels when traveling. Even this low-key trip was the same. Although the little princess's trip this time was low-key, the reputation of the Phoenix family was enough in the Dona Empire. Baron Donnelly, who lives near Edentown, heard that the Phoenix family siblings, especially the Red Lotus Witch, Veronica, were going to stay in Edentown. A relatively luxurious townhouse apartment had been prepared and cleaned for them early. and even the servants and maids were fully prepared. The apartment was the Baron's personal property, because they knew that the main purpose of the Phoenix siblings' visit to Eden was Chef Don's Wish restaurant. Baron Donnelly also specifically asked his capable daughter, Miss Charlene, to be responsible for receiving the Phoenix siblings, acting like a tour guide. After making arrangements for accommodation, Mr. Collins stayed in the apartment. Miss Charlene took the other 3 people and headed towards the Wishing restaurant.
I have to say, this Eden town is really shabby. How good can a chef who cooks in a small place like this really be? I am less and less looking forward to our dinner.
Veronica whined boredly as she walked along the way. Her hot and eye-catching outfit attracted the attention of almost all passers-by, but she didn't seem to care.
Although Eden town is inconspicuous, Chef Dorn's skills are very impressive. I believe you will not be disappointed.
Miss Charlene smiled and responded to Veronica's complaints politely. This Miss Charlene has a sweet appearance and looks harmless to humans and animals. But in fact, she is a long-sleeved and graceful aristocratic lady who is good at dancing.
I hope so,
Veronica said noncommittally. The 3 of them came to the middle of Eden, on a main road of the town. Both the Wishing restaurant and the Hot Pot restaurant are on this street, facing each other. This is the busiest place in the entire Eden. It was already approaching evening and both restaurants were open for business. The snow on the road has been swept away, and people are coming and going on the whole street. Some people walk into the restaurant with expectant faces, while others walk out satisfied. The happiness and joy on everyone's face is real. It is already the middle of winter, and the weather is very cold, especially now in the evening. When the sun sets, it becomes even colder. But standing on this street, you can feel a unique and enthusiastic atmosphere. There are alluring aromas wafting out of both restaurants. The spicy aroma in the Hot Pot restaurant is stronger and can be clearly smelled on the street.
The signature dish rotating at Wishing restaurant today is pan-fried pork ribs. And on the other side is a Hot Pot restaurant that just opened in winter. It's the only one in the entire empire. This afternoon, I made reservations at both restaurants. The 3 of us can eat at any one we want. But I personally recommend Hot Pot, because it's already 6 o'clock. The Wishing restaurant will close around 7 o'clock, and the Hot Pot restaurant will stay open until nearly 9 o'clock in the evening.
Miss Charlene introduced the situation of the 2 stores in a very familiar manner. It is obvious that she is a regular customer here. The other 3 powerful children present had no objections to Charlene's proposal. Moreover, they are not just staying in Eden for one day. They can also try the Wishing restaurant over there at noon or evening tomorrow. So, under the leadership of Miss Charlene, the 4 of them entered the Hot Pot restaurant. This rather peculiar restaurant has a large area inside. Guests at each table sit around the copper hot pot on the square table, eating, talking and laughing. And the atmosphere is lively. At the same time, the decoration in the Hot Pot restaurant is also very interesting, with a large number of red elements used as decorations. This decoration idea seems to have been thought up by the chef Don. According to him, it seems to be for the sake of looking celebrity. As soon as the 4 nobles entered the door, a waitress in a neat dark uniform came forward quickly. This waiter has healthy wheat-colored skin, with a few lively freckles dotted on the wings of her nose. On the chest of her uniform, there is a word, 9, embroidered in Dorna script. Waiter number 9 had a warm smile on his face.
Welcome, Whitelin.
Chapter 111 The Commission for 5 gold nars. After showing the reservation voucher, Miss Charlene and her party were taken to the windowed private room of the Hot Pot restaurant. This reservation system was newly proposed by Don after he reformed the Wishing restaurant. To put it simply, wealthy diners who don't want to queue up to get a reservation can reserve a private room within a certain time period by paying an extra amount of money. This is equivalent to opening a VIP channel for wealthy diners to recharge money. It also increases revenue for the restaurant. Make money. Business. Not shabby. In the private room, Charlene ordered several delicious hot pot ingredients from the menu with ease. And after asking the other 3 people about their preferences, she ordered the Mandarin duck pot with mushrooms and butter.
You 3 can add anything you want to add.
Charlene handed the menu to the others with a smile.
The waiter will patiently explain to everyone what the specific ingredients are and how to make it delicious.
The waiter number 9 next to him nodded when he heard this, and then stood at the table waiting patiently with a professional smile. The remaining 3 people looked at the menu and randomly added some dishes. Finally, the menu was put into Veronica's hand. She looked at it for a while, then pointed at an ingredient and asked,
"What is this, brave brain eaten? Few people order that thing."
Miss Charlene beside her said bitterly,
"It's the brain of a Maine pig.
Veronica. Well, those who dare to eat this are indeed brave. Soon, the Mandarin duck hot pot with light mushroom pot and hot butter pot was brought to the private room. As the charcoal fire heated up, the bottoms of both pots began to bubble. Waiter number 9 went out and brought everyone sour plum juice and lemonade. Then he skillfully picked up the serving chopsticks on the table and cooked the food for the guests. Miss Charlene also awkwardly picked up her chopsticks to cook the ingredients. As a frequent visitor to the restaurant, she has already begun to use these 2 magical little wooden sticks to pick up food. The other 3 nobles were a little confused when they looked at the boiling hot pot and the strange tableware called chopsticks. At the same time, watching the waitress pick up a piece of pickled pork bristle and carefully dip it into the bottom of the boiling pot. The way the hot red soup enveloped the ingredients made the Phoenix siblings swallow slightly. Spit. Even the expression of the little princess, who had always been dignified, changed slightly. For them, a gourmet feast they had never experienced before began.
The food was delicious. The Dornish chef is very good.
After eating the hot pot, Veronica was very satisfied. She crossed her long legs wrapped in black stockings and swayed. All the previous doubts about Wishing Restaurant and Chef Don have disappeared. Creek next to him looked at his sister, a little ashamed, when Veronica was eating a plate of ingredients called tripe. After knowing that this thing was the stomach of a cow, she yelled,
"How can such an ingredient that even ordinary people disdain be brought to the table?"
This made both the waitress and Miss Charlene a little embarrassed. But later, under the little princess's signal, Veronica reluctantly tasted a piece of hairy tripe, and then snatched it up more happily than anyone else, completely forgetting to maintain the noble demeanor and manners. Although his sister usually doesn't have any aristocratic manners.
"I really want everyone in the north to try this hot pot,"
Henrietta said in the end. The Phoenix siblings nodded in agreement. Indeed, in the freezing north of the empire, it would definitely be an extremely happy and wonderful thing to have a hot pot meal. After tasting the hot pot, the little princess's fair cheeks turned red due to the spicy taste and the heat. At the same time, because of the feeling of fullness, her expression also showed a trace of laziness. For members of the royal family, it is obviously rude to show such a look in front of others. However, the taste of hot pot really affects the nobles' reserved manners. What's terrible is that it's so delicious that they can't refuse it. The little princess has done her best to maintain her current status. After the nobles finished their dinner, paid for their meals and rewards, and left, Miss Charlene sent the 3 of them back to their residence. Then the local aristocratic lady took a snack walk after the meal and returned to the Wishing Restaurant. The hot pot restaurant seems to be packing up and preparing to close, while the Wishing Restaurant has already closed. But the door is not completely closed yet, and the lights are on inside. Miss Charlene stepped forward and knocked on the door.
"Hello. Is Mr. Gonzalez here? It's me, Charlene Donnelly. Miss Donnelly, please come in."
Gonzalez inside responded. Charlene opened the door.
"I'm looking for Mr. Dorn. Is it convenient now?"
This noble lady treated the people in the restaurant with a very polite tone.
"Little Don is in the kitchen. You can go directly to him. Thanks."
As a regular patron of the Wishing Restaurant, Charlene knew very well that Chef Don rarely received others during the restaurant's business hours. But it was much easier to see him in the morning or after closing. Boom boom. Miss Charlene knocked on the kitchen door.
"Mr. Dorn, it's me, Charlene Donnelly. Please come in."
Squeak. The kitchen door was pushed open. Charlene walked in and smiled sweetly.
"Good evening, handsome Mr. Dorn." "Good evening to you too, the charming Miss Charlene."
Don exchanged business with the noble lady without any pressure.
"Do you have any orders for me tonight?"
This Miss Charlene has a good relationship with the restaurant. And not just because she and her father, Baron Donnelly, were regulars at the restaurant. It was even more because after the noble father and daughter realized the great value of the restaurant, they began to show goodwill to Dorn intentionally or unintentionally. For example, after Hyena and his 3 brothers were absorbed by Dorn, other scalpers who followed suit slowly appeared outside the restaurant, reselling meal numbers. Rampant scalping activities have even begun to affect restaurant operations and guests' normal dining experience. When Dorn was preparing to take care of this gang of scalpers, Baron Donnelly immediately arranged for help. Under the blatant intervention of this local powerful man, those individuals or forces who wanted to make money from the meal orders immediately stopped. The reason why Baron Donnelly treats the restaurant in a friendly manner is simple. After all, the better the restaurant runs, the better the development of his territory will be. There will even be opportunities, like now, to get acquainted with the big family Phoenix. Dorn chose to accept the goodwill of the father and daughter. Anyway, there was no conflict of interest between them. It would be good if a win-win situation could be achieved.
It's like this. Tomorrow I will bring some distinguished guests to dine at your place, Mr. Dorn.
Charlene explained her purpose.
Well, what then? Then I hope Mr. Dorn will make a special delicious dish for them.
As Charlene said this, she took out 5 golden gold coins and handed them to Dorn. 5 gold nuggets is not a small amount. It is as much as the monthly profit of a restaurant here in Dorn. Therefore, even the aristocratic Lady Charlene looked a little pained after taking out the money.
It's okay.
Dorn accepted the money. However, what kind of distinguished guest does this Miss Charlene have to spend such a large sum of money on? Chapter 112 Dompa's Elbow.
Although I have received 5 gold nuggets from Miss Charlene. In fact, I only need to cook an S-level dish to complete the task. Right.
When Dawn got up early the next morning, she began to think about what dish to cook for Miss Charlene today. Dorn and the noble girl had agreed that after the wishing restaurant closed today, they would entertain her and her distinguished friends alone. Considering that Miss Charlene has increased the money to 5 gold nuggets, Dorn will naturally satisfy this request.
But after all, after charging so much money, you still have to show some sincerity. Dishes sold in the restaurant will not be considered, and you have to make a hard dish. But I don't have many ingredients to choose from. The monsters in the basement are already withered,
and I can't bear to let them go. I won't consider it. So, the best ingredient for eating is really the bristled pig, right?
Because pork is one of the most commonly eaten meats by the people of China. There are many ways to cook it. Dawn quickly thought of a suitable dish. Dompa elbow.
Dompa's elbow is placed on Maishan in our dynasty. It is the main dish of the banquet. It is definitely the hard dish. That's it.
Dorn made up his mind immediately. That morning, Dorn contacted Mr. Foster, a large pig farmer near Eton, and personally went to Foster's farm to select a grade A bristled pig for slaughter. During this whole day, the chef of the wishing restaurant, apart from spending time running the restaurant normally, devoted all the remaining time to making this Dompa elbow dish. The Chinese distinction between pig legs is the front hooves and the back crotch. When Don makes Dompa elbow, he uses the meat of the forearm, which is the hind leg. The bone and thigh part of the hind leg of the bristled pig is about 3 kilograms. And prepare 2 servings. Put it into clean water and let it float for an hour. After the blood is completely washed out, carefully scrape off all the pig hair on the surface. Pour cold water into the pot and add ginger, green onions, and peppercorns. When making Dompa elbow, controlling the heat is the most important thing. Control the burning degree of the firewood so that only red light can be seen and no flames can be seen. Slowly cook it for 3 hours to completely remove the greasiness of the pork. When the elbows are almost out of the pan, mince the ginger. Then, mince the pickled peppers and prepare homemade bean paste. Speaking of pickled peppers and dubon, when Don was cooking bullfrogs in the poison swamp, he silently set a goal to start trying to make a series of Chinese condiments such as soy sauce, vinegar, cooking wine, pickled peppers, and watercress. After coming back, I will naturally do whatever I say. Currently, in the underground utility room of the wishing restaurant, these condiments made by Dorn are placed together with the poisonous feather eggs. Among them, the soy sauce and vinegar that Dunn is trying to brew will take about 2 to 3 months. But the pickled peppers and watercress can be used in less than a month even if it is winter. It just comes in handy now. Pour clear oil into the pot and add homemade bean paste. Stir fry until the oil turns red and bright. Add minced ginger and pickled pepper. When the soup in the pot begins to emit a rich aroma, add appropriate salt, sugar, and peppercorns. Finally sprinkle with chopped green onion. Bright red and fragrant oil soup. Served with tender green onions. This combination of red and green can unexpectedly stimulate people's appetite when placed in food. After the elbows are out of the pot, pour the oil soup over them. A dish of Dompa elbow with bright red color. Fat but not greasy, and rake but not rotten. Complete.
Dawn, what's the name of this dish?
Vivian stared at the freshly made elbow, a little greedy. Since getting acquainted with Dorn, Miss Goblin found that her appetite was getting better and better, and she didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing.
Dompa elbow.
Dawn directly pronounced the Chinese character for
Dompa.
Ever since Dorn's 2 borrowed words,
Yuan Yang and chopsticks,
were successfully circulated in Eaton Town, he had tasted the benefits of transliteration. Convenient. And because others can't understand it, it looks high-end. If we choose a literal translation, This dish would have to be called Pig's Trotters on the East Hillside. I think I can make Mr. Dompa angry 2 worlds apart.
Oh.
Vivian didn't pay attention to the strange words Dawn said, but her eyes still didn't leave her elbows.
This one is for the customer. The other one will be eaten by ourselves in the store after the customer leaves,
Dorn said. The goblin lady nodded excitedly. Great! Dorn had calculated the time. And when Miss Charlene brought the little princess and the others to the lobby of the Wishing Restaurant, Dorn was almost ready. At this time, in the Wishing Restaurant, apart from Dorn and Vivian, who were busy in the back kitchen,
only Gonzalez was left to receive these special guests in the front. Amy and the others all went to the hot pot restaurant. After all, the special guests are not the orangutans in the zoo, so there is no need to keep so many people down to visit them.
Dompa Elbow, please try it while it's hot.
Chef Don personally served today's big dish to these distinguished guests.
Dompa Pig Knuckle?
After several diners repeated Dorn's awkward pronunciation, their attention was unconsciously attracted to this dish. An elbow weighing 3 kilograms was placed on the plate like that. It looked extremely thick and steaming. The bright red soup poured around the elbow, wrapping it. The bright color of the soup made the elbow very plump. While these special diners were sizing up Dompa's elbow, Dorn was also sizing up these wealthy people who ate 5 gold nuggets per meal. There is no need to look at Miss Charlene among them. Dorn is quite familiar with her. The other 3. There is a girl with black hair with purple luster. This girl is very beautiful, but she seems to have a unique temperament that is inconsistent with her age. Dignified, solemn and generous. Even when he was sitting there, he seemed to have the aura of a superior person inexplicably when he moved his hands and feet. The other 2 people had the same hair color, both fiery red. This made Dawn suspect that they might be a brother and sister. The younger brother looks a bit frail and short, more than a head shorter than his older sister. I don't know if it will grow any longer in the future. This red-haired sister has a curvy figure and a very charming face. At the same time, her clothes seemed very thin in today's winter, especially on her legs.
Wait, on her legs?
Dawn was really surprised when she looked at Veronica. Is this red-haired sister wearing stockings? And it's still black stockings? No. Is there such a thing in this other world? Never seen it here before. Due to the surprise in his heart, Dawn stared at Veronica's long legs wrapped in black stockings for a long time in astonishment.
Confirmed. It is indeed the black silk. This different world is really wonderful,
Dorn thought to himself, while nodding silently. Her straight and long legs were wrapped in black stockings, and her right leg was crossed over her left leg, dangling under the table. It does look very eye-catching.
If you look again, I'll dig out your eyes.
At this time, I heard Veronica say this to Dawn with a half-smile. By the way, these wealthy diners had a strong smell on their clothes after tasting hot pot yesterday. After returning home, I gave my clothes to the servants to change and wash. However, after Veronica changed her clothes, she still wore black stockings. She still quite likes these special silk stockings. In fact, with Veronica's appearance and bold dressing style, she is bound to attract people's attention while walking on the road. But most people only dare to look at her secretly, or after taking a look twice. They look away and then look at her secretly again. This eccentric red lotus, which is quite indifferent to this. But this chef named Don was a bit unusual. After his eyes fell on Veronica's legs, he seemed to be glued to them, straightforward, without any cover. It wasn't until Veronica warned her that she quickly looked away as if waking up from a dream. Chapter 113. I have a friend.
Sorry,
Don apologized. Although he stared at the red-haired sister's legs, a large part of the reason was that he was surprised by the existence of black silk in this other world. Well, a small part of the reason is because it's really pretty. In short, that kind of direct gaze is obviously very rude.
Heh.
Veronica glanced at Dawn, but didn't say anything more. In addition, the long-sleeved Miss Xiaolin, who was good at dancing, helped to smooth things over. With a few words, everyone's attention was naturally transferred to Dompa's elbow on the table. The atmosphere was not so awkward now. Dawn breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the red-haired sister didn't argue with him too much. Gonzalez, who was standing aside, was silently sweating for Dawn. He just thought in his heart, little Dawn is so courageous. Vivian next to her obviously thought for a while before approaching Dawn.
Dawn! Those silk stockings are a byproduct of alchemy. They are only found in some areas and cities where alchemy is developed. They are relatively rare and a bit expensive. But I have also saved some money recently. If I have more, well, If you like, I can also. Vivian, it would be great if you keep the status quo,
Dawn said awkwardly in a low voice. However, if Miss Goblin really wants to wear it, given her petite figure, Dorn's suggestion is white stockings. I don't know if there is such a thing as this other world. Several nobles stared at Donpa's elbow for a while, and finally couldn't hold it any longer and were ready to eat. Because except for Miss Charlene, the other three people couldn't use chopsticks. So the tableware Dawn gave them was a spoon.
This copper spoon can actually cut out the meat so easily.
Veronica was the first to try. With a surprised tone. This elbow has been cooked carefully by Dorn and has already become extremely tender. You can just use a copper spoon with a slightly sharp edge to cut out the meat and eat it. However, after it is cut out, you can find that the elbow is soft but not loose. It is a whole piece when it is cut out, and the skin and flesh are not separated. At first glance, it has a crystal clear texture. If you look closely, you can see a layer of oily fat near the skin. Dip the elbow meat into the red soup, allowing the attractive color of the soup to completely soak the skin of the meat. The appearance of this spoonful of elbow meat is enough to whet your appetite. Others also started to take action. Put the meat on the spoon into your mouth, and it melts in your mouth. It is not greasy at all, but has a refreshing taste, extremely delicious, and has the unique sweet aroma of good bristle pork. At the same time, the flavor of the soup coating the meat is also very rich. It starts with the classic ginger flavor, followed by the umami flavor of pickled peppers, which is long and lasting. The two flavors blend together in the mouth. A wonderful taste experience.
It's unexpectedly delicious.
Veronica opened her eyes slightly, looked at Dawn beside her, and gave a fair comment. Although this young chef is very courageous. However, Veronica doesn't dislike bold people either. Even the perverse Red Lotus, which even raised her toes teasingly towards Dorn. Dawn looked away silently. In my heart, the same tricks are of no use to me. I won't lose my composure this time. If I look at you one more time, I will be a dog. The little princess Henrietta also began to savor the Donpa pork elbow. Enter the elbow meat and chew it gently. The first thing you encounter is the skin, which has a rich gelatin and mellow taste. While it is tough, it is also particularly smooth, and it also has a little bit of chewiness. When combined with the soup, it leaves a fragrant mouthful. When you chew the lean meat in the middle, you can feel the elasticity. The lean meat does not seem to be greasy, but it is not greasy at all. Instead, it melts in the mouth, mixed with the soup, and becomes full of meaty aroma. The little princess nodded with satisfaction. Tasty! The little princess has been pampered since she was a child, and her ability to taste delicious food is quite good. She was very satisfied with the 2 meals she had eaten. If we say that the hot pot last night was mainly about the fiery atmosphere and novel experience, so tonight's Donpa elbow dish is all about the skill of the chef. This never-before-seen dish perfectly showcases the chef's cooking skills. Being able to make pork to such a delicious level is probably beyond the reach of even the best chefs in her family.
No wonder the famous critic Mr. Williams gave such a high evaluation to the Dornish chef.
The little princess thought in her heart. The local aristocratic Lady Charlene felt happy when she saw that the distinguished guests were extremely satisfied. As expected of Mr. Dorn, those 5 kinners were well spent. The elbow, which weighed 3 kilograms, was quickly reduced to a large bone as several nobles took turns eating. After having a satisfying meal, the 3 ladies sat down to rest and sip tea. After eating the 3-pound elbow, they all had to take a break, and the little boy Crick seemed to have a better impression of Chef Don after he tasted Donpa elbow, a delicacy he had never experienced before. He took the initiative to talk to Dorn and asked some questions about the cooking of the monster main boar. Don responded fluently. As he was talking, Creek's eyes glanced behind the bar in the restaurant and suddenly froze. Behind the bar, the pink fur and horns of the jackalope are on display.
Mr. Don, what is that?
Asked Creek.
Do you recognize the materials on some monsters?
Dorn's tone did not fluctuate much.
Can you show it to me? Sure.
The skin and horns of this horned rabbit have been displayed here for several months. During this period, many businessmen and adventurers expressed curiosity about it and asked to take a closer look. But after those people saw it, they basically couldn't explain why. After Creek got the skin and horns of the jackalope, he looked over them several times, frowning slightly as if he was thinking about something. The 3 noble girls sitting at the table and resting naturally saw the interaction between Don and Creek, but they didn't say anything. Veronica and the little princess know very well how obsessed Crick is with the study of monsters. He probably saw a rare monster material that he was very concerned about now. Therefore, they did not disturb him. As for Miss Charlene, as a frequent visitor to the restaurant, she had naturally seen the furs and monster horns behind the bar. But she didn't take them too seriously, and just thought they were decorations. But now it seems that the young master of the Phoenix family is quite interested in these two things. Charlene didn't understand the details, so she didn't interrupt rashly.
A rabbit with pink fur and horns.
Creek looked through the monster materials in his hand and whispered. After all, he has devoted himself to the study of monster knowledge since he was a child. Just by looking at the texture and shape of the pink fur, Creek can roughly deduce the original appearance of the monster. Dorn raised an eyebrow slightly. This young man seems to have something. Just by looking at the fur, he can tell what a jackalope looks like. However, Don said nothing and waited quietly for Crick's next words.
Mr. Dorn, where did you get this fur and horns?
After looking at the two materials left by Jackalope carefully several times, Crick breathed a sigh of relief, raised his head and asked,
Ah, it's like this. I have a friend.
Dorn opened his mouth. Chapter 114. Is this your egg?
As you can see, these two monster materials were left here by my friend.
Dorn said it with certainty. The existence of Jackalope is probably related to the game system on him. It was impossible for Dorn to tell him directly, so he had to make friends out of thin air.
Then, where did your friend Mr. Don obtain these materials?
Crick continued to ask.
He didn't go into too much detail about this, and I didn't ask too carefully either.
Dorn continued to be careless.
Then do I have a chance to meet your friend?
Crick seemed not to give up. Don, why is this young man so stubborn?
That friend of mine is an adventurer who is committed to exploring the ruins of gods all over the world. When he goes out on adventures, he may not be able to contact anyone for a few months, or for a year or two at a long time. So now I am also looking for not to him.
Don had no choice but to continue to enrich the character of his friend. This adventurer character was almost made up by Dorn. But as soon as he said it, he wanted to praise his own wit. What profession is more suitable for my non-existent friend than an adventurer with high risk and high mortality, who may die in the unknown corners one day? At the end, Don added quite sincerely,
when my friend comes back, I will definitely introduce you to him. That's right.
Creek nodded with regret.
However, my friend is very concerned about the monsters that produce these two materials. If Mr. Creek, you know what this kind of monster is, I would like to thank you first for my friend.
Don tried to continue the topic. When Creek introduced himself to Dorn earlier, he did not mention his dazzling last name of Phoenix, but only said that his name was Creek. So Don called the little boy Mr. Crick.
Oh, I may have seen a similar monster in an ancient book. It's pink and has a rabbit with right spiral textured horns. But the content in that book is not very detailed. I only remember that this kind of rabbit with long horns was a kind of monster that existed a long time ago. A long time ago. People seem to call this kind of monster a messenger.
Crick directly told the description of the jackalope that he thought might fit the description of the jackalope, and did not hide anything. He is an honest child.
The messenger, from a long time ago.
Dorn touched his chin.
Mr. Dorn.
Creek spoke again, his expression a little embarrassed.
If possible, I hope to buy or borrow these two monster materials from you and your friends. After all, this thing belongs to my friend. I can't sell it directly for him. But if I want to borrow it, how do you want to borrow it?
Don thought for a moment and asked.
I will pay a rent that satisfies you. Mainly, I want my teacher to take a look at these two monster materials. The teacher must be able to see more information than me. Moreover, these two materials may be very and has research value. That's not impossible. But speaking of the teacher you mentioned, research, Mr. Crick, I just wanted to ask, are you very familiar with the knowledge of monsterology?
Dorn thought in his mind. A little guesswork.
I studied monsterology with teacher Alfonso since I was a child, so I know a little bit about monsters. So, you are a monster scholar. Right.
Dorn suppressed the excitement in his heart.
That's right.
Creek scratched his head.
Mr. Creek, please come with me. I'll show you something good.
Unexpectedly, I was still wondering where to find a magician a few days ago, and today this expert delivered it to my door. The monster in the basement is saved. Now Don was really excited. He grabbed Creek's wrist and dragged him into the basement without any explanation. But this frail aristocratic boy did not react at all, and was dragged away for a long distance.
Mr. Dorn! Wait! Wait!
The two figures disappeared into the restaurant hall, leaving only the rest of the people with confused thoughts. After Veronica was stunned for a while, she stood up with a hua sound. Did that bold chef kidnap his brother in front of him just now? What is this fuss about?
Miss, don't be excited. I think little Dawn just wants to show Mr. Creek some monster eggs in the basement,
Gonzalez explained. After hearing the keyword monster egg, Veronica sat down again. In the basement, Crick, who was screaming when he was dragged, became extremely quiet after entering the basement.
Mr. Dorn, is this your egg?
The red-haired noble boy said excitedly.
I should say, these are the monster eggs I collected. Yes, that's what I mean. Mr. Dorn, where did this monster egg come from? I seem to have never seen anything like it.
Creek's tone was still excited. Extremely and pure excitement.
My friend brought this to me from the ruins,
Dorn explained.
Is it the monster in the ruins?
Crick's eyes almost shone.
Is it that adventurer friend again? That's right. Mr. Dawn's friend is really awesome. I can't wait to get to know him,
Crick said. If his words were said by others, such as Cross, Dorn would probably think that he was being weird. But this red-haired noble boy seems to be serious. Therefore, Dawn couldn't think of any response. He could only laugh twice, and then change the topic.
Mr. Creek, if I want to hatch these 3 monster eggs, do you have any good suggestions?
Creek did not answer directly, but nodded towards Dorn. Later, Dorn felt that the temperature in the basement had increased significantly. The temperature in the basement climbed, then slowly stabilized. Due to his profession as a chef, Dawn is very sensitive to temperature. He can tell that the current temperature in the basement has risen to between 37°C and 38°C, a temperature suitable for the birth of life.
This?
Dorn was surprised, and Creek showed him a red strip crystal with a gem texture in his hand.
As long as you can skillfully use magic red stone, you can control the temperature changes in a small area, so that monster eggs can hatch smoothly. We usually use this method to hatch various monster eggs.
Dorn nodded. Is there such a convenient prop? Sure enough, professional shots are different.
Well, Mr. Creek, I still have 2 kinds of ruined monsters. If possible, I would also like to ask your opinion on breeding them,
Dorn said sincerely.
More.
Chapter 115 Can I? Inside the lobby of the Wishing restaurant, several aristocratic ladies were sitting around drinking tea and eating in a dignified manner. At this time, it had been quite a while since Creek and Dawn went to the basement.
Why haven't you come back yet?
Veronica was a little confused and stood up. Just when she was about to go down and take a look, she heard the sound of running. Dawn and Creek appeared in everyone's sight again, trotting all the way again, rushing towards the hot pot restaurant opposite. But this time, it wasn't the restaurant chef dragging the red-haired aristocratic boy. Instead, Creek dragged Dawn.
Mr. Dorn, hurry!
Veronica? The Red Lotus witch who had just stood up sat down again in confusion. Henrietta, although she could not understand what was happening at the moment. The little princess still maintained her demeanor and calmly took a sip of the tea in the cup. The basement of a hot pot restaurant.
Tadpoles living in venom will release strange-smelling mushrooms. Hiss! This sweet smell seems to increase the creature's desire to reproduce.
Creek kept talking to himself, and Dawn couldn't even get a word in. Moreover, his attitude towards the sweetness of walking mushrooms is very different from that of ordinary people. First, before Dawn had time to explain the effect of sweetness, Creek seemed to realize it by smelling it. Second, after he realized it, he seemed quite excited. I can only say that he is worthy of being a monster scholar. After smelling the sweet smell, Creek immediately took out a crystal stone with a blue luster from his arms. After a little bit of magic power was transmitted, the crystal stone emitted slightly blue light, dispelling the abnormal state on his body. The sweetness released by the walking mushroom is probably at the LV1 level for Dorn. Generally, magic props that can handle abnormal conditions should be able to resist it. As a child of a nobleman and a monster scholar who has been hanging out with monsters for a long time, it would be strange if Creek didn't have similar props on him. Creek observed both groups of monsters here with great interest. As long as a monster scholar has a sense of exploration and a thirst for knowledge, it is almost impossible to resist the temptation of the ruins monsters, because this type of monster basically only exists in ruins, and is generally not seen at all, whether it is their physiological structure, habits, or ecological composition. They are all of great research value to monster scholars. In these monsters, maybe we can find an entry point to fill the gaps in the current field of monsterology. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He reluctantly moved his eyes away from a bullfrog tadpole that had grown back legs, and turned back.
Mr. Dorn, can I?
At this time, Don also happened to find an opportunity to speak.
Mr. Creek, can you?
Dorn noticed something and immediately shut up, choosing to let the monster scholar speak first.
Mr. Dorn, can I observe and study these monsters of yours for a long time? You said you want to breed them. Right. I can try to help and let them reproduce. In addition, as long as you give these monsters to me for research, I will pay you a satisfactory rent every month.
Crick said this sincerely and excitedly. Don, good guy. Not only do you want to help yourself breed monsters, but you also plan to repay them? However, Dorn did not intend to take advantage of the monster scholar.
Mr. Creek, to tell you the truth, I really need someone to help me breed these monsters. I am even willing to pay someone to help me raise them. I don't need money. I'm very satisfied with the opportunity for research.
Crick waved his hand. The two hit it off immediately. The lobby of the Wishing Restaurant. Don returns here with Crick. At this time, Crick was still in a state of excitement because he saw 3 types of ruined monsters. It was precisely because of the excitement that the noble boy's face turned a little red and his breathing was a little heavy.
Sister, I plan to stay in Eden and live with Mr. Don for a while.
Crick said this to his sister when he came up. Veronica? The little princess resisted the urge to spit out the tea in her mouth and continued to take a sip of tea while pretending to be calm. Miss Charlene's eyes kept moving between Don and Crick. In short, the expressions of everyone in the restaurant became a little weird after hearing what Crick said. Dorn himself is also a question mark. I always feel that what this young man likes to say is outrageous.
Hey, just for a while. What did you do to my brother?
Veronica's expression was complicated.
Miss Veronica. Right. Let me explain. This is what happened.
Dawn waved her hands repeatedly and began to explain the whole story. After he explained things such as the ruins and monsters clearly, the expressions of the noble ladies returned to normal. Even a layman like Veronica knows what the ruins of monsters mean to monster scholars. Therefore, without much explanation, Veronica almost understood her brother's determination. However, out of her sister's concern for her brother, Veronica still asked one more question.
Crick, have you considered staying here? Well, it's a rare opportunity to study ruins monsters, and I don't want to miss it. How long do you plan to stay here?
Veronica asked again.
I'm not sure about this. I'll have to wait until sufficient data and information are collected. At least a few months. Forget it. Anyway, you and Mr. Alfonso usually go out to observe monsters, and you are gone for several months at a time.
Veronica shrugged helplessly. In the Phoenix family, the control over Crick is quite loose. Although Crick is a direct descendant of the family, he is not actually among the children who receive the most attention and are focused on being nurtured. This is also the reason why since childhood, Crick's interest has shifted to miscellaneous subjects such as monsters. Moreover, Crick has not yet inherited any title and has no territory to manage. All in all, he is now a carefree and wealthy generation. He can do what he wants and is interested in without any worries.
I will send a letter to my father, mother, and teacher Alfonso to explain the situation,
Crick said. For Crick's decision to stay at Eden temporarily, his family will most likely not interfere. Teacher Alfonso probably wished he could stay for a few months to get detailed first-hand information about these ruined monsters. And Veronica and the little princess, who are traveling with him, this time will not object. Anyway, it is just one less person coming to Golden Oak City to watch the show. So, Dorn was surrounded by a professional with professional monster breeding technology and a vast knowledge base of monsters for the time being. At the same time, Charlene, the local aristocratic lady who was eating melon tonight, was also very excited about the news that Crick was going to stay at Eden. If this little firebird from the Phoenix family is willing to stay in Eden for a while, doesn't it mean that I have more opportunities to develop a relationship with him? Although I don't know why things turned out like this. But it is indeed right to bring them to the Wishing Restaurant for dinner. Mr. Don is awesome. Chapter 116, the second limited time copy. The day after eating Dompa's elbow, Veronica and the little princess left Eden and continued towards Golden Oak City. As for Crick, he stayed. As for the 2 jackalope materials, Crick suggested sending them to his teacher Alfonso for further research, and was willing to pay rent regularly during the period of borrowing the materials. Dorn didn't ask for any rent. He just made an agreement with the young monster scholar that if he got any further information about the jackalope, he would be notified as soon as possible. This morning, Creek came to the restaurant to find Don.
Mr. Dorn, I bought a farm outside the town this morning. If possible, I want to bring all the monsters to that farm now.
This is what Creek said.
Oh, you bought a farmer this morning. Wait a minute.
What? Dorn was surprised. You heard it right. Right? This noble young master just said that he bought a farm outside the town. Right? And it was in a tone similar to, I bought a bunch of cabbage at the market this morning.
Bought a farm.
Perhaps because he thought Don hadn't heard clearly. Creek repeated it again.
On the outskirts of the west side of the town. Very close to the town. About less than a kilometer away. Thanks to Miss Charlene helped me negotiate and communicate so that I can successfully buy the farm.
Don? How to say? Although after getting along for a short time, Don knew that Crick was definitely rich. But I didn't expect to be so rich. It seems that the worst farms on the western outskirts of Eden are worth more than 80 kinars. Crick bought it so calmly. And Miss Charlene, a simple young master from a big noble family, matched with a scheming young lady from a small noble family. TSK. Don glanced at the little Crick with a playful look. Young man, I don't know why you, who came from a noble family, have such an innocent character. But if you get too close to that charming noble lady, you may be eaten up by her. Even though he was rich in psychological activities, Don didn't say much to Cricket. Instead, after simply nodding in agreement, he lent him his carriage. With the help of the servants sent by Miss Charlene, all three groups of monsters were taken to the new farm.
The days are getting more and more promising.
Watching Creek leave, Don said happily, I hope that under the care of this young monster scholar, those monsters can reproduce and prosper, and then successfully become ingredients that can be used on a large scale. The last month of winter, in about 30 days, spring will arrive and a new year will begin. For Dorn, who has just arrived in the land of miracles for almost half a year, the day when he bids farewell to winter and welcomes spring 30 days later may be quite memorable. It was almost 9 o'clock in the morning. Dorn left the warm bed, washed up as usual, and prepared to go downstairs to prepare breakfast. At this time, he received a system notification. System prompt, you have a new email. Please process it in time. Dorn, who was wiping his face, paused.
Is that one?
Don opened the mailbox without much hesitation. What is supposed to come will always come. There is an extra unread email in the mailbox panel. After clicking it, the specific content is as follows. The limited time dungeon, Devil's Lair, will open in 45 days. Please go to the guide to get generous limited time rewards. Devil's Lair, this is a sinful place dominated by depravity and lust, where the devil and his minions are whispering.
45 days? How come the pre-preparation time has become longer? And, is it a devil?
Dorn said to himself while looking at the brief introduction to the dungeon. At the same time, he was a little worried. Dorn's game system uses Chinese. Therefore, the word, him, in the introduction attracted Don's focus. Using this, his words, the boss in the second limited time dungeon should not be a humanoid monster. Right?
What if it's a demon or a humanoid monster? Isn't this boss inedible?
Dorn frowned. Then he continued to think.
If the boss can't eat it, then what exactly are the demon's minions mentioned in the introduction? And can they be eaten?
Difficult. This limited time copy notification email also contains a map. The mark point where the dungeon is opened is located outside the western border of the Dona Empire. Judging from the map display, the location of the mark point does not even belong to any country's sphere of influence. And there are no towns visible around it. It seems to be a vast primitive mountain forest. However, there is a small marked note at the location of the marking point, which reads Kasadam.
It's a little tricky. The location where the dungeon is open seems to be an uninhabited area. It should be quite difficult for me to trek through the mountains and forests.
Dorn looked at the map in detail several times. The location where the copy was opened is so far away from me. No wonder this email came 15 days earlier than the last time. I have to say that this game system is quite user-friendly. As for that Kasadam, Dorn guessed that it might be a human settlement in the primitive mountain forest, similar to a small tribe. Of course, it is also possible that the people living inside are not humans, but other demi-human races.
Since the opening point of this dungeon is on that settlement, isn't there a high probability that it has been explored? However, the system will send me this email, which means that this Devil's Lair has not been conquered yet.
Dorn referred to his experience in conquering the limited time dungeon last time and tried his best to make reasonable guesses about this dungeon. After thinking for a long time, Dorn turned off the map. At the same time, after having the experience of reading an email last time, he also deliberately scanned the bottom of the email. At the bottom of the email, there is indeed a small note. Note: limited time dungeons refer to objectively existing ruins, mazes, and treasure places in the Land of Miracles. Note: the opening time and location of some limited time dungeons that have not been cleared have been discovered and mastered by the indigenous residents of the Land of Miracles. Please be mentally prepared to download the dungeon with others. Note: this limited time instance prohibits teaming up with the companion character Vivian. With a bust of Vivian. Note: due to force majeure, companion characters are not allowed to approach the limited time dungeon. If there is any violation, you will be responsible for the consequences. Thank you for your cooperation.
It's exactly the same as the last note.
Dorn narrowed his eyes slightly and touched his chin.
Moreover, Vivian was banned by the game system again.
He was more or less expecting this result.
But why does the game system only prevent Vivian from entering the limited time dungeon?
Dorn really had no idea about this issue, and simply thought it was related to Vivian's unremembered past experience.
What Vivian has experienced in the past? She really cares about it.
But no matter what, there is currently no way to explore Vivian's past. Unless, take Miss Fairy to the ruins of God and see what happens. But this is too desperate, and Dorn would not choose to do this.
Forget it. The boat will be straight when it reaches the bridge. Maybe as my exploration of the ruins of God continues to deepen, many things will gradually be answered.
At this stage, he can only comfort himself like this. Chapter 117. Go to the Adventurers Association. Because he had received the notification of the opening of the limited time dungeon, Dorn was not in the mood to open a store today. And considering that the opening point of this instance is very far from Eden, Dorn had asked Gonzalez in the morning. Even if he traveled from Eden to the western border, it would probably take nearly 20 days. Not to mention, after crossing the border, you still have to trek through the primitive mountains and forests to find landmarks. A rough estimate showed that Dorn had only a few days to prepare. He'd better get going within a week. As a result, Wish's restaurant once again posted a notice to suspend operations, and the chef once again used the reason of
going out to study
to let the diners off. But the only difference is that this time, while the chef is away, the hot pot restaurant is still open as usual. It can barely be regarded as a comfort to the majority of diners and gourmets. The news that Don was going to travel again was naturally informed to all the employees in the restaurant. For the older employees, because Dorn had traveled far away for an unknown reason last time. So this time, just get used to it. Moreover, they were not entirely sure what the purpose of Dorn's trip was. In addition, after experiencing the Nightmare Horse incident, all the old employees have refreshed their understanding of Dorn. They generally believe that Dorn may not only be an extraordinary chef, but also a powerful adventurer. As a result, they will naturally not worry too much about the chef's safety after traveling. The only person in the store who was deeply concerned about Don's travels was Vivian. Miss Goblin was the only one in the store who knew clearly that the purpose of Dorn's trip was to capture the ruins of the gods. Relics often contain dangers. Moreover, Don still said this time that he could not take Vivian with him. But there is no way. The things that Miss Goblin can do for Dorn and help him have already been done last time. Now she could only stay in Eden like she did last time. Wait silently. And silently pray for Dorn to return home safely. That morning, after deciding to close the Wishing restaurant and informing everyone about his situation, Don went to Silver Shield Port. The person driving him was a hyena, and the purpose of going to Silver Shield Harbor was to visit the Adventurers Association there. Dorn needs to make necessary preliminary preparations for the limited time dungeon, because going to the marked point of Devil's Lair requires trekking through a large area of primitive mountain forest. And although Dorn is very good at picnicking, it would be a bit difficult to survive in the wild. Therefore, hiring an adventurer with rich mountain adventure experience is a reasonable choice to make when time is tight. As for whether to hire adventurers to participate in the ruins expedition in the future, you can discuss it first, and then make a decision after considering many aspects. Silver Shield Port. Adventurers Association. The layout of the association here is not much different from the one in Komodova. Because he had the experience of hiring a half-elf couple, Dorn became familiar with it after joining the association. After a few casual conversations with the receptionist, I got a list of adventurers currently registered in Silver Shield Port and began to select ideal candidates. As for the younger brother Hyena, who was traveling with him, he looked around curiously in the lobby of the association. He could see all kinds of people wearing armor and weapons here. Most people's armor and weapons were obviously carefully taken care of. and they looked very handsome when they were wearing them.
These are the real mercenaries. Or adventurers.
The hyena told himself in his heart. On the other hand, the mercenary group of waifs he had formed in Eden Town with Fat Fox and Bear Claw was really just a joke compared to these people. As he thought about it, the hyena's originally sharp eyes became a little softer. With a little longing, Dorn next to him glanced at his little brother, and then continued to look through the list of adventurers. Due to the high stakes of conquering the ruins, Dorn only considers adventurers above level A. There were a total of 5 adventurers registered in Silver Shield Port who were A level or above. However, to Dorn's surprise, he also saw an adventurer rated S level on the list. Solo. Name is Greg Drew. Regarding the system of the Adventurers Association, Dorn is relatively familiar with it, because he has learned a lot of information from internal practitioners. The half-elf couple Guy and Helena. It is understood that in the entire Land of Miracles, the number of adventurers who can be rated as S level by the association is very rare, and the total number does not exceed 20. This is directly related to the association's evaluation system. According to Dorn's own understanding, when the association evaluates adventurers, it not only considers their strength, but also comprehensively considers the number of orders they receive, the quality of completed tasks, and customer after-sales reviews. Things like this will affect the adventurer's rating within the association. Therefore, an adventurer who can be rated as S level must at least be someone who is considered within the association to have both strong strength and good character. Without even thinking about it, Dorn pointed to the list and asked the usher,
This S-class adventurer, Gregor, can I hire him?
The receptionist didn't even look through the information and answered directly.
Sorry, sir. Mr. Gregor is not in Silver Shield Port at the moment. Oh? Isn't he registered on the list? That's it. Sir, Mr. Gregor came to Silver Shield Port to register once 3 days ago, but he confessed that he would stay in Eaton Town nearby in the next few days,
so that employers in need can go directly there. Find him.
The receptionist continued to explain. Dawn raised her eyebrows slightly. Let the employer go to him. This S-class adventurer is quite willful. However, it is estimated that only a top adventurer like him can make such a somewhat arbitrary request to the association and his employer.
Did Mr. Gregor say what he was going to do? Where can he be found in Eden?
Dorn asked.
Sir, have you heard of the Wishing Restaurant, which has become very famous in Eden Town recently? Mr. Gregor said that he plans to eat well there for a few days.
Dawn! Do you dare this S-class adventurer to eat in your restaurant? The hyena next to him was also listening to the waiter's speech. Hearing that even S-class adventurers were attracted to his restaurant, the boy looked a little proud. The Wishing Restaurant actually has a very good reputation among the adventurers. This is also thanks to the previous half-elf couple, Guy and Helena. The pair of half-elves sent Dorn back to Eden, and ate the signature dishes at the Wishing Restaurant for several days. After going to the association, they praised everyone they met. The dishes at Wishing Restaurant are the best in the world. Mr. Don's cooking skills are unparalleled in the world. Under the half-elves' wanton praise, other adventurous adventurers naturally came to the Wishing Restaurant to taste it. After eating once, the adventurers who come to taste it will become the next wave of tap water, bragging to other companions, and looking like they are proud to have eaten the dishes of the Wishing Restaurant. The group of adventurers is very mobile. Therefore, most of the adventurers in the Empire are now aware of Dorn's Wishing Restaurant and the subsequent Hot Pot Restaurant. Chapter 118, He seems to be washing dishes. After learning that Gregor might have been staying at Eden recently, Dorn chose to go back first. It would be best if you can find this S-level adventurer. If you can't find it, then the next best thing is to hire an A-level adventurer. Because Dorn looked through Gregor's information, he had extremely rich experience in exploration. Whether it was mountains, forests, deserts, or oceans, all kinds of terrain seemed to be difficult for him. And looking at the description of the information, it seems that he also has very unique pathfinding skills, perfect for Dorn's needs. When leaving the association, Dorn also got a portrait of Gregor from the usher. The portrait is a bit sloppy, but the basic features can be distinguished. It was probably drawn quickly by an artist with good painting skills. In the Adventurer Association, only adventurers with A level or above have the right to obtain quick portraits, which makes it easier for employers to find them.
In other words, these upper-class adventurers are more or less public figures.
After getting the portrait, Dorn felt interesting in his heart. The carriage going back was still driven by a hyena, but Dawn sat next to him. Since returning last time, Dorn would choose to sit next to the coachman whenever he needed to ride a carriage. continuously observing and occasionally experiencing it. He really mastered some skills in driving a carriage. But for now, I can only drive it to a certain extent.
Little hyena, do you want to be an adventurer? Just now in the association, you were drooling.
On the way back, Dorn suddenly asked the hyena.
TSK. Brother Dorn is not that exaggerated.
After being together for so long, the hyena has been able to face Dorn's jokes calmly.
But maybe I really want to be an adventurer.
Hyena didn't choose to hide anything, and spoke his truest thoughts very straightforwardly. The boy can be so frank, apart from his own character, probably because the current hyena completely trusts Dorn.
Well, being an adventurer is quite cool, but you may face danger from time to time. If you really want to become an adventurer, you have to improve your strength so that you can protect yourself in the face of any danger.
Dorn, brother? The hyena was a little surprised.
It's nothing.
The hyena bared his teeth again, and his voice became a little lower.
I just thought that Brother Dorn would prefer me to stay at Eton, work in the restaurant, help you, and so on. Of course I'm happy that you want to stay at Eton. However, I just want to tell you that you have the right to choose your own life path. You have the right to choose your own life path. You have it before, and you have it now. It doesn't mean that just because you call me Big Brother, you won't be able to choose your own path in the future. Okay, before selecting the direction, Dorn smiled, and then gave a wonderful sermon directly to his little brother. However, there is a reason why he said this. On the one hand, he really doesn't want to interfere with his little brother's freedom of life, and hopes that they can do what they want to do. At the same time, since they are willing to call themselves eldest brother, Dorn will fulfill his responsibilities as an eldest brother to some extent, and teach the younger brothers some elders' life experiences and principles of life. Take on a guardian-like role. On the other hand, Don felt that the child hyena was a little different from the other two younger brothers. Fat Fox has a great business acumen. At present, the store manager seems to be preparing to train him as his successor. Many matters in the hot pot restaurant have already been shared and managed by Fat Fox. As for Bear Claw, although he is a tough guy, he is still very strong and always gets the first one when working in the restaurant. The two boys were very satisfied and happy in the restaurant. But hyenas are a little different. As the eldest brother, Don could somewhat feel that although the hyena was living a happy life in the restaurant, this dull life might not be what he really yearned for and wanted. Moreover, Dorn paused for a while, and then continued. There was something he had said before that he had no chance to say to the hyena. But now the atmosphere is very suitable. Little hyena, I think you have an adventurer's heart. The hyena was silent, the wind blowing his messy hair even more messy. After a while, the boy spoke. So, Brother Dorn, if one day I want to leave the restaurant and leave Eton life, you won't object? Right. Why are you opposed? Don smiled. I am your elder brother. So isn't it natural for me to support your decision? Of course. The premise is that you have made your own carefully considered decision. The hyena stopped talking, and its sharp eyes reflected the scene on the road ahead, which was constantly intertwined and changing, with a complicated expression. After returning to Eton, Don went straight to the hot pot restaurant. The Wishing restaurant is not open today. If the S-Class adventurer comes here to eat, he can only appear in a hot pot restaurant. Holding the quick drawing image taken from the association, Dorn compared the diners currently eating hot pot in the restaurant. No target found. Later, Dorn knocked on the doors of several private rooms and gave the diners inside a few glasses of plum juice and lemonade on the grounds that the chef expressed condolences about the dining experience. But the Gregor was still not found. At least we're not in a hot pot restaurant now. Don was slightly disappointed. However, he hasn't given up on finding someone yet, since this Gregor has said a few days ago that he wanted to eat at the Wishing restaurant. In other words, Don can take the sketch and ask the currently available waiters one by one, as well as employees like Gonzalez and Fat Fox, who are often active in the lobby. Maybe they will have an impression. If the employees in the restaurant are not impressed, you can also go out and ask other people in the town, such as hotel and tavern owners. Anyway, with the sketch in hand, it shouldn't be difficult to find Gregor as long as he did appear in Eton. Just as Dorn was about to take the next step, he saw the hyena hurriedly walking out of the back kitchen. As soon as hyena came back, he went to the kitchen. Usually when he and Bear Claw had nothing to do, they would choose to go into the kitchen to move ingredients, wash dishes, etc. Brother Dorn. The hyena saw Dorn standing by the lobby of the hot pot restaurant and quickly walked over.
Can I take another look at Mr. Gregor's portrait?
When he was in the association, Hyena also saw this portrait, so it left a bit of an impression.
Of course.
Dorn handed over the quick portrait. The hyena looked at the portrait in detail, and his expression suddenly became very exciting, with a series of expressions such as confusion and shock intertwined together. Gregor's painting, although it is sloppy, is very recognizable. In just a few strokes, the artist sketched out the image of a young man with a straight nose and peach blossom eyes. After seeing the painting, it should not be easy to mistake him.
Why? Where have you seen him since you came back?
Dorn naturally noticed something from the hyena's expression.
Brother Dorn, this S-Class adventurer. He seems... TSK. Seems...
The hyena frowned. His tone was very uncertain.
It seems... He is washing dishes in our back kitchen.
Dawn? Chapter 119, I only like mature ladies.
Mr. Store Manager. What's going on with Greg Grew?
After learning that the S-Class adventurer was washing dishes in the back kitchen of the Hot Pot restaurant, Dorn first found Gonzalez to learn about the situation.
That's right. Little Dorn. During the afternoon when you were away, Mr. Gregor went to the store to eat Hot Pot alone, and ordered nearly 2 silver coins worth of ingredients.
The store manager obviously understood what was going on, and explained directly.
Then, he doesn't have enough money?
Dorn raised his eyebrows slightly. He ate nearly 2 silver coins while eating Hot Pot by himself. This S-Class adventurer had quite a big appetite. However, they are obviously the signature adventurers in the association, so they will never be short of money no matter what.
Right? No, that Mr. Gregor could still pay the 2 denarii. But later, he got into a fight in our store. Huh? I broke a table, 2 copper hot pots, and several chairs, and scared a lot of diners.
Dawn. No wonder I just felt like the Hot Pot restaurant was missing some decorations, and one corner was still empty. Are you afraid that Gregor will cause trouble in the store? However, after Dorn returned, the order in the Hot Pot restaurant was normal, and there was no trace of any disturbance. It shows that the employees, under the leadership of Gonzalez, handled emergencies very well.
The ones who fought with Mr. Gregor were 3 scoundrels in the town. It seemed that these 3 scoundrels provoked and struck first. However, they were all beaten to the ground by Mr. Gregor.
Gonzalez continued. Dawn nodded. 3 scoundrels dared to challenge the S-Class adventurers in the association. It can only be said that those who don't know are fearless.
Later, Mr. Gregor took the initiative to ask for compensation for the damage to the store and the losses of several diners. But he didn't have enough money. I paid a large part of it in advance. Now he still owes me about 8 pieces of silver. Nars look. Then he makes money by washing dishes in the store to pay you back. Yes, Mr. Gregor said he is an adventurer. If an employer comes here to hire him, he can pay me the money directly with a deposit. If not, he can pay me back first by working as a handyman.
Gonzalez nodded. Dawn finally understood the whole story. How should I put it? It always feels like it's quite hard to put into words. After understanding the situation, Dorn went to the kitchen of the Hot Pot restaurant and directly looked for the S-Class adventurer, who was still washing the dishes carefully. The 2 of them went to the temporarily closed Wishing restaurant to talk. The man in front of him looked young, probably about the same age as Dorn. The tall nose bridge and a pair of affectionate-looking peach blossom eyes are consistent with the features in the sketch. At the same time, Mr. Gregor also has long, smooth brown hair, which gives him a free and easy romantic temperament like a bard. Judging from his appearance, it is hard to imagine that he is actually a capable adventurer.
The handsome guy with black hair and black eyes. I see. You are the Dornish chef. Right.
The 2 sat down across from each other in the lobby of the Wishing restaurant. Before Dorn could say anything, Gregor took the lead and spoke in a familiar voice.
Well, it's me.
Dorn nodded.
The association's S-Class adventurer. Mr. Gregor. Right. You're also very good-looking. Yes, it's me.
Gregor snapped his fingers.
I like your straightforward compliments, Mr. Dorn.
Dorn stared at the S-Class adventurer for a while before speaking.
Mr. Gregor, I heard that you owe Gonzalez 8 pieces of silver. Right. I thought that as the association's ace adventurer, he should have no shortage of money.
It is common for S-Class adventurers in the association to receive 1 gold after completing a simple task when they meet employers who are attracted by their reputation and are not short of money. No matter what he thinks, Gregor should not be short of money. Therefore, Don would still be more cautious about him coming to the restaurant to wash dishes.
It's like this, Mr. Dorn. The money I earned from the previous missions has been almost spent recently. It is mainly used on beautiful ladies and buying gifts that can please the ladies. Beautiful lady? Yes. When I came to Eden 2 days ago, I met the beautiful Mrs. Midgetai, and I am pursuing her,
Gregor said.
Mrs. Midgetti.
Mrs. Midgetti was very familiar with Dorn. After all, she often went to bathe in the bathhouse she owned. As far as Dorn knew, Mrs. Midgetti seemed to be just over 30 years old. But her figure and appearance were still graceful. 10 years ago, she was one of the most beautiful women in Eden Town. Mrs. Midgetti's husband died of illness 4 years ago. However, she did not remarry, because with the income from the bathhouse, she could live a good life on her own.
It's because I've been too close to Mrs. Midgetai in the past 2 days that the scoundrels in the town who admire the beautiful lady can't stand her and start looking for trouble. I was forced to knock them all over. Otherwise, I could have finished the delicious hot pot meal at noon and left safely.
Gregor said this with a melancholy tone. Who would want to stay here and wash dishes if they didn't have a choice?
Okay.
Don nodded. From the look on Gregor's face, he didn't seem to be lying either. As for whether there could be a spark of love between Gregor and his widowed eldest sister, who was much older than him, Don didn't care too much. After all, it had nothing to do with him. After a pause, Don casually said,
Then I hope you and Mrs. Midgetti will have a good outcome.
Then he was ready to talk about the serious business of employment. However, at this time Gregor intervened.
No, there is no need for a good outcome between me and Mrs. Midgetti, Mr. Dorn. It's like this. In addition to pursuing Mrs. Midgetai, I am also obsessed with dating Mrs. Katz of Silver Shieldport, Mrs. Domingos of Golden Oak City, and Mrs. Turan of the Royal Capital. I am destined to be unable to give each of them brings good results.
Gregor sighed wistfully, then sighed melancholy. Don? Wait a minute. My mind seems to be a little hard to turn around. What nonsense did you hear just now? Moreover, all the people he mentioned have the suffix Mrs. Right? This boy, how different from that thief Chow.
It is precisely because I recently visited these ladies and purchased gifts for them that the money I earned from previous entrustments quickly bottomed out.
Gregor continued. Dorn stared at the S-Class adventurer with extremely strange eyes, and then spoke after a while.
I may have to tell all the female employees in the restaurant to ask them to protect themselves and keep their distance when they see you.
When Gregor heard this, he smiled, showing 8 neat and white teeth, and said in a serious tone,
There is no need, Mr. Dorn. The female employees under your command are all young and energetic girls. I only like mature ladies with charm. Flowers waiting to bloom are certainly beautiful, but they are only mature and sweet. Only the fruit attracts me. Besides, don't look at me like this. I am a dedicated person. In the whole town of Eden, I will only love Mrs. Midgetti, and I will devote my whole heart to her.
Don, judging from the tone and demeanor of Gregor's speech, he was completely speaking the truth. But just because it's serious, that's why it's even more problematic. Don't use such a sincere and handsome expression to say such a strange statement in a serious manner. You bastard. Also, please apologize to all the dedicated people in the world. Asshole. Chapter 120. Can I eat some? After a chat with Gregor, Don felt very tired. He was so tired from complaining, and his heart was so tired. But it's time to talk to him about the business of hiring. Judging from the current situation, whether Gregor is a mature woman and a wife manipulator, and whether he should be struck by lightning because he dated so many ladies at the same time, there is no conflict with the task that Dorn wants to entrust to him. Moreover, even if Gregor was really struck by lightning, Dorn would consciously stand farther away.
Mr. Gregor, actually I have something to entrust you with. If you accept my entrustment, you won't need to wash dishes in the restaurant.
Don said this. The S-Class adventurer smiled when he heard this.
Mr. Dorn is joking. The commission for my commission is very high. It's not just that I don't have to wash the dishes anymore.
Don nodded. It turns out you are not stupid.
I will hire you according to the price stipulated in the association,
Dorn said, and then added,
I want to explore a primitive mountain forest to the west of the border of the Dorn Empire, and I need the assistance of someone with rich exploration experience. Then you have found the right person,
Gregor said with a happy expression.
However, in my opinion, Mr. Dorn can give me a better reward than money.
Huh? Don thought for a moment, then shook his head firmly.
I will not help you pursue Mrs. Midgetai. Ah. No. No. Mr. Dorn has misunderstood. I will work hard on pursuing mature ladies.
Gregor smiled heartily, and then winked at Dorn.
You know, the reason why I am willing to wash dishes at your place, in addition to paying back Mr. Gonzalez's money, is also because I heard that the employees here can eat some kind of work meal made by you.
Dawn. Right. I was almost obsessed with this mature woman before. I almost forgot that cooking is my signature skill.
Let's do this. As long as you can successfully complete my commission. Whenever you come to the restaurant in the future, I will cook the food myself without charging any fees.
Dorn followed the other party's prompts and opened the chips.
Hey, it's a deal.
Gregor snapped his fingers again.
Mr. Dorn, please don't worry. I am an adventurer after all, and I can't stay here forever to eat and drink.
Dawn nodded. No matter how unreliable Gregor looks, he is an S-Class adventurer certified by the association. Dawn was not worried at all that he would stay in the restaurant and eat and drink for nothing. Moreover, judging from the fact that he not only actively demanded compensation for the restaurant and diners, but also diligently washed the dishes and paid off debts when he didn't have enough money, he seems to be a quite interesting person in a sense. After successfully negotiating the terms of employment with Gregor, Dorn took the time to make some other preparations, mainly focusing on strengthening his own skills. The skills that were previously refreshed from the secret forest are almost full after Hyena's unremitting efforts during this period. If you work hard on the hyena before setting off, you should be able to upgrade all the insect skills related to monster bugs to level 5. There is also the sweetness skill. Dorn also plans to focus on this special skill. So Dawn went to a farm west of Eatontown. It's said to be a farm, but it's actually more like a large farm. This is where Creek bought it and tried to help Dorn breed ruin monsters. The time is afternoon. The sun is hanging low in the west side of the sky, and the sun cannot melt the snow. There were several servants active in the farm. These people were sent by Baron Donnelly to take care of Creek's daily life. These servants all knew Dorn and nodded towards this great chef. Dorn also responded, and then entered the farm's reception hall unimpeded. In the reception hall, a familiar figure sat at the table, drinking tea boredly. It was Miss Charlene. Speaking of which, Crick has been living in Eden for almost half a month. During this period, through professional knowledge reserves and some small attempts, he really raised those ruined monsters very well. In the past half month, apart from Dorn, Miss Charlene has also been a frequent visitor to this farm. However, the aristocratic lady's desire to deepen her relationship with Creek and increase their intimacy did not go very smoothly.
I feel like the relationship between Crick and Mr. Dorn, who comes here occasionally, is getting closer faster than me, who comes here every day.
Seeing that the person walking into the living room was Dorn, Miss Charlene couldn't help but think in her heart.
Miss Charlene, you're here too. Good afternoon.
Dawn greeted casually.
Mr. Dorn. H. Lowe.
Charlene nodded.
Where is Creek? I have something to do with him. In the room where monsters are kept outside. About 5 minutes after I arrived here in the afternoon. He went in and hasn't come out yet.
Miss Charlene sighed quietly.
Okay. Then I'll go find him.
Dorn turned and left. I feel that Miss Charlene's tone is very resentful. And that slightly sad little expression. It's obviously the expression of disappointment after being unable to seduce the steely straight man. Right? TSK.
It seems that the development between Miss Charlene and Creek is a little different from what I expected before. I bet they took the script of a scheming young lady from a small aristocracy and a straight young master from a big aristocracy. Dorn casually imagined the story between the two nobles, and went straight to the room outside where the monsters were kept. The farm's former chicken coop and cowshed have been renovated and are now used to breed monsters. At this time, Creek was in the middle of the renovated cowshed, pressing a walking mushroom with great interest. While moving his hands and feet on the mushroom, he recorded something in his notes. The walking mushroom he was holding seemed to be constantly releasing sweetness. Next to Creek, on several sections of rotten wooden piles, there are more than a dozen miniature walking mushrooms, standing stupidly, seemingly unable to move. These little walking mushrooms are more like normal fungi than monsters. Ahem. Creek,
Dorn greeted, while silently pressing his hand on his horizontal pendant.
Mr. Dorn, are you here?
The little boy turned around and saw Dorn with an excited expression.
I feel like I have found a way to stimulate the walking mushroom to release its sweet taste.
If walking mushrooms can be controlled to release sweetness through artificial stimulation, it means that walking mushrooms can be used to reasonably stimulate other monsters to reproduce. This is indeed a major breakthrough. No wonder Crick, a monster scholar, is so happy.
Amazing!
Dorn applauded him calmly. Crick's monster breeding has made great progress during this time. Under the temperature control of his magic red stone, the poisonous feather eggs were already showing signs of hatching. Moreover, those poison frog tadpoles are also developing further towards adult bullfrogs. The most surprising thing is the walking mushroom. In just 10 days, these mushrooms have already reproduced a generation in Crick's hands. Crick explained this in this way. Walking mushrooms are fungi, and their reproduction cycle is indeed faster than other monsters. However, the second generation was able to reproduce in a short period of time mainly because the 3 walking mushrooms were already in the breeding period. Because the living environment in the basement was so poor before, they have not produced spores for a long time. After they were moved to the farm, and the creek provided a suitable living environment, they officially began to reproduce the next generation.
Crick, I'm here to ask you, since this walking mushroom has reproduced its second generation, can I eat some of it?
Dorn explained his intention. That's right. He wanted to eat a large walking mushroom and a few small ones to brush up his sweetness, skill level before setting off.
If Mr. Don wants to, of course you can.
Crick nodded. Don was filled with joy and began to look at and select the mushrooms in the renovated cowshed with sinful eyes. Chapter 121 Departure. Name, Don. Level, LV 35. HP, 1585. Blue amount, 1208. Attack, 54. Defense, 54. Constitution, 60. Agility, 67. Mental strength, 70. Title, Chinese player. Skills, food intuition. Synchronic stomach. Predator. Lucky rabbit's foot. Poison frog. Pig brush LV5. Silking LV5. Hardening LV5. Dexterity LV5. Corrosive acid LV5. Dreaming LV5. Parasitic spore LV2. Sweetness LV2. There are still 41 days until Devil's Lair opens. However, at this time, Dorn had already made all the preliminary preparations he could. Several insect-type skills are all maxed out. And sweetness has also been upgraded by cooking a few walking mushrooms.
Based on the current panel, although my HP is not high, I am actually quite strong.
Dorn looked at his various attributes and skills and nodded. Refer to the combat effectiveness of the priest squad that Dorn is familiar with. Dorn is currently confident that in a one-on-one situation, he has a high probability of defeating Jishio or Yuval. After all, the two of them mainly provide battlefield assistance and support. If you are facing the priest Sister Cross who is rampaging on the battlefield, has destructive power like a chariot, and can also use various holy light skills.
If I perform well and use various skills properly, I should be able to protect myself even against Cross, who is good at frontal combat.
Dorn thought in his heart. Finally, there's Adele. The Holy Sea's sword-wielding lady had nothing to think about. If Dorn faced her, he would most likely be chopped down within a few rounds.
But this is just my own mental simulation of combat. If we really encounter a life-and-death fight, the battle situation will change rapidly, and we can never tell what the outcome will be.
Dorn shrugged and concluded to himself. Boom, boom, boom. Not long after Don turned off his panel, he heard a knock on the door outside the room. It was now morning. After breakfast, Dorn returned to his room for the rare occasion.
Dorn, it's me.
The voice of the elf lady came from outside.
Come in. Vivian, the door is unlocked.
Squeak. The door was pushed open gently. Miss Goblin walked in slowly. She did not sit down on the single chair where she usually sat. Instead, she just stood there, looking a little embarrassed.
Don, you said you are leaving this afternoon, right?
Yeah. Don just nodded.
Well, I'm here.
Vivian Lake's blue eyes glanced at Dorn, and then quickly turned her face away, looking nowhere. After hesitating for a while, the elf lady took a deep breath, walked a few steps, and came to Dorn's side. However, he still turned his face and did not look at Dorn. He just gently raised his right hand and stretched out his slender little finger.
That, Lagu,
Vivian spoke softly, her tone a little vague, but enough for Don to hear clearly. Dorn was stunned for a moment, then laughed, stretched out his hand and gently hooked the little finger that Vivian handed over.
I want to come back like last time. Come back.
Well, come back to me. Miss Goblin originally wanted to muster up the courage to say the next few words, But when the words came to her lips, she still felt shy.
Yes.
Dorn looked at the somewhat shy Vivian and nodded. The room was very quiet at the moment, and the two of them seemed to be able to hear each other's slightly accelerated heartbeats. That afternoon, Dawn was ready to leave Eton again. In the lobby of the Wishing restaurant, the old employees said goodbye to Dorn one after another. Among them, Amy brought a crab meat lion head to Dawn. Ever since she found out that her eldest brother was going away again, the little blonde girl had been spending almost all time in the kitchen these days. Work harder than usual. When I said goodbye last time, I couldn't let my eldest brother taste the food I cooked by myself. I can't leave such regrets this time. Dorn naturally accepted the little girl's wishes with a smile. A small spoonful of lion head entrance. It barely reaches the sea level threshold. And in Dawn's opinion, the taste is acceptable. There is absolutely no problem in serving it on an ordinary dining table. But it is far from being up to standard if it is to be served on a guest table in the Wishing restaurant. However, this is the result of Amy's hard work for nearly a winter. Dawn finished eating both lion heads.
Well done, Amy.
Little Amy did not speak, but shook her head gently, her short golden hair caressing her ears softly. This little girl seemed to want to cry a little bit.
Brother, did I do a bad job?
Amy asked. This little girl is actually fully aware of her own cooking skills. After eating so many top-notch dishes made by Dawn, she has gained a certain ability to appreciate dishes. The crab meat lion head I made is completely different from the one my brother made.
I've tried hard, really tried hard, but I can't do it well. I've never been able to do it well. I will never be able to be like my big brother.
Amy was speaking with a slightly choked tone. It's a bit distressing. Perhaps due to the emotional impact of separation. This little girl unknowingly revealed all the words and self-denial thoughts she had suppressed in her heart. Dawn rubbed Amy's head.
I know you worked hard. Amy is already great.
At the very least, the crab meat and lion head that Amy brought out for Dawn to taste this time tasted better than the last time. You know, this fall, Amy was just a little girl who had never cooked much. In addition, her own cooking talent is relatively average. It's pretty good to be able to cook a complex dish to this level within a winter or so. These are all the results of her hard work as an ordinary person.
Amy, it's okay. Even if you don't want to be a chef, it doesn't matter. Amy can definitely help me in other places.
Dawn's hand was still on the little girl's head, and his tone was gentle.
But if you really want to be a chef in your own right, then work harder, Amy.
Amy nodded, trying to calm down her emotions. The separation is imminent. If he bursts into tears, it will definitely affect his mood during the trip. She doesn't want this. Dawn comforted Amy for a while longer before leaving the restaurant hall. Then, Amy felt another warm and gentle touch on the top of her head. Because there seemed to be no one standing next to her, Amy knew that this was the invisible Sister Vivian. At this time, Miss Goblin was imitating Dorn's example and gently caressed little Amy's head. As for the little blonde girl, who was being comforted at this moment, only the last words left by Dawn were still echoing in her heart.
Try harder, Amy.
On the street outside the restaurant, the hot pot restaurant temporarily suspended operations. The new employees took to the street to say goodbye to the restaurant's chef owner. New employees like Hanna and Elsa were also reluctant to let go of the fact that Dorn was going away. Even in the past 2 days, the work status of these two girls has declined a little. There is nothing we can do about this, because we got along with each other during this period of time. Most of the new employees, including Hanna and Elsa, unknowingly placed Dorn in the position of spiritual leader in their minds. After all, this chef has some unique personality charm and innovative thinking that really attract everyone. Dawn briefly said goodbye to the new employees and explained the business plan for the hot pot restaurant during his absence. Before that, he had prepared a lot of hot pot base ingredients for consumption in hot pot restaurants. Coupled with a goblin lady who is talented in cooking, the level of cooking recently has reached a level approved by Dorn. Moreover, Dawn recently taught the 5 assistant chefs in the hot pot restaurant how to stir-fry ingredients, among which Aisha showed great talent in cooking. I believe that after a period of hard work and practice, this little cooking girl should be able to fry the hot pot base that satisfies Duo in. In short, it seems that Dorn doesn't need to worry about things at the hot pot restaurant.
Okay, I'll be back soon.
Dorn finally said goodbye to everyone. S-Class adventurer Gregor drove the carriage, and under the watchful eyes of all the employees, Dorn headed towards the second limited-time dungeon. Chapter 122 Silent Mountains. All the way west. After a long and tiring journey of 20 days, Dorn and the S-Class adventurer Gregor finally crossed the western border of the Dorn Empire. There is nothing worth talking about during this 20-day journey. During the trip, the two of you can stay in a town hotel or hotel if possible. Of course, Dorn, the employer, will pay for the accommodation. When there was no way to reach the village or store, we would set up tents and make bonfires to sleep in the open air. As for eating, I basically make do with whatever is ready-made in the towns. If not, Dorn will cook the fresh and common ingredients purchased along the way. As for the monster dishes, there are none. I don't know if it's because the winter weather is too cold, but it's been 20 days, and Dorn hasn't encountered any edible monsters delivering food to their doorsteps along the way. However, when we were approaching the western border of the Empire, we encountered a rogue bandit attack in a snowfield. However, these enemies were all inferior characters, and Gregor was able to defeat them all by himself. During the battle, Dorn also paid attention to the health bar of this S-Class adventurer. More than 5,600 points. In terms of health alone, it is much thicker than the heavily armored priest Cross, who has more than 4,800 health points. It can only be said that he is worthy of being an S-Class adventurer. After all, he has two skills. There are two main weapons that Gregor carries with him. According to him, the two weapons are called Flame Weaver and Whisper of the End. Flame Weaver is a two-handed sword with more ornate decorations. The sword is engraved with complicated secret patterns. It is obviously a giant sword with magic power. Whisper of the End is a cyan wooden longbow carried on his back. The bow body has a different kind of lightness, and is also engraved with complex arcane patterns. However, Gregor did not carry any arrows or quiver with him. When he was fighting the bandits, he could shoot magic arrows with dazzling white light just by conducting magic power and pulling the bow. For now, Gregor's fighting style gives Dorn the impression of a magic swordsman plus a magic archer.
Gregor, I think you just had to mortgage one of your weapons before, so you wouldn't have to wash dishes in our restaurant.
Dorn joked with him after seeing the S-Class adventurer's combat performance. After almost a month of getting along, the two of them have indeed become familiar enough to joke about each other.
I am an adventurer with integrity. Even if I spend a year cleaning up your business, I will not betray my weapons.
Gregor silently put the bow back on his back, leaving Dorn with a handsome back. Silent Mountains. In the last border town on the way out of Dorn, the people there use this name to refer to the primitive mountain forest outside the border. This is the destination of Dorn's trip. People gave that mountain forest such a name, not because of how quiet it was. In a sense, this vast virgin mountain forest is quite lively in spring and summer. After all, there are all kinds of monsters living inside, including some extremely fierce and aggressive cannibal monsters. The name, Silence, more represents the local people's fear of this dangerous mountain forest. This place is a restricted area for ordinary humans. However, in the end, this border town was quite far away from the Silent Mountains. Otherwise these ordinary people would not dare to settle there. In the town, Dorn recruited a coachman. Naturally, there is no way to drive a carriage in the mountains and forests. When the group of people arrived outside Silent Mountain, the coachman had to drive the carriage back to the town again, because the horses had to be taken care of by the tavern where Dorn had paid a deposit. If the horses were left outside the forest like this, even if they would not become snacks for a certain monster, they would not be able to escape the fate of starving to death and freezing to death. Outside the Silent Mountains, the carriage driver stopped the carriage. Dorn and Gregor each packed their own things, and Dorn carried a lot of bags as usual, including condiments and some newly purchased seasoning ingredients. Gregor had also eaten a lot of Don's dishes at Eton and along the way, so he fully agreed with Don bringing cooking materials. For this S-Class adventurer, it would be a wonderful experience if he could taste delicious food during the adventure. He even took the initiative to help Dorn bear part of the bag.
Two gentlemen, if nothing happens, I will go back first.
The carriage driver looked at the dangerous mountain forest and swallowed. If it weren't for the money the black-haired man gave him, he wouldn't be willing to take the job.
Well, thank you for your hard work.
Dorn nodded. The carriage quickly turned around and sped up, raising snowflakes all over the ground. It seemed that the carriage driver didn't want to stay here any longer. From where Dorn and the others stood, they looked toward the Silent Mountains. The dark mountain forest is covered with white snow. In winter, this mountain forest is indeed dead silent.
Let's go. You lead the way,
Dorn greeted him. And at the same time, he took out a hand-drawn map and handed it to Gregor. This map was drawn by Dorn himself based on the mailed map these days. However, Don's painting skills are not particularly good. Therefore, the map is a little abstract. It is hard to say how useful this hand-drawn map will be.
Casadum?
Gregor looked at the marks and notes on the hand-drawn map, then raised his head and looked at Dorn with a slightly curious look. As an ace adventurer of the association, Gregor had heard of this silent mountain range even if he had never been there in person. But this was the first time he had heard of the Casadum marked by Dorn.
I drew it based on the impression of a map I saw before,
Don explained nonchalantly. Gregor nodded and didn't ask any further questions. As an adventurer, it is taboo to inquire about other people's sources of information.
Let's go then. Look at the map you drew. If we want to get to Casadum, we have to go northwest first.
Gregor took the hand-drawn map and looked at it in detail for a while, then took the lead in walking towards the mountain forest. Don followed. He could only leave it to Gregor to lead the way. Although the previous marked point of Venomous Relic Swamp was also remote, there was at least a path by the lake for reference. But things are different here in Silent Mountain. When there are fewer people walking, there will naturally be no roads. Moreover, the map in the email only marked points and did not show my current location. If Dorn were to trek through this mountain forest alone, he would basically be blind. Chapter 123 Owlbear Cave. Entering the forest, we walked around for about 10 minutes. As Gregor walked, he compared the hand-drawn map given by Dorn. As he looked at it, his brows began to wrinkle, and his facial features were slightly squeezed together. Finally, he became stunned and turned into the same expression as
the old man on the subway looking at his mobile phone. Don, I'm not telling you what you're painting,
Gregor said. Don shrugged helplessly. Do you blame me for your poor painting skills?
Forget it. Wait a moment. I'll explore the road first.
After finding a slightly open space, Gregor placed all the bags on the ground. As he was putting it back, he said to Don handsomely,
They will squeeze my wings.
Don? The S-Class adventurer lifted up the cuff of his right hand, revealing a golden metal wristband. Gregor calls this item Adventurer's Wing. As the magic power was transmitted, Adventurer Wings reacted and emitted a faint yellow light. At the same time, on Gregor's back, two transparent wings condensed by magic power spread out with a whir, taking him soaring into the sky.
Ah! The wings of light spread out?
Dorn watched in amazement from below. This Adventurer's Wing is Gregor's unique way of exploring. By flying, he can look down from above and obtain the most accurate and comprehensive ground information. After slowly circling in the sky for a few times, Gregor returned to Dorn's side, then took out his pen and made some modifications to the hand-drawn map Dorn gave him.
Huh? Let's go!
Gregor started to lead the way again. Don nodded. It looks like this S-Class adventurer is worth hiring. The subsequent trek through the forest was also like this. The main direction was roughly confirmed through the map given by Dorn. And then Gregor understood the surrounding terrain through flight surveys, and further modified and marked the details of the map. The two of them were indeed approaching Casadum. The area of Silent Mountain is very large. In this way, the two of them trekked inside for nearly 4 days, relying on hand-drawn maps. During this period, the two of them encountered a few monsters, but they were not too strong. Moreover, in Dorn's opinion, the grade of the ingredients is not high. They are all probably C-grade. But mosquitoes are still meat no matter how small they are. Most of these edible monsters were used by Dorn as a snack. However, when cooking them, Dorn chose simple techniques and did not hesitate to use 2 good condiments. Good condiments should be reserved for good ingredients, especially those in the ruins. In short, in the end, these monster ingredients that Dorn disliked were converted into his sporadic attribute points. The day of the 4th day was almost over, and the sun began to sink to the west side of the mountains.
Gregor, didn't you already say at noon that we were near Casadum? It's almost night now. How far do we have to go?
Dorn was a little tired.
Ah, we are indeed nearby. But I don't know how far we have to go,
Gregor said truthfully. Hand-drawn maps are not electronic maps and cannot be enlarged to see details. The closer you are to the destination, the smaller the roll of the map. In addition, this area has steep mountains and complex terrain, making it more difficult to find the destination.
Then let's rest today,
Dorn suggested. Gregor nodded.
I just took a rough look from above. There seems to be a cave in front of me. We will rest there tonight. Then, what should we have for dinner?
The two of them had been trekking hard all day in the snow-covered mountain forest, and they really needed to rest and eat. After Gregor prepared to recharge his batteries, He would rely on adventurer wings to fly tomorrow and search the area carefully.
I didn't meet any edible monsters today, so of course I'll eat dry food,
Dorn responded simply. After walking for a while, we finally arrived at the entrance of the cave that Gregor was talking about. The two of them had been camping in the snow in the mountains and forests for the past few days, which was not a very pleasant experience. If there is a cave to take shelter from the wind tonight, the quality of rest will be much better, and it will be more conducive to exploration tomorrow. Stepping into the cave, Gregor, a professional adventurer, frowned slightly. He could feel that there was the aura of a living monster in this cave. After Dorn entered the cave entrance, he was immediately alert, because many broken bones could be seen inside the cave. Most of these wrecks were badly damaged, and it was unknown which animals or monsters they belonged to. This is most likely the lair of a large beast. Before the two of them could say anything, bang, 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 there was a dull sound, as if something was walking towards the two of them with heavy steps from inside the cave. Listening to the noise, the thing inside must be very big.
Goo 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 goo.
At the same time, there was a low hooting sound similar to that of an owl, echoing in the empty cave, in the shadow at the other end of the cave. Although the monster itself could not be seen yet, Dorn could already see a bright red blood strip. 2548 blood points. Just looking at the blood volume, it is much stronger than the monsters encountered before. It is probably a ferocious giant monster. However, with Greg who has more than 5,600 blood points, there is probably no danger at all.
I take back what I just said. You may not need to eat solid food tonight.
Dorn looked at the shadow with interest. At the same time, I am also ready to activate skills.
It's an owl bear. It seems we're lucky. I've tasted this thing once before, and it tasted pretty good,
Gregor said with a smile and a relaxed tone. Judging from the looks of the two of them, it seemed as if they were not facing a battle with a large monster, but calmly selecting dinner ingredients in the market.
Owl bear?
Dorn had never heard of this kind of monster. Gregor didn't respond. He was ready to go. Holding the flame weaver in both hands, the magic power was transmitted. The mysterious patterns and symbols on the surface of the sword suddenly flashed with light, and then a blazing fire burst into flames. Through the firelight brought by Flame Weaver, Dorn saw the monsters in the shadows. It was a strange-looking creature, with a body similar to that of a bear and the face of an owl. A thick and fluffy body like a bear was covered with feathers, and a pair of big round eyes were staring crazily at the two uninvited guests in the cave. Owl bear, a forest monster with a reputation for ferocious aggressive habits and bad temper. As long as it encounters other large creatures, the owl bear will not care whether the other party initiates a provocation or whether it is stronger than itself. Just come up and do it. Its sharp beak and thick giant claws can easily kill humans, making it one of the most feared monsters by forest hunters. The only thing more terrifying than it is the hungry owlbear. However, this owlbear's luck was not very good. The two people who broke into its cave were not soft persimmons. The human adventurer holding a flaming giant sword had already rushed towards it, like a vicious lone wolf. The black-haired human didn't move. He just stood there, his eyes shining and his tone excited.
After so long, I finally met an A-level one.
Chapter 124 Waterfall Slippery Egg Fried Owl Bear Steak. There was not much space in the cave, so Dorn did not choose to pinch a poisonous frog out to help. Moreover, judging from Gregor's heroic fighting state, he didn't need any help at all. System prompt: the battle is settled. The damage output is 0, and the experience point is gained 340 points. With the dull sound of the owlbear falling to the ground, the battle ended. Gregor put the sword on his shoulder and looked back at Dorn in a disgusted manner.
How is it?
This S-class adventurer's face clearly said something like,
"Am I awesome?"
"I'm covering you," and other expression lines. In Gregor's judgment, Dorn should have a certain fighting ability, but it is definitely not as strong as him. So there was no problem for him to accept the employment and protect Dorn.
Awesome. Awesome.
Dorn read and cheered. But I was thinking, if you give me this owlbear's head, you should be able to get 1,000 or 800 experience points. However, for Dorn, who already has level 35, a few thousand experience points are no longer enough. He now needs tens of thousands of experience points to level up. Without saying anything more to the stinking adventurer, Dorn focused on the owlbear. Cooking is the way to go. Dinner is about to begin. The texture of the owlbear's meat is a little strange, but after all, it is A-grade ingredients. The meat is thick and tender at the same time.
I think it would be good to fry it up. And I'm prepared to make the kid next door cry in his three-piece suit.
Dorn determined how to make owlbear meat based on the information obtained from ingredients intuition. Skillfully touch owlbear, and then let change with the thoughts. Constantly changing into different knife shapes suitable for skinning and cutting meat. And cutting the owlbear meat.
Dawn! This knife of yours?
Gregor naturally noticed the magical chef's knife in Dawn's hand. Previously, Gregor had openly displayed Flameweaver, Whisper of the End, and Adventurer's Wings in front of Dorn. Especially the Adventurer Wings. Its function is very magical. On this basis, Dorn felt that he could appropriately show off some of his props in front of him. This shows that the trust between the two as teammates is slowly being established.
It is a legendary kitchen utensil. I call it Rui,
Dorn replied. But he did not explain the fact that Rui is actually a weapon. Rui in Dorn's hands. Gregor nodded doubtfully. However, this S-Class adventurer did not see any obvious surge of magic power on the legendary kitchen utensil, Rui. Perhaps it is really just a magical kitchen utensil that can change into various shapes to help with cooking? Dorn kept cooking. After cutting the meat, he turned Rui into a small pot with his backhand. Add a small amount of sweet wine, sugar, and newly brewed homemade soy sauce to the pot. Place it on a campfire. Control the temperature. And cook over low heat for about 40 minutes. After the soup in the pot is thickened, let it sit until there are no bubbles on the surface. Then pour it into a bowl and set aside. After this process, the sauce prepared by Dawn is actually teriyaki sauce. Cut the boneless owlbear steak into 2 cm thick slices and remove the surrounding fascia. Rui, turn into a meat mallet and pound the meat on both sides until it becomes loose and enlarged. Sprinkle salt and black pepper on both sides and marinate for about 10 minutes. Beat a few eggs and set aside. At this time, it's time to wrap the owlbear steak with a 3-piece set of starch, egg liquid, and bread crumbs that makes the kid next door cry. Pour an appropriate amount of oil into the pot. Heat over medium heat until the oil temperature reaches 160 degrees. Then fry. Add the owlbear steak and fry until both sides are golden brown and float. Remove and control the oil. The oil pan was sizzling, and the cave began to be filled with a high-heat mixed aroma of fat and cooked meat. Cut half an onion into shreds. Add the onion shreds to hot oil in a hot pan, and saute over high heat until fragrant. Add homemade cooking wine, soy sauce, and sugar and stir well. Beat a few more eggs and pour them into the pot. When the surrounding egg liquid solidifies, push the spoon. When most of the egg liquid has solidified, control the heat to reduce and slowly push the spoon. The golden egg liquid slowly solidified under Dawn's careful operation, and it had a tenderness visible to the naked eye, coupled with the tender white onion shreds. It is very appetizing. In addition to the smooth eggs and fried owlbear steak, Dorn also specially prepared rice. Rice, a staple food, has never been seen in Dorn around Eden, nor around Komodova in the middle of the empire where I went last time. The common cereals in these parts are barley and wheat. However, this time, as they headed west and were about to cross the border, Dorn unexpectedly found me. As a traveler from the Celestial Dynasty, there was no reason not to buy rice when he saw it. Not to mention that he hadn't eaten white rice in almost half a year. The rice Dunn selected was of good quality. It was steaming hot after being cooked, and the grains were full and distinct when placed in the bowl. Top the hot rice with fresh and tender eggs. Then layer the fried owlbear steak cut into long strips. And finally drizzle with teriyaki sauce. Smooth egg owlbear steak rice bowl.
Done! Is it done?
Greg grew beside him was waiting with his eyes wide open. Dorn nodded and handed the portion in his hand to the other party first.
Eat it while it's hot.
Gregory took the bowl. For him, it was another strange dish that he had never seen before. These days, this S-Class adventurer has been following Dorn, and he has not lost any of his food. The fried owlbear steak, which made the kid next door cry, is very thick, because the surface is coated with egg liquid, starch, and breadcrumbs, and it has an attractive golden color after being fried. On the cross-section, you can see the brown cooked meat and the wonderful texture of the meat. No meat lover can resist such temptation. The fried owlbear meat is mouth-watering. The skin is crispy. The meat inside is fresh and tender, and the portion is generous. The thick texture is very enjoyable. As humans, the desire for sugar and fat has been engraved in our DNA from ancient times. Although the land of miracles is a different world. As long as the humans and demi-humans here are advanced carbon-based organisms, they will inevitably follow this law. Therefore, The pleasure of eating delicious fried owlbear meat almost made this S-class adventurer unable to stop.
Pair the steak with a smooth egg and a mouthful of rice. It will make you feel happier when you eat it.
Don, who was standing by, also served himself a bowl of rice, and said this casually to Gregor. Gregor nodded, swallowed the cutlet in his mouth, and then scooped up a full spoonful of egg rice. The waterfall egg has been carefully cooked by Don, and is extremely smooth and tender. You can even see the water in the egg swaying when you gently shake the spoon. And the hot, plump and distinct rice, covered under a spoonful of smooth egg, is ready to come out. After one bite, you can see the tenderness of the egg, the thickness of the meat, and the simple texture of the rice. But the sweetness becomes more and more as you chew it, and finally mixed with the fresh and salty taste of the teriyaki sauce. Very happy indeed. And this feeling of happiness is almost overflowing with the satisfaction in the taste buds and abdominal cavity. This is a smooth egg owlbear steak rice bowl. Gregor is confident that he can eat 3 big bowls. Chapter 125 Dwarves and Halflings. Don was also tasting his portion of the rice bowl. A-level owlbear meat. After Dorn's careful cooking, the final rating of the owlbear steak rice with smooth egg has no doubt exceeded the S level. But it has just exceeded the S level threshold.
Although I handpicked the rice and eggs, the quality of their ingredients is still a bit lagging behind. In fact, if some seaweed crumbs can be added, the taste may be better.
Dorn thought in his heart. After all, he has cooked it himself and eaten too many good things. So he can eat the current S-level dishes slowly. But looking at Gregla wolfing down food across from him, Dorn felt twice as happy as he tasted the delicious food. After all, Don is a chef. Seeing people eating their own meals, devouring their food and eating with joy is the greatest affirmation for a chef.
Sure enough, the exquisiteness in cooking and the eagerness to devour food while eating are all things that make life meaningful.
Dorn thought happily and took another delicious mouthful of rice. System prompt. The Predator effect is triggered, and the attack, defense, and physical attributes are enhanced. System prompt. The effect of Synchronic Stomach Bag is triggered, and the skill Eagle View LV0 is obtained. Eagle's Eye View. The owlbear has the eyes of an owl eagle. During the activation process of the skill, the night vision ability is improved and the dynamic vision is improved.
Coming.
A delightful after-dinner prize drawing session. Dorn had good luck today, with Predator and Synchronic Stomach blooming. The Eagle View skill you got is also very good. Anyway, judging from the introduction, it should be that after it is turned on, your visual ability will be greatly enhanced and improved. However, Dorn habitually thought about the upgrade of this skill. During the meal, I heard Gregor introduce that although monsters like owlbears are rare, they are not particularly rare. And Gregor himself had hunted and eaten an owlbear once before.
Perhaps after returning to Eden, I can ask Creek. As a monster scholar, he might have a way to get other owlbear ingredients to help me improve my skills.
Dorn thought in his heart. After Dorn was full, Gregor could eat more. But it's not a big problem. The rice bowl I made this time was quite large, and there was still a lot in the pot for him to eat as much as he could. Just when Gregor was about to serve another bowl of rice, he suddenly became alert.
Who's out there? Come out.
Dorn, who had already sat down by the campfire and was about to rest, also stood up and looked towards the entrance of the cave. The sky outside has become dark, and the snowy night in the mountains and forests is very quiet. Dorn currently has the only skill that enhances his perception, which is the Eagle View he just acquired. This skill improves visual ability. But after all, light propagates in straight lines. If someone is really in the blind spot outside the cave, Dorn will naturally not be able to see it. Following Gregor's warning question, rustling sounds began to come from the entrance of the cave. Then, 3 short figures entered the cave. The 3 people who came in were all short in stature, wearing earth-brown clothes. The gloves, wrist guards, and belts on their bodies were all extremely simple in design, with a rather rigorous and pragmatic style. Dwarf. Dorn was slightly surprised. This was the first time he had seen this kind of demi-human race.
It's 2 dwarves and a halfling,
Gregor on the side corrected in a low voice. The 3 short demi-humans who came in were all men. 2 of them were stout and held war picks. They were indeed dwarves. As for the halflings that Gregor was talking about, he didn't mean only half a body, but a demi-human race whose height was only half the height of an adult human. The remaining demi-human, who is relatively thin and looks more like a human child, is the halfling. After the 3 demi-humans entered the cave, although they took care to hide it, They all seemed to have their throats twitching and swallowing saliva. This made Dorn wonder if they came here smelling the waterfall's fried owlbear steak. The two groups briefly confronted each other for a while. But it was the dwarves who spoke first. The halfling straightened his back and said,
"Why are you two longlings from the outside here?"
Not only does he look like a child, but his speech tone is as delicate as that of a human boy. However, this is just an appearance. In fact, this halfling is already over 40 years old.
Do they call humans long-bodied people?
Dorn felt interesting in his heart when he heard this name. But think about it. Whether it is dwarves or halflings, these are the names humans give to these demi-humans. For these demi-humans, their height is probably normal, while humans are an overly tall race.
We are adventurers.
Gregor responded vaguely to the halfling's question, then turned his head to signal Dorn. To be honest, after being out for more than 20 days, this S-class adventurer really doesn't know what he is doing other than looking for Kasadam.
Well, we are adventurers. The purpose here is to collect monster materials, and at the same time, we also want to try our luck to find rare monsters in this big mountain forest and bring them out to sell for money.
Dorn pointed to the owlbear corpse behind him, which had several pieces of flesh cut off. A monster as big as an owlbear can naturally produce a lot of monster materials, such as its leather feathers, which are usually expensive if they are in complete condition. Therefore, Dorn's argument, coupled with the evidence of the owlbear's corpse, is quite tenable. The three demi-humans gathered together and whispered a few words.
When my grandfather was still here, he told me that the world of long-bodied people outside. When my father was still here, he also talked about the long-bodied adventurers and their trade.
These three demi-humans have no contact with the outside world at all. In their more than 40 years of life, they have never encountered adventurers from the outside world in the mountains and forests. Listening to their conversation, it seems that their understanding of the outside world and human beings is all based on the stories told by their fathers. Dorn could roughly hear what these dwarves were saying, but listening to it made him a little confused. It sounds like the fathers of these dwarves know a lot about human society. How come their generation seems to be isolated from the world and doesn't understand anything at all? The dwarves communicated for a while, and seemed to think that what Dorn said was quite credible. So the halfling spoke again, with a rather polite tone.
Your Excellency, the two tall men, we will not disturb your hunting. But please leave here quickly after you have completed your purpose, and do not disturb our normal life.
A very reasonable request. Dawn and Greg looked at each other again, and then both nodded silently.
Then, goodbye.
The dwarves turned their heads and prepared to leave the cave. However, as they turned their heads, their eyes invariably stayed on the still warm pot of owlbear steak rice bowl for a few tenths of a second. Does it turn out that the food of the tall people has such a strong fragrance? Their parents didn't seem to mention this. Just when the dwarves were about to step out of the cave, Dorn's voice came from behind.
Since you're here, why don't you have something to eat together?
Chapter 126. Something went wrong. The dwarves' steps faltered, but they did not turn around immediately.
You three have nothing to worry about. If you had observed us near the entrance of the cave before, you should have known that we ourselves had eaten a lot of this food.
Dorn continued. The dwarves all swallowed silently. They actually saw Gregor wolfing down his rice outside. What would that pot of long-bodied food taste like?
Hog, my grandfather told me when he was still alive that anyone who cooks delicious food is not a bad person.
Finally, a dwarf couldn't hold himself back any longer. He turned his head and spoke to the halfling in a low voice. Halfling Hog. In the end, the dwarves hesitated for a while, then turned back to the bonfire in the cave and accepted the rice bowl given to them by Dornshung with a shy face.
Thank you for your generosity,
the dwarf said. Dorn just laughed. Gregor said nothing. According to the map given in the email, Dorn can determine that there should be only one settlement of intelligent creatures in this vast primitive mountain forest. Kasadam. Needless to say, most of these three dwarves are locals from Kasadam. If you let them eat, they will definitely be able to get information about Kasadam. The thick owlbear steak is in your mouth, coupled with the extremely tender and smooth egg, and finally a mouthful of rice. The dwarves were completely addicted after taking the first bite of the rice bowl. Too delicious. I have never tasted food with such a wonderful taste. Is this what food for tall people looks like?
You three eat slowly. There is still a lot of rice bowl.
Dorn still kept smiling, and at the same time started a new topic in a sincere tone.
By the way, I wonder if you are interested in making some deals with us. You see, the two of us will stay in this mountain forest for a while. If we can supplement some living supplies from you, Our subsequent exploration pressure will be much lighter.
The reason why Dorn said this was of course to make a preliminary inquiry about the situation in Kasadam. However, considering that the dwarves here are suspected of being isolated from the world, Don had to use some tricks. As a stranger from outside, if you directly ask about the other person's place of residence as soon as you come up, or suggest that you want to visit the other person's place of residence, it will undoubtedly arouse a certain degree of suspicion and vigilance from the other person. But bringing up a deal makes the topic more legitimate. Moreover, when it comes to trading, the location of the transaction does not necessarily have to be on the other party's residence. The dwarves will not be too vigilant and wary. In short, it is reasonable for adventurers in the wild to encounter some humanoid races and want to trade some living supplies with them.
Yes, and I am personally very interested in the dwarves' magic technology. Many of the things you have made may be sold for a big price at our place.
Gregor added smartly. Speak clearly and openly about your intention to profit from dwarf technology products, so as to avoid the other party from immediately suspecting that you have other evil intentions. It has to be said that although Dorn and Gregor had never colluded before, the effect of their on-the-spot cooperation was quite good. Hearing this, the dwarves stopped eating in unison.
Well, I'm sorry. In fact, we are not allowed to interact or trade with outsiders. This is the order of the God Envoy.
Halfling Hog said with some embarrassment. Gregor, if nothing works, then you still dare to eat our food? These were supposed to be my meals.
Angel?
Dorn asked.
He is the supreme and great Lord Baphomet, the representative in the human world.
The dwarf said this without shyness, but in a pious and proud tone. Don touched his chin and thought for a moment. Baphomet? According to the dwarves, this seems to be the god they believe in? But it sounds like it's different from the apocalypse religion I encountered before. Is this the Holy See okay? I came out and downloaded 2 copies, and it seemed that I encountered 2 different waves of heretics. After thinking randomly for a while, Dorn turned his head to look at Gregor again. The S-Class adventurer also looked confused, and just shook his head slightly towards Dorn.
Well, Your Excellency the long-linked man, if we can't trade with you, then can we still use this food?
The halfling looked at it and ate half of the rice bowl, feeling very reluctant to part with it.
Eat. I'm the one who invited you to eat.
Dorn smiled bitterly. The dwarves thanked him and ate happily. After they all finished eating a bowl of rice bowl, their faces were filled with happiness. They thanked them again and planned to leave. Among them, the halfling Hog, before stepping out of the cave, turned back and said to the Dorn pair quite solemnly,
Both of you, if you want to continue hunting monsters, I suggest you stay away from this area. Our people there are not very welcoming to strangers. If you are unlucky and encounter the personal guards of Lord God Envoy here, you will probably be attacked.
When Hog himself was active in the mountains and forests, he had indeed never encountered any outside adventurers. However, a few years ago, he still knew about the news that foreign adventurers broke into Kasadam and were directly killed by the guards. As for the reason why Hog and the other 2 dwarves were relatively friendly after encountering Dorn, on the one hand, it's because these 3 demi-humans have pretty good personal personalities, and on the other hand, they have short mouths for eating people.
Since outsiders are not welcome there, we will take the initiative to stay away.
Dorn nodded.
Thank you for your understanding.
Wait for the dwarves to leave the cave.
What do you think?
Dorn turned his head and looked at Gregor.
It feels weird. Have you ever heard of Lord Baphomet?
Dorn asked again. Gregor just shook his head.
I have never heard of it. It may be a small-scale regional belief with little influence.
In the land of miracles, although the belief in the original creator is a single one, the power of the Holy See also extends to several major principalities. However, this does not prevent the emergence and existence of other beliefs. In the land of miracles, apart from the apocalypse cult, which is obviously a cult and is relatively influential, believers may exist everywhere. There are also some extremely niche, regional, and less influential beliefs. In the case of the former, the Holy See will crack down hard on it. If the latter is not the case, the Holy See may not take the initiative to intervene if it is not really encountered, because this kind of small faith can't make any trouble. Gregor estimated that Baphomet might belong to this type of small belief.
However, as far as I know, the dwarf race is the most difficult humanoid race to maintain devout faith. Most dwarves believe in their magic technology more than gods. Also, halflings are generally a shrewd and even somewhat cunning race. Halflings operating in human principalities usually work as merchants or thieves. They all have one thing in common. They are extremely keen on trading.
Gregru added 2 more points that he found strange. Dawn nodded. I feel like there is something wrong with that Kasadam. When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. Chapter 127 Kasadam. Dorn activated the skill, Eagle View, he had just obtained. With the improvement of night vision, the scene in the dark night outside the cave becomes visible, and the colors seem to be thicker than usual. Therefore, Dorn could see that the dwarves had not gone far out of the cave, and they seemed to be talking as they walked. Have to wait a little longer. They have to wait until the dwarves have gone a little further before they can take the next step.
By the way, Gregor, speaking of faith, what is your belief?
Dorn asked Gregla casually while watching the dwarf leave.
Don't be ridiculous. As a member of the Dona Empire, if you don't believe in the original god, you will be regarded as a heretic.
Gregor responded casually. His attention also stayed on the dwarf, who was drifting away outside the cave. However, because his night vision ability was not as good as Dorn's, Eagle View, he focused more on things like breath.
Really? I always feel that with your personality, you are not a particularly devout person. Anyway, I don't go to the Holy See to donate money. If you don't spend money, it's more or less trustworthy.
The two chatted casually, and at this time, the dwarf finally disappeared into the night. It's time.
Okay, Gregor. By the way, how is your tracking ability?
Dorn looked at his companion.
To be honest, it's very good.
Gregor walked outside the cave. The adventurer wings on his wrist lit up, and the energy wings on his back spread out, soared into the sky, and disappeared into the night sky. The dwarves are basically certain that they are residents of Kasadam. Therefore, Dorn and Gregla had the same idea of tracking them and directly finding the location of Kasadam. The dwarf team headed by the halfling hog, after leaving the cave, first turned around and made sure that no one was following them, and then entered a flat and dense snow forest. Then, 3 iron carts were rolled out. The car is loaded with all kinds of ores. This dwarf team is an independent mining team in Kasadamri. On their way back from mining today, they found Dorn and the others only after smelling the aroma of rice bowls.
Hog, I don't think we need to take a detour. They haven't followed us. If we continue to detour, we won't be able to catch up with the evening prayer time. Besides, they don't seem to be bad people if they can make such delicious food.
The dwarf beside him spoke to Hog in a low voice.
Whether he is a bad person or not has nothing to do with whether the food is delicious or not,
Hog said. However, that portion of food was indeed delicious. It is no exaggeration to say that this is the most delicious thing Hog has ever tasted in his long life. Even though I'm full now, I still can't help but salivate when I think back to that tongue-tip experience just now. Then, Halfling Hog looked back, and there was really no sign of anyone following him. As a result, the dwarves began to reduce their detours and headed towards their residence, Kasadam. However, what they didn't expect was that Gregor, who was tracking them, was no longer behind them, but in the sky. It is a tiny, imperceptible black spot in the dark sky. Kasadam. This is a gathering place for dwarves and halflings in this primitive mountain forest. The entire Kasadam is located in a sunken, huge lava crater. There flows a river of lava that never dries up. Therefore, the light inside this crater is extremely bright. Even in this severe winter, it is still very hot. The snow on the periphery of the crater and the fiery red light inside form a sharp contrast. One cold and one hot, making the scene in this area look very magical. The 3 returned hogs, after checking the ore transported back to the guards outside the crater, descended to Kasadam. Gregor landed quietly and carefully on a dense tree not far away.
A place like this actually has a crater of this size. However, this does seem like a gathering place that dwarves would choose,
Gregor thought in his heart. Dwarves who love magic technology and metal crafts would indeed choose such a strange terrain to live in. The high temperature brought by the hot lava can greatly help their forging operations. The dwarf guards outside the crater are short but strong, wearing tightly fitted metal armor, and equipped with war picks, battle axes, and throwing javelins in the style of dwarf craftsmanship.
Although I don't know why Dorn wants to enter this dwarf gathering place. If the dwarves here are really very xenophobic, it is obviously not a good idea to force their way in.
Gregor thought silently in his heart. The S-class adventurer stayed in the tree for a while. After about 10 minutes, an unusually clear and loud human voice command began to come from the mouth of the volcano.
The evening prayer time has come. Please pray and praise the messenger Maceros and our Lord Baphomet sincerely. It's not like an ordinary human voice, but more like the effect achieved by amplifying the volume through some kind of dwarven technology.
Gregor in the tree speculated. Then a steady stream of devout prayers and praises came from the crater. The guards at the entrance of the cave, while shouting the names of the god Miseroth and the god Baphomet, banged their weapons against the hard black rock under their feet, making a loud noise. The scene was somewhat frenetic. After carefully observing the outside of Kaisadam for a while, Gregor activated the adventurer wings again and flew back to the owlbear cave.
This is probably the situation.
After returning, Gregor told Dorn everything he had seen outside Kaisadam. Dawn nodded. The opening point of the known ruins must be within Kaisadam. But if those dwarves are really very xenophobic, it seems difficult to break into that place. Have to find another way.
Dawn! Although you are the employer, and I should only do things without asking the reason when I accept the employment. But from the perspective of a friend, I still want to ask, what is your purpose of entering Kaisadam?
Gregor asked like this. Dorn looked at the S-Class adventurer and said nothing. In fact, along the way, for almost a month, Dorn was silently observing the adventurer while getting along with Gregor. It has to be said that Gregor is not only a mature wife maniac, but also has the problem of dating several wives together. There doesn't seem to be much fault to be found in other aspects. After all, he is an S-Class adventurer who has been certified internally by the association. So being a teammate is actually pretty good. And considering that Poisonous Relic Swamp could not be conquered before, it was inseparable from the help of an entire team of priests. If you explore the Devil's Lair alone this time, the benefits will definitely not be too high. With the help of S-level adventurers with good combat capabilities, the profits will definitely be increased. Moreover, to be honest, Gregor and himself were also people who laughed and ate together. In Dawn's view on friendship, there is nothing wrong with being a friend.
Well, it doesn't matter if you don't want to say it,
Gregor said, after seeing Dorn's lack of reaction for a long time. Does this guy Dawn not regard himself as a friend? Mingming feels that the two of them have gotten along pretty well in the past month or so. Isn't this embarrassing? At this time, Dorn finally spoke.
Gregor, have you heard of the Relics of God?
Skipping chapter 128 does not affect viewing. Chapter 129 not a beautiful love drama. Dorn roughly informed Gregor of the news that there was an opening point for the god's relics in Kaisadam, and that it would be opened in the near future. Gregor did not ask for a specific source of the information. However, as an adventurer, after learning such news, Gregor naturally asked Dorn to take him into the ruins of God. Although in fact, after learning the news about the existence of the ruins, Gregor could find a way to get close to Kaisadam on his own, without Dorn's consent at all. But after all, Dorn is his current employer, and the clues to the ruins were also provided by Dorn. This basic respect must be given. Afterwards, the two began to discuss ways to enter Kaisadam, considering that the entire dwarf gathering seems to be in a weird state of crazy belief. This makes the halfling's last warning a little more credible. If two people appear in Kaisadam rashly, there is a high probability that they will be attacked by the guards. For now, I can only think about whether there is a way to sneak in. However, it would be unrealistic and too conspicuous for two humans to sneak into a gathering place of dwarves. When he said this, Gregor said,
I seem to have a way about this.
As he spoke, he took out 2 rose-red potions from his arms.
This is called a transformation potion. After you take it, you can change your appearance. But it's a change. But in a strict sense, it's an imitation. The potion doesn't allow us to change our appearance at will, but it allows us to look like others. There is also a prerequisite. The person we change must be someone who has been contacted by us within a day. Oh, also, if the two of us become the size of dwarves, our appearance will change too much, and the effect of the potion may not last long.
Gregor explained further.
It sounds magical.
Dorn took a potion.
Of course. This is an authentic rare alchemy reagent. Only I can get it.
Gregor's expression was extremely proud, and he continued to add,
I went to the imperial capital to meet Mrs. Turan earlier. Oh, she is a noble countess. It was thanks to the transformation potion that I turned into her maid, and I was able to successfully enter the lady's room and have a tryst with her.
Dawn, give me this magical prop and use it where it can really show its value. Asshole. There are still 3 days left until the Devil's Lair opens. During this period of time, Dorn and Gregla have been moving carefully around Kaisadam, collecting information and looking for ways to enter this dwarf gathering place. There are only 5 of the magical potions on Gregor's body. According to him, The effect of the medicine that transformed his appearance into a maid can last for about 6 hours. And if 2 people want to become dwarves, it's hard to say whether this medicine will be effective for an hour after such a big physical change. Therefore, these magical potions must be used within a day or 2 before the ruins are opened. This night, the moon was very clear. Below the outer edge of the crater where Kasadam is located, there is a forest, which is bright and clear under the moonlight. Under the mountain where the crater belongs, a huge rock shook twice, and then was pushed away from the inside out, exposing a cave passage. Then, a young dwarf male emerged. This young dwarf is called Karisi Steelhammer. He is only in his 20s this year. Among the dwarves, he has just reached adulthood. Compared to other dwarves, Steelhammer's physique does not seem that strong, and the beard on his face is not that thick. Steelhammer tiptoed into the woods, first breathing in the cold air outside. Then he sat down on a tree trunk that had fallen to the ground, took out a round, half-fist-sized, steampunk-style metal tool from his arms, and started tinkering with it. About half an hour later, another person emerged from the previous cave passage and entered the woods with the same gentle steps. This time it was a halfling, female, and in her early 20s. She has the height and appearance of a human girl, like a cute primary school student. This is Steelhammer's childhood sweetheart, Lucky.
Lucky! You're finally out!
Steelhammer showed an excited expression. The halfling girl also sat down on the tree trunk on the ground, nodded, but said nothing.
Lucky! Look at this! I made it recently.
Steelhammer showed off the metal tool in his hand and gushed.
Its magic energy circuit is the same as the magic energy loudspeaker in the square. Press this button here to transmit the sound to the loudspeaker. Moreover, it is smaller than the loudspeaker hub of the God Envoy. Isn't it amazing? I'm going to call it a small microphone.
Lucky looked at the steel hammer and the small microphone in his hand and nodded. It is indeed amazing. Whether it is this microphone or the genius ability displayed by Steelhammer in magic technology, it is all amazing. But, Lucky spoke.
But, Kurexi, what's the use of this? You are a black iron citizen. You can't research magic technology. This is too transgressive. In the future, you'd better not do this again. Steelhammer was a little surprised by the other party's words, and his eyes dimmed a bit.
You didn't say that before, Kurexi. People can change. Moreover, I came to see you this time to tell you that we should tell the guards about the existence of this passage and let them block it.
Luchi pointed in the direction of the foot of the mountain. Kasadam is a dwarven kingdom built in a giant crater. The roads are intricate, and the passages extend in all directions. Most of the passages that can privately lead to the outside world have been completely blocked by the order of the god Mazeros in the name of ensuring safety. However, there are also fish that slip through the net. For example, the item that Steelhammer and Lucky mastered was discovered by the two of them when they were young. But they never informed the guards about it. Therefore, it has become something like a child's secret garden since they were young. Steelhammer stopped talking and silently put away the small microphone in his hand.
Also, Kurisi, I have made a decision.
The halfling girl's tone became lower and her expression became a little sad.
I plan to sign up to serve Lord Mazeros after this Advent festival.
Steelhammer still didn't speak.
You know, my mother has a lung cough, which is getting worse now. If I can serve Lord Mazeroth, listen to your teachings, and pray devoutly at your feet day and night, my Lord Baphomet will definitely be able to if you listen to my prayers. My mother's illness will definitely be cured.
Steelhammer wanted to say something,
but nothing came out. After all, for the dwarves of Kasadam, serving the divine messenger is an honorable and correct thing. I just don't know why. But after hearing Lucky's words, Ganghammer still felt inexplicably sad, and his heart suddenly felt empty.
Go back, Kurexi.
Lucky stood up from the tree trunk, turned and walked towards the cliff. Walked a few steps and then stopped.
We are no longer children, and many things can no longer be the same as when we were children. Wayward. Sorry, Kurisi.
The steel hammer sat on the tree trunk without moving. Yes, it seems that he has grown up. When they were children, the two of them would come here holding hands at night, joking that they would get married when they grew up. However, this is impossible, because in the strict hierarchy of Kasadam, Steelhammer, the lowest level of the Black Iron people, is not allowed to intermarry with bronze people like Lucky.
You've grown up,
Steelhammer murmured. Two figures stood on the branches of a dense tree in this forest. Dawn and Greg grew. Originally, The two of them were just exploring around Kasadam as usual, looking for ways to optimize their sneaking into this dwarf gathering place. I didn't expect to see such a big show by accident.
What do you think?
Dorn asked Gregor softly, looking at the male dwarf, who was still in a daze below.
A bad, not so good romance drama.
Gregor said this, but he still maintained an enthusiastic and happy expression on his face.
Who asked you this? I mean, do you think we can use them to sneak into Kasadam? What are you going to do?
Gregor asked. Don spoke softly and quickly of the plan he had just come up with.
Isn't this not good?
Gregor frowned.
Do you have a better idea? It seems not. Then why are you standing still? Take action.
Chapter 130 Black Iron Bronze Silver Gold. Steel Hammer was still sitting on the fallen tree trunk in the forest, secretly feeling sad. At this time, a bright white and tough silk thread suddenly shot out from a big tree above his head. Spinning silk activates. The steel hammer was still completely unresponsive. The tough spider silk, like a flexible python, surrounded his body and entangled him tightly.
Save!
Steel Hammer was about to shout. Bang! The sticky end of the spider silk stuck to his mouth. This is the power of the skill, spinning silk, after it is upgraded to level 5. Not only is the spider silk produced stronger, but the moment the spider silk is sprayed out, it is completely like the third hand derived from Dorn, which is very easy to control. Bind the enemy into whatever form you want. Then, relying on the physical coordination brought by level 5, dexterity, Dorn descended from the tree to the ground like an ape. Steel Hammer was horrified when he saw clearly that his attacker was a tall man more than twice his height. He struggled to twist his bound body, trying to break free. However, Steel Hammer's physical fitness is not considered strong among dwarves, and the spider silk after reaching full level is indeed very strong. Therefore, the young dwarf could not break free in a short period of time and could only be at the mercy of Dorn. Dorn stepped towards Steel Hammer. Then, corrosive acid activates. A ball of green acid with a dangerous light condensed out of thin air from Dorn's palm. Snapped. The acid fell on a stone nearby, sizzling, foaming violently, and emitting an unpleasant smell.
Don't scream. Otherwise, the next ball of acid will fall on your head,
Dorn said, after seeing the terrifying acid condensed by this long man. Steel Hammer stopped struggling, but his eyes were still wide open in fear. Seeing the other person calm down, Dorn got rid of the cobwebs on his mouth. As soon as rescue, Steel Hammer's mouth was free. He couldn't wait to scream again. Podgy. Dorn quickly replenished him with another round of spider silk. Don, it seems that I have encountered a tough problem. Isn't this kid afraid of death? Or am I not acting vicious enough to look like a bad person? Difficult.
I admire your backbone, and I hope you can continue to maintain it later.
Don calmed down his emotions, deliberately put on a gentleman's smile on his face, and patted Steel Hammer's face with sparse beard. After a while, Gregor came to the woods, and took the halfling girl Lucky with him. The S-class adventurer restrained the girl's body with one hand, and covered her mouth with the other hand. But his expression was helpless. The halfling girl, who had the physique of an elementary school student, struggled desperately, and kicked her feet in the air. But she couldn't escape Gregor's control at all. Spinning silk activates. Dorn used his skills, and tied up the halfling girl. Seeing that Lucky had also been arrested, the steel hammer on the ground twisted even more violently. And in addition to fear, his expression seemed to also contain some anger.
Dwarf, you attach great importance to this halfling girl. Right.
Dorn returned to the steel hammer.
I already know that you are not afraid of death. So are you afraid of her death?
After hearing what Dorn said, Lucky was so frightened that she was about to shed tears, while Steel Hammer shook his head desperately. It seems that this should have an effect. However, considering the dwarf's courage just to face death, Dorn planned to add fuel to the fire and make him surrender completely.
Or, I won't kill her directly. Do you know? The man who captured her is a little bug known as a pear-shaped begonia in our place. If I give this cute halfling girl to him as so, the end should be worse than death.
Don said this, but still had a gentle and gentlemanly smile on his face. But it's even more creepy to say scary words with such a humble and gentlemanly expression, as if nothing happened. Steel Hammer couldn't understand the strange name of flower. It might be a name unique to the long-suffering world, but the slightly weird word, little bug, is still very easy to understand. Therefore, Steel Hammer shook his head even more violently, and even wanted to struggle up from the ground, kowtow and beg to Dorn. It's just that he was unable to complete such an action under the constraints of the spider silk. After hearing what Dorn said, Gregla's eyes twitched, but he didn't speak. Although he also didn't understand the meaning of the awkward name. A pear blossom crushes a begonia. The following word was still very straightforward. At this time, Dorn once again removed the spider silk from the hammer's mouth. Sure enough, he stopped shouting and remained quiet and panicked.
Name?
Dawn smiled at him.
Kurexi Steelhammer.
Steelhammer answered honestly.
Okay, Mr. Steelhammer. Tell us something about Kesadumri. Otherwise, you know how we will treat that girl.
Dorn still smiled gently. But in the eyes of Steelhammer, the smile of this tall man was no less than the smile of a devil. In the following time, Dorn asked and Steelhammer answered. A lot of important information in Kasadam finally began to be grasped by the Dornish duo, including the Dark Iron Men mentioned when Dorn listened to the conversation between Steelhammer and Lucky just now. Dorn also made an understanding of the related content. In the dwarven country of Kaisardam, dwarves and halflings are divided into 4 levels according to the names of metals: black iron, bronze, silver, and gold. Those at the black iron level are at the bottom of society and can only engage in the lowest labor jobs and occupations. The bronze people are mainly engaged in basic production. Each bronze people will manage and assign several black iron people to engage in a series of social production activities such as planting, mining, and textiles. The halfling hog that Dorn saw before had a bronze mining configuration with 2 black iron mines. Further up, the silver people, guards and craftsmen engaged in metal smelting, which the dwarves are proud of, are all at this level. Finally, there are the golden people. Only those with golden origins have the right to research magic technology. Magic technology is firmly controlled in the hands of this class. If the gold is higher, it is Mazroth, the god who is worshipped and respected by the dwarves. Responsibilities among various levels are clearly defined and cannot be overridden. Moreover, dwarves of different classes are not allowed to intermarry. And generally speaking, there are no channels for advancement.
The class system is extremely solidified, ensuring the interests of the upper-class dwarves to the greatest extent, as well as the absolute rule of the divine envoy Mazeros in the name of the gods.
Dorn mentally commented on this set of dwarf class systems divided by metal names. Later, Dorn learned about the God's Advent Festival from Steelhammer's mouth.
Every year in 3 months, we will hold a divine Advent Festival. At that time, by the lava river in Kasadam, a teleportation array leading to the kingdom of Baphomet will be opened. Lord Mazeros, the messenger of God, will take 9 children to the kingdom of God. Tell our Lord Baphomet our wishes and bless Kasadam's prosperity. In the end, the pair of children who were brought to the kingdom of God by the envoy of God will stay with our Lord Baphomet as divine attendants and enjoy happiness and joy forever. In addition, no one has the right to enter the teleportation array except Lord Mazeros and the divine attendants appointed by my Lord Baphomet. Otherwise, the wrath of the kingdom of God will punish these rude and arrogant fools, causing their bodies to be destroyed and their souls to fall into darkness forever.
The above is almost all the information about the Advent Festival that Dorn interrogated. After hearing this, Dawn was silent for a while. According to Steelhammer's description, the teleportation array that was opened almost a year ago to complete the kingdom of God sounds like the teleportation array leading to the ruins. Could it be that the so-called Baphomet is actually a monster in the ruins? Or simply the boss at the end of the level? However, the email sent by the game system clearly stated the name of this limited time copy, which was Devil's Lair. From this point of view, those children who have been sent to be God's servants over the years may have ended badly.
So, the kingdom of God, the god of the dwarves?
Dorn touched his chin and narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 131. It doesn't make sense. But it makes sense. After getting a lot of information about Kasadam from Steelhammer, Dorn blocked the young dwarf's mouth again, and he and Gregor went aside to discuss the next plan. The two discussed for a while, and finally decided to use the demi-human young man and woman to sneak into Kasadam. The time for the ruins to open is coming soon. If you miss this opportunity, you may never encounter it again. As for how to use it, according to Dorn's idea, he still maintains the posture of pretending to be a villain and intimidating him just now. Dorn believes that if you can easily achieve your goal through intimidation at this stage, why bother trying to reason with him?
Anyway, I've already started pretending to be a bad guy, and I don't mind pretending to be the bad guy all at once. As for Dorn, can you stop calling me a nympho in front of them? You should know that I'm not interested in that halfling girl.
At the end of the discussion, Gregor said this to Dawn with a helpless expression.
I know you're not interested. After all, you like wives. But in order to completely deter them, you have to sacrifice your reputation.
Dorn shrugged.
Why didn't you make the sacrifice? Also, what does a wife mean? It refers to those women who have a wife-like personality, are gentle, considerate, mature and generous, and are generally very good at taking care of others,
Dorn explained teasingly. Upon hearing this, Gregor nodded seriously and cast an approving look.
Dawn, you know it very well.
Dawn, I just don't want to be praised like this by you. Moreover, I always feel that you should complain at this time instead of admitting it seriously. After the two finished talking, they returned to the dwarf Steel Hammer and the halfling Lucky.
Listen, whether you two agree or not, I need your cooperation now to help me and my friends sneak into Kasadam.
As Dorn said this, he casually untied the spider silk from the Steel Hammer's mouth. Steel Hammer was silent, while Lucky beside him twisted his body desperately, shouting, "Whoa," from his mouth. She seemed to be resistant to Dawn's proposal. But speaking of which, most people would be very resistant to bringing two dangerous strangers into their homes.
I think you will agree to do this little favor. Right, Mr. Steelhammer?
Dorn asked the young dwarf, but his eyes deliberately fell on Lucky beside him.
Steelhammer
gritted his teeth and squeezed out one word. Seeing the wavering attitude of the young dwarf, Dorn knew that he had to add fuel to the fire. However, considering the god envoy Maze-Roth, the god Baphomet has serious problems. In particular, the god envoy Maze-Rose has greatly borrowed the power of the demons in the ruins to fool the dwarves and maintain their rule. As long as Dorn and Gregla can sneak into Kasadam and step onto the teleportation array into the ruins, it can directly smash the lies of the god messenger Maze-Roth. Such as,
no one except the god messenger is allowed to enter the teleportation array. Otherwise the body and soul will be destroyed,
which are used to fool the dwarves.
I'm not doing bad things at all now. To a certain extent, I'm saving the poor, deceived and fooled demi-human man and woman in front of me.
Dorn silently prepared such a mental construction for himself. Alright, this is my last tenderness. Accept it. So, with a warm smile on his face, Dorn looked at the tightly bound halfling girl.
So, Mr. Steelhammer, this Miss Lucky is really cute, isn't she?
This tone, this demeanor, and this smile were all very gentle and polite. But when combined in the current situation, it made both Gang Hammer and Lucky shudder. Not to mention these two victims. As the perpetrator, Gregor, he had goosebumps when he heard it. Dorn's appearance must really be just for show, right?
Don't hurt Lucky. I will do as you say.
Steel Hammer clenched his fist.
Very good.
Dorn nodded with satisfaction. At the foot of the mountain, where Kasadam is located, next to the big stone blocking the secret passage. At this moment, the spider silk tightly bound around the two demi-humans had been removed by Dorn, and only their hands and wrists were tightly bound with spider silk. Moreover, Dorn has not yet taken off the web of spider silk from the mouth of the halfling girl Lucky. Greg moved the stone blocking the passage. This passage is not too small for dwarves. Adult humans like Dorn and Greg can also pass through it with their waists bent. Previously, Dorn had learned about this secret passage from Steel Hammer. According to Steel Hammer, the other end of this passage actually leads to underneath an abandoned forge in his home. In other words, the passage leads directly to his home. This is also the reason why this passage has been used by Steel Hammer for more than 10 years and has not been discovered by outsiders yet. As long as Steel Hammer doesn't lie. This is undoubtedly news that will greatly benefit Dorn's operation. Dorn and Gregla's plan to infiltrate Kaisardom will go much smoother.
Mr. Steelhammer, and Miss Lucky, before we enter this secret passage, I want to show you something,
Dorn said before entering the passage. Then, Poison Frog, activated. Purple toxin surged out from around his body, and then quickly condensed into a poisonous frog that was 5 meters high. However, under Dorn's deliberate control, the poisonous frog did not move this time. But that huge figure, even if silent, still carries an extraordinary pressure.
Did you see it? This is my summoned beast,
Dorn blurted out.
And if I want, this poisonous frog can grow to 10 meters tall.
Dorn doubled the size of the poisonous frog, which had an upper limit of 5 meters. Anyway, bragging about not paying taxes, Dorn then quickly dissipated the poisonous frogs. After all, the foot of this mountain is right next to Kasadam. Poison Frog can just come out and simply brush up on its presence. Steel Hammer and Lucky were both shocked by the huge purple poison frog that was condensed from toxins. Emotions such as surprise and fear lingered in their hearts uncontrollably. Even teammate Greg Grew was extremely surprised. He had previously thought that Dorn was a rookie who could barely fight, but was not strong enough and needed his protection. Even after Dorn used the threading skill, he still maintained this view. But after seeing this poisonous frog, Gregor's understanding of Dorn was completely refreshed.
Dorn wasn't always hiding his strength before. Right. But he gave me the feeling that he was indeed the kind of person who wasn't too strong. Right.
Gregor was confused.
Okay, Mr. Steelhammer. Miss Lucky, I believe you have a general understanding of my strength. And this friend of mine is as strong as me.
Dorn spoke again, speaking clearly. Think carefully.
If we accidentally clash with residents or guards in Kasadam, many people will die. I believe you don't want to see such a situation.
After seeing the terrifying poisonous frog, Steelhammer and Lucky didn't doubt Dorn's words. Don continued, persuading.
Whether you believe it or not, we did not intend to cause any killings when we entered Kasadam this time. Therefore, by helping us hide our whereabouts, you are responsible for the lives of your relatives and friends. At the same time, you don't need to have too much psychological burden by cooperating with me. After all, if we can't sneak into Kasadam secretly, my friends and I will have no choice but to fight and break in from the front. You can all imagine the serious consequences that will have. So, believe me, what you are doing now is saving Kasadam.
After hearing these words, Ganghammer and Lucky were both stunned. I always felt that what this tall black-haired man said didn't make sense. But it made sense at the same time. Chapter 132, Bringing the Evil Dorn. After properly beating and fooling the two demi-humans, the group finally passed through this passage and headed towards the interior of Kasadam. The first one is taken away by the steel hammer. The spider silk on his hand has also been removed by Dorn. Dorn followed closely, followed by Lucky, and Gregor behind. There was little light in the passage, so Dorn simply turned on Eagle View. After walking for about 10 minutes with his waist bent, the space in front became wider. In this relatively open passage space, you can see a small forging bench, various tools used by dwarves to make magic technology, as well as parts and gears. This is where Steelhammer secretly studies magic technology.
Mr. Steelhammer, you are a Black Iron citizen here. Right. According to you, researching magic technology is a very trespassing act. If others see the scene here, your end will not be too good. Right.
Don stood around and preached like this. Steelhammer said nothing. The consequences of the Black Iron people's trespassing and researching magic technology in Kasadam are indeed very serious. In the case of Steelhammer, there is a high probability that they will be executed by the God's Envoy. Because according to the rules of the Divine Envoy, magic technology can only be served and enjoyed by the Divine Envoy himself and the people of the first level of gold. At the edge of this space, there is a metal ladder hanging down. The Steelhammer climbs up and pushes open the upper partition.
We're here,
the young dwarf said in a deep voice. Home of Steelhammer. The young dwarf did not panic to Dorn. The other end of this passage was indeed his home. The exit is located under the movable partition of the abandoned forge. Steelhammer's home is larger than Dorn expected. The walls are made of volcanic rock and metal, and some simple, dwarven-style decorations can also be seen. Next to the abandoned large forging furnace, you can also see a pool that seems to be used for quenching. It also looks like it has been abandoned for a long time and has been severely damaged.
Your home was once a forge or workshop?
Dorn asked casually. Steelhammer glanced at Dorn, was silent for a while, and chose to tell the truth.
My father told me when he was still alive that my grandfather was a magic technology craftsman. These are the things left by my grandfather.
Dawn nodded, then looked at Lucky. The halfling girl still had her wrists tied and her mouth gagged. Gregor had just carried her up the ladder.
Okay, now I have entered Kasadam. Thank you both for your help. You two should understand one thing. Right. As long as my friends and I step here, the interests of the four of us will be the connection starts to become consistent.
Dawn seemed ready to start preaching again. The two demi-humans said nothing. They were obviously coerced. So how could they have the same interests as these two terrifying and despicable tall men? Dawn smiled and began to speak in a gentle tone again, patiently answering questions for his two new friends.
It's like this. My friends and I came in through the passage you used for tryst. It's you who brought us in. Right. If my whereabouts are exposed, do you think the God Envoy will let you two go after an investigation? Bringing 2 alien and dangerous long-bodied people into Kasadam should be a serious crime. Right. Maybe not only you two, but your family members will also be implicated. Miss Lucky, I remember that when we were outside, I once heard you say that you were very concerned about your mother who had a lung cough. Right.
After speaking, Ganghammer and Lucky, who had calmed down a little, felt violently frightened again when facing Dorn. This tall man with black hair, is definitely a devil. He is really terrible. But what he said made sense.
So, we are exposed and you are finished. It's as simple as that.
Dorn finally concluded by spreading his hands. Gregor next to him heard this, and his eyes twitched. Being able to achieve this level of coercion and intimidation, Dorn really seems like a complete evil person.
2 tall men. Why did you enter Kasadam?
After a moment of silence, Steelhammer mustered up the courage to ask this question. Now that we have been forced to board the pirate ship, we might as well understand the course of the pirate ship first.
That's a good question. Of course, it's for your so-called God's Advent Festival. I want to enter Baphomet's kingdom.
Dorn raised his eyebrows.
God's Advent Festival?
Steelhammer was stunned. Are these 2 tall men crazy? If sinful people like them step into the kingdom of God, they will only suffer the wrath of the kingdom of God. Their bodies will be destroyed, and their souls will fall into darkness forever.
Right?
Don shrugged, looking indifferent.
I know what you are thinking. We will definitely die miserably when we enter the kingdom of God.
Right? So according to this idea, Mr. Steelhammer, you should help us enter the teleportation array leading to the kingdom of God on the day of Advent. We 2 evil men were punished by your gods and died in the end. The crisis in Kasadam is lifted, and we can once again live a peaceful and pious life under the rule of the envoy of God. Isn't this the result you want?
Steelhammer was stunned again. Lucky next to her opened her eyes wide. But they all felt that what this tall black-haired man said made sense. As for Gregor, if the current atmosphere didn't allow it, he would have wanted to applaud Dorn. With such a deceitful mouth, why did he become a cook?
Of course, there is another possibility. That is, after we went to the so-called kingdom of God, we came back unscathed. Then you have to think carefully about who your so-called divine envoy, the god Baphomet, is. What kind of existence?
Don added this last sentence. However, I didn't go into too much detail. It's probably impossible to explain these things clearly just by talking about them. Just like if you tell an ancient person who has been taught the concept of a round sky and a square earth since childhood, that the earth is actually round. You probably won't believe it even if you try to break the sky. But if you take him with you, drive a ship and go around the world, after the facts were revealed, he had to believe it even if he didn't believe it. After everything that needed to be said was said, Dorn took off the cobwebs from Lucky's body and prepared to let her go. This girl sneaked out to have a tryst with Steelhammer. If she disappeared completely, she would definitely cause unnecessary trouble.
Miss Lucky, remember what I said to you. First, our interests are the same. Think about the lives of yourself and your family. Second, don't force us to start senseless killings in Kasadam.
Before Lucky left, Dawn told her again. The halfling girl bit her lip and finally nodded. In this way, 3 days before the Devil's Lair opened, Dorn and Gregor successfully sneaked into Kasadam. They also used Steelhammer's home as their temporary base, and moved all the ingredients and seasonings previously left in the cave to the passage space under the partition of the abandoned forge. As for Steelhammer and Lucky, they did not expose the existence of Dorn and Gregor. After all, Dawn explained the interests to them very clearly and transparently. Once something starts, it can only end in one way, with no possibility of turning back. Moreover, maybe Lucky is better. Steelhammer has been thinking uncontrollably lately about what the tall black-haired man said.
Then you have to think carefully about what kind of existence your so-called Lord God, the god Baphomet, is.
What do you want to express? Chapter 133 actually. I'm on the 5th floor. Advent Day. Among the Kasadam. It is the most solemn and grand festival that is held once every more than a year. On this day, almost all the dwarves in this dwarf kingdom will gather near an altar by the lava river. Listen to the gospel preached by the messenger of God, my zeros, and pray devoutly together. Then watch the divine envoy carrying the 2 chosen divine servant children into the teleportation array heading to the kingdom of God. The entire Pentecost lasts for 5 days. 5 days later, the envoy will return carrying the hope that the god Baphomet spread to the dwarves. There are still 2 hours until the official start of the Advent Festival. under the abandoned forge of the Steel Hammer house. In the passage space, Dorn and Greglo were making final preparations. Dorn's side said it was preparation, but it was actually sorting his luggage and trying to simplify what he carried. You must bring spices, condiments, and some condiments. As for kitchen utensils and tableware, don't bring them if you can't bring them. At worst, you will have to suffer more. Dorn muttered to himself as he cleaned up. Although Gregor didn't understand why Dorn even entered the ruins, he insisted on bringing all the people who were eating into the ruins. But he didn't say anything to stop it. In the upper room, the young dwarf Steel Hammer was fidgeting and biting his thick fingers from time to subconsciously relieve his tension. I don't know how long it took, but the door of the house was knocked roughly. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door! Guards! Steel Hammer still looked nervous and frightened, but he was inexplicably and slightly relieved, as if he had just been waiting for what was happening in front of him to happen. He stepped forward and opened the door. Standing outside were indeed two sturdy dwarf guards in neat armor. Steel Hammer was a little scared, and he trembled and took a few steps back into the house before speaking. What's wrong? Sir, the guard? Steel Hammer. Right. Someone reported that you have behaved strangely in the past 2 days, and said that they heard you privately slandering Lord Mazeros, the envoy of God. Please come with us. 2 guards walked into Steel Hammer's home carelessly, and one of them said this. The halfling bronze girl who reported you said she was your good friend. How bad do you have to be reported by your friends? Another guard added, looking at the Steel Hammer with ridicule and contempt. At the same time, he seemed to have no intention of protecting the whistleblower's information. Incasatum. If a dwarf is reported to be behaving strangely, it's not a big deal. But the crime of slandering an envoy of God in private is a serious crime. If the person being reported is a black iron citizen or a bronze citizen who has no power, according to the usual practice, on the day of the report, 2 guards will come directly to arrest the person. I have never slandered Lord Mazeros. Steel Hammer took 2 steps back, sweat dripping from his forehead. It could be seen that the young dwarf was really nervous and scared when facing the 2 guards in front of him. Have you ever slandered me? It's not your decision. Come back with us honestly. 2 guards held pickaxes in their hands and pressed forward step by step. Don't catch me. Please, don't catch me. Steel Hammer began to plead. I am innocent. As long as you let me go, I am willing to hand over my most precious things to you. Oh. The 2 dwarf guards actually stopped. What precious thing? Although a dark ironborn should not have anything valuable. But for the guards, there is always nothing to lose by looking first. I'll close the door first, Steel Hammer said. Then he walked to the door of the room tremblingly and looked outside. Then he took a deep breath and closed the door of his room tightly, as if he had made up his mind. Now we can take out what you said. If it satisfies us, we can believe that you are innocent. If you dare to fool us, you will end up very miserable, the guard said in a threatening tone. Sermon. Steel Hammer naturally nodded for a while. Then he walked to the table in the room and picked up a metal wine glass. Bang. The metal cup was thrown to the ground by the Steel Hammer. Since it is made of metal, the cup cannot be broken, but it can still be made to make noise. The 2 guards looked at each other, their eyes becoming angry. A precious thing. That's it? Boy, I told you. If you fool us, you will end up very miserable. Before the 2 angry dwarf guards could approach the Steel Hammer, there were other noises in the room. The bell jingled. Then, a metal plate was lifted from the abandoned forge in the corner of the room. Before the guards could figure out what was happening, 2 crystal clear, solid white threads were shot towards them. The door to Ganghammer's house is closed. Inside the room, all the armor on the 2 guards was stripped off. The guard who was so domineering just now was terrified after seeing the 2 tall men hiding in Ganghammer's house. However, their mouths were all blocked by spider silk at this time, and they could only make some muffled sounds. Moreover, considering that the physical fitness of the guards was obviously better than that of Steel Hammer, Dorn took more care of them. After coming up from the underground passage, he deliberately spent more mana to release spinning silk, and did not stop until he wrapped the 2 guards into cocoons with only their heads exposed. That's not all. Dorn also asked Gregor to hold the flame weaver and knocked 2 guards unconscious with the hilt of this giant sword before letting them go. After an hour or so, the ruins teleportation array will be opened. There will be no problem if these 2 unconscious guards stay here. In fact, the moment the guards came to the door just now was all part of Dorn's plan. After all,
It was he who arranged for the halfling girl Lucky to go to the guards to report the steel hammer today. In this case, there will definitely be 2 dwarfs and big men from the guard coming to arrest Steel Hammer. Excellent and reasonable fishing plan. As for why Dorn wanted to catch 2 guards, the reason is also very simple. If they want to find a chance to enter the ruins through the portal today, Dorn and Gregla must leave the home of Steel Hammer and move directly in Kaisardom. The deformation potion they have on hand essentially has the effect of imitating the appearance of others. So they have to get a template to do it. Also, if they could transform into the silver-class guards of Kesadumri, it might be easier for Dorn and Gregor to move around in this dwarf country.
Mr. Dorn, where are we now?
Steel Hammer looked at the unconscious guard on the ground with mixed feelings in his heart. After spending the past 3 days together, Dorn was more or less able to reveal information to this young dwarf about things like the god envoy Maze Roth is fooling everyone, and Baphomet is not a god at all. However, Steel Hammer, who has been indoctrinated with concepts such as
loyalty to the divine envoy, Lord the divine envoy is everything,
and
devoted faith in our Lord Baphomet,
since childhood, is naturally concerned about the deviant information given by Dorn. There is no way to accept it. But as his relationship with Dorn deepened, and what's happening now is participating in the plan to ambush the guards in Dorn. Steel Hammer seems to be more than just a victim of coercion. Even he felt that he was becoming more and more like an accomplice of the 2 tall men. Perhaps based on this consideration, Steel Hammer seems to have some inexplicable subconscious hope that the things Dorn said are true.
Am I betraying Kasadum? Or am I saving Kasadum? As Mr. Dorn mentioned?
Chapter 134. Steel Hammer starts to think. Dorn and Gregla made final preparations. After drinking the transformation potion, they turned into 2 dwarf guards. Then he put on the guard's armor, divided his streamlined luggage into 3 parts, and gave one to Steel Hammer to carry on his back. Steel Hammer took one last look at the 2 real guards, who were still unconscious on the ground. He suddenly thought, in fact, in the past, it often happened that guards would arrest people and send them back because they slandered the envoy of God. Some people never came back after being caught. This kind of thing is so common that Steel Hammer has become accustomed to it. But because of his own personal experience just now, the young dwarf began to think about it. Among those people who were arrested before, how many of them should be innocent and were framed for no reason? Is that really right? Just because this happens often, does it make sense? In the past, Steel Hammer would never think about these things at all. But at this moment, when I think about it, I become out of control. In fact, there are many other bad, unreasonable, but common things in Kasadum. Steel Hammer recalled the words Dorn had said to him, which were disrespectful to the angels and gods. And that sentence?
Then you have to think carefully about what kind of existence your so-called divine messenger, the god Baphomet, is.
It echoed in his mind again. Thinking is the first step to question and resist. Kasadum. Lava river. On the edge of this magical river flowing with hot lava, a gorgeous altar was built that did not conform to the simple and practical style of the dwarves. The Advent Festival will be held here for a while. At this moment, there are already many dwarves gathered here. Dorn and Gregla, who had drank the transformation potion, both looked like dwarf guards. Walking among them with steel hammers. Dorn's condiments were streamlined and distributed equally among 3 people. So it was not a big problem. Gregor, on the other hand, because his Flame Weaver and Whisper of the End are not weapons commonly used by dwarves. If exposed, they are very eye-catching, so they can only be temporarily wrapped to make a disguise. But even so, it still looks a bit abrupt. Fortunately, the object of Gregor's transformation was a guard, who belonged to the Silver People, the upper class in the country of dwarves. And along the way, most of the other dwarves were immersed in a festive atmosphere. No one intercepted Dorn and his party, or looked for trouble. The internal passages of Kasadum are intertwined, and the altar is considered a larger square. But it is too crowded with people. Therefore, Dorn and the others chose to walk through an upward passage and came to a natural terrace located diagonally above the altar. Relying on their status as guards, Dorn and Greglu successfully squeezed to the outermost edge of the terrace with the steel hammer. Since it is a naturally formed terrace, there are naturally no guardrails here. Steel Hammer looked towards the altar from top to bottom. Although during the past 3 days, I often heard Mr. Dorn mention that their plan was to break into the teleportation array of the Advent Festival. However, it wasn't until he actually stood on the outside of this terrace that Steel Hammer had a real sense of it. These 2 tall men are coming for real. And although they didn't say it, it seemed like they wanted to bring themselves into the teleportation array. In this regard, Steel Hammer had no choice. After he assisted Dorn in attacking the two dwarf guards, he had already embarked on an irreversible path in Kasanam.
If Mr. Dawn is actually a complete lunatic and a heretic, everything he says these days is all lies,
Steel Hammer thought in his heart. If this is the case, then he will probably be forced to accompany these two crazy elongated men to death and accept the wrath of the kingdom of God. But at least the halfling girl Lucky he cares about is safe. After all, under Dorn's arrangement, Lucky just reported Steel Hammer to the guards today. The contents of the report include weird behavior and slandering the angel. Originally, the two guards today came mainly to capture Steel Hammer for the purpose of slandering the god envoy. But after today's attack on the altar in which Steel Hammer participated, information points such as
Steel Hammer's recent strange behavior
mentioned in Lucky's report will greatly enhance her good reputation, so that after the incident happened, she would basically not be implicated. This is all part of Dorn's plan. Thinking of these, Steel Hammer could calm down a little, as long as Lucky is okay.
But if what Mr. Dorn said these days is true,
Steel Hammer changed his mind again. At this time, he couldn't think of any reason. All I know is that if both the envoy and the gods really have problems, the subsequent development of the matter will be unpredictable. The three of them waited for more than 10 minutes. The dwarves below began to cheer, and at the same time, they all made way for a way, shouting,
Lord Miseroth! Lord Envoy of God!
I saw a dwarf wearing a pure white robe and a crown, surrounded by a crowd of people, slowly walking towards the altar. This is the messenger Mazeros. Mazeros was a bit fat, with red hair and a white beard. He was holding a dwarf child under 10 years old in one hand, and there were many more behind him. The Lord God Envoy, with a kind and gentle look on his face, nodded to the dwarves. With 9 selected dwarf children gods, Miseroth ascended the altar. At this time, the cheers of the dwarves were already overwhelming, and they were extremely enthusiastic. Then, next to the altar, a huge, steampunk-style metal pillar began to make a sound. What came out was a human voice.
The descent of the gods is about to begin. Praise the messenger of God, Lord Miseroth, and praise our Lord Baphomet.
The dwarves echoed enthusiastically, one wave after another drowning out the other. Dorn was the only one in the audience who was surprised when he looked at the huge metal pillar. In fact, he had already noticed the strange-shaped pillar below. However, I don't understand what this thing is used for. Now it seems like this is an alien version of a microphone or broadcast. Good guy. Bell calls him an expert.
Sure enough, as Gregor introduced, the dwarves in this world are the race most likely to climb the technological tree.
Dorn thought in his heart. Of course, the dwarves are developing magic technology, and Dorn doesn't know what it will become in the future. Wait until the human voice on the magic radio starts praising and bragging to the angels and gods. Time is up. Above the altar, a faint blue portal opened silently. The dwarf god Mizeros gave a final speech to all the dwarves, and then prepared to lead the two dwarf children into the teleportation array. At this moment, Dorn and Gregla on the terrace above took action. Poison Frog activates. In the sky above the altar, purple poison quickly condensed into a huge poisonous frog. Then, he landed directly on that magic broadcast, even though the poison frog is made up of condensed toxins. After it is formed, it seems to have substance. With this smash, the circuit of the magic energy broadcast is instantly paralyzed. Originally, the radio was still singing praises to the dwarven messengers and gods, but this time it was completely silent. At the same time, Gregor also made some moves. He directly took out Whisper of the End, taking advantage of the chaos created by the appearance of the poison frog. Draw your bow and aim. An arrow condensed by magic power shot out quickly, hitting the dwarf god Mizeros directly, knocking him away several meters away.
So weak. However, I don't know if he was killed directly,
Gregory judged after firing an arrow. That Mazeroth would be knocked down directly by one of his arrows, which shows that his strength is indeed not good. Although I don't know if he killed the opponent with one arrow. Gregor didn't have time to finish the last shot now. The adventurer's wings glowed. Gregor grabbed the steel hammer and took advantage of the chaos below to fly towards the teleportation array. Dorn jumped directly from the 3 to 4 meter high terrace, activated Spinning Silk at the same time, and swung into the teleportation array like a good neighbor from Queens, New York, with the physical coordination provided by the full level of dexterity. It is not difficult for Dorn to do this. At the same time, he did not forget to explode the poisonous frog directly, turning it into a thick poisonous mist, blocking the dwarf guards, who reacted fastest and wanted to rush to the altar. This sudden attack flowed smoothly. When Dorn and Gregor launched the attack, they both took the initiative to remove the deformation effect caused by the deformation potion. After the three figures entered the teleportation array, they disappeared without a trace with a flash of blue light. Only a bunch of confused, panicked, and helpless dwarves were left. Chapter 135 Demon's Lair.
Enemy attack! Enemy attack! That one just now was a tall man. Lord God is unconscious. Someone come quickly!
After Dorn and the others successfully entered the teleportation array, the entire area around the altar was in chaos. The halfling girl Lucky was also standing in the chaotic crowd, standing with her parents. However, unlike her parents who looked stunned and panicked, they had no idea what was going on. Lucky could be considered a fringe member involved in the attack, so she had made certain psychological preparations for this unexpected situation. But even so, she still felt nervous and panicked. Beyond this, there is worry and confusion.
Those two tall men really rushed into the teleportation array that leads to the kingdom of God with steel hammers. It's so crazy. Will they be swallowed up by the anger of the kingdom of God? Or will they be like that Dorn? It's the same as what Sir said. Come back safe and sound?
Lucky's heart was agitated. What happens next? She does not know. But Lucky looked directly into her heart and found that at this moment, she seemed to hope that things would turn out to be the latter. She actually had a little hope of getting lucky. I hope what Mr. Dawn said is true. In that case, Steel Hammer can return safely. At the same time,
in that case, everything I did was not betraying Kasadam.
Lucky clasped his hands together, and then bit his lip hard. System prompt: enter the limited time dungeon, Devil's Lair. The dungeon will automatically close after 5 days. You can leave the dungeon only after surviving for 5 days, or defeating the final boss of the dungeon. After successfully entering the dungeon, Dorn first looked around and observed the environment. This time the ruins map looks like a mountain forest. However, unlike the silent mountains outside, there is no snow in the mountains and forests in the dungeon, and the sun is shining brightly. It seems to be a late spring weather. The vegetation and flowers in the mountain forest also look very vibrant, and the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant.
Is that Maze Rose dead just now?
After observing the surrounding environment, Dorn turned his head and asked Gregor.
Not sure.
The S-Class adventurer shook his head, but he was not depressed at all.
But even if he didn't die, he was seriously injured and fell into a coma. The plan went well.
Dawn nodded. If the god envoy Maze Roth is seriously injured and unconscious, it means that no dwarf guards will chase them into the ruins and cause trouble to Dorn and the others. After all, except for the divine envoy himself and the chosen divine attendants, no one has the right to enter the kingdom of God. This is a lie that Maze Roth used in the name of the gods to maintain his dominance in the country of dwarves. And this kind of lie is now being exploited by Dorn. Most of the dwarves, when they saw Dorn and the others rushing into the teleportation array of the kingdom of God like moths to a flame, must have thought that they had been punished by God and died. Naturally, those dwarf guards would not pursue them into the ruins. As for the divine envoy Maze Rose, by the time he woke up from his coma due to severe injuries, all the teleportation arrays that came in had probably disappeared. The dwarf Steel Hammer, who was dragged into the ruins by Greg Grew, stood aside blankly and spent a long time confirming that he was still alive.
In other words, Maze Rose is really lying to us.
After a long time, Steel Hammer had his first thought in his mind. Probably, I have been troubled by this problem recently and have been thinking about it. Therefore, when he really came into contact with the truth of the matter, Steel Hammer was much calmer than he thought.
In other words, are the things Mr. Dorn told me true? The reason why he threatened Lucky and me was actually to save Kasadam?
Steel Hammer thought again. He is so great. As this idea came to mind, the young dwarf looked at Dorn with reverence. Dorn was aware of it. What's with this Steel Hammer's unintelligible look? Suffering from Stockholm Syndrome? After the three of them made some small repairs at the birthpoint of the ruins, they began to actively explore the surrounding area. Dorn's goal is naturally to find edible monsters. Steel Hammer wants to see what the truth is in this so-called God's kingdom. As for the S-Class adventurer Greg Grew, he is purely enjoying the process of adventure and exploring the ruins of God. The three people have different purposes, but they reach the same goal through different paths. After marching for about 10 minutes, Dorn found the target, a monster that looked like a deer. with an agile body and pitch-black body. Even the horns on its head had an obsidian-like texture. The food grade of this monster is S grade. Ever since leaving Poison Swamp, Dorn has not found any wild S-level ingredients. And the appearance of this black deer in Devil's Lair, it proves a guess that Dorn had long ago. The monsters in the ruins may actually be more delicious. This is not only the case in Venomous Relic Swamp, but also in other ruins. What could make a chef happier than this news? After discovering Dorn and others, the black deer seemed to hesitate for a while, and finally chose the latter between attacking and escaping.
Gregru, don't let it escape. That's our ingredient today,
Dorn shouted as he activated his acceleration skills and chased after him. At this time, the health bar of the deer running in front was also revealed, which was more than 1,800 points. In terms of blood volume alone, it is not a very strong monster. As for Gregor, it seemed that he had been prepared for a long time. He opened Whisper of the End and condensed an energy arrow. I don't know if it was because he had been with Dorn for a long time that he was affected to a certain extent. When Gregor saw the black deer for the first time, what he was thinking was, can this black deer be eaten? If it were edible, what kind of delicious food would Dorn make of it? Based on this consideration, Greglo was ready for battle and hunting from the beginning. The energy arrow shot straight at the fleeing black deer, hit the target. But the next second, the black deer that was shot turned into a black smoke and disappeared. Then, about 3 meters before the black smoke dissipated, the black deer appeared out of thin air and fled forward again.
What kind of strange ability is that?
Dorn was a little surprised, but the pace of pursuit did not slow down. Spinning Silk activates. 2 crystal clear and strong spider silk shot out and wrapped around the 2 hind feet of the black deer. Succeed? Then Dorn pulled the thread violently, and the black deer fell to the ground. But this time it did not turn into black smoke. Gregor behind him saw the opportunity and quickly drew his bow. 2 magic arrows were condensed and shot at the black deer without any bias. More than 1,800 blood points were slowly cleared. A hunt down. The only person who was confused and out of the situation was the dwarf Steelhammer. Even after Dorn and Gregla teamed up to hunt the black deer, the question in the young dwarf's mind was still,
did Mr. Dorn get so excited just now that he called that deer today's food? Well, didn't he come to save Kasadam? Isn't this the time to hunt happily?
Looking at the appearance of Dorn and Gregor just now, Steelhammer always had the illusion that the main purpose of Dorn and the 2 of them entering God's kingdom was to hunt and have a picnic. Chapter 136 Wellington Deer Steak. Steelhammer has a dream. A big dream. After realizing that the so-called Kingdom of God was actually a lie fabricated by Maze Roth, Steelhammer had the idea of saving the dwarves of Kaisadam from being fooled and oppressed. This thought was like a fire, burning bigger and bigger in his heart. He inexplicably felt a strong sense of mission and responsibility. After a person's original 3 views are shattered under a short-term strong impact, he will either perish or awaken. But Steelhammer, who started thinking and questioning, chose the latter. In just 3 days, Ganghammer's thoughts were transforming and reborn. And the person who brought him this series of changes was undoubtedly Dorn. However, at this moment, the long black-haired man who brought Steelhammer salvation and mission was not doing his job, but was dissecting black venison with great interest. The Steelhammer indicates a subtle mood. On Dorn's side, after dissecting a large piece of S-level venison steak, he started to prepare a fire for cooking. When it came time to light the fire, Don chose not to use flint, because he found a more convenient way to make fire, taking out Rui. As the thoughts in his mind changed, Rui turned into a 2-handed sword engraved with mysterious mantra patterns. Gregor's Flameweaver. After the magic power was transmitted into the pirated Flameweaver, the sword ignited into a raging fire. Using the fire ignited by the sword as fire, Dorn easily built a bonfire, because he had already entered the ruins and was expected to face a lot of battles in the future. Dorn did not continue to hide the essence of Rui in front of Gregor. This can also be regarded as an important link to show strength in front of teammates and facilitate cooperation in subsequent battles.
Rui, you have more and more functions. This is much more convenient than flint or something.
After lighting the bonfire, Dorn nodded with satisfaction. Rui, who was used as a portable lighter, did not respond at all. If it had a heart, it wouldn't be heartbroken this time, because its heart is already dead. Greglo on the side was surprised when he saw the so-called kitchen utensil in Dorn's hand transforming into the Flame Weaver and igniting flames like the Flame Weaver. What about the legendary kitchen utensils we were talking about? This thing is obviously a weapon. Moreover, it is a magical weapon that can be transformed into other weapons and replicate corresponding abilities. But when Gregor first saw Rui, he felt that it was not as simple as Dorn said.
So, Dorn, Rui is actually a very strange weapon, right?
Gregor asked Dorn for confirmation.
That's right. But I use it as a kitchen utensil most of the time. It's very convenient, and the experience is great.
Don said this, and then turned Rui into a pot with his backhand. Gregor, I always feel that Rui is very pitiful. Over in Dorn, cooking has begun. He first took out a handful of mushrooms. These mushrooms are not monsters, just ordinary fungi. However, since Dorn obtained them locally in this ruined mountain forest, the quality of the ingredients is pretty good. Among them are the common flower mushrooms, small brown mushrooms, and black-skinned chicken fur. Slice the mixed mushrooms first, and then mince them. However, the Don is not chopped too finely and retains a bit of graininess. Add oil to the pan. Heat it up. Add minced shallots. Then add minced mushrooms. Add some salt, and the osmotic pressure will make the chopped mushrooms release water faster. Add a little more thyme for a vanilla flavor. The fungi and oil are mixed and fried, giving it a unique pastoral flavor. Stir fry until the chopped mushrooms become dry. Pour in a little fruit wine. Wait until the alcohol evaporates and only the fruity aroma is left. Then the mushroom sauce is ready. Pour out the mushroom sauce and let cool until set aside. Immediately afterwards, Don took out the wheat flour from the bag. Add water to wheat flour and mix it into a batter with a light yellow color and a slight malt aroma. Heat the frying pan and heat the oil. Then pour the batter and spread into pancakes. And add chives and thyme for seasoning to make the pancakes richer in texture. The pancakes fried by Don are very thin and soft in texture, making them easy to wrap ingredients later. Next comes the processing of the venison. The cut large pieces of venison steak are different from the dark appearance of the black deer, and are a more normal dark red color. The frost texture on the surface is beautiful, because of Dorn's knife control during cutting and subsequent rubbing. The venison is now cylindrical, round and firm. Season the venison steak with salt and black pepper. By constantly rolling and rubbing the two seasonings, the salt and black pepper completely adhere to the venison, and the flavor is soaked into the venison. Preheat the pan and add a small amount of oil. Put the venison into the pan and fry each side for about 60 seconds until brown. The top and bottom of the venison cylinder should also be fried without leaving any dead ends. This will lock in the juices within the venison. The frying pan sizzled, and the aroma of meat quickly filled the air. Then take out the venison, and do not waste the remaining juice in the frying pan. Pour it on the surface of the cooked venison. At this time, take out the yellow mustard sauce. While the venison steaks are still hot, quickly brush them with a generous amount of yellow mustard sauce. The hot venison will absorb the flavor of the sauce to the maximum extent and penetrate into the muscles. After about 3 to 5 minutes, the yellow mustard sauce will melt into the hot venison. It adds flavor and makes this venison steak even more tender. All the preliminary preparation work is finally completed.
Dorn, what are you going to cook?
Gregor asked as he watched eagerly. Today's dish made with black venison seemed to be the most complicated one he had seen Dorn make during this time.
Wellington venison steak,
Don responded simply. Gregor nodded. It seemed like another dish I had never heard of before. During the month that he followed Dorn, except for a few meals where he was forced to eat dry food, as long as Dorn lit a fire and cooked, Gregor could eat strange and delicious dishes that he had never seen before. For this reason alone, this employment contract is worth it. Don continued cooking. From his bag, he found slices of cured bristle ham brought from Eton. This is a slice of ham marinated with grade A bristle boar leg. The red lean meat and white fat meat are distinct in color. If you smell it closely, you can smell the salty meat smell. Lay out a layer of freshly fried pancakes. Then spread a thin layer of salty ham slices on top of the pancake. Then spread the fried mushroom sauce, and spread it evenly. Then season again and sprinkle with salt and black pepper. Finally, put the venison steak on it. Roll up the pancake, and tighten both ends to tightly wrap all the ingredients. The shape of the ingredients at this moment is like a freshly made Swiss roll. Set the rolled venison on pancetta aside to rest. When the ingredients are completely cooled, the different flavors and textures of the pancakes with the aroma of green onion and thyme, the salty ham, and the pastoral mushroom sauce will initially blend together closely, and penetrates the surface of the venison. The clever blend of rich flavors is the soul of Wellington's cuisine. Chapter 137 Food is the true meaning of life. More than 2 hours have passed since everyone entered the Devil's Lair. The time inside the ruins has entered the afternoon. At this time, Gregor had already brought his steel hammer to explore the surrounding area. And Dorn's cooking continues. Take out the hard butter. Soften it slightly. Cut it into slices. Flatten. Beat and roll it into a layer of flaky butter. Mix flour, salt and butter. Knead evenly. Slowly add water and mix thoroughly to form a slightly creamy yellow dough. Then wrap flakes of butter inside the dough and fold it like a quilt. Use rui to turn into a rolling pin and roll the dough in one direction. Continue until the dough and flaky butter are completely combined and flat. A puff pastry with a slightly sweet milky flavor is finished. Place the rested venison rolls under the puff pastry, occupying about 1/3 of the area. Then, evenly coat the entire surface of the puff pastry with egg wash. Carefully roll up the puff pastry as you did before. The stickiness provided by the egg liquid allows the pastry to adhere to the pancake well and wrap it completely. At this time, a Wellington group was initially formed. Creamy yellow in color and round in shape. It looks very thick and beautiful. Spread the remaining egg liquid on the pastry. When baked, the egg liquid will give the pastry an attractive golden color. Sprinkle the pastry dough with salt. When baking, salt can take away the moisture on the surface of the puff pastry, making it crispier and more delicious.
It's finally better.
After completing these steps, Dorn breathed a sigh of relief. Steak Wellington is an extremely complicated French meal. Skillfully, Rui turned it into a simple oven and placed the puff pastry dough in it. Control the charcoal fire below to about 200 degrees and bake for 20 minutes. The pastry dough will rise slightly under the high temperature baking, exuding the aroma of roasted butter pastry and the faint aroma of meat wrapped in it. After taking out the deer steak, the fragrant smell directly attracted Greglu and Steel Hammer, who were exploring the surrounding area. The freshly baked Wellington venison steak, which has not yet been cut, is attractively brown in appearance, like a large piece of freshly baked bread, exuding the aroma of frankincense. But at the same time, there's also a tantalizing meaty aroma mixed into it. Stimulates everyone's nose and taste buds.
Dorn, is this Wellington deer steak ready?
As soon as the S-Class adventurer came back, his eyes were fixed on the steak. That feeling of longing and impatientness is completely written on his face. Dwarf Steel Hammer had a similar reaction, swallowing his saliva as he looked at the round golden Wellington deer steak. This was the first time that Steel Hammer saw Dorn cooking. But he never expected that the Mr. Dorn, who had redeemed him, would be so accomplished in cooking. Although he was still confused just now about the fact that his life mentor was not doing his job properly, and was obsessed with cooking. But after seeing this Wellington venison steak, this idea completely disappeared. Even if you want to save Kasadam, you have to eat enough first. Dawn, I always feel that as long as I have been with someone for a long time, their enthusiasm for eating becomes inexplicably high.
Not yet. A piece of meat of this size needs to wake up for about half an hour after it comes out of the oven. It will taste better if the meat juices inside are fully locked in.
Dorn shook his head. Gregor and Steel Hammer had no choice but to continue to wait patiently under Dorn's instructions. The excruciating half hour finally passed. Dawn picked up the table knife and started cutting into the Wellington venison steak. Blah blah blah. When you cut the pastry with a table knife, you can hear a small crunching sound. Because the venison steak prepared by Dawn was large, it remained hot inside after sitting for such a long time. The fragrance that was originally locked in the puff pastry completely burst out at this moment. The two of them, Gregor and Steel Hammer, couldn't bear to blink. After the Wellington venison steak is completely cut, you can see clear layers in the cross-section. Pastry, ham, mushroom sauce, and venison are closely arranged from top to bottom. Although the venison is well cooked, the myoglobin shows a tender pink color, which is very good visually.
Wellington venison steak. Eat it while it's hot.
Dorn divided the venison steak into 3 portions. Gregor and Steel Hammer both thanked them and started eating eagerly. Cut the deer steak into small bite-sized pieces. Taste. Chew. First of all, the most distinct and wonderful textures you can feel are the crispiness of the grilled puff pastry on the outside and the tender texture of the venison inside. The pastry baked by Dawn is really very crispy, as if it doesn't contain any moisture. It sizzles between your lips and teeth when you chew it, and the sweet and milky taste of butter spreads out. There is also venison. The venison roasted in this way is very tender, and you can't feel any resistance at all when chewing. And as soon as you bite into it, the delicious gravy locked in the meat will be secreted, attacking your taste buds. In addition to these 2 distinct main flavors, There are also the umami and salty flavors of ham, and the grainy texture of the pastoral mushroom sauce as a foil. Every bite you take at first seems to bring a new texture and taste stimulation. And at the end of chewing, all the flavors and textures are blended together, without any abruptness, and exceptionally harmonious.
Squat down. You've got a ton of deer steak. It's so delicious.
Gregor wolfed down the food while praising Dorn in a vague voice.
You'd better swallow it first and then praise me.
Dorn shook his head helplessly.
Mr. Dorn, this is the most delicious thing I have ever eaten in my life. Lucky doesn't have the chance to eat this. It's really unfortunate.
Wow. Steelhammer swallowed the food in his mouth before he started to speak. The first thing he mentioned was the halfling girl. The thought of such an incomparable delicacy that Lucky had not had the chance to taste made Steelhammer feel sad.
Dawn,
don't cry just because of a delicious meal. However, there is a precedent for diners crying over Dorn's food. It has indeed happened in the past that some easily excited diners lost control of their emotions and burst into tears when they entered the wishing restaurant for the first time and tasted the dishes prepared by Dorn for the first time.
That's all. It's just a small scene.
Dorn looked at the two people in front of him who were in a state of confusion even while eating, and sighed helplessly. Then savor your portion of Wellington venison steak. Black venison itself has an S grade. The Wellington venison steak cooked carefully by Dawn naturally broke through the SS level without any suspense.
It's been a long time since I tasted SS level food. It's not in vain to work for this meal for so long. As expected, delicious food is the true meaning of life.
After swallowing a mouthful of deer steak, Dorn felt satisfied and relaxed physically and mentally. System prompt, the Predator effect is triggered, and the agility and mental attributes are enhanced. System prompt, the effect of Synchronic Stomach Bag is triggered, and the skill Stand-in LV0 is obtained. The SS level Wellington deer steak adds 2 points of agility and 1 point of mental strength to Dorn. At the same time, a very good skill was revealed. Stand-in, life-saving skills from Shadow Deer. When the skill is activated, an insubstantial substitute will be left in place, and the main body can flash to any point within 3 meters of the skill release range.
Is it a substitute? Is it the ability that the deer used after being hit by Gregor's first energy arrow?
Dorn thought while looking at the skill introduction on his panel. This skill is so powerful, and it goes well with Dorn's current fighting style.
Now that I have developed the skills, although they are not very harmful, they all seem to be disgusting. If I put them into the game, I am afraid that I will not be the kind of toxic player who specializes in messing with people's mentality.
Dorn was satisfied. Close the panel. Good. The first exploration of Devil's Lair was very rewarding. Next, continue to try to hunt the shadow deer, and look for other edible monsters again. Chapter 138 The Ghost of the Dwarf. The day after Dorn and his party entered the Devil's Lair, in the forest of the ruins, a dark shadow deer was fleeing. From behind it, a dazzling arrow composed of energy flew over quickly. After the arrow hit the deer's flank, the shadow deer suddenly turned into black smoke and disappeared. At the same time, about 3 meters ahead, the figure of the shadow deer was reoutlined, and then continued to flee forward, diving into the dense forest. Behind it were Dorn and Gregor, who were chasing after it.
Gregor, it's escaping!
Dorn shouted. This shadow deer was a little far away from Dorn, and was still outside the attack range of the spider silk, so he could only worry.
I saw it! I'm trying to catch up, aren't I?
The adventurer wings on Gregor's wrist flashed, and then a pair of energy wings spread out from his back, flying into the air to continue chasing shadow deer. The substitute ability of a strange monster like the shadow deer is truly amazing. If you are not subjected to a large-scale powerful attack covering a radius of more than 3 meters, as long as you activate the stand-in skill in time before being hit, you can temporarily save your life. Therefore, hunting this kind of monster is really not an easy task. However, Dorn has discovered that shadow deer seems unable to continuously activate the substitute skill in a short period of time. Therefore, as long as one of them forces away shadow deer's skills, and the second person seamlessly connects with control or powerful output skills, the hunt can be completed. The 2 men and the deer were still chasing in front. The dwarf Steelhammer, carrying all Dorn's luggage, was left far behind. Dorn with the double open, pig rush, and dexterity, and Gregor with the light wings spread out are too fast. Steelhammer couldn't catch up at all, and could only shout breathlessly,
Wait for me! Wait for me! Mr. Dorn! Mr. Gregor!
Things shouldn't be like this. After entering this kingdom of God, shouldn't everyone work together to find the truth? And then expose Mazarotha's despicable lies after leaving? Why do both Mr. Dorn and Mr. Greg get so excited when they see a monster and start hunting it? But the monster I ate yesterday was indeed very, very delicious. Steelhammer tried his best to chase forward for some distance. But by this time, the two Dorns had already disappeared. So the young dwarf simply stopped. There was no road at all in the mountain forest. During the last distance that he ran, Steelhammer couldn't even be sure whether he was still following Dorn and the others. If you run around at this time, you run a high risk of getting lost. Therefore, it is better to just wait where you are. I believe that with the abilities of those two people, it will not be difficult to return and find themselves again after the hunting is completed. Steelhammer placed the bag containing the condiments on the ground, and sat down to take a breath and rest. During the rest, Steelhammer took another look at the surrounding environment. There are still dense forests and lush vegetation, and the green is really eye-catching. But it is really far from the kingdom of God, where there is no pain and suffering and eternal happiness and joy as Maze Rose talked about. After sitting for a while, Dorn and Gregla still didn't come back. Steelhammer was thinking about whether to continue waiting or try to find them. And at this time, he felt a cold wind coming from behind him. The sudden cold air blew on his back, making him shiver unconsciously. Steelhammer looked back and saw that the trees behind him were very dense and the sunlight seemed to be blocked. So it was dark and gloomy. He couldn't see very far and didn't know what was inside.
There seems to be something in that forest,
Steelhammer thought. Then, he carried all the luggage on the ground, picked up a stone, and quickly left a circle on the ground as a mark.
If there is really anything, we have to wait until we meet Mr. Dorn and the others before exploring.
The young dwarf shrank his neck and said to himself. Then, he took a short step forward, wanting to leave this place of right and wrong quickly. But at this moment, Ganghammer felt someone calling him in the woods behind him. It's felt, not heard. It was obviously very quiet everywhere. So this feeling was very strange. And that feeling of calling made Steelhammer feel an inexplicable sense of intimacy.
I should go to the woods and take a look. Someone is calling me.
Steelhammer's thoughts became a little confused. And then he made a choice that was completely opposite to the decision he made at the beginning. He put down his luggage again and wandered into the dense forest. Deep in the dense forest, under the dark shade of the trees, stood a dozen mounds of earth. The temperature here seemed to be much lower than outside. Steelhammer walked to one of the mounds in a daze and stood there. And then his thoughts slowly came to his senses.
How did I walk in?
The young dwarf was surprised and found it difficult to understand what he had just done, looking at the dozen or so mounds of dirt around him. Steelhammer shuddered. There was definitely something weird about this place. But before Steelhammer could escape, a blue ghost fire suddenly jumped out from the mound in front of him. This blue and transparent hanging fire ball burned bigger and bigger, and quickly outlined a transparent human shape. It's a ghost. Judging from the outline, this ghost is a middle-aged dwarf. A big nose, a long curly beard on the chin, and a pair of eyes that were very majestic in life. But after turning into a ghost, they looked a bit hollow. Steelhammer was startled by this sudden change and instinctively took a few steps back. Because his legs and feet were a little weak from fear, he collapsed on the ground. The ghost of the dwarf was still floating on the mound, but he stretched out his hand and pointed at the Steelhammer. Steelhammer, on the other hand, instinctively shouted for help.
Help! Help! Mr. Dorn, save me!
As Steelhammer shouted for help, a figure flew down from the sky and stood in front of Steelhammer. It was Gregla carrying the dead shadow deer on his shoulders. The S-Class adventurer who came to the rescue in time gathered the energy wings on his back, threw the dead deer on his shoulder to the ground, and quickly pulled out the flame weaver. Magic power is transmitted, and the flames on this two-handed sword are burning.
I heard your cry for help from so far away. But why did you just call Dorn and not me? I suggest you call again.
Gregor said this and confronted the dwarf ghost without launching an attack rashly. Then, the sound of quick running came from outside the dense forest, and Dorn also rushed to this strange place. After seeing the ghost on the mound clearly, he quickly picked up and with a thought, he turned it into the form of Publisher of Benevolence. Is Priest Sister Crosses, Publisher of Charity, a weapon of the Holy See? Or is it in the shape of a large cross? In addition to being able to hit people with it, it also has some sacred attributes. So using it against ghosts is a good choice. Sure enough, after the pirated, publisher of Benevolence, appeared. The outline of the dwarf ghost became slightly blurred and distorted, with a tendency to collapse. However, Dorn did not take action directly, because he didn't see the health bar above the ghost's head. Well, speaking of which, ghost-type enemies should also have health bars.
Right? Mr. Dorn. Mr. Gregor. Wait a moment.
Steel Hammer, who was still sitting on the ground, suddenly spoke. The timely rescue by two backers allowed him to calm down a little. As soon as he calmed down, he found that the ghost of the dwarf was somewhat familiar and inexplicably close to him. After a brief moment of thought, he found the source of this intimacy.
Grandpa! Grandpa?
Steel Hammer stood up from the ground and asked the dwarf ghost a question that surprised even him. Chapter 139, Death or Surrender.
Huh?
Dawn was confused. I originally thought it was a supernatural battle incident. But could it turn out to be a large-scale family recognition scene? The middle-aged dwarf ghost didn't react at all, and didn't respond to Steel Hammer's question. Or maybe he was never able to speak in the first place. However, from the moment he appeared, it seemed that he had no intention of attacking.
When Dad was still here, he often showed me your portrait. He told me that you were a great magic technology craftsman. So, you are my grandfather. Right. Why are you here?
Steel Hammer spoke again. But this time, it was not in a tone of confusion and surprise, but with heavy emotions. Unexplainable emotions. He must have been sure that the dwarf ghost in front of him was his grandfather. Dorn and Gregor looked at each other and silently put away their weapons. The dwarf's ghost still didn't react much and floated quietly on the mound. He still raised his finger and pointed at the steel hammer. And then the blue and transparent body disintegrated little by little, turning into countless blue dots shining with blue light. Above these dozen mounds, a noisy and whimpering wind began to sound. There seemed to be inaudible human voices and cries mixed in among them. Finally, the sound settled down.
The purpose of exploring the gods' relics this time is to collect the unique ores and materials in the ruins. Everything must be subject to my dispatch and arrangement.
A rather powerful and majestic voice sounded out of thin air. Then, the scattered blue dots gathered into a human face. It was the face of the ghost, who was suspected to be Grandpa Steel Hammer. It seemed to indicate that this sentence was spoken by him.
Listen to Captain Steel Hammer. Explore the ruins of the gods. For the glory of our ancestors. For Kasadam.
Then, noisy voices sounded, seemingly in response.
Is this a mobilization before going down to the ruins?
Dorn guessed in his mind as he observed the strange movements around him. Now, Dorn was certain that the dwarf ghost was Carisi Steelhammer's grandfather. The little Steelhammer's surname is Steelhammer, and the old Steelhammer's last name is Steelhammer. Reasonable. The noisy and whimpering wind sounded all around again. Wait until everything quiets down.
The temple in the ruins forest is very dangerous. No one is allowed to approach the temple until we are fully prepared.
Old Steelhammer told him.
Okay, Captain Steelhammer,
came the noisy response. The chaotic wind sounded again.
Captain Steelhammer always doesn't allow us to open the temple, saying we need to prepare. We need to prepare. Year after year. Year after year. It's been 3 years.
Along with this voice, the blue dots once again gathered into a human face. He still has a distinct dwarf appearance and looks very young. However, it can still be identified that the person who spoke these words is the current envoy of Kaisadam. Maisie rose.
I think the captain just wanted to be on the safe side. The things in that temple should be really scary.
The blue dots gathered together to form an unfamiliar dwarf face with a timid expression.
I think the captain is a little too conservative. We separated from the tribe and founded Kasadam in this crater, not to spend our lives safely.
The blue dots gathered into the face of a dwarf with a resolute face.
The discovery of the relics of God in Kasadam must be the blessing and guidance of our ancestors,
so that we can prosper and become strong again. As long as we can defeat that temple, we can get the gift of the relics of God. We have nearly 30 powerful warriors, powerful magic technology, and the halfling Mimi, who can see through the enemy's weaknesses. Aren't we prepared enough? Captain Steelhammer is hesitant, cowardly and retreating now. He can't lead us and lead Kasadam.
Maze rose. Who spoke this time? Spoke impassionedly, confidently and eloquently, and his tone was very contagious. The whimpering wind sounded again. Then everything fell silent.
Hey! Here are a few more people to help. This stone door is too heavy. It can't be pushed open at all.
Mazarotha's voice sounded again. It sounds like he is taking desperate measures and leading his supporters to try to open the door to the temple.
Maze Rose. What are you doing? Stop it.
Old Steel Hammer shouted angrily. Subsequently, it was the heavy stone door being pushed open, and there was a dull and heavy sound of opening the door. The surroundings became noisy again, mixed with people's shouts, wailing, the sound of weapons clashing, and the roar of explosions. There is also a continuous, seemingly huge number of
bleeding
sheep sounds. However, these sheep sounds are anything but tame. Just listening to the voice seemed to be extremely malicious and aggressive.
Sheep?
When Don heard this, he touched his chin. It seems that I got some information about the Devil's Lair temple. Is there a sheep in the room at the end of the boss level? The noisy fighting continued, and the situation seemed to be getting more and more tragic.
I'm injured. I need treatment, Mimi. Where's Mimi? I'm in so much pain.
Weak voices can still be heard among the sounds of battle. The blue dots in the air were outlined and pieced together. The person who said this was the dwarf warrior with a resolute face who had previously stood in Maze Rose.
Hold on. I'll give it to you right now, Billair.
The blue dots pieced together the face of a halfling woman. This should be that Mimi. Gradually, the sound of fighting became smaller and smaller, but the continuous bleating of sheep still did not stop.
Captain, I saw it. That devil's weakness is in his heart. Captain.
This time it was the halfling Mimi's voice. But the word stopped abruptly. After that, there was no more voice from her. There were weak shouts, the sound of hacking with thin weapons, and the continuous sound of sheep braying. Finally, all the sounds of fighting ceased, and only the braying of the sheep still filled the sky. The battle should be over. Even if they only listened to the sound, Dorn and the others could feel the brutality of the battle to conquer the temple.
A choice. Die. Or surrender. Worship me. And worship me as a god.
A cold voice that had never appeared before sounded. The blue dots form an antelope head that looks like a human face.
Is this Baphomet? The sheep-headed demon? The boss of this ruins?
After hearing this, Dorn speculated in his heart.
We people believe in our ancestors and our magic skills. But we don't believe in an ugly demon.
The voice of the old steel hammer. His tone was firm, but his breath was very weak, as if he had been seriously injured. Then, there was a burning sound. What followed was a small groan of deep pain from the old steel hammer. But he seemed to be gritting his teeth and not letting himself cry out because of the pain. After a while, the groan of the old steel hammer finally disappeared. All was silent.
A choice. Die. Or surrender.
Chapter 140 Living a Lie. The wind whimpered.
Idiot. After lingering in the temple for so long. Can't you see that the evil Baphomet is obviously impatient?
Mazzaroth's voice. People who can still survive after Baphomet's question. There is no doubt that they all chose to surrender. Not all dwarves can be like old steel hammer when death is so close.
But we can't leave the bodies of the captain and others there.
The one who spoke this time was the dwarf who had a timid look and had a high probability of siding with Maze Rose. It seems that he also survived the temple attack battle.
So what if you take the corpses out? There is no way for corpses to be taken out of the ruins. They can only stay here forever.
Mazzero's tone softened slightly. At least we have to bury the captain and the others.
The cowardly dwarf responded. The noisy wind, vaguely accompanied by the sound of crying, sounded again, and then fell silent again.
Mazeroth, do you really want to sacrifice 9 children to Baphomet every year as you promised him? Also, the power he gave you. I think.
The voice of the cowardly dwarf sounded again.
No, not me. Justo. Don't blame it all on me. You, all of you. We all surrendered to Baphomet and fell on our knees before him like spineless dogs. It's the same.
There was suppressed anger in Mazzero's voice.
But 9 children.
The cowardly dwarf wanted to say something more, but he was interrupted angrily by Maze Rose.
Enough. Now that things have happened, do we still have any choice? Justo, don't stand up and accuse me righteously at this time. If you are noble and great, when you are in the temple, you should act like everyone else will die too, instead of standing here alive and pointing at me. Or, if you still have the guts, just be here, in front of everyone's tomb of Steel Hammer, and be buried with him.
The wind whimpered again. This time, the crying mixed with the wind could be heard clearly, and the tiny blue dots in the air were trembling slightly. Then, there was no other sound. Dorn's eyes swept over the grave in front of him. Then I saw half of a rotten skull on the ground, with most of it covered by soil. Dawn. Perhaps the cowardly dwarf named Justo finally chose to commit suicide in front of the old steel hammer's grave. The blue dots in the air gathered together again to form the ghost of the old steel hammer. The story that old steel hammer, or the souls of the dwarves buried here, wanted to tell the Three of Dorn, has ended. It's like an intermittent radio drama with illustrations. Dawn began to organize and think about the information contained in this radio drama. First of all, after the dwarves attacked the temple, Mazeroth finally chose to succumb to Baphomet and reached an agreement with the sheep-headed demon to dedicate 9 children every time the ruins were opened. Moreover, Mazeroth also received an unknown ability from Baphomet. Secondly, Mazeroth was only in his 20s and 30s when he participated in the temple conquest battle. And now, according to what Steelhammer said before, this so-called divine envoy is already over 200 years old. The souls of these dwarves tell a story that happened about 200 years ago. At that time, the dwarf warriors obviously knew a series of information related to the ruins of God. But now, the entire Kasadam regards the ruins of God as the kingdom of God, where they can enjoy eternal joy and happiness. Over the past 200 years, Mazeroth used the name of the god to distort the cognition of the dwarves in Kaisardom. To achieve this, Dawn felt that there was only one way: use some method to get rid of the older generation of dwarves on a large scale, and instill the concept of gods and envoys into the new generation of dwarves from an early age. During this period, the control of public opinion must also be strengthened. Anyone who dares to criticize gods or divine messengers will be punished with a serious crime. As time goes by and the truth is known, fewer and fewer people will be able to tell the truth. 3 people will become a tiger, and a common voice will make gold. Eventually lies will take on the guise of truth and become more prevalent.
Steelhammer. Actually, I had a question before. The majority of the dwarves in Kasadam seem to be young adults. I observed when I was at the altar that there seemed to be very few dwarves over 100 years old.
What happened?
Gregor asked suddenly. This S-class adventurer has very keen observation skills. The 3 dwarves, led by the halfling hog,
frequently mentioned when my grandfather was still alive, and when my father was still alive.
During the conversation, even when he got to Steelhammer, he was an orphan, with both parents gone. This is the case for several dwarf families I encountered casually. For the dwarf race, whose lifespan can reach 300 years, the high mortality rate of the older generation is obviously a problem. Gregor would ask such a question,
which means that he should have thought of a similar place as Dorn. Steelhammer stared at the ghost of the old steel hammer on the mound and gritted his teeth with difficulty.
It is said that a long time ago, a terrible epidemic broke out in Kesadumri. People who got sick with a fever, vomiting, lung cough, bleeding, many people died. It was at that time that Mazeroth returned to Kasadam with the gospel of the gods. He saved many people. Later, he continued to lead his tribe to fight against horrific diseases. Until 40 years ago, under the leadership of Mazeroth, the epidemic was completely controlled. This is also the reason why most people will regard him as a divine messenger, revere him, and worship him.
Having said this, Steelhammer clenched his fists tightly and lowered his head, unable to speak any more. Regardless of the dwarf gods or gods, they are all a complete, despicable, and ridiculous scam. Young dwarves like Steelhammer have been living in this scam since they were born.
Disease?
Dorn now understood what ability Mazeroth had obtained from Baphomet. Gregor stepped forward and patted the young dwarf's shoulder gently.
I can guarantee that the old guy's lies will not last long.
After everyone was silent for a while, the ghost of the old steel hammer, which was floating motionless above the grave, made another move. He raised his finger and pointed at the steel hammer, and then pointed at the grave beneath him. Then, the earthen tomb began to tremble violently, and mud and rocks flew to the sides. As if something was breaking out of the earthen grave eventually collapsed, revealing a hole. Inside was a decaying corpse. In addition to the bones, there are also some rotten metal and leather, and the original appearance is unrecognizable. It may be the clothes and weapons that old steel hammer had during his lifetime. However, there is one thing that is very well preserved. That's a glove. Simple leather gloves in line with the dwarven practical style. Being able to survive 200 years without any sign of decay shows that this glove is absolutely extraordinary. This should be the relic that old steel hammer wants to deliver to little steel hammer. After the gloves were revealed, the ghost of the old steel hammer disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Chapter 141, Making Great Achievements.
My father told me when he was still alive that my grandfather had a glove with magical identification ability. Any item with magical power, as long as it is touched by the glove, will transmit the corresponding ability information to the user.
Steel Hammer took out the leather glove, held it in his hand, and recalled it like this. It seems that this is the glove with the ability to identify. Then, the Steel Hammer began to pile the collapsed soil back on top of his grandfather's bones little by little.
Do you want us to help? Or do you want to be alone for a while?
Dorn asked him. Steel Hammer chose the latter.
Call us if you need anything.
Dorn and Gregla didn't say much more. After leaving these words, they silently withdrew from the depths of the dense forest where more than a dozen dwarves were buried. The third day of exploring Devil's Lair. Dorn and his party did not find the temple near the dwarf cemetery. Think about it. Maybe those dwarves, who succumbed to Baphomet, intentionally buried old Steel Hammer and others far away from the temple and away from Baphomet. Noon. The three of them were sitting in the woods to rest after eating a dish made from yesterday's leftover venison.
I have explored the ruins once before, and that time I found a total of 3 rare magic materials. However, after leaving the ruins, there was only one of the 3 materials left on me, and the last one was made. It became the Whisper of the End.
During this period, Gregor, a professional adventurer, told the other two about his previous experience of exploring a certain god's ruins. However, judging from Gregor's description, he did not conquer the ruins. But after waiting for enough time, he was kicked out directly. The piece of material he took out should be considered a consolation prize from the ruins. Dorn, who had the experience of conquering ruins once, sat on the edge and listened silently to Gregla's bragging about his heroic deeds without interrupting. As the designated ruins raider of Poisonous Relic Swamp, Dorn had the authority to bring anything out of the ruins last time, even living creatures. This should be one of the rules hidden in the ruins of gods everywhere. For the bastards who failed to conquer the ruins, a consolation prize was given. Each person could only leave with one product from the ruins. As for the MVP of conquering the ruins, you can get everything you can take away.
From this point of view, the existence of the ruins is really similar to the dungeon in the game. If the ruins in the Land of Miracles were really created by the original creator, then what is his purpose?
Don touched his chin and thought in his mind.
However, the valuable things in this ruins have probably been emptied out a long time ago.
Gregor sighed after he had finished speaking. Indeed, during the 3 days of entering the ruins, no valuable magic materials were found. This ruin has been discovered for at least 200 years. Even if you could only take one piece of the good stuff inside, it should have been moved by Maze Rose.
The monsters here are also quite valuable.
Dorn then interjected matter-of-factly. Gregor nodded, agreeing with this statement. The 3 of them sat for a while, ready to get up and explore again. The time you can stay in the ruins is limited, so you have to make full use of it in order to maximize your profits.
Wait a minute. Do you smell anything?
Gregor stood up, and then seemed to notice something. Dorn and Steel Hammer both shook their heads.
What does it smell like? I can't tell, but I think it smells like a girl. Over here. Come here quickly.
With that, Gregor was ready to open the way. Don stood still. The dwarf Steel Hammer looked at Gregla strangely, and did not follow him immediately. Seeing the reaction of his companion, Gregor straightened his expression.
The smell I'm talking about refers to the breath. The breath. The smell of a girl suddenly appeared here. Isn't it necessary to find out?
Don, no matter what you say now, just what you said just now makes it difficult for people not to regard you as a pervert. However, after being teammates for such a long time, Dorn knew that Gregor had a good way of sensing things like breath. If there really is something girlish about this ruins, then we really need to find out. Therefore, in the end it was Gregla who opened the way, taking Dorn and the dwarf Steel Hammer with him, and groping towards the dense forest on the right.
It's weird. It looks like a girl's breath, but it also feels like it's mixed with some other breaths. We might have to be more careful,
Gregor had told him on the way. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, these 3 young men actually saw a wild girl sitting on some huge leaves of an unknown plant. They were 2 girls who looked like humans. They were both petite and had very rare cherry pink hair. However, this is not the point. The girl's body was half covered among the leaves. The tender white color is looming among the green. They hugged each other, kissed, panting slightly, face flushed, happy together. Both girls seemed to have discovered the Dorn trio. But they did not panic or scream. Instead, they smiled softly, with blushing faces and watery eyes. It's weak. It's shy. It's also charming. This sudden, fragrant, and strange scene gave Dorn a strong sense of impact. So much so that his brain became confused, and he couldn't think. There seemed to be only one thought left in his consciousness, which he kept repeating.
They are so beautiful!
Gregor and Steelhammer, both men, had similar reactions to Dorn after seeing the beautiful scene. They all walked towards the two girls in the forest uncontrollably. The two girls still maintained their previous state, as if they were inviting the three men in front of them to participate in their previous activities. 1 step. 2 steps. The three of them got closer and closer to the two girls, but less than 10 meters away from the two girls. Gregor's consciousness became clearer first.
No. No. It's very wrong. Although these two girls are beautiful, I have no interest in girls with petite figures.
With the emergence of this thought, Gregor's thoughts seemed to become more active. At the same time, he could barely control his body's movements. So Gregor reached out and grabbed Dorn and the dwarf Steelhammer, who were still walking forward with longing expressions on their faces. After this pull, the condition of the Steelhammer did not change. Dorn, on the other hand, trembled. He finally realized that the scene in front of him was indeed a bit strange.
No. There's something wrong with those two girls no matter how you look at it.
Dorn also briefly regained his ability to think. Then, he hurriedly pressed his hand on the scale pendant on his chest, and the magic power was transmitted, and a deep sense of wakefulness spread throughout his body. As his consciousness became clearer, Dawn was completely free from the abnormal control brought by the two girls. Chapter 142 Strange Plant Monsters. After Dorn woke up, he quickly pulled off the scale pendant that had transmitted the magic power and threw it to Greglu. Then he flicked another silk, which entangled the steel hammer, which was still in a strange state, to prevent him from getting closer to the two girls. The steel hammer, entangled in spider silk, still had a longing look on its face. Although it fell to the ground, it squirmed unswervingly towards the location of the two girls. But according to his current squirming speed, it will take a while before he can meet the two girls. With the help of the clarity effect of the balance pendant, Gregor finally came to his senses completely. It was at this time that he finally understood what other things were mixed in the aura he felt earlier. The smell of monsters, and the smell of plants.
Dawn! I understand. Those two things are not human at all.
Gregor quickly took off, Whisper of the End, took aim, and drew his bow. A magic arrow flew out and hit one of the two strange girls. The girl who was hit by the arrow was torn apart on the spot. However, there is no bloody scene with blood splattering and flesh flying everywhere. To a certain extent, the girl who was shot looked more like a crushed fruit. The cross-sections of the girl's broken flesh looked like cut yacon, and some milky white juice could be seen seeping out. The one girl who survived saw her companions being torn apart in front of her eyes without any reaction. She still maintained her charming and coy look, looking at Dorn and the others tenderly. Another magic arrow flew over without hesitation, and the girl also shattered to pieces. Gregor's judgment was correct. These two weird girls were indeed not human beings. However, Dorn didn't need his reminder, because after regaining consciousness, he got some information feedback through food intuition. Those two girls are edible ingredients. It seems that they grow on plants, similar to the stamens of flowers.
It's like an alien version of ginseng fruit.
This was Dorn's first reaction after receiving the feedback. Moreover, Dorn did not see a health bar above the heads of the two girls. Instead, deep in the forest about 10 meters behind them, he saw a blood bar with more than 1,800 health points. After the two girls were shot by Gregor, the health bar dropped to 1,600 points.
Its true form is there.
Just as Dorn pointed it out, Gregor grabbed the flameweaver, and rushed over. As he was breaking up the pieces of flesh left behind by the girl, several thick vines lurking on the ground twisted like an attacking python, swing towards Gregor. Each vine has penetrating spikes and barbs. If Gregor hadn't woken up in time, the Dorn trio had approached the girl unprepared, let alone doing anything romantic. It would definitely be the three of them who were roughly tied up and played. However, this level of attack was nothing to Gregor, who had regained consciousness. With a flaming two-handed giant sword swinging flexibly, all the vines were cut down. Only the remains of branches with burn marks were left on the ground. Exuding a burning smell, Gregor rushed into the thick forest.
Next time, if you want to seduce me, give me a mature and intellectual female image.
Accompanied by such a roar, there were several sounds of the giant sword slashing down. The remaining 1,600 health points are cleared. System prompt. The battle is settled. The damage output is 0. And the experience point is gained 130 points. Dawn. As a teammate with Gregor, you really can't pick up anyone's head. This guy started too quickly. But there's nothing that can be done about it. In terms of physical strength, Gregor is far superior to Dorn, who relies on his unique skills to control the battle. With the death of this strange plant monster, the dwarf Steel Hammer, wriggling on the ground, finally came to his senses. In fact, when the two pistol girls were destroyed just now, Steel Hammer had already escaped from the state of control. But maybe the stamina of the charm was a little too strong, and Steel Hammer didn't fully wake up until now.
Mr. Dorn, what happened? I just saw two girls.
Steel Hammer stared, recalling the beautiful scene he just saw, and was at a loss.
Stop talking. It's over. The two girls have been shattered all over the floor.
Dawn shrugged. Then the spider silk was removed from the Steel Hammer, which was not in a state throughout the process. After defeating this strange plant monster, it is natural to clean up the battlefield. During the process again, Dorn discovered that the true nature of this plant monster was actually the center from which the vines grew. There is also a complex root system underneath. However, after being violently attacked by Gregor's Flame Weaver, the roots and short, thick stems of this plant had been burned and damaged, and there was no sign of life at all. Follow the vines of the plant and follow the clues. Dorn found several more human stamens growing on vines in other parts of the forest.
Sure enough, these alien ginseng fruits are just flower stamens. Look closely. There are leaves below, and there are actually petals that are not very conspicuous.
Dorn observed carefully. Among these flower stamens, some looked like girls I had seen before, and some looked like young ladies or teenagers, all of which were lifelike.
Well, are there different genders? Stamens and pistils? Human stamens of different genders are surprisingly reasonable to charm target groups of different genders.
Dawn observed and marveled at the miraculous craftsmanship of nature. However, the humanoid figures in these stamens all seemed to be younger.
It's a good thing that the pistil didn't grow into a mature big sister image. Otherwise, if Gregor was caught and didn't wake up in time, we would have suffered a big loss today.
Dorn continued to talk to himself. Because the plant body is dead, these human stamens will naturally not move and become dead objects. After observing it for a while, this strange plant gave Dorn the feeling that it was a bit like a lanternfish in the deep sea. Lanternfish use the light emitters on their heads to lure prey in the dark depths and confuse their enemies. This strange plant monster uses human stamens to attract humanoid creatures.
However, it's hard to imagine that it can grow the stamens into human form. The ruins only bloom once a year, so it's hard to put these stamens to use.
Dorn touched his chin. It is very possible that my group was the first group in the past 200 years to let this plant open its stamens to entertain people. However, considering that this monster is a plant, it probably mainly relies on sunlight to survive. Just like the Venus flytrap, it can survive even if it doesn't prey on insects. After observing the physiological structure of this strange monster with great interest, Dorn began to collect ingredients.
After a battle, it's time to prepare today's dinner.
Dorn felt happy. First of all, those stamens are edible. They have a texture similar to yacon when cut. Secondly, Dorn found the fruit of this plant in the part of the vine where several flower stamens had long since died. A kind of golden and round shape. It looks like a large pumpkin, feels and smells like a pumpkin, and even intuition for ingredients identifies it as the fruit of a pumpkin. In other words, this strange monster plant actually charms humanoids. The pumpkin. Chapter 143, Milky Pumpkin Pie and Honey Juice. The pumpkins and stamen pieces collected by Dorn are all S-level ingredients. As long as the cooking is done well, it is basically a skill that will definitely be acquired. At this time, Gregor wasted no time and had already taken the steel hammer to explore the surrounding areas, leaving Dorn alone to make a fire and cook. Cut the butter into small pieces. Add the sugar and flour, and stir until it resembles crumbs. Beat the eggs and separate the egg whites and yolks. Add only the egg yolks to it. Stir into a uniform golden dough, and let it rest. This dough has the milky sweetness of butter, as well as the flavor of eggs and wheat itself. Anyway, after Dawn's careful preparation, even if it is just left there, it will have a pleasing feeling. It's just that no one appreciates it now. Cut the giant monster pumpkin into small pieces. At the same time, Dorn carefully preserved the pumpkin seeds, although he doesn't know yet whether these pumpkin seeds can grow this kind of pumpkin monster. In case he can grow it, Then this is a magical seed that can grow several girls in the next year after being planted in the ground. Make a lot of money. After collecting the pumpkin seeds, Dorn used Rui to make a fire as usual. Steam the diced pumpkin for half an hour. Peel and press into pumpkin puree. Then, add sugar to the pumpkin puree. Add eggs. Then add whipped cream and stir evenly. Pumpkin filling is done. Turn Rui into a rolling pin. Roll the rested golden dough into a round shape. Place it in a dinner plate. And press down the edges and bottom with your hands. This is a rough pie crust. From this, the dinner that Dawn will make with pumpkin tonight also begins to take shape. Milk-flavored pumpkin pie. Use a fork to poke some small holes in the bottom of the pie crust to prevent it from swelling due to heat. Then, pour the pumpkin filling into the pie crust until it is 9/4 full. Skillfully turn Rui into an oven. Put the pumpkin pie in it. Control the fire temperature to about 180 degrees and bake for 10 minutes. Then bake at 150 degrees for another 30 minutes. A creamy pumpkin pie is ready.
This is the first time I've tried making sweets since I came here.
After holding out the pumpkin pie, Dorn thought in his heart. Once the pumpkin pie was baked, Dorn didn't even need to worry about finding anyone.
Dawn! Are you ready? Mr. Dorn, it's time for dinner. Isn't it?
Gregor brought the steel hammer back and smelled the sweet smell in the air. Looking at his two teammates who were so enthusiastic about eating, Dorn could only smile.
Want to try the milky pumpkin pie while it's still hot?
Although Dorn himself thinks that this milky pumpkin pie can be eaten after being refrigerated, and the dessert may be a good experience with the ice-cold texture. But since he had no means of cooling the ingredients in the wild, he chose to eat them hot. The hot, freshly baked pumpkin pie is pretty good in terms of flavor. The pumpkin pie that Dorn brought out was even and uniform in thickness. It has a golden color on the outside, but after being cut open, the inside is tender and creamy yellow. Just by looking at it, it feels elastic, fluffy and soft. There is the sweetness of cream, the frankincense of butter, and the unique sweet and glutinous smell of pumpkin, which overflows with the steaming heat. In addition to pumpkin pie, Dawn also prepared a special drink, flower nectar juice. It is made directly from the stamens of the ginseng fruit type and squeezed out the juice directly. This stamen honey juice itself has a pleasant sweetness and a faint frankincense. But it is sweet but not greasy at the same time, but extremely refreshing. Take one sip and the fragrance will linger on your lips and teeth. Gregor took a portion of the nectar, then directly took his piece of pumpkin pie in his hand and took a big mouthful without burning his mouth. This milky pumpkin pie has a soft and creamy texture, sweet but not greasy. And after entering the mouth, you don't need to chew it. It will melt in your mouth. The sweet, waxy and warm taste will turn into a thick creamy taste and a soft, waxy and sweet pumpkin taste between your lips and teeth, and then swirl together in the mouth. Inside the mouth. At the same time, the pie crust at the bottom is very crispy due to the perfect control of the heat, which further enriches the taste of the pumpkin pie. Although it is a sweet treat, it is not cloying at all. After taking the first bite, it's hard not to take another bite. At this time, take another sip of nectar. The combination of sweetness and sweetness will not make people feel that it is too much. On the contrary, the unique frankincense flavor in the nectar adds a lot of color to the pumpkin pie.
Mr. Dorn, this sweet is so delicious. If Lucky tastes it, she will be so happy that she goes crazy. It's a pity.
The dwarf steel hammer first took several bites of the pumpkin pie with great joy. After enjoying the sweetness and the pleasant feeling brought by the sugar, he thought of Lucky again. It would be great if Lucky could also taste such good things.
I know.
Dawn shrugged helplessly.
If everything ends smoothly after we go out, just bring her to my restaurant for dinner, and I will entertain you again. Mr. Dorn's restaurant?
The young dwarf took another bite of the golden pumpkin pie, and the milky and sweet taste reverberated in his mouth again. Yes. What should the outside world look like? If everything in Kasadam is resolved, there should be a chance to go and see it. Right? The ingredient rating of this monster pumpkin itself is S. Under Dorn's careful cooking, the final dish's grade exceeded the SS level without any accident. System prompt, the predator effect is triggered, and the mental attribute is enhanced. System prompt, the effect of synchronic stomach bag is triggered, and the skill, charm LV0, is obtained. Charm, when the skill is turned on, it will take effect simultaneously on the opposite sex within a small area of 3 meters. The opposite sex affected by charm will be hopelessly obsessed with you. After Dorn looked at the charm skill he had just obtained, he pondered for about 3 seconds.
Why can it only be used on the opposite sex? Doesn't the versatility of this skill shrink? Why can't it charm the same sex? Also, can't non-human races be charmed?
Dorn felt quite regretful and confused in his heart. Confused. Of course, this feeling of regret is purely based on the tactical use of skills. Ever since Dorn last obtained the somewhat strange skill Sweetness, and discovered that this strange skill seemed surprisingly useful and worth developing, his acceptance of various skills has improved a lot. And the skill, Charm, is undoubtedly a powerful control skill during combat. If used properly, it may have miraculous effects. It's just that this skill's pertinence is a bit too strong. If it doesn't work on people of the same gender, then it's estimated that those food monsters can't be charmed either. Pity. But then, Dorn changed his mind. The skill, Charm, is somewhat similar to the skill Sweetness in some ways. Although these two skills do not trigger the upgrade of that skill, you can consider using them together to create a combo. Currently, Dorn's most commonly used and favorite combination of skills is actually Pig Rush plus Dexterity. Pig Rush, this skill can provide speed, attack, and defense bonuses. When it rushes up, it is very powerful and heavy, just like a pig rushing forward, and it is extremely destructive. But there are also disadvantages. Pig Rush is not very easy to control when it rushes up. If you are not careful, the tragedy of a pig hitting a tree may occur. But if it is used in conjunction with Dexterity and improves body coordination, the disadvantages of Pig Throat being bulky will be well offset. Not only does it receive a series of attribute bonuses from Pig Rush, but the momentum of the charge is not reduced, and the speed is even faster. Moreover, the body is also light and easy to control, and even a 2.5 turn Thomas maneuver during the charge is not impossible. A typical 1+1 is greater than 2 combination.
What if I combine Sweetness and Charm?
Don touched his chin and glanced at Gregor, who was eating pumpkin pie and had a happy face. Do you want to do an experiment? Chapter 144. Love with Restraint. Just do it. It is important to test the practicality of skills. But in the end, Dorn did not choose Gregor as the experimental subject. There is no way. This S-class adventurer is still very capable in close combat. If the combination of Sweetness plus Charm is really effective, and the effect is very high, stimulating Gregor's animal nature, Dorn is really not sure that he can quickly subdue him, even if something big happens. So, he set his sights on the steel hammer beside him. This young dwarf is much easier to deal with.
Gregor, please stay away first, and stay a few hundred meters away from here,
Dorn said to Gregor.
What? I want to do a test. Anyway, just stay away first. Inexplicable.
Gregor looked at Dorn suspiciously, but he didn't ask any questions. He just drank the remaining nectar juice, smacked his lips, and then stood up and left. Now, only Dorn and Steel Hammer are left in this temporary camp.
Mr. Dorn? What's the matter? Why are you looking at me like this?
Steel Hammer still had no idea what would happen next. It was the way Dorn looked at him that made the dwarf feel a little chilly.
Nothing. I just want to do a small test.
Dorn smiled gently at him. Subsequently, Sweetness, activate. Charm, activates. The bewildered Steel Hammer only smelled an alluring sweet smell. And then for some reason, he felt that Mr. Dorn was becoming more and more handsome in his eyes. Although from the aesthetic perspective of the dwarf Steel Hammer, Mr. Dorn is also a very handsome and charismatic person. But after entering this ruins of God, Steel Hammer's feelings towards Dorn were all normal appreciation, worship and gratitude. But for some reason, Steel Hammer felt that his feelings for Mr. Dorn had deteriorated at this moment.
If it's Mr. Dorn, I can do anything for him.
Such an unexpected thought appeared inexplicably in Gang Hammer's mind. Dorn squinted his eyes and looked his dwarf companion up and down.
Steel Hammer, don't you say something?
Steel Hammer raised his head, and his eyes became a little blurry. The dual control effects brought by Sweetness and Charm made his brain completely unable to think. There was a strange emotion in his heart that was about to burst out. Therefore, the young dwarf took a big step closer to Dorn and spoke with great emotion.
Mr. Dorn,
I think I love
Podgy. A ball of spider silk blocked Steel Hammer's mouth. Then, a few strands of crystal clear and strong spider silk tied him up.
If you love me, please exercise restraint,
Don said calmly while tying up. The Steel Hammer tied to the ground completely lost itself under the control of Sweetness and Charm. And like a maggot, it struggled to move towards Dorn's side. Looking at Steel Hammer's current state, He is even more enthusiastic than when he was charmed by those two female stamens.
It seems that the combination of sweetness and charm can indeed control the same sex. Moreover, the effect may be much stronger than charm alone.
Dorn nodded with satisfaction. This skill test was a great success. Then, he took off his scale pendant, and after losing the magic power, he put it on Steel Hammer's face. After a period of deep awakening, the Steel Hammer still maintained its momentum of crawling towards Dorn, but it was not as enthusiastic as before. Dorn's combination of skills may have too much stamina. It seems that the effect of the scale pendant alone cannot awaken the Steel Hammer quickly. Of course, part of the reason is that the will of the dwarf Steel Hammer itself is relatively weak. When faced with the charm of pistol before, he was the last to wake up.
You said you have thick eyebrows and big eyes. So why can't you resist temptation?
Dorn sighed helplessly. It seems that the Steel Hammer needs to be tied up for a while, and then take some time, and refresh him with the scale pendant from time to time, before the Steel Hammer can return to normal. After a while, Gregor, who had gone out to escape, came back.
Dawn, I'm back. That test of yours should have been, what are you doing?
As soon as Gregor came back, he saw a scene that was difficult for him to understand. The dwarf Steel Hammer was tightly tied up with spider silk, squirming on the ground like a giant caterpillar. Dorn squatted next to the dwarf with a calm face, holding a scale pendant in his hand, and poked the dwarf in the face with the pendant from time to time.
Set fire on the Steel Hammer.
Dorn replied.
What's up with him?
Only then did Don raise his head, his eyes calm and calm.
I said he fell in love with me. Do you believe it?
Greg grew. Afterwards, it took about 10 minutes for Steel Hammer to fully wake up from the controlled state. However, it took a long time for his hurt heart to be healed, even after Don's explanation. Fortunately, it didn't leave any psychological shadow that will last a lifetime, nor did it affect his orientation. All is well. The fourth day of entering Devil's Lair. Temple. The appearance of the temple in this dungeon of Devil's Lair is very different from the original temple in Venomous Swamp. Although they are all huge, they have a doorway that seems to allow giants to move around, and there are also several columns that cannot be encircled. But the temple of Devil's Lair is made of black stones with an unknown color, which is more gloomy and dilapidated. At the same time, the portal of the temple is embedded on a cliff. It was as if the mountain behind him was an integral part of this temple. Dorn and others only found this place this morning. After finding the temple, the three of them first explored the surroundings of the temple. Nothing particularly noteworthy was found. Moreover, the door of the temple is also closed. Regarding this point, Dorn had already made some speculations before, that Mazeros would enter this ruins every year or so. If he wanted to sacrifice those children, he would definitely open the temple. Refer again to the boss Bullfrog in Poison Swamp. After leaving the temple, he has the ability to move throughout the map. But after Dorn entered this limited time dungeon, he didn't receive any prompts from the game system to defeat the boss. In other words, there is a high probability that Baphomet is still locked up in the temple. The now closed temple door has completely confirmed Dorn's previous suspicion. When the gods' ruins are closed, not only the adventurers who enter the ruins will be forcibly kicked out, but the released boss will also be forcibly imprisoned back to the temple,
waiting for the next opening of the ruins and the next challenge from adventurers.
So, the rules in this Ruins of Gods are completely the same as the game copies.
Dorn touched his chin, and his eyes fell on the dark and majestic stone door of this ruins. That Baphomet is behind this door. Chapter 145. The door of the temple is opened. Dorn stood in front of the dark and tall entrance hall of the ruins. He had some considerations about whether to push open the temple door. For now, neither Dorn nor Greg, who is traveling with him, has any intention of challenging Baphomet, the boss of this ruins. This is too dangerous. Dorn's victory over the boss Bullfrog last time was inseparable from the various aids and rescues provided by the priests. This Baphomet will definitely not be weaker than the boss Bullfrog. If he challenges it rashly, he will probably die miserably. Therefore, Dorn's current plan is to collect a large amount of monster ingredients in the ruins, and first brush up skills and attribute points, and then improve them. As for the boss battle, anyway, the boss can't escape if he stays in the dungeon. If you don't fight this year, you can come back next year.
Although I've become a lot stronger now, when it comes to fighting bosses, it's best to start when I'm stronger and have enough confidence.
Right, Dorn thought in his mind. Moreover, The forces and organizations that we have learned so far are dedicated to conquering the ruins of God. Whether it is the Apocalypse cult in the middle or the dwarf team led by Old Steel Hammer. When exploring the ruins, we were cautious and fully prepared. And we explored the ruins over and over again.
It would be unreasonable if I had to go through the dungeon again and again.
Dorn glanced at the closed door of the ruins again. As for the situation outside Kaisardom, as long as the Dorn trio can successfully leave the ruins, Mazarotha's lies will be exposed by the facts. If the follow-up operations are done properly, it won't be a big problem. After exploring the surroundings of the temple for a while, Dorn and his party briefly discussed and planned to leave. Dwarf Steel Hammer had no objection to Dorn's decision. Judging from the memories displayed by the dwarf souls 200 years ago, Baphomet in the temple is a being that more than 20 dwarf warriors cannot defeat together. No matter how powerful Mr. Dorn and the others are, there are limits to human abilities. If you want to get rid of Baphomet, you must make complete preparations, and the future will be long.
I will avenge Baphomet for my grandfather and the entire Kasadom, no matter how long it takes.
Steel Hammer silently made up his mind. The three of them left.
Pushing the boss or something is not as practical as catching monsters and cooking.
When Dorn left, he looked back at the gloomy demon temple embedded in the cliff and sighed. These days, because most of the time is spent hunting with Gregor, Dorn got a lot of monster ingredients. However, the only ingredients that can reach S level are the shadow deer and charmed pumpkin that we encountered earlier. Moreover, due to hunting several shadow deer, Dorn's current stands have all been upgraded to LV1. There is not much time left in the limited time copy. Dorn plans to increase his skill level, or try to see if he can develop other useful new skills from other monster ingredients. When you leave the dungeon, take out the seeds of the charming pumpkin. Everything is arranged clearly. And after Dorn and others left the temple, a long time passed. The closed dark door of the temple began to tremble on its own. The shaking was slight at first, but slowly became more and more severe. It was originally silent near the temple. Not even the sound of monsters or animals. It was deathly silent. At this time, there was a faint sound of roaring and bleating sheep coming from inside the door, which sounded a bit penetrating. That afternoon, Dorn and Gregla were hunting about 5 kilometers away from the temple. The target of hunting is still the shadow deer. In this ruins, there are an unexpectedly large number of this kind of dark monster deer. The two of them already had some experience in hunting such monsters. The targeted shadow deer was cornered under a mountain cliff. After using the stand-in skill to avoid Dorn's entangled spider webs, it was quickly hit by an energy arrow from Gregor. Immediately afterwards, the injured shadow deer was quickly and sharply touched up by the two men. The hunt ends easily.
What should I make of the venison tonight?
Dorn took out the rui that turned into a kitchen knife, squatted down, and made up and down gestures on the shadow deer's body. At this time, Gregor, who was originally looking happy, suddenly changed his expression.
Dorn, something doesn't seem right.
Don raised his head, not understanding what his teammate wanted to express with his confusing words.
I can't tell, but something is wrong.
Gregor frowned and unconsciously looked in the direction of the demon temple. I don't know if it's an illusion. At a certain moment just now, Gregla, who had a keen perception, suddenly felt palpitations. He always felt that something had happened, but he couldn't explain it. Dorn stood up doubtfully and followed Gregor's line of sight. Apart from the lush mountain forest vegetation, nothing was seen. However, he froze in the next second, because a completely unexpected system notification popped up. System prompt: the room at the end of the limited time dungeon, Devil's Lair, has been opened. Please defeat the boss at the end of the level as soon as possible.
Is the door of the temple open?
Dorn looked at this notification and stayed there for a few seconds. After he reacted, he quickly turned around and called Steel Hammer's name. The temple suddenly opened, and Dorn subconsciously thought it was the dwarf Steel Hammer who did it while he and Gregla were hunting. Then, Steel Hammer poked his head out of the woods on the edge.
Mr. Dorn, are you looking for me? I'm taking a good look at the cyst. Nothing is missing.
During this hunt, Steel Hammer followed quite closely and was always nearby. In other words, he didn't open the door.
Dorn, danger is approaching quickly,
Gregor warned again, and at the same time drew out the flame weaver. This time, his perception was much clearer. Gregor could clearly feel that there was a dangerous and malicious aura that was rapidly approaching his group.
Mr. Dorn? Mr. Gregor?
Looking at the two tall men who suddenly became solemn on their faces, Steel Hammer also began to become nervous. Dawn said nothing. Logically speaking, there are only 3 people in Dorn's party entering this limited-time dungeon. The people from Maze Rose outside did not follow. Moreover, within 4 days, Dorn and others found no trace of other people's activities in the ruins. Now the door of the temple was suddenly opened, and Dorn and his party stayed together again. So, Dorn's brain was thinking rapidly. Regarding the sudden change, he came up with an explanation that he found somewhat unbelievable. However, when all impossible situations are eliminated, no matter how unbelievable the remainder is, it is fact. The door of the temple opened by itself. How so? Chapter 146 Demon Baphomet. There was one thing Dorn didn't know about the gate to the ruined temple. That was when they were in Poison Swamp. The few cannon fodder cultists who pushed open the door almost effortlessly opened the unusually thick stone door of the temple. It was said that the door was pushed, but the scene at that time was actually more like the door of Poison Swamp, opened by itself with a little bit of power from the cultists. However, the cannon fodder cultists who pushed the door all died under the tongue of the boss bullfrog. Dorn was unable to obtain such detailed information, but for now, Dorn can still guess some information on his own. Judging from the experience of Old Steel Hammer more than 200 years ago, there is no precedent for the temple here to be opened by itself. In addition, Gregory also told about his experience of exploring the ruins of other gods before, and he came out without opening the temple. Therefore, it is definitely an abnormal situation for the temple door to open automatically. The reason for this exception, Dawn can figure it out with his heels, so it's very likely that he's the one carrying the game system. The game system on his body has almost complete control of the information about the relics of God. From this, it is reasonable that the relics of God and myself carrying the system will have some wonderful interactions. What a ghost! If you really enter the ruins of God by yourself, it will cause the temple to open automatically. This setting is a bit too deceptive. Are you afraid that you won't be able to kill yourself? Although the current situation was extremely urgent, while Dorn was nervous and had a lot of thoughts in his mind, he had a few inappropriate thoughts in his mind. This shows that Dorn is not overly panicked at the moment. However, if you panic at this time, it will not have any positive effect.
Gregory, the door to the temple has opened, and Baphomet has come out.
Dorn quickly informed his teammates of the information he already knew, to facilitate subsequent collaborative responses. Gregor nodded and held the Flame Weaver tighter.
That demon is getting closer to us. Very fast. He should know our location.
It sounded like Baphomet was coming directly to his group. From this point of view, the boss's perception ability is very likely to cover the entire ruins. The ability to navigate the entire map to lock enemies is a bit foul.
Steel Hammer, turn around and run. Run as far as possible. Don't look back. And don't stop.
Dorn told the dwarf Steel Hammer again. Steel Hammer's frontal combat capability is very weak. If you stay on the battlefield, you won't be able to help at all. It's the type that will 100% die and be given to friendly units in vain. Therefore, Dorn could only let him escape.
Mr. Dorn,
Steel Hammer hesitated. The dwarf had no intention of running away if he could help it.
You won't be of much help. Instead, you will hold us back,
Dorn said without any emotion. Steel Hammer was slightly startled, but after thinking about it, he felt that what Dawn said was completely reasonable.
Mr. Dorn, you must be careful.
After leaving these words, Steel Hammer quickly fled the scene. Despite the current situation, the young dwarf may not survive if he escapes. If Baphomet attacked him first, it would be a fatal situation. But there is no other better option. The temple door opened by itself, and Baphomet broke through the cage. All of this was unexpected and unexpected. Faced with such an unexpected situation, whether Steel Hammer can survive depends on his own destiny. Even Dawn didn't know if he could survive. After the Steel Hammer left, Dorn pressed his hand on the scale pendant on his chest, letting the bone-chilling sense of clarity sweep through his body, keeping himself calm and in the best state to face the enemy. Dorn exhaled, and then looked at the S-Class adventurer beside him.
I'm sorry, Gregor. I brought you to this ruins, but I really didn't know what would happen. So,
if the temple really opened automatically because of himself, then Dorn felt that he really felt sorry for Gregor.
Hey, don't underestimate people. I am a real adventurer. What can be called a greater adventure than conquering ruins?
Gregor pretended to speak casually, but the hand holding the sword tightened and he adjusted his breathing rhythm as much as possible. Finally, he added,
however, if I can get out alive, I will definitely go to your restaurant and eat and drink for free for a long time. Otherwise, it will be a big loss. Huh? You can eat for free as long as you like.
Dorn grinned. The two stood side by side, waiting silently. But it will be 3 to 5 minutes later. A figure fell from the sky and stayed on the mountain cliff next to Dorn and Greglu. Baphomet, the bewitching demon, the final boss of Devil's Lair. The demon that landed on the cliff had the head of an antelope, a human body, a deer-like lower body, and goat's hooves on its feet. And he also has a scorpion's tail. And a green flame burns at the top of the scorpion's poisonous hook. At the same time, a pair of huge bat-like wings grew on his back. When Baphomet landed, the wings folded up. With the appearance of this demon, a very strong smell of burning sulfur filled the air.
Mortals, where is the dwarf named Mazeroth? Did you kill him?
Baphomet spoke directly. His tone was cold and hoarse, without any emotion. Although he asked about the life and death of Maze-Rose as soon as he came up. But judging from the way he spoke, he probably didn't care whether Maze-Rose was dead or alive. He just wanted an answer. Neither Dorn chose to reply. It is unknown what Gregor was thinking. But on Dorn's side, because of the system and some unique skills, Baphomet received a lot of information feedback as soon as he appeared on the scene. First of all, from Dorn's perspective, Baphomet appears with a health bar on. In other words, this demon will attack the Dornish duo at any time. But what surprised Dorn was that Baphomet's health bar was more than 17,000 points. Much less than the previous boss Bullfrog.
But having less health doesn't mean he is weaker.
Dorn's thoughts were running fast, and he did not take it lightly. Secondly, there is Dorn's intuition for ingredients. After Baphomet appeared, food intuition had no reaction.
In other words, this demon boss is indeed inedible.
For some reason, Dorn felt a little bit regretful as this thought came to his mind.
Mortal, the consequences of ignoring me are serious.
Seeing that both humans didn't reply, Baphomet spoke again. This time not completely emotionless, but with some annoyance.
He shouldn't be dead yet, but he won't live for long after we get out.
It was Greglu who replied. The S-Class adventurer held the sword tightly in his hand, and there was a slight sticky sweat on his palm. But his expression when he looked at Baphomet was surprisingly calm. Even though Gregor was nervous and fearful at this moment, there was also a trace of excitement beating in his heart. This is probably the courage of an outstanding adventurer when facing danger. Chapter 147 Make It Work. Sweetness. After hearing Gregor's reply, Baphomet smiled instead of being angry. But his smile was very dark.
Gia. Get out? Mortals, do you think you can still get out?
No one answered. Baphomet continued.
However, I can give you a choice. Serve me, and I can give you strength and ensure that you leave safely. After you go out, you can take Mazarotha's place outside and enjoy what he enjoys. How about everything?
Although Baphomet's whisper was sinister, it also carried an indescribable allure. Bewitching people, trading with people, tempting people to fall. Perhaps, this is the devil's special skill.
So, choose one. Die, or surrender.
Baphomet gave the Dornish duo a choice. However, still no one responded to him. Dorn and Gregor were still in fighting mode, confronting him.
It seems that you have made a stupid choice. The last person who showed his weapon to me did not end well.
Baphomet seemed to have lost his patience. This devil doesn't want to play demagogy anymore. However, he did not directly attack the Dornish duo. Instead, it maintained the cool shape of folded wings and stood motionless on the cliff. At this time, Dorn heard the sound of animals running around. It was the sound of four-hoofed animals running and stamping on the ground. Moreover, there must be a lot of animals rushing over, so the sound would be so complicated. Ba ba. Immediately afterwards, there was a clear and continuous sound of sheep braying. In the surrounding woods and on the steep cliffs, black goats appeared one after another. These goats are dark all over. Their eyes are red, and they exude an ominous aura. What's even weirder is that most of the black goats have dark red flames flaring on them. Ba ba. The screams of the sheep became more and more intense, and a pair of red beast eyes stared at the two of Dorn. Judging from their appearance alone, these black goats are definitely not docile creatures. They are demonic minions that can eat people. Although the appearance of a large wave of demonic black goats was a bit shocking and terrifying. At this time, Dorn's ingredients intuition still moved, different from the sheep-headed demon Baphomet. These black goats are monster ingredients, and a large part of them are of S-level quality. However, in the current situation, compared to enjoying the whole sheep feast. Dorn and the others are still more likely to be eaten.
Gia. Go ahead and eat them. My herd.
Baphomet laughed sinisterly again. Following his order, the huge group of black goats charged from all directions.
This is too much.
Gregor tightly held the giant sword in both hands, sweating on his forehead. He now understood why the dwarf team of more than 20 people 200 years ago was defeated so easily in the temple. This huge number of black goats alone is more than an ordinary crusade team can handle. Gregor even had the intention to die in an instant. In this situation, this S-Class Adventurer's battlefield judgment is to immediately use Adventurer Wings to fly into the air to fight Baphomet head-on. Capture the thief first and capture the king first to fight for your chance of survival. However, before he could take action, Dorn's actions disrupted his plan. Dorn threw something over.
Hey, Greg, go on.
Gregor subconsciously followed. It was Dorn's balance-shaped pendant. Gregor knew that it had the effect of clearing the user's consciousness. However, he didn't understand what Dorn wanted to do. In the blink of an eye, the charging black goat herd was in front of him. The chaotic stamping of 4 hooves and the malignant bleating of sheep came one after another. At this moment, Gregor smelled a pleasant, sweet, and unique smell, which quickly spread from Dorn's body to the surroundings. LV2's sweetness activates. This special smell that can arouse the lust and desire of reproduction sweeps towards the black goat herd. Those black goats that were still galloping and roaring ba-ba stopped unconsciously when they smelled the smell. The sheep began to feel inexplicably restless. The black goat running in front had dull eyes and kept bleating. However, the cry this time was not that of a malicious beast, but with some other emotions. It's love, as well as the biological instinct and desire for reproduction. The black goats in the flock began to rub each other's heads and necks, or directly touch each other head to tail. With the spread of sweetness, this phenomenon spreads from one to 10, and from one to another. There are even some black goats with stringy mucus on their tails. Afterwards, the ram chased and climbed on the ewe, while the ewe stood still with its hind legs spread, accepting all the love. The scene was very chaotic for a time. Although the black goat is Baphomet's minion, it is still a monster. At this moment, the sheep are all busy expressing their desire and instinct for reproduction. No black goat is willing to restrain their original impulse, and no black goat is willing to continue attacking the Dornish duo. Gregla held the scale pendant in his hand. The sudden change prevented him from recovering for a long time. The first time he smelled the sweet smell, Gregor also felt obvious heat and restlessness in his body. However, he immediately understood Dorn's intention of throwing the scale pendant to him, and channeled magic power into the pendant, causing a bone-chilling sense of clarity to wash over his body. Avoid being controlled by abnormal conditions. Greg looked at Dorn, the culprit of everything. I didn't expect that Dorn, who is usually very serious, has such a skill.
Fortunately, this guy Dorn is my friend, not my enemy.
Gregor thought silently in his heart. And this S-Class adventurer made a vow in his heart that he would not oppose anyone more than this guy. Otherwise, there might be some surprise waiting for you.
After the rainy season, it's time for the animals again.
Looking at the chaotic scene he had created, Dorn almost subconsciously played a very magnetic low-pitched male narration in his mind. Dorn's sweetness has been upgraded to LV2. The effect of stimulating biological lust has increased a lot. Currently, the effect of sweetness is at full power, and the Qingming buff of the balance pendant will not be completely released for a while. Moreover, he can also initially control the objects affected by sweetness. For example, at this moment, under Dorn's control, Gregor was much less affected by sweetness than the black goat herd. Therefore, he can stay awake with the help of the scale pendant. I believe that after this skill reaches level 5, Dorn will be able to confidently select the objects he controls and avoid friendly damage. In short, the release of sweetness is successful, and the effect is outstanding. Dorn raised his head and looked at Baphomet, who was still posing on the cliff, facing the herd minions who suddenly started to engage in coloring. The demon's antelope face turned green. Ba-ba. And the happy and joyful sheep cry one after another. Chapter 148, Are They Transformers?
A bunch of stupid beasts.
The bat wings on Baphomet's back suddenly spread out. Furious, the demon who was supposed to control human desires had his minions controlled by humans. What could be more embarrassing to Baphomet than this?
Cunning insect! You will pay the price for what you have done.
Baphomet jumped into the air and stared at Dorn fiercely. Then, the sheep-headed demon in the air waved his hand, and the smell of burning sulfur became even stronger. The sheep on the ground who were busy reproducing their offspring seemed to feel something when their crotch movements stopped for a moment. All they saw was a pair of black goats in a straddling state, the fireworks on their bodies suddenly flickering more violently, and the whole body exuded the smell of black gas and burning sulfur. This black energy directly covered the field of vision, and it felt like the two sheep figures in the black energy seemed to be completely blended together. Then the second pair, the third pair. The ominous black air became thicker and thicker, covering the entire black goat herd. The smell of burning sulfur in the air was very choking. Ba ba. The black goats screamed, but the number of the calls became less and less, and there began to be a loud roar mixed in among them. Finally, the cry of the sheep was completely lost, and the thick black air slowly dissipated. All the black goats disappeared, and standing in front of Dorn and Gregor was a giant demon with a body of 7 or 8 meters high. This demon has a pair of curved goat horns, and its rough skin, like black rock, is covered with countless mysterious patterns. Like Baphomet, the giant demon also has a pair of bat wings, and the visual impact of the huge wings stretched out is extremely strong. An ominous aura surged from its body, lingering with black scorching flames. At the same time, an extremely strong smell of burning sulfur was emitted. Dorn and Gregor both quickly stepped back to distance themselves from the giant demon that suddenly appeared.
Can those goats still fuse? Are they transformers? This is too foul.
Dorn retreated while observing this giant demon that was fused from the black goat herd. The giant demon has more than 26,000 health points. It's on par with the bullfrog boss in the first limited time dungeon. After the goat herd became demonized, I don't know if it's because their resistance increased or because their need for reproduction decreased. All in all, Dorn's sweetness seems to have little effect on the giant demon. Moreover, the bodies of these demons were all blazing with flames, and their body surface temperatures were very high, so high that they could emit white steam. Dorn's other signature, Parasite Spore, is suppressed here. Tricky.
Roar!
The 7 to 8 meter tall giant demon roared, and a huge, obsidian-like fist hit the location of Dorn and Greglu. Boom! In an instant, the ground shook. However, Dorn used Pig Rush and Dexterity to dodge, and Gregor used Adventurer's Wings to fly into the air. Both of them avoided this attack. Greglu, who flew into the air, held Whisper of the End, drew his bow, and took aim. Several magic arrows were aimed at the giant demon body. However, the small arrows could only do limited damage to the giant demon's rock-hard body. From Dorn's perspective, Gregor's several consecutive shots only shaved off more than 100 points of blood from the giant demon. Gregor himself also realized that the damage of this continuous shot was limited, so he immediately changed his combat ideas. He spent more time aiming, and the target he shot was the eyes of the giant demon. Another magic arrow was condensed and shot towards the demon's huge red eyes. At this time, the giant demon awkwardly raised his hand and blocked the arrow with his arm. At the same time, the blood volume is reduced by 39. Although the damage was still scratched, it at least showed that the giant demon was unwilling to be shot in the eye by Gregor. With the high mobility on the battlefield brought by Adventurer Wings, this S-Class Adventurer has the possibility to contain the giant demon. Gregor entered a fighting state, and Dorn was naturally not idle either. He flicked his wrist. Poison Frog activates. A 5 meter tall poison frog made entirely of toxins joins the battlefield. The poison condensed tongue quickly reached out and pulled on one of the giant demon's arms. Although the maximum size of the poison frog is smaller than that of the giant demon, they are both giants anyway, and they can still maintain a balance. Moreover, under the tug of the poisonous frog's tongue, poison penetrated into the obsidian-like skin of the giant demon. The giant demon's health bar began to turn an unusual dark red color. It's poisoned. However, it may be that the resistance to toxins is relatively high. Even after being poisoned, its blood volume is depleted very slowly. The wear and tear caused by toxins can only be said to be better than nothing. While the giant demon was being restrained by the poisonous frog, Gregor, who was flying high in the sky, opened the Whisper of the End again and shot another energy arrow towards the demon's huge red pupil. The demon roared lowly and waved his other uncontrolled hand to block.
Hit some. Dorn did a good job.
The energy wings on Gregor's back flapped, causing him to spin in the air for 2.5 weeks and then hover, avoiding the black flames ejected from the giant demon. After Poison Frog joined the battlefield, it greatly boosted the morale of this S-Class Adventurer. The situation on the battlefield is tense. Baphomet, who originally spread his bat wings and floated in midair to watch from the sidelines, couldn't bear it anymore. He must die personally. These two humans are not to be underestimated. The bat's wings flap, carrying a strong sulfur-smelling wind. Baphomet dived towards Dorn on the ground. This sheep-headed demon did not regard Greglu, who also had the ability to fly, as his primary target of attack. In contrast, Baphomet felt that the black-haired human with weird abilities on the ground was more dangerous and had the potential to change the situation of the battle.
Dorn!
Gregor noticed Baphomet's movements and wanted to come to his aid. However, the black flames and ominous black energy spewed out by the giant demon blocked his way. As for Dorn on the ground, he was not panicked by Baphomet's actions, but looked prepared. After Dorn summoned the poisonous frog and roughly controlled it with his will to participate in the battle, he still did not launch an attack on the giant demon. His attention was all on Baphomet in the air.
In any case, defeating the sheep-headed demon can be regarded as conquering this limited-time dungeon. Right.
As the distance between the two shortened rapidly, Baphomet, who swooped down, could already look into Dorn's eyes. Under the collision of eyes, Baphomet's eyes were extremely angry, while Dorn's eyes were calm. The 1v1 battle is about to break out. Chapter 149 Dreaming. Dream. Baphomet flew down and landed on the ground, maintaining a distance of more than 10 meters from Dorn. In a confrontational state, the moment he landed, the sheep-headed demon felt something strange. It seemed like he should have launched an attack on this cunning black-haired human when he swooped down. Right? At the same time, there are anomalies. The current mountain forest is still the lush forest, and the cliff behind is also the same towering cliff. But it was unusually quiet inside. His huge demonic entourage, the giant poisonous frog condensed from poison, and another flying human were all gone. Only Baphomet and Dorn stood facing each other.
This cunning human has tricked him again?
Baphomet did not attack rashly, but stood there temporarily, looking at Dorn across from him with his antelope eyes.
What are you doing standing still?
Dorn asked, and playfully raised his finger at Baphomet.
Hit me! You idiot!
The goat-headed demon is furious. Baphomet has never heard such a request in his life. The demon, who was supposed to play with human emotions, was angered by Dorn's provocative tone and actions, and launched an attack directly. A surge of dark black aura surged out of Baphomet's body and struck towards Dorn. Dorn just tried to dodge. The black aura was not very fast, but Dorn dodged it, but did not avoid it at all, and was instantly enveloped in the black aura. These black auras surged into his body. Afterwards, Dorn quickly felt his face become hot. His body became cold. His head felt as heavy as lead. And at the same time, he couldn't stop coughing.
Is this the ability to control epidemics?
Dorn murmured. The disease caused by the black energy was very severe. After being attacked, Dorn instantly became so ill that he lost the ability to fight, and then fell softly to the ground.
Just like this?
This tentative attack went so smoothly that even Baphomet was surprised. Then, the sheep-headed demon Baphomet suddenly felt a strong pain coming over him. It felt like something sharp had been pierced into the body, and it was dragged and hit hard on the ground. At the same time, the entire scene in front of him shook and was no longer stable. Everything in front of me collapsed. The dream was shattered. Baphomet woke up. He realized that he was falling to the ground, and the poisonous frog's tongue condensed from toxins was wrapping around his body. However, after the goat-headed demon woke up, the poisonous frog took away his tongue and ignored him. Instead, he turned around to protect Greglu, who was restraining the giant demon. Baphomet quickly stood up from the ground, 10 meters away from him. The annoying, cunning black-haired human was standing unscathed. For Dorn, everything that just happened was still under control. Things have to go back to a minute ago. Before a minute, when the demon Baphomet swooped towards Dorn from the sky, Dorn activated the Dream skill. Level 5, Dream, successfully dragged the sheep-headed demon into a dreamland completely constructed and dominated by Dorn. However, Baphomet is the final boss of this ruins and has a very strong willpower. Although the max level, Dream entering, skill can pull him into the dream, Dorn must enter the dream wholeheartedly to keep the dream from collapsing. When using Dream to control Baphomet, Dorn was not able to control the enemy while moving freely in the real world like the previous Nightmare Horse. In other words, when Dorn controlled Baphomet, he actually took control himself. Neither party can move in reality. However, fortunately, Dorn still has poisonous frogs in reality. Although this behemoth condensed from poison has no self-awareness, It completely relies on Dorn's thinking instructions to act. But before Dorn went into sleep with Baphomet, he only had to leave the instructions to the poison frog in his consciousness to attack Baphomet and protect Gregor. The poison frog can roughly take action and barely maintain the anxious balance on the frontal battlefield. At this time, on the battlefield on the side, Gregor and the giant demon were fighting hard. Naturally, they noticed Dorn and Baphomet, who suddenly stood still. The giant demon wants to attack Dorn, but Gregor didn't know what trick Dorn was playing. But where would he give the giant demon a chance to attack Dorn?
Don't underestimate me. Fight me seriously, you stupid monster!
The S-Class adventurer, flying at high speed in the air, expended a large amount of magic power in his body to shoot 2 oversized magic arrows towards the eyes of the giant demon. In addition, there was a 5-meter-tall poison frog standing in front of Dorn. In reality, the giant demon was constrained by everything and could not find an opportunity to attack Dorn. It was the attack that Baphomet suffered in his dream that made him wake up. It was done mechanically by the poison frog in accordance with the instructions left by Dorn during the gap between Gregor and the giant demon. The poison condensed tongue pierced Baphomet's abdomen, dragged him up, and slammed him against the cliff behind him. Done in one go. Although the poison frog's tongue is made of toxins, it is essentially the same as the tongue of the previous boss bullfrog. The front section can be used as a sharp weapon. Extremely sharp. However, Baphomet's demonic body had good defense capabilities. Although the poisonous frog's tongue penetrated his body, it did not penetrate him. This effective attack probably knocked out nearly 800 points of Baphomet's health. Moreover, this sheep-headed demon was given an abnormal state of poisoning. All in all, the current battlefield situation is a 3-on-2 battle of justice.
Hey, sheep-headed demon, doesn't it feel great to kill me with your hands?
Dorn spoke with a smile. There was a strong sense of ridicule and joking in his tone. At the same time, Dorn, who had escaped from the dream, was also observing Baphomet's blood volume. After the sheep-headed demon is poisoned, the dark red blood bar loses blood very slowly. This demon's resistance to toxins should be quite high. The effects after poisoning can only be regarded as better than nothing. A jet-black liquid as thick as petroleum came out of Baphomet's stabbed abdomen. His envelope eyes stared at Dorn, extremely angry, although he still wasn't fully aware of what had just happened. But this despicable bug actually dared to use despicable means to hurt himself.
Bug, you will pay a heavy price.
The devil is good at playing with people's hearts and inciting negative emotions in humans. His own emotions don't seem to be particularly easy to control. The wings on Baphomet's back flapped, and he rushed towards Dorn. An ominous aura surged from his body, and the smell of burning sulfur was pungent. For this sheep-headed demon, the distance of tens of meters can only be reached in a blink of an eye. However, Dorn did not give Baphomet the chance to attack him. The ominous black and red aura that originally belonged to the nightmare horse surged from his body. Dream, activate. 1 person and 1 demon both entered the dreamland again. Chapter 150 Baphomet. I'm here to negotiate terms. Still lush mountain forests and steep cliffs. It was still just Dorn and Baphomet. 1 person and 1 demon facing each other quietly. The sheep-headed demon was once again pulled into a dream by Dorn. At this moment, he finally realized that this black-haired human had a strong ability to control his will. At the moment, it is the world of consciousness controlled by this black-haired human, and it is useless to cause harm to him here.
Baphomet, I'm here to negotiate terms.
Dorn thought of a line that suited the current scene and said it with a smile. The demon Baphomet ignored Dorn. For this sheep-headed demon, finding a way out of this kind of consciousness control is currently the top priority. Seeing that Baphomet didn't react much, Dorn took a stance and raised his fingers towards the sheep-headed demon again.
You? Come here!
This joking tone and action once again made Baphomet furious. After being teased by Dorn several times, the sheep-headed demon's malice toward the black-haired human had reached its peak. I wanted to tear him to pieces on the spot and chew off a few pieces of his flesh. Now Dorn is showing off this extremely mocking, extremely deserving appearance. Baphomet couldn't bear it. His dignity as a demon couldn't be trampled on by a mortal like this.
Despicable bug. I will tear you apart. Even if this is a world you control. I will kill you. No matter how many times. I will make you suffer and die in torture.
The goat-headed demon roared lowly. Then, the bat wings on his back flapped. The smell of burning sulfur in the air was so strong that it was suffocating. In midair, several blazing black fireworks condensed and smashed towards Dorn's position. The speed of these black flames is much faster than the previous black energy of the disease. Dorn still didn't use all his strength, just roughly trying to dodge. Then, he was directly hit by a ball of black flames. The soaring black flames burned on the body, and as if they were conscious, they penetrated directly into the body, as if they wanted to burn all the internal organs before they would stop.
It really hurts to be hit by this thing,
Dorn muttered, and then fell down without any vital signs. Baphomet, who killed Dorn in the dream, had not had time to recall the pleasure of killing the thorn in his side, but felt severe pain in his body again. In the real world, his body was attacked again. The intense pain awakened the demon. The world in front of me collapsed again. Wake up. After Baphomet woke up, there was another stab wound on his back. A dark, petroleum-like liquid seeped from the wound.
Despicable bug. Stop using your insidious tricks and fight me openly.
The sheep-headed demon was furious and flapped its wings to directly release the spell. Baphomet would tear this vile human bug to pieces. He swore he would.
Listen, does your statement fit your status as a devil?
Don was still smiling. As the master of the dream, he can leave the dream faster than Baphomet. This means that he can return to reality faster and start chanting and casting spells faster. Therefore, Baphomet's wings have just begun to flap. Dream, activate. Lush mountain forests and steep cliffs. The scene in the dream remains unchanged.
Baphomet, I'm here to negotiate terms.
Dorn repeated the appropriate line again.
Go to H.L.
The sheep-headed demon flapped its wings angrily, and he quickly approached Dorn. The ominous black energy on his hand turned into a huge demonic claw and strangled Dorn's head. After a dull sound, Dorn dies again in the dream. To demons, the human body is really very fragile. Not long after killing Dorn, Baphomet felt real pain again. The picture in front of me collapsed and shattered, and the dream ended again.
Insect.
Dream, activate.
Baphomet, I'm here to negotiate terms. I want you to die.
After repeating this cycle, Baphomet suffered more and more trauma in reality. The devil's body, which was originally tireless, began to become heavier. So, after I don't know how many times, I was dragged into my dream by Dorn.
Baphomet, I'm here to negotiate terms. Mortal, tell me your conditions.
The sheep-headed demon's eyes were still vicious and angry, but his body began to pant unconsciously.
Huh?
Dorn smiled brightly.
You don't really think there are any conditions to negotiate between us, do you?
These natives from another world cannot understand the earth, and they really make people feel as lonely as snow. Baphomet was stunned. The cruel demon never expected and couldn't understand that this black-haired human repeated, negotiating conditions over and over again, as if he was just joking. However, the sheep-headed demon could clearly feel that he was being mocked.
Bug, I will make your life worse than death.
Baphomet roared and tore Dorn's disgusting face into pieces. However, after a minute, in the same mountain forest, under the same cliff, there was also Dorn, who had the same joking look on his face.
Baphomet, I'm here to negotiate terms.
Dreams keep coming back. The same scene replayed over and over again. Even if Baphomet in the dream uses various cruel methods to kill Dorn, about a minute later, he will be pulled into the dream again by Dorn, who is unharmed in reality. Then repeat what just happened. This is a nightmare. An endless reincarnation. A nightmare from which one cannot wake up. Especially the indifferent sentence in the dream.
Baphomet, I'm here to negotiate terms.
It was almost making this demon feel physically uncomfortable. If you want to negotiate terms, negotiate them carefully. There is no doubt that this is an unspeakable and endless torture. While the spirit in the dream was tortured, Baphomet also suffered continuous output damage in reality. Once Dorn is dragged into a dream, the poisonous frog will attack his sluggish body mercilessly. Moreover, as the number of poison frog attacks accumulates, the toxins in Baphomet's body also accumulate. Therefore, the frequency of blood loss of toxins has been much faster than at the beginning. There were more and more wounds on his body, and he was getting weaker and weaker. In the endless torture, Baphomet's blood volume, which was originally more than 17,000 points, had been worn away by 12,000 points. The remaining 5,000 points are also falling under the influence of toxins. The situation is very unfavorable for the devil. However, Baphomet is not without a chance to make a comeback. On the one hand, Gregor, who was fighting the giant demon and trying his best to contain it, was at the end of his strength. As for the giant demon formed by the fusion of the entire black goat herd, although its movements are a bit slow, its physical strength is extremely strong. After Gregor's physical and mental power is exhausted, The poisonous frog, which can only mechanically execute the orders left by Dorn, will inevitably be unable to perfectly stop the giant demon. As long as the giant demon can participate in the battle between Dorn and Baphomet, the situation will be reversed in an instant. Dorn will be instantly wiped out without any suspense. On the other hand, although Baphomet was trapped in a tortured nightmare by Dorn and reincarnated endlessly, he didn't do nothing. A long-term illness makes a good doctor. Through reincarnation over and over again, Baphomet has more or less found some patterns in Dorn's dream world. Find a way to use his demonic willpower to directly compete with Dorn's will to control dreams, tearing the gap between dreams and reality. It should be possible to forcefully escape from this dream without being attacked in reality, and just break through the dream and complete a spellcasting attack in reality. The huge gap in strength between him and Dorn in the real world will make Baphomet complete a wave of killing blows. At this moment, Dorn, who was maintaining the poisonous frog and frequently casting spells while dreaming, was also facing the problem of mental exhaustion. The dream began to show signs of instability.
Is there any more suitable opportunity than now to kill this despicable insect?
The tortured demon Baphomet was rarely in high spirits. He took a chance. Chapter 151. Do you remember? Seizing the opportunity when Dorn's mental power was on the verge of exhaustion, Baphomet will literally tore a hole between dreams and reality. Dorn controlled the crumbling dream and had no time to stop this demon's behavior. The dream was shattered. Baphomet forcibly escaped from Dorn's dream. Only 10 seconds had passed since he was pulled into the dream this time. The poisonous frog had no time to attack the goat-headed demon. Since the demon had escaped, Dorn left the dream in time, and his consciousness returned to reality.
Despicable bug. I told you. I will make your life worse than death.
The sheep-headed demon that broke through the control of the dream was furious. Being constantly humiliated and tortured by Dorn was something Baphomet, as a demon, couldn't accept. Now, finally, is the chance to tear this annoying bug off. Absolutely. Absolutely, he will die miserably in wailing and pain. The bat wings on Baphomet's back flapped, creating a fishy wind that smelled of burning sulfur. Then, in midair, several black flame fireballs condensed out, burned in the sky, and smashed hard towards the area where Dorn was standing. At this moment, Dorn also made certain preparations. To be honest, Dorn himself didn't actually think that just relying on the dream skill could repeatedly torture Baphomet to death. Like now, defeating Baphomet with more than 12,000 health points with a single skill was far beyond Dorn's previous expectations. It was because he was prepared for the battle in reality in advance that he was not too panicked at the moment. Moreover, Dorn had seen the attack Baphomet launched at this moment in his dream. Previously, Dorn had tried his best to taunt Baphomet in dreams and reality. On the one hand, he wanted to delay Baphomet's entanglement with him in the dream as much as possible. On the other hand, it was actually to stimulate Baphomet to use different methods to kill himself over and over again in the dream world. This is not because Dorn has any special quirks. Just a strategy. The purpose is to experience Baphomet's various attack methods in the dream world as much as possible. Mastering the enemy's moves means half the battle is won. Otherwise, Dorn, as the master of the dream, does not need to suffer in the dream at all. He can even image a Gatling with blue fire in the dream and directly kill Baphomet. But that doesn't make much sense. When the black flame ball condensed, Dorn quickly took out and turned it into the form of Spreader of Benevolence. This large cross has the effect of enhancing spiritual power. It can make Dorn, whose mental power is exhausted, barely hold on and release a few more skills. Subsequently, Pig Burst activates. Dexterity, activate. Dragging, Bearer of Benevolence, Dorn. He moved towards Baphomet at an extremely fast speed. The black flame ball in the air quickly hit Dorn, with a violent burning sound and a choking smell of sulfur.
It will be very painful if you get hit by this thing.
Dorn had already experienced the damage of this kind of fireball in his dream. At the same time, we also have a general understanding of the speed and trajectory of the falling fireball. So, Eagle View, activate. Eagle's Eyes. Due to the visual ability improvement provided by Eagle's Eye View, especially the bonus effect of dynamic vision, everything around him became more colorful in Dawn's eyes. Moreover, the black fireball falling rapidly in the sky seemed to slow down, and its falling trajectory was better captured. With the help of the speed and agility brought by the two acceleration skills, as well as the slow version of the black flame trajectory provided by Eagle View, Dorn began to try to avoid a giant rain of fire that was falling rapidly. Boom! The first black flame hit the air. Boom! The next black flame was barely avoided by Dorn, who jumped sideways. Next is the third shot. The fourth shot. Dorn kept moving and dodging, but the speed of dragging the bearer of charity towards Baphomet did not slow down at all.
Despicable bug! You are looking for death!
Baphomet still maintained his endless anger. The fighting posture of this black-haired human being in reality was completely different from the weak posture in the dream. The sheep-headed demon knew that the other party must be playing dirty tricks again. But it doesn't matter. Baphomet has enough confidence to kill Dorn in this final conflict. Even after the torture of the previous dream, this sheep-headed demon was already injured, even though his body had fallen into exhaustion and a certain degree of weakness. But Baphomet still believed so. It is impossible for a demon to lose to a weak human being. Dorn, who was dragging, bearer of benevolence, had already crossed the giant rain of fire, and the distance between the two was only a few meters. The bat wings on Baphomet's back flapped again, and a strong black air of disease struck towards Dorn like a high black wall. Dorn had seen similar attacks in his dreams. The speed of the black energy is much slower than the black flame fireball. For Dorn, who has 3 skills and his perception and speed have reached his personal limit, he can hide. Spinning silk activates. Dongai dragged the publisher of charity with one hand, and the end of the cross rubbed against the ground, making a tooth-breaking crunching sound. This huge blunt weapon with an exaggerated shape, because its essence can change according to wishes. Dorn can wield it without any hindrance. A piece of crystal clear and strong spider silk condensed from the left and right palms left by Dorn, shot to the branches of the tall trees above the head, and wrapped tightly around it. Dorn jumped up with all his strength, and with the help of the pull of the spider silk, this leap reached a height of 3 meters, crossed the high wall composed of the black air of the disease. At the same time, sweetness, activate. Charm, activates.
As long as I can control him for a few tenths of a second. Even if it's just a few tenths of a second.
Dorn prayed as he launched his skill in midair. Baphomet smelled a sweet smell. He had seen this ability before. It was this smell that caused his herds to fall into disorderly reproduction activities.
Insect! This kind of trick is useless to me.
Baphomet mocked in his heart. But then, for some reason, he suddenly felt that Dorn, who was falling towards his head in midair, seemed to have become more handsome. It was this small change that put Baphomet in a daze for a few tenths of a second. In midair, the exaggerated and heavy cross was swung up and smashed into Baphomet's antelope head.
Go to H.L.
Dorn's facial expression was ferocious and exaggerated. It's just that this ferocious expression may be somewhat attractive to Baphomet, who is controlled by charm. This is the last-ditch effort. Seeing Baphomet in a trance and being charmed, he was about to receive a heavy hammer, but the bat wings on his back suddenly flapped at the last moment, and a black air lingered on his right hand. The sheep-headed demon's right hand turned into a pitch-black, huge demonic claw. He quickly choked Dorn in midair and was about to complete a headshot. Just like that, Dorn's attack failed.
What a pity. You despicable bug. You did so much and used so many little tricks and cleverness. In the end, it was just a little bit short. Gia.
Baphomet laughed sinisterly. He could finally feel proud. In Baphomet's view, this crucial final grip brought the battle to an immediate end. It was he who achieved the final victory. The giant claws of the sheep-headed demon began to exert force, but not with all its strength. He wanted to appreciate Dorn's expression of pain and fear in his hands, wanted to hear this despicable insect wailing and crying, and wanted to slowly squeeze his internal organs together. This disgusting, despicable insect must be tortured to death bit by bit. However, as soon as Baphomet's claws exerted force, Dorn, which was tightly squeezed in his hand, turned into a black smoke and disappeared.
Fake?
Baphomet was stunned.
Remember? A long time ago, there was a halfling woman. She said your weak point is your heart.
Dorn's voice sounded from behind Baphomet. Calm and calm. Chapter 152 Rui's first kill. Over the woodland. The air flow was very violent, and the wind felt cold and even painful on my body. At this time, the exhausted Gregor could no longer delay the giant demon's actions. He made a choice and planned to fight to the death. Taking advantage of the gap between the poisonous frog and the giant demon, Gregor held up the flaming Flameweaver and swooped towards the giant demon with the help of adventurer wings. The target of his attack was still the eyes of the giant demon. The devil felt something and waved his hand to block Gregor's attack. But Gregor is not a magical arrow that cannot turn. The magic energy wings on his back flapped, quickly drawing an arc in the air, passing over the demon's obsidian hard arms, and then hitting the giant demon's face directly. The flaming giant sword with both hands stabbed fiercely into a huge demon's pupil. In an instant, the sound and smell of burning, the touch of a successful piercing, and the sticky feeling of the liquid exploding from the demon's pupils caused Gregor's various sensory feedbacks to become chaotic. After a successful blow, he was mentally exhausted but extremely excited.
If I can get out alive, this battle will be enough for me to brag about for half my life. If I can get out alive!
The giant demon was in great pain, roared, twisted its arms, and clawed at his face. At this time, Gregor's body was out of strength, and he could not avoid it at all. The golden energy wings on his back curled up and completely wrapped him, which was regarded as the last means of protection. The giant demon held onto Gregor. Click! The huge demon's palm exerted force, and its wings shrank into a round ball and shattered instantly.
I still can't beat him. Damn it, it's a big loss to take the risk with that guy from Dorn.
Gregor thought this, closing his eyes and calmly waiting for his outcome.
But this is an adventure.
But after the energy wings were shattered, the follow-up attack never came. Even when the giant demon squeezed Gregor's hand, it began to twist and collapse. Thick black smoke spilled out in all directions. Then I heard the bleating sound of the black goat, and the sound became louder and louder. Gregor opened his eyes again in confusion. I saw that the giant demon that was originally 7 or 8 meters tall was collapsing and turning back into a herd of black goats. Gregor himself fell from the sky. The tongue of the poisonous frog on the side flew out, pulled his body, and lowered him to the ground. Then, the 5-meter-tall poisonous beast also disappeared. There were only the sounds of sheep bleating all around. However, at this moment, the demonic black goats were not as ferocious and aggressive as when they first appeared. Instead, they all stood there in shock, confused and not knowing what to do, like a flock of ordinary sheep that has lost its leader and has no independent opinion.
What? That guy from Dorn. He won.
Gregor breathed a sigh of relief and lay on his back. It's true. He's still alive. The other side of the battlefield.
Remember? A long time ago, there was a halfling woman. She said that your weakness is in your heart.
Dorn's voice sounded from behind the demon Baphomet. Baphomet wanted to turn back, but his demonic body, which should have been strong, could no longer exert any force at this moment. The sheep-headed demon's consciousness is slowly dissipating. He lowered his head and saw an extremely ordinary-looking long sword that had pierced his chest from behind and pierced his heart. The sword that had crushed his demon's heart was trembling slightly on the ground.
This bug. Why does he?
Baphomet thought that this ability to leave an illusory double and flash the real body within a few meters seemed to be unique to the shadow deer in the ruins. But why does this bug do the same? However, the chaotic brain cannot think, and the sheep-headed demon can no longer understand such a problem.
In comparison, this insect looks like a cunning demon.
This was the last thought in Baphomet's mind. Then, his vision suddenly went dark. The end of everything. Just now, the combination of sweetness plus charm created a control time of a few tenths of a second. Dorn seized the opportunity and fired, stand-in. And it was during the few tenths of a second that charm took effect that Baphomet was completely unable to react to Dorn's little move. In the eyes of the sheep-headed demon, Dorn still raised the publisher of benevolence high and fell in midair, looking like he was about to smash his head. But in fact, at this time, Dorn had already relied on the effect of stand-in to quickly move behind Baphomet. The target of his attack was never Baphomet's head. The Rui in the hand quickly turned into the form of pale justice. Baphomet hit the vest with a fierce backstab. The sheep-headed demon's physical defense is originally relatively high, especially its hard demonic skin, which is basically incapable of being cut by ordinary weapons. However, after repeated punctures on the front part of the poisonous frog's tongue, the skin on Baphomet's back was already scarred, and petroleum-like demon blood continued to seep out from the wounds. The defensive ability on his back had been intentionally depleted when he was dragged into the dream state and tortured. Therefore, Rui, which copied 2/3 of pale justice as sharp and unbearable essence, could successfully pierce Baphomet's chest at the last moment, crush that devil's heart. The observation of the halfling Mimi from more than 200 years ago was correct. Baphomet's weakness is indeed his heart, because Dorn's effective and powerful backstab attack directly emptied Baphomet's remaining nearly 5,000 health points. It's an execution-style attack. Dorn completed the killing of the demon Baphomet. After piercing Baphomet's chest, Rui, which transformed into pale justice, was trembling excitedly. and even made a small metallic echo. This is the first time Rui has killed an enemy with an upright weapon since he has been working as a kitchen utensil for so long. System prompt. The battle is settled. The damage output is 17,468. The experience point is gained 116,387 points. And the level is improved. System prompt. You have a new email. Please process it in time. Dawn didn't immediately check his panel. The battle to kill Baphomet had almost drained all of his mental energy due to the frequent spells he released. There really wasn't a drop left. Dawn was so tired. So, he simply made a big pose and collapsed on his back, his chest heaving and breathing heavily. From the perspective of Dorn lying down, he could see the spears of the trees above the jungle, lush and green, gently swaying with the forest wind. Further up the trees, there is a blue sky with only a few floating clouds.
Is the sky over this ruins originally this blue?
Dorn exhaled freely and could smell the smell of earth and grass. Everything is vivid and alive. It feels so good to be alive. Chapter 153, the second exclusive reward. The limited time dungeon, Devil's Lair, has been cleared. Due to your outstanding performance in the boss battle at the end of the level, 1. Dealing the highest damage to the boss. 2. Killing the boss last. You have been judged as the attacker of this dungeon. Please go to the boss room at the end of the level to receive exclusive rewards. Note, after the dungeon raider reaches the boss room at the end of the level, the teleportation magic array will be opened. Through the magic array, the dungeon can be ended early. Note, dungeon raiders have the right to take any items in the dungeon, including living creatures, out of the dungeon. After resting for a while, Dorn's mental state improved. He remained lying on his back and opened the panel. The content received in the email is almost the same as the content after the last raid on Venomous Relic Swamp.
I got another dungeon raider. 2 lower limit dungeons and 2 boss kills. To a certain extent, I'm really good.
Dorn closed the email. Of course, 2 dungeons can end in victory, which is inseparable from the full cooperation of 2 groups of good teammates. Afterwards, Dorn checked his data panel again. After killing Baphomet, Dorn's level increased from LV35 to LV40.
It's getting more and more difficult to upgrade. I only got level 5 after defeating a boss.
Dorn sighed. After Dorn had finished lying down, he sat up from the ground. Greg grew his back with a steel hammer. After Baphomet left the temple, Steelhammer followed Dorn's orders and ran away without looking back. However, the sheep-headed demon and his herd did not attack Steelhammer immediately. In the process of escaping alone, Steelhammer did not encounter any powerful ruin monsters that actively attacked him. So, the young dwarf was lucky enough to survive.
Mr. Dorn, you're okay too. That's great. It's really great.
After seeing Dorn, Steelhammer excitedly took the hand of his life mentor, the tall man, and shook it.
Take it easy. It's going to fall apart.
Dorn said this, but he did not throw away the steel hammer and allowed the dwarf to express his joy.
Are you treating us differently? Why didn't you get so excited when you saw me?
Gregor beside him smacked his lips and shook his head. After the 3 of them expressed their gratitude for surviving the disaster, Steelhammer noticed the body with a human body and a goat's head behind Dorn.
Mr. Dorn, is that Baphomet?
Steelhammer swallowed and shrank his neck.
Totally dead.
Dorn nodded. Only then did Steelhammer dare to take a serious look at Baphomet's body. The antelope's head, the human torso, the goat's hooves, the scorpion's tail, and the bat's wings. It is far from the image of the supreme and majestic god that Myzeros has always praised and described. Baphomet's body was covered with oil-like dark and sticky blood. He was lying on the grass, motionless, completely losing any signs of being alive. Is this the devil? He was the culprit who killed his grandfather and instigated Mizeroth to enslave Kaja Dum. Before that, Steelhammer was determined to take revenge on Baphomet. But he did not expect that Mr. Dorn and Mr. Gregor would take revenge for him and the entire Kassadam so quickly. It's so fast that it feels a bit unreal. But no matter what,
Mr. Dorn and Mr. Gregla are really great heroes of Kassadam.
Steelhammer thought in his heart. The gazes he looked at the 2 tall men became more and more adoring and passionate. After the 3 of them repaired for a while, they went to the temple together. Dorn has an exclusive reward to claim. The Devil's Temple embedded in the mountain. The 3 of them walked past the huge black stone pillars in front of the temple and stood at the gate of the temple again. At this moment, the door of the temple is already open. It was pitch black inside, with only red light flashing from time to time. Dorn focused on observing the door of the temple, but didn't see anything special about it. I tried pushing again, but the stone door didn't move at all. So Dorn turned to ask Gregor,
"Is there any aura left behind by other people's activities outside the temple?"
The S-class adventurer shook his head. Don touched his chin. "It seems that the door of the temple did open by itself? Have you really been treated specially by the relic of God? I always feel that the game system in my body is inextricably related to the relics of God. But what is the specific relationship?" Dorn seems to have just scratched the surface.
"If this is the case, I won't dare to rush into the next limited time dungeon,"
Dorn thought in his mind. After wandering outside the temple gate for a while, the three of them officially entered the temple. The interior of the temple is like a huge cave inside the mountain. The dark rocks stand tall, and the red light is some surging magma. However, this magma pales in comparison to the lava river outside in Kaisadam. Most of the previous black goats returned here after Baphomet's death. However, because the leader Baphomet was dead, the black goat at this time had completely lost its initial aggressiveness. Seeing Dorn and others, only a few sheep launched an attack. Most of the others just stood there. Dorn and Gregor easily eliminated individual black goats, who took the initiative to attack. During this period, Don also commissioned 2 of the goat carcasses. The goats chosen by Dorn are all of S-level quality.
"These 2 sheep will be today's dinner,"
Dorn explained. Everyone quickly arrived at the depths of the temple. There is more magma here than outside, so the light is more obvious and hotter. On a platform of black stone, Dorn saw a small object glowing with golden light. That should be the exclusive reward this time. Or in other words, the gift given by the ruins to the recognized ones. Dorn approached the black stone platform, and both Gregor and Steelhammer stayed where they were. It seems to be a tacit understanding that that thing belongs to Dorn. After getting closer to the small golden object, Dorn saw clearly that it was a golden pocket watch. The overall look is simple and elegant, and the carved patterns on the outside are small and exquisite. If you hold it in your hand and weigh it, it is surprisingly heavy. It looks like it is worth a lot of money. At the same time, Don could also feel the mechanical operation of the gold pocket watch, like a beating heart.
"I have a feeling that the characteristics of this pocket watch are somewhat similar to Rui. They both seem to have certain, living, characteristics and a certain degree of self-awareness."
Don held the gold pocket watch in his hand and said to himself. As soon as he said this, the beating sensation caused by the mechanical operation of the gold pocket watch in his hand seemed to become stronger. Even Rui, who had turned into a kitchen knife, trembled slightly, seeming to agree with Don's point of view.
"So, from now on, you will be my second exclusive piece of equipment, although I don't know what your function is yet."
Dorn took the pocket watch and returned to Gregor and Steelhammer. Chapter 154, Time of Chaos. After returning to his teammates, Dorn first asked Steelhammer for his grandfather's gloves. According to Steelhammer, his grandfather's glove can identify information about other magic items as long as it transmits magic power. Although I don't know that this, other magical items, package does not include gifts from the relics of God. But you won't get pregnant if you try. Steelhammer handed old Steelhammer's gloves to Dorn without any hesitation. After putting on this leather glove, the magic power was transmitted, and then touched the newly acquired gold pocket watch. The magic power surging on the leather gloves trembled slightly, covering the surface of the gold pocket watch. Subsequently, the surge of magic power on the pocket watch also vibrated slightly, and the vibration frequencies of the two gradually became consistent. At this time, Don had some more information in his mind. The name of the gold pocket watch is the Time of Engraving Chaos. The function is to disrupt the clock of life growth and aging. The user can use Time of Chaos to designate individual or all living creatures within a certain range, causing their lives to elapse up to twice as long. A certain range refers to a radius not exceeding 50 meters centered on the time of carving. Dorn followed his own thinking and understood the function of this Time of Chaos. Probably it can speed up the growth and aging of life. For example, a human's lifespan should be 100 years old. If Dorn starts from the birth of this person, he will use the double speed of life flow in the Time of Chaos to act on this person. Then this person's growth rate in 1 day will become 2 days under normal circumstances. When he reaches the age of 50, he will die. At first glance it sounds very powerful. However, according to normal thinking, if the Time of Chaos is used in frontal combat, the effect it will have seems to be minimal. However, fortunately, Dorn's thinking is relatively broad.
Does accelerating the growth and aging rate of a living body mean accelerating its metabolism?
Don touched his chin and began to think. If this is the case, use the poison attack that you are good at, using Time of Chaos to speed up the enemy's metabolism. Does that mean that toxins will invade the enemy's body at twice the speed? Lose blood twice as fast?
According to this idea, the Time of Carving can also be of great use in daily production.
As he thought about it, Dorn's eyes lit up. If he uses Time of Chaos in Creek's monster farm, it will affect the growth rate of monsters. Does it mean that monsters that originally took 2 months to mature now only need 1 month to be released? Speaking of production, Don thought of the vinegar, soy sauce, bean paste, and other condiments in his basement. The key to making these condiments is brewing and fermentation. The most basic principle of fermentation is nothing more than a series of products brought about by the metabolism of microorganisms.
If you can use Time of Chaos to designate the microorganisms in the entire basement to metabolize at twice the speed, does that mean that the brewing time of my condiments will be shortened by half?
It seems like I found a treasure.
I feel that the two of us will get along very happily in the future. Your potential is huge and must be developed well.
Dorn's eyes turned fiery when he looked at current time. If the function of this gold pocket watch is really as analyzed by myself, then he will become a powerful and well-deserved model employee under his command. There are 24 hours a day, and the Time of Chaos can work for 48 hours. If 007 continues endlessly, it will definitely greatly increase the production rate of edible monsters in the monster farm, as well as the brewing rate of condiments. At this moment, Time of Chaos, it was naturally impossible to guess what Dorn was thinking. It was just held quietly in Don's palm, and the mechanical operation inside was like a mini heart, beating excitedly, happily, and simply. The kitchen knife on Dorn's waist is Rui.
But speaking of which, will this glove also convey the name of the magical item?
After thinking about the effect of the Time of Chaos, Dorn looked at the leather glove on his right hand. Therefore, he conveniently touched Rui on his waist with his appraisal gloves. As the magic tremors between the two became consistent, Dorn received information feedback about Rui. The name is Rui. It can transform into any weapon that the user comes into contact with, and inherits 2/3 of the capabilities of the original weapon. The specific effects of Rui are roughly the same as those mastered by Dorn.
But, is it me who gave the name Rui?
Dorn looked at his kitchen knife with interest. He didn't think Rui was originally called this name. The current situation should be that Rui agrees more with the name Dorn gave it, so it gave up the original name.
It seems that Rui recognizes me very much. I know we get along very happily.
Dorn was in a happy mood. Gregor and Steelhammer, who were standing next to him, were watching Dorn frowning in thought for a while, then looking ecstatic and muttering to himself. In short, he was very high alone.
Mr. Dorn, should he be okay?
Steelhammer whispered.
Yes.
Probably, Gregor replied in a low voice. After Dorn calmed down completely, he began to inform Greglu and Steelhammer of the identification results of the Time of Chaos. No matter what, they are current teammates, especially Gregor. Without his desperate efforts to contain the giant demon, Dorn would have no chance of defeating Baphomet. Gregor and Steelhammer both looked at a loss as they listened to Dorn explaining words like growth rate and metabolism one by one. I don't understand this at all. Even the Steelhammer sounded confused, because he specializes in magic technology and deals with machinery. He doesn't have much knowledge about monsters and creatures. Not much better than Gregor. All in all, from Dorn's introduction, that Time of Chaos seems to be very powerful. However, even so, neither of these two people had any thoughts about the Time of Chaos. Needless to say, Steelhammer, he is self-aware that the strategy for this ruins has nothing to do with him. So naturally, he will not want to get his hands on the loot. As for Gregor, he tried hard to understand roughly what Don said. The conclusion drawn is that this magical item, the Time of Carving, although it sounds unclear, is very powerful. But to him, it has little use value. On the other hand, because Baphomet was killed by Dorn, as a professional adventurer, Gregor knows more or less the rules in the ruins. Only those recognized by the ruins have the right to receive gifts and use them. At present, the person recognized by the ruins is undoubtedly Dorn. This result is acceptable to Gregor, because for an adventurer, the rewards of taking risks are important. But what he values more is actually the process of taking risks. This experience of exploring the ruins of God is itself a precious and rare treasure for him. Is there anything that can make an adventurer feel more satisfied and proud than the experience of a great adventure?
Besides, it's not bad to let Dorn owe me a favor.
Gregor thought this and snapped his fingers happily. From now on, no matter how long you go to the wishing restaurant, you can eat and drink for free. He will not have any psychological burden. It was decided that from today on, Dawn would be his free meal ticket for life. Chapter 155 Water Basin Mutton. Wait until you leave the temple with the selected S-rated black goat. It's time again for Dorn's favorite cooking monster. This time before cooking, Dawn also specially cleaned Rui thoroughly. By the way, he also put Rui into the bonfire and burned it carefully. After all, Rui, this kind weapon, killed for the first time today, and it also pierced the devil's chest. If it wasn't cleaned properly and then carefully sterilized at high temperature, Dawn would be a little disgusted and didn't want to use it as a kitchen utensil. Although, in fact, after Rui changes appearance, nothing will remain on the surface. But for a qualified chef, the hygiene of kitchen utensils is paramount. The black goat Dorn chose was rated S after all. After being cut open, the mutton had almost no odor. The meat was very tender and had enough oil and water.
It's perfect for making water basin mutton.
Dorn nodded with satisfaction. Just do it. Dissect the mutton bones, mutton and mutton fat, and soak them in water. Use a knife to chop the mutton fat to make it easier to extract the oil later. Put the chopped mutton fat into the pot together with the mutton bones and mutton, and bring to a boil over high heat. After the fire broke out, all the blood foam came out. At this time, control the burning of the bonfire. Reduce the heat, and float out all the blood foam on the upper layer. Afterwards, continue to cook on low heat to ensure the tenderness of the mutton meat and the freshness of the soup. The pot was simmering over low heat, and the boiling soup made a gentle gurgling sound. Then, Dawn took out a series of spices from his collection, including cumin, dried ginger, star anise, cinnamon, angelica, grass fruit, nutmeg, white pepper. Mix the sole spices required for the water basin mutton in proportion. Pack them into spice packets. Put them into the pot and cook them together with the mutton. Cook for about an hour. The color of the mutton soup cooked slowly in this way will be very clear and attractive, with only a touch of ester flour oil floating on the upper layer. Add salt to give the suet a light salty undertone. Then take the pot away from the campfire and let the mutton and mutton soup soak together for about 40 minutes. After the soaking time is up, the mutton in the pot is very cooked and can be penetrated by gently inserting a chopstick. Get the meat. Moreover, don't throw away the cooked ingredients. Take them out and set them aside. Remove all the ester flour oil from the upper layer of the mutton soup. At this time, there is only mutton soup left in the pot. The soup has a light color and is particularly clear and translucent. It exudes the unique fragrance of mutton and spices. The fish-out mutton is allowed to cool naturally. The extracted oil needs to be boiled in the next step to make spice oil. Put the oil and ingredients bag back on the heat and heat to evaporate the excess water. At the same time, the flavor of the ingredients is also integrated into the oil in one step. After the ingredients are fragrant, remove all the ingredients and residue from the pot. Pour the hot spice oil with milky white color and strong fragrance into the bowl, and soak the ingredients together to make the flavor more ideal. In addition to the spice oil, Dawn also prepared an extra portion of peppercorn water. Pour the boiled mutton clear soup on the Sichuan peppercorns that have been cleaned in advance, and soak for a while to let the spicy and numb flavor of the Sichuan peppercorn soak into the soup. During the Earth period, Dorn tasted water basin mutton in Shaanxi. The one he tasted also had the seasoning of Sichuan pepper water separated, because the pursuit of the numbing taste of Sichuan peppercorns varies from person to person. If you like it, add more Sichuan peppercorn water, and if you don't like it, add less. Therefore, the water basin mutton made by Dorn now follows the same pattern and copied this production idea. Slice the cooled lamb and put it in a bowl. When the clear soup is boiling, pour the soup over the mutton repeatedly to make the crispy mutton hot and tender. Sprinkle some salt, add some pepper water, and then pour in cooking oil to enhance the flavor. Finally, add a handful of coriander and pour a ladle of piping hot broth over it. Water basin mutton. Finished.
Mr. Dorn, we are back. Who win? What delicious food did you make this time? It smells so good. I'm just so hungry.
During the time when Dorn was preparing for the night, Gregor took the steel hammer and did some more exploration in the ruins, making full use of the rare time. By the time the two of them came back, Dorn's water basin mutton was ready.
Water basin mutton. Eat it while it's hot?
Dorn poured out 2 portions of mutton soup and handed it over. Inside the plain bowl, There was hot and clear mutton soup, with only tiny bits of fat floating on the surface and garnished with fresh-colored coriander. The fat and thin mutton slices fully absorbed the soup and sank quietly at the bottom of the soup. Just looking at it makes you want to eat. After Gregor simply thanked him, he took the bowl unceremoniously. When you enter a piece of plump mutton, you can't feel the slightest bit of mutton smell. It tastes crispy, fat but not greasy. It also has the unique numbing taste of Sichuan peppercorns in your mouth. Take another sip of the hot mutton soup. The clear soup is not bland at all. The flavors of the mutton and many spices are well soaked in the soup, making the mutton soup taste mellow but refreshing. After one sip, not only the dry stomach was moisturized, but also the whole body was warmed. This taste is addictive.
Ha ha. It's really enjoyable.
After one sip, Gregor exhaled a big breath.
Dawn! You are really guilty of making the dish like this.
Dawn?
Without these special dishes you made, my life of adventuring alone will become extremely difficult in the future,
Gregor added. Then he gulped down a piece of plump mutton slices with alternate fat and meat, and drank a sip of mutton soup. Dawn, I always feel that similar words have been heard before.
Mr. Dorn, I have never eaten such delicious and unique mutton. And the soup is so fragrant and numb. If you are happy.
The dwarf Steelhammer also began to express his feelings after eating.
I know. It would be a surprise if Lucky could taste it too.
Dorn imitated the dwarf's accent and interrupted Steelhammer singing. Whenever this young dwarf eats the food prepared by Dorn, he always looks satisfied and thinks of the halfling girl Lucky with melancholy. Dawn was used to it. Young man, you may not believe it, but in our world, people like you who are too passionate are called dog lickers.
Ganghammer, I've known you for so long. It's time for me to talk about you. There are so many good girls in the world, and you should learn to be like me and warm them all equally with a sincere heart instead of hanging on a tree. Die and cry all day long.
Gregor took a sip of the mutton soup, smacked his lips, then cleared his throat, and solemnly instilled his own concept of love into Steelhammer. Dawn! Dorn glanced at the S-class adventurer who was preaching speechlessly. In our world, people like you are called Neptunes or time management masters. Ignoring Greglu who was playing tricks, Dorn began to taste his share of the water basin mutton. The soup is fragrant and the meat is crispy. The aroma is overflowing and the ingredients are heavy and the flavor is strong. The most obvious taste signature of the water basin mutton is fully demonstrated by Dawn's cooking skills. This mutton has undoubtedly reached the SS level dish rating threshold. It is a rare delicacy in the world. However, compared to the most orthodox water basin mutton, it should be served with brown crescent moon cakes, sugared garlic, pickled turnips, and other side dishes. A mouthful of fattened mutton, a mouthful of hot mutton soup, a mouthful of chewy sesame seed cakes, and some refreshing side dishes. That is the authentic taste of Shanxi. However, due to the limited conditions in the wild, Dorn was unable to prepare so much.
Besides, it tastes pretty good the way it does now.
After a mouthful of mutton soup, Dorn breathed out the hot breath in relief.
I really miss it.
Chapter 156 New Divine Envoy. System prompt, Predator, effect is triggered. Attack and agility attributes are enhanced. System prompt, the effect of Synchronic Stomach Bag is triggered. And the skill, Demonization LV0, is obtained. Demonization, during the activation process of the skill, it becomes the incarnation of the devil, gaining powerful physical strength and combat ability. After eating the SS level water basin mutton, a new skill was revealed almost without any suspense.
Demonization? It seems like a skill that enhances close combat capabilities.
Dorn thought for a moment, planning to try this skill in detail when he was alone. Just like the last time he conquered Poison Swamp. After killing the boss, Dorn did not choose to leave the ruins directly. Still stayed there until the deadline. Since Dorn is already a raider of Devil's Lair, he has the authority to bring out all the products in the ruins. As for this limited time copy, after hundreds of years of searching by Mazeroth, the only valuable items brought out were those delicious monsters. All in all, Dorn spent the last day catching monsters as usual. This time it's about catching him alive. With the help of Greg Gru, Dorn successfully captured 2 shadow deer, 1 male and 1 female. After tying the shadow deer with a rope, tie it to the body. Dorn has mastered Shadow Deer's substitute skill, and he is relatively familiar with this unique skill. After Shadow Deer uses stand-in, it can indeed leave a false stand in place, and the main body flashes to a certain distance. But this does not mean that Shadow Deer can break free with this skill. Roughly speaking, if the Shadow Deer is tied up, after the stand-in is activated, it will remain in its original tied state, and the main body will flash with the rope. If the other end of the rope that binds it is tightly tied, even if a substitute is used, the main body will still be unable to break free. Therefore, after the other end of the rope is tied to the body, or tightly pulled, there is no need to worry about this monster running away. This is the same for Dorn who masters this skill. So, don't expect that the stand-in skill can help you get rid of control, but you must use the stand-in in time before you are controlled. Dorn himself summed it up this way. At the same time, Dorn also captured 3 half-grown black goats, 1 male and 2 females. Finally, Dorn did not drop those charmed pumpkin seeds and took them with him. If these delicious monsters can be brought back to Eden and handed over to Creek for breeding, it will not only greatly increase the species diversity of the monster farm, but also further enrich the composition of dishes on Dorn's future tables. After everything was ready, the time for the copy to close was approaching. Don handed the bag containing the seasonings and ingredients to Steelhammer, and he led the deer and the sheep. As for Gregor, he took nothing but his own weapons, as if he was ready for battle. There is no other way to return to the scene of what will happen if Kasadam fails to protect himself.
I hope we won't start a fight immediately after we go out. Otherwise the deer and sheep like me will suffer,
Dorn muttered. Then, a faint blue light flashed from the 3 of them. Devil's Lair. The instance is closed. Kasadam. Altar. 5 days have passed since the start of the Advent Festival. Normally at this time, the dwarf country would hold a grand closing ceremony for the Advent Festival, because on this day, the divine messenger Miseroth will return to the world with the blessings and oracles of the god Baphomet and spread the gospel to the dwarves. But this year's Advent has a very different atmosphere. The altar by the lava river is deserted. Because of Miseros's order, no one was allowed to get close to the altar today. Dwarves below the first level of silver were asked to stay at home and wait for the next instructions from the envoy. Regarding this somewhat arrogant order, the dwarves of Kasadam chose to obey. After all, the vast majority of them have lived docile and pious lives since birth. They are conditioned to comply. However, most of these dwarves, who were ordered to stay at home and did not need to go out, were more or less confused about what was happening currently. Last night, Maze-Roth, who had not been seen since being attacked at the opening of the Advent Festival, reappeared in the sight of the dwarves. At the same time, this amiable envoy brought incredible news to all the dwarves. From today on, there will be 4 divine envoys created by God's grace in Kasadam. According to Maze-Rose, he received an instruction from the gods last night. God said that 5 days ago, the dwarf Steelhammer and the 2 tall men broke into the kingdom of God. It was indeed an ignorant and disrespectful act. However, the god Baphomet is kind and forgiving. He saw the beautiful inner nature of the 3 people. So, he gave these 3 lost souls a chance to choose. A chance to change their ways. During these 5 days, the god Baphomet tested and tempered the 3 people who broke into the kingdom of God. Through trials and hardships, the 3 finally abandoned the sins and ignorance of the past and embraced piety and kindness. They have been transformed into devout saints beside the god Baphomet. He has the same power as the divine messenger Maze-Rose to act on behalf of the world and spread the gospel of the gods. The above rhetoric is actually a bit far-fetched. Moreover, there is some conflict with the previous belief theory that, except for Maze-Rose and the chosen God servants, no one is allowed to enter the kingdom of God. But the divine messenger had no choice. Because last night, Maze-Rose, who was seriously injured and bedridden, felt that the contract between him and the demon Baphomet had disappeared. In short, this set of remarks will more or less shake the sacred status of Maze-Roth in the hearts of the dwarves. The faith of some dwarves will also become less pure. However, most dwarves accepted Maze-Roth's rhetoric with confusion, because they are used to accepting and believing. If Maze-Rose strengthens this set of rhetoric intentionally or unintentionally in the future, maybe after a while, the dwarves will forget their original doubts and confusion. Regain your faith. At this moment, the home of the halfling girl Lucky. According to past calculations, the grand closing of the Advent Festival should be about to begin. At this time before, Lucky would always squeeze into the crowd excitedly, chanting the name of Maze-Roth religiously. But this year, she is forced to stay home. Lucky's mother was sitting on her knees beside her, closing her eyes and praying devoutly. The halfling girl Lucky originally wanted to pray to the god Baphomet and the messenger Maze-Roth as usual. But she stopped midway through her prayer. She thought again of the shocking news that the divine messenger Mazeroth told all the dwarves last night.
Lord Mazeroth means that Steel Hammer will come back safely and even become a new divine envoy,
Lucky thought in her heart. Although, she very much hopes that Steel Hammer will return safely. However, things developed far beyond Lucky's expectations and imagination.
And Mr. Dorn. And Mr. Gregor.
Lucky thought of those two ferocious and terrifying tall men again. Can such a person really become a supreme and holy envoy of God? At the same time, what Don once said echoed in Lucky's mind again. If we come back unscathed, then you have to think carefully about what kind of existence your so-called divine messenger, the god Baphomet, is. That Mr. Dorn said a lot of blasphemous words. According to him, the dwarf gods and messengers were all a complete fraud. Would someone who could say those words really believe in the gods he had slandered? Or are the shocking things he said actually the truth?
If Steel Hammer and the others can really come back today, then...
Lucky no longer had the heart to pray. This originally devout halfling girl felt strongly shaken in her heart. Chapter 157 Friendly Meeting. On the altar by the lava river, the divine messenger Mazeroth stood solemnly with a pair of dwarf guards. 5 days ago, Mazeroth fell to the ground and fell unconscious after receiving an energy arrow from Gregor. By the time the wealthy divine envoy woke up from his injured coma, the ruins teleportation array had already been closed. In other words, Mazeroth has nothing to do against the Dornish people who broke into the ruins of God. All he could do was pray silently in his heart, hoping that the Dornish people who broke into the ruins were stupid enough to blindly open the temple and be killed by Baphomet. But things did not develop in the way Mazeroth hoped, but instead extended in another unimaginable direction. Last night, the dwarf, who claimed to be the envoy of God, suddenly no longer felt the contractual connection between him and Baphomet that had existed for nearly 200 years. There is only one reason for this situation. One of the two parties who established the contract died. For now, Mazeroth can still breathe. So there is only one truth. Baphomet is dead. The two tall men, armed with the steel hammer, easily accomplished what the envoy could not do 200 years ago.
They actually killed Baphomet.
Mazeroth gritted his teeth and thought in his heart. His face that originally looked very charitable was slightly distorted. Now that Baphomet is dead, it means that someone among the two long-bodied people and the steel hammer must be able to leave the ruins. Once they come back, the lies about the kingdom of God that Mazeroth previously fabricated will be completely shattered. In order to continue to maintain the transcendent status obtained by relying on the words of the gods in the country of dwarves, Mazeroth now has only two choices. One is to win over the long-length people, persuade them to cooperate, and fabricate new lies to continue to deceive the dwarves of the dwarf country. The second is to quickly kill the long-bodied people after they leave the ruins and appear on the altar. But you must know that even Baphomet died at the hands of those long men. How easy is it for Mazeroth to kill them? Therefore, he could only choose to win over. The new rhetoric he made up about the new divine envoy was his first step in winning over Dorn and others. I don't know how much time has passed. On the altar, a faint blue light slowly appeared, and then a magic energy transmission array was outlined. At this time, Mazeroth gestured to the guards behind him. The dwarf guards all retreated far to the rear. After the light faded, the three people from Dorn, as well as the monster deer and monster sheep, all appeared in the altar. The first time he came out of the teleportation array, Dorn turned on the eagle view and observed the surrounding environment. There is still the rolling lava river, the gorgeous altar, and the magic trumpet that was previously damaged by the poisonous frog is still in a damaged state. It is estimated that during these chaotic 5 days, no one bothered to repair it. Mazeroth was standing opposite Dorn and the others, with a warm smile on his face. There was also a group of dwarf guards standing far away from the altar.
It seems that there is no need to go through the battle.
Dorn instantly understood the situation and raised the corners of his mouth. After all, if a fight breaks out now, he really can't guarantee the safety of these shadow deer and black goats. If these monsters that are going to be brought back to Eden for breeding are affected by the battle and are missing some parts, it will be a very heavy loss.
Several envoys of the gods, welcome your return from the kingdom of God. Here, on behalf of all the residents of Kasadam, I would like to thank you for bringing back the grace and blessings of the gods,
Mazeroth said with a smile, and his tone was very cordial. The meaning of this sudden sentence is self-evident. Dorn could clearly hear that this old guy, Mazeroth, wanted to give his group of people the title of God's Envoy in exchange for the opportunity to cooperate. This development did not exceed Dorn's expectations. It was one of the several situations he had expected to face after leaving the limited-time dungeon.
Ha ha. An envoy of God?
Dorn also smiled, with a gentle tone, but no comment.
You must be very tired from traveling to and from the kingdom of God. I hosted a sumptuous banquet in the holy hall to welcome you and cleanse you from the dust.
Maze Rose still had that kind and gentle smile on his face, without any hint of darkness. Dawn raised an eyebrow slightly. Banquet? You won't do the trick of Xiang Yu inviting Lu Bang, right? However, he replied.
A banquet? It sounds very good.
The first face-to-face confrontation between these two people was not at all tense and hostile, but rather like a pair of good friends reunited after a long absence.
Mr. Dorn.
The steel hammer beside him was a little overwhelmed by the situation in front of him. Why is Mr. Dorn so polite to that bastard Maze Roth? But before he could say anything, Podgy, Dorn shot a ball of webbing that stuck to his mouth. After stopping the young dwarf from speaking, Dorn continued to speak to Maze Roth.
We will go to the banquet. But before that, I have to settle some monsters on hand. You don't mind, do you?
Dorn said, pointing to the shadow deer and black goat he was holding.
Not at all.
Maze Rose smiled and shook his head.
Let's go. Steel hammer. Leave them at your home for now.
Dorn pushed the dwarf steel hammer, the young dwarf whose mouth was blocked by spider silk, although his hands were free, did not reach out to tear off the spider silk from his mouth, but kept his mouth shut. After being pushed lightly, Steel Hammer glanced at Dorn in confusion, and then looked at Maze Roth warily. But in the end, he listened to Dorn and walked towards home. As for Dorn's other teammate Greg, he didn't speak during the whole process, just silently watching Dorn operate. After the three of them took a few steps with a few four-hoof monsters, Mazeros waved his hand, and the group of dwarf guards behind him stepped forward, and together with the envoy, they followed the Dorn trio at a certain distance. Steel Hammer's doorstep. Dorn and others went straight in with the monsters. However, Mazeros, who was behind him, did not go in, but stayed outside the house and waited, as if he were an extremely generous and cultivated elder. After Steel Hammer participated in the attack on the altar, Steel Hammer's home was inevitably searched by the dwarf guards. As a result, the two guards who were fished by Dorn were discovered, and the underground passage of Steel Hammer's house was also found. At this moment, this underground passage has been sealed by Mazero's order and cannot be used. After staying at Steel Hammer's house for a while, Dorn came out again with Gregor.
The dwarf's temper is a bit stubborn. He probably won't be able to attend the banquet prepared by Master Maze Roth. Do you mind?
Dorn said as soon as he came out. Maze Rose glanced at the door of Ganghammer's house, then shook his head with a smile, made a gesture of invitation, and then led the way.
We can eat, too.
The threat that the Steel Hammer can bring is not something that Maze Rose is afraid of. Quickly wooing these two powerful long-length talents is a top priority. Chapter 158. Eat before getting down to business. The so-called Divine Hall is actually the dining room of Mazarotha's residence. The furnishings here are different from the pragmatic style of the dwarves. The objects are all inlaid with gold and silver, making them look very luxurious and gorgeous. At the same time, there is an iron statue placed in the center of the shrine. The image of the statue is not a human form, but a symbol with unknown meaning.
This symbol should be used to refer to Baphomet.
Dorn glanced at the iron statue and thought in his heart. In the center of the living room, there is a long dining table several meters long. For pretty halfling girls were busy placing various sumptuous foods on the long table. Dawn took a general glance and found that the staple food and drinks were bread, vegetable soup, and wine, and the desserts were cheese, dried fruits, and shortbread, as well as sausages and barbecue marinated in honey.
You too, please.
Maze Rose sat down on the main seat at the end of the dining table. Dawn and Gregor were not polite. They both pulled up a chair and sat down. Dawn even casually pulled off a small half of the sausage from the dining table and put it into his mouth. Anyway, judging from his feedback from Food Intuition, the food on the table is non-toxic and edible. Besides, even if it's poisonous, Dorn still has a poison immunity passive. If you don't eat, you won't eat. After chewing twice at will, Dorn could taste that this kind of sausage contained rich ingredients. The bacon, pig's blood, offal, and fat should all be mixed well and stuffed into the sausage. It is also smoked and air-dried, giving it a unique taste. Considering that the dwarves in Maze Rose live in the mountains and forests and are not too picky about the choice of ingredients, Eating blood and internal organs in this way can be regarded as not wasting anything. The final ingredient rating of the sausage was around B grade, which was not unpalatable. But for Dorn, it was not very tasty either. After all the food was served and the table was filled, Maze Rose made a gesture, and all the halfling girls, who looked like elementary school students, left the restaurant.
Two tall men. I haven't asked you for your names yet.
Mazeros, who was sitting in the chair, knocked on his cup.
Dorn. Gregru.
The two of them responded lightly, and from time to time, they took some food from the table and put it into their mouths to chew.
So, Mr. Dorn, Mr. Gregor, you are all smart people, and you should be able to understand my purpose. People who are wise don't tell secrets. I want to cooperate with you,
Maze Rose continued.
Wait a minute.
Dorn waved his hand to stop him.
If there is anything serious, we should wait until we have a full meal to talk about it. Right.
Gregru on the side nodded in agreement.
Dorn is right.
Upon hearing this, the wealthy divine envoy Maze Rose frowned slightly. But in the end, he put on a warm smile and raised his glass to signal.
Then let's eat first.
Dawn and Gregla did not raise their glasses in response, but instead started eating the food on the table. Most of the food at this banquet was at B level. For Dorn and the wild boar Gregla, who has recently been accustomed to eating fine chaff, it is not a delicious treat. It's just barely enough to fill one's stomach. But even so, the two of them still ate with gusto and chewed the food with their hands. Maze Rose wanted to say something several times, but in the end, he had no choice but to give up. However, the dwarf god didn't take it too seriously, and tried his best to control his emotions. This could only happen if the two long-skinned men stayed in the ruins for 5 whole days, and didn't get anything delicious to eat. This weird private dinner probably lasted for more than half an hour. Hiccup, after having enough wine and food, Dorn leaned back on the chair contentedly. At the same time, he put his hands into the pockets of his trousers, and then raised his eyebrows slightly. At this time, Gregla on the side also stopped eating, burped with some difficulty, and stopped eating anything. Seeing that all the guests had eaten, Maze Rose felt that now was a good time to talk. So he cleared his throat and said,
Mr. Dorn, Mr. Greg, can we talk about business now? I think it's okay.
Dawn smiled and nodded.
Then, tell me, what do you want?
The smile on Mazeros's face faded, and his tone became a little more serious.
Before I answer this question, why don't you, Lord God Envoy, answer me a question first? The demon Baphomet in the ruins of God has died in our hands. You should know this, right?
And asked back. Mazeros's face became more solemn.
I know. That's very good.
Dorn knocked on the long dining table.
Based on this consideration, my companions and I can have whatever we want. Right. Because of your lies. What gods? What kingdoms? What gods so? After we come back, we are destined to be unable to stand.
The dwarf god was silent for a while before speaking.
You want to replace me? No. We want to destroy you.
Dorn shook his head.
I know everything you have done, Lord Miseroth.
Maze Rose said nothing, and looked at the tall black-haired man in front of him with an evil look on his face. Dorn continued.
200 years ago, the dwarf Mazeroth betrayed the dwarf team exploring the ruins. Later, in order to survive, he signed a contract with the demon Baphomet in the ruins, agreeing that every year when the ruins are opened, he will bring 9 a child was offered as a sacrifice to Baphomet. At the same time, Miseroth also received a power from Baphomet, the power to spread disease. With this power, Miseroth was able to eliminate dissidents through disease throughout Kaisardom. After all those who opposed him were killed and all the truth was covered up, Mazeros transformed into an envoy spreading the gospel of the gods. He began to act coyly and set out to cure the disease he had spread by himself. Mazeroth's despicable method was very successful. It took 200 years. With the words of the gods, he successfully became the king with absolute ruling power in Kaisardumri, and began to enslave and fool all the dwarves as he pleased. Am I right, Lord Mazeros?
Dorn paused and smiled at the dwarf across the dining table.
Look, I know everything you have done, so I can destroy you easily. Believe me, whether it is physical destruction or status destruction, I can do it easily.
Mazeroth stared at Dorn, his eyes changing. But finally his expression relaxed and he smiled.
I don't know how you know these things, but Mr. Dorn, you are obviously not a noble and righteous person. Are you? Oh.
Dawn raised an eyebrow.
If you are really noble, Why do you tell me so much? Why don't you just kill me? You can even kill the demon Baphomet. It should be very easy to kill me. Right. So, why don't you just kill me? Kill me? Yeah. Why don't I kill you?
Dorn smiled and repeated the other person's words. Chapter 159. But I refuse.
Because you need me alive. Don't you? You will be invited to the banquet. And you will talk so much to me. You are just putting your own chips on the negotiation table. Right.
As Maze Rose spoke this way, his expression became more relaxed, and he felt that he had seen through the thoughts of the tall black-haired man in front of him.
Mr. Dorn, you are a smart man. So you understand that you cannot take over Kasadam without my help. Don't you? Indeed.
Dorn nodded with deep understanding.
As an outsider, if you want to rule here, it will definitely be a convenient and easy way to cooperate with you to maintain the dominance of theocracy.
Maze Rose felt that he finally had some initiative in the negotiation and continued to speak.
I have announced throughout the entire Kasadam that you who have left the kingdom of God are the new envoys of God. So as long as you work with me to maintain the supreme status and image of the envoys of God, everyone in Kasadam will be like, I will serve you as you have served me before.
Dorn sat in his position and did not move.
You just want us to cooperate with you and make up new lies. Right. But are the dwarves of Kasadam really so easy to deceive?
Maze Rose smiled.
You can rest assured, Mr. Dorn. The people here are much easier to deceive than you think. In other words, people everywhere are equally easy to deceive. It's much easier to make a group of people stupid than to make one person stupid. As long as you use some reasonable means, they will become an emotional, unobjectionable, low IQ mob. They will believe whatever you say. I am obedient to you. After we cooperate, if you look at the problem from my current perspective, I believe it won't be long before you have a deeper understanding of what I am saying now. Yeah.
Dorn nodded, then raised the corner of his mouth.
Is there more? More? Aren't the conditions I offered not enough?
Maze Rose asked in return.
As long as you cooperate with me, you will have all the resources of Kasadam at your disposal. And women. Yes, women. Have you two seen those halfling girls from before? For you, although their figures are a bit petite, they are all slender and beautiful. Right. Moreover, they are very obedient and well-behaved, like harmless lambs. No matter what you do to them, they won't resist. They will just endure it silently. Also, it's not just these girls.
The other women in Kasadam. As long as you like them, as long as you speak, they are all yours. How about it?
Maze Rose spoke a lot of words. His tone was excited, and it was obvious that he had a strong desire to survive.
Although your conditions for coming out sound very good.
Don nodded seriously, then reached into his trouser pocket again and took out something.
But I refuse.
What Don took out was a round, half-fist-sized, steampunk-style metal object. Then, Dorn continued to add,
Lord Maze Rose, the dwarves of Kasadam. How sad they would be when they heard what you just said. There's no way they can hear what you're talking about.
Mazzero's originally relaxed expression finally changed. What do you mean? The dwarf angel's eyes fell on the metal object in Dorn's hand. That thing looked like a product of magic technology. But Maze Rose had never seen it before, and didn't know what it was used for. Don did not answer the other party's question directly, but talked to himself with a smile on his face.
Steelhammer told me before that your residence is very gorgeous, and it uses a lot of expensive building materials that other dwarf buildings don't use at all. So, the sound insulation effect here is very good. After experiencing it myself, I feel that Steelhammer's words are really not exaggerated at all. We really can't hear the sound from the magic loudspeaker next to the altar at all.
The temple where Dorn is currently located is actually not only the residence of Maze Rose, but also a church-like existence in the entire Kaisadumri. The construction of the shrine was under the instruction of Maze Rose himself, and a lot of soundproof materials were indeed used. On the one hand, it was to highlight the uniqueness of the residence of the God's envoy. On the other hand, we want to create a quiet atmosphere inside and maintain a sense of religious mystery.
What on earth are you talking about? The hub of the magic amplifier is not here.
Maze Rose said this, but looking at the strange magic technology creation in the other person's hand, he felt inexplicably uneasy.
Well, it's true that it's not here, but I have a portable one in my hand. Lord Maze Rose, times must progress.
Dorn shook the metal object in his hand again.
Carisi Steelhammer, who didn't come here to eat, is the grandson of your captain 200 years ago. You should know this, right? Although it's not clear whether you are out of guilt for the old Steelhammer. Or you want to satisfy yourself in short. Little Steel Hammer has survived successfully until now under your rule. And he inherited his grandfather's talent and quietly grew into an excellent magic craftsman. Let me introduce to you. This one in my hand is the representative work of the small steel hammer. The small microphone. The dwarf angel looked at the round metal object, and his uneasiness became stronger and stronger. Steel Hammer was secretly researching magic technology, and Maze Rose only found out about it after the guards searched the underground passage at Steel Hammer's house a few days ago. However, this small microphone was always carried by the Steel Hammer. Therefore, Maze Rose did not know the existence of this magical technology product. Steel Hammer introduced that its magic energy circuit is the same as the magic energy loudspeaker in the square. Press this button here, and when the red light here lights up, the sound can be transmitted to the loudspeaker. Well, keep talking. The small microphone in his hand was flashing red light at this moment. According to Don's own understanding, the relationship between this small microphone and the loudspeaker on the altar is the same as the relationship between the microphone and the broadcast. What are you talking about? The loudspeaker next to the altar has obviously been damaged by you. Maze Rose looked at the red light of the small microphone and felt that his whole body became cold. But he still felt a little bit lucky. Ah, I broke it. Don tapped the table with his finger. But, do you know, when I was at Steel Hammer's house just now, I asked him how long it would take him to repair the magic amplifier. And the answer he gave me was, at most half an hour. Do you know how long we just spent eating? Lord God Envoy. Chapter 160. Mr. Dorn saved everyone. It took about half an hour to eat. Gregor, who was sitting next to him, snapped his fingers. From just now until now, Dorn has been talking. The S-Class adventurer finally found a chance to interject. At this moment, Maze Rose felt that his heart was not beating anymore. He understood that he had fallen into the trap of these two tall men. What do you want? Why do you do this? Telling the truth to the people here. Will it do you any good? You could have enjoyed a lifetime of service with me. Everyone here will worship you and respect you. You can think about it anything. So why are you doing this? Maze Rose was so angry that he broke the jar and roared. His voice no longer had any amiable flavor. It was hoarse. And because of the previous injury, his breathing was still heavy, like a wild dog that was driven to the end of its rope. Why do you do this? Because I don't intend to stay in Kasadam. Dorn shrugged. And Maze Rose, as far as I know, succumbed to Baphomet with you 200 years ago, and then left together. There are still several people left. Where have they gone? Maze Rose stopped talking and just stared at Dorn viciously. Look at your reaction. I guess they all died later. Right. You are the only one who survived. Dorn smiled. If I agree to your request for cooperation, I will probably follow their old path. Maze Rose still didn't speak, but his expression was distorted. At this point, he probably had nothing to say. Gregru, what do you think? Dorn looked at his companion. That's my word. Although the conditions offered by the Archangel of Maze Rose are indeed very tempting, I have no intention of staying in Kasadam. This place is not suitable for me. Gregor snapped his fingers and then left his position. Stand up. First of all, the food here is not delicious. Sorry. My tongue has been developed a lot recently. Therefore, the food I just ate was very boring to me. If it were not for delaying some time, I would not be able to. There's no way he could eat that much. Also, although the halfling girls here are very cute, they don't match my personal taste. Because I like wives the most. Dawn. As for the cooking villain, can you speak more seriously? Although, it seems that the word, wife, was taught to Gregor by himself. After Gregor stood up from his position, he took out Whisper of the End. He held the light green wooden bow in his hand, took aim, and drew the bow, aimed at Maze Rose, who had a ferocious look on his face. Stupid! Unbelievably stupid! You will regret your choice today. Absolutely. Absolutely. Maze Rose kept mumbling something, but his eyes were completely desperate. Previously at the altar, Maze Rose was shot down by Gregor with an arrow. The situation is similar now. As long as Gregor wanted to attack the once aloof dwarf god, the other party would never be able to avoid it. Then, the right hand that was pulling the bowstring was released, and a shining energy arrow shot out. This was the last sight of Maze Roth. Altar by the lava river. Steel Hammer is standing next to the magic amplifier. It turns out that Steel Hammer was staying at his own home. After Dorn and Maze Rose had left for a while, he came out of the house. Speaking of which, Maze Rose left several guards guarding the door of Steel Hammer's house. But after the Steel Hammer came out, he told the guards directly that he wanted to repair the magic loudspeaker next to the altar. The guards did not stop him. After all, Maze Rose had previously stated that Steel Hammer and others who returned from the kingdom of God would be the new envoys of God. Since he is a new divine envoy, contacting magic energy technology cannot be regarded as trespassing. Moreover, although these guards left behind are extremely loyal to Maze Rose, but they all believe that Steel Hammer's request to repair the magic amplifier itself did not pose any threat to Lord Maze Rose. Therefore, Steel Hammer arrived at the magic amplifier smoothly. This columnar magic technology creation was originally smashed by a poisonous frog. It took the Steel Hammer more than 20 minutes to repair it. Moreover, the magic energy circuit was also calibrated to ensure that this magic energy amplifier can resonate better with the small microphone currently in Dorn's hands. What happened after that was a matter of course. The conversation between Dorn and Maze Rose resounded throughout Kasadam through the magic loudspeaker. Except for the person involved who stayed in the hall with very good sound insulation. Everyone else could hear it clearly. Even the guards accompanying Steel Hammer at the scene were stunned after hearing the conversation. Some of them wanted to shut down the magic broadcast immediately, while others wanted to continue listening. The two groups of people had internal strife and started fighting immediately. The final result was that both groups of guards were injured in the fight, and the magic loudspeaker was not turned off in the end. This extremely shocking conversation ended with the crisp sound of arrows piercing the air and the tragic wail of Maze Rose. Things in the hall should be over. Steel Hammer stood quietly in front of the loudspeaker, clenching his fists, thinking about something. Steel Hammer, whose thoughts had changed in a short period of time, knew that the matter of Maze Rose was now over. But the matter of Kasadam was far from over. Without Maze Roth and the oppression of the theocracy, Kasadam, the dwarf country, still needs to continue to develop toward an unknown future.
What will happen to Kasadam? If Mr. Dorn comes to lead us, what will he do?
Steel Hammer thought in his heart. However, it is a pity that, listening to Mr. Dorn's conversation on the loudspeaker, it seems that he has no intention of staying in Kasadam. After the sound in the loudspeaker fell silent, some dwarves began to come around the altar and poke their heads around. Although most of the dwarves had expressions of shock, panic and disbelief on their faces. But these dwarves, who had originally been ordered by Maze Roth to stay home today, had for the first time disobeyed the orders of the Supreme Envoy because of their own subjective wishes. As time passed, more and more dwarves gathered near the altar. Among them, Steel Hammer also saw the figure of the halfling girl Lucky.
Lucky! Kurisi!
The two young demi-humans gave each other a hug. During the 5 days they were separated, they were worried about each other's safety. This worry will not disappear until we actually see each other now.
Just now! What were those words on the loudspeaker?
After releasing the Steel Hammer, Lucy first looked at the magic loudspeaker. The halfling girl couldn't calm down completely after the conversation she just heard that shocked her faith.
Well, it's all true. There is no kingdom of God. Baphomet is a demon with the head of an antelope. Maze Roth deceived us all. And Mr. Dorn saved us all.
Steel Hammer said every word. The tone is affirmative.